Chapter 161 Dispute. In the Battle of Moyinling, the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment created by Count Mongoss also disappeared due to the defeat in the Battle of Moyinling. These soldiers should be the subjects of the territory of Count Mongoss. Now the death of all of them in Moyun Ridge was a heavy blow to the territory of Count Mongoss. Nearly 1,500 heavy armored infantry soldiers died in the battle, which meant that the backbone of thousands of families would fall. The defeat also had a series of unfavorable factors, such as the loss of a large amount of military supplies on the battlefield, the need to pay a large amount of pensions to the relatives of the fallen soldiers, and the chain reactions caused by the failure of the battle. These losses have a profound impact on Mondstadt. For Count Goss, it may be too much to bear, although it is not known how Count Mongoss survived the battlefield. The group of knights who followed him should probably be dead. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to lie alone on the wooden bed in the trial chamber until no one cares about it now. From this, it can be seen that the current situation of Count Mongoss is also very difficult. In Count Mongo's estate, he was of course unable to stamp his seal on the 2nd Squadron's death pension application. Of course, He Buqiang never thought of staying to take care of Count Mongoss. Although he was still one of the 12 knights who followed him in name, he was still separated by the relationship of Baron Sidney. So in order to avoid unnecessary because of the trouble, He Buqiang simply left the trial court without looking back. Speaking of which, Serdak's reserve knight appointment letter has been sent to the Bena Legion a long time ago. But there has been no reply from here. Normally, this reserve knight appointment letter has the Bena Legion army. After approval from the ministry, a reserve knight appointment letter and a recommendation letter from the Knight Academy will be issued to Serdak. However, Serdak has not received the appointment letter and recommendation letter so far. After walking out of the trial court, I thought I should go to the Bena Legion to go through the formalities for retirement, and also inquire about the reserve knight appointment letter. It's just that it's too late to go out of town now. He Buqiang decided to go to Bena military camp tomorrow to handle these things. As for now, He Buqiang really wants to take a look around this exotic city, and then return to the hotel to have a good time. A night's rest. He Buqiang led the horse slowly along the street. He walked into a street that seemed a bit narrow. This street should be regarded as a side street behind the main street. The street looked very deserted, with few pedestrians. A lot of domestic garbage was piled at the back door of the building. The hot weather made the garbage smell sour, and there were a swarm of flies flying around the rotten food. When he passed by, the flies dispersed with a buzz. A quarter of an hour later, He Buqiang held the horse with one hand and held his nose with the other, and retreated from the street again. Every city has its brightest side, but of course it also has its dark side that is unknown to everyone. He Buqiang led the horse through the street, and finally felt the rich life in this city after walking into a residential area. There are 2-story townhouses on both sides of the street. These townhouses are not villas. They only have a yard of less than 2 square meters at the door. Almost every house has a small yard like this in front of the door. Various plants are planted in these yards. Some people plant green grass in the yard, like a green carpet, while others plant 2 plum trees in the yard. At this time, the trees are covered with red plums. Some people simply keep a yard full of colorful flowers, including roses, lilies, and tulips. There happened to be 2 old people sitting under the lemon tree in the yard, drinking tea and chatting. When He Buqiang passed by, the old man's wrinkled face was full of friendly smiles, and he asked He Buqiang enthusiastically, "This young man knight, have you lost your way in the city of Handanar? If you want to ask for directions, I think we can give you some help. If you are not in a hurry, you can also stay and have a cup of tea with us. You don't need to pay anything. Just tell us about things outside the city." He Buqiang stopped outside the fence and calmed Gu Bo Lai's horse to prevent it from nibbling on the neat lawn in the yard next door. "Let it eat. You can eat it with confidence. So maybe I don't need to mow the lawn next month." "Ha ha." One of the big-nosed old men laughed and said, "Explain to the 2 old men. I'm not lost. I just want to walk around the city." Another old man asked curiously, "Are you a traveler?" He Buqiang said, "I am an ordinary reserve knight in the Bena Legion." The old man showed a surprised expression, and the big-nosed old man added, "Oh, young people nowadays are more impetuous. Few people are willing to calm down and feel the life and cultural atmosphere of a city. Do you have any ideas? A story you'd like to share with us?" After speaking, he poured a cup of tea from the table, walked to the fence and handed it to He Buqiang. "My story may sound bad," He Buqiang felt that no matter what his identity was, he was just a disgraceful deserter. The two old men did not continue to ask further questions, and only said, "Who can avoid encountering a few unlucky things in this life?" There are also some seemingly simple patterns on the walls of residential buildings. These patterns are colorful pebbles embedded in the plaster of the walls. Simple and neat. He Buqiang only stopped briefly outside the courtyard of the residence, and then continued walking along the stone road. A group of children squatted and played next to the well at the street entrance. Next to them, there was a group of women rinsing clothes in the square pool. It seemed that the people outside that big battle didn't affect this place. When I returned to the hotel, I saw many ancient Bo-Lai horses tied to wooden stakes at the door of the hotel. He Buqiang is a little strange. It is said that this is the critical moment of the Handanar County battle. The most elite knights have all rushed to the battlefield. At this time, there should be no knights gathering in Handanar City. These horses, the coat was shiny, and the saddle was made of expensive leather inlaid with gold and silver patterns. But he didn't think much about it, and handed the reins to the waiter at the door of the hotel. The waiter asked in a low voice if he wanted to take the horse to the stable behind the hotel, and if he wanted to feed the horse some fodder. When I walked into the hotel, I found that the restaurant hall connected to the hotel was extremely lively. Several tables were filled with young men and women. The faces of those young people were somewhat familiar, as if they were the group from the Bena Advanced Swordsman Academy. Students gather here for dinner. The waiters in the restaurant are taking turns bringing various exquisite delicacies to the table. The atmosphere at the table is also extremely rich. Glancing inside, I didn't see Hathaway and Beatrice among the students of the Swordsman Academy. Instead, I saw Darcy Christie and her friends dressed as ladies, with a gentle and friendly smile on his face. He was sitting at the dining table, listening attentively to the talk of several young knights. He Buqiang had not thought about meeting them, and was planning to go directly upstairs to his room. After calling dinner to the room, when he reached the stairs, he heard someone arguing at the door of the storage room on the back of the stairs. The young man's voice had just finished. "My noble lady, do you know how rude it is for you to leave your guests at the dining table without saying goodbye?" At this time, I heard a familiar voice saying angrily, "Norton, do you know what those people sitting in front of you did on the battlefield at Moyenling? It was their extremely poor combat plan that led to the defeat of the battle at Moyenling. And they also indirectly caused harm. Those classmates who have killed our students. Why should I sit in front of these executioners and listen to them chasing each other and boasting about each other? Doesn't this make you feel sick?" Chapter 162. Quarrel is a double-edged sword. The scene he saw in the Bena military camp in the morning suddenly appeared in He Buqiang's mind. The young knights who rushed into the military camp on horseback were the nobles from the Moyenling Expeditionary Force War Room. No wonder they felt very familiar. Thinking about it, they were really familiar. We met at the dance in Moyenling. Speaking of the group of young nobles in the war room of the Moyenling Expeditionary Force, they were top students from various colleges and universities in the Green Empire. They graduated from the colleges with outstanding results. And these young nobles all had prominent family backgrounds. Duke Newman felt that this group of young people can be given a chance to show what they have learned on the battlefield. It happened that at this time, an evil spirit was discovered in the Mayun Ridge of the Gander Mountains at the Forest Farm Camp. Duke Newman decided to send a group of the Expeditionary Corps wiped out the evil ghost stronghold on Mayun Ridge. So they also packed these young nobles into the Expeditionary Corps and established a separate Expeditionary Army War Room. It was the war room composed of this group of young nobles that formulated a series of combat plans for the Moyenling Expeditionary Force, which also included the blanket advancement plan that was most favored by the senior leaders of the Bena Legion. Heavy cavalry was equipped with catapults and crossbows. Step by step, they occupied the commanding heights of the position and pushed forward, placing the entire battlefield under the firepower of catapults and crossbows. Facts have proved that the Moyenling Expeditionary Force's blanket advance was quite effective in the early stages. However, as the evil ghost sect gradually adapted to this method of fighting, the evil ghosts were also looking for the weaknesses of this tactic. The biggest weakness of this tactic is that the crossbow and catapult positions do not have any mobility. Once they cannot withstand the attack of the evil ghost legion and misfire on the battlefield, the heavy cavalry regiment on the front line of the battlefield will not be able to withstand the charge of the evil ghost legion. It is precisely for this reason that the Moyenling Expeditionary Force is at an absolute disadvantage in the terrain in the Moyenling Dagong Valley. However, the young nobles in the Moyenling Expeditionary Force War Room do not believe that the evil ghost legion can break through the Corps' joint operations, insisting on starting a big battle in the Dao Valley. The Expeditionary Force suffered a huge rout. Pictures appeared in He Buqiang's mind one after another. He Buqiang clenched his fists, and the hatred in his heart surged. If there hadn't been a major problem in the combat decision-making this time, with the current ability of the second team, although it would have been unavoidable during the battle, people will die. But as the squadron leader of the 6th Squadron of the 4th Battalion, Serdak's chances of survival are still quite high. Baron Sydney is even more unlikely to stand and die on the battlefield. After all, he already possesses the strength of a Construct Knight. In the Green Empire, every Construct Knight is the Empire's most valuable asset. The military power of the Green Empire is directly reflected in the number of Construct Knights. But the voice that spoke seemed to be Hathaway. He Buqiang felt that as an upright knight, he should not hide behind and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. It seemed that Hathaway and Norton did not reach an ideological agreement in their conversation. He Buqiang wanted to climb upstairs quietly, but he didn't want to disturb them. But at this moment, a fearful greeting suddenly sounded in my ears. "Knight Suseldak, do you need anything?" The waiter who had bought 12 pieces of parchment letter for He Buqiang stood at the corner of the spiral staircase with an ugly smile on his face and asked He Buqiang. He Buqiang wanted to hit him on the forehead with his fist and knock him out, and then said to him, "I need you to shut up." The quarrel in the stair storage room suddenly stopped, and then Hathaway was seen walking out of the stair corridor wearing a pure white lace gauze dress. The first time she saw He Buqiang, Hathaway was stunned. Miss Servy's light green eyes flashed with a strange light, as if her tense mood was relaxed a little at this moment, or she saw someone she could trust. Before Hathaway could speak, in the short corridor of the stair storage room, the handsome young aristocrat Norton also walked out of it with a frosty mask. But it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. So bad that even with him, He Buqiang was not in the mood to say hello. And his eyes were full of contempt when he looked at He Buqiang. Probably because he was angry with Hathaway. When Norton looked at He Buqiang, his eyes were filled with strong hostility. However, Hathaway did not look at Norton's clouded face at all, and asked He Buqiang curiously, "Knight Soldak, why are you here?" He Buqiang breathed a sigh of relief. Hathaway finally did not expose him in front of outsiders. The quarrel between the two of them seems to happen between all lovers. There is a dispute, and neither party is willing to compromise. He Buqiang didn't want to be caught in the middle. Everyone could see that Norton's eyes towards Hathaway were full of fire. "I live here." He Buqiang pointed upstairs with his hand, politely saying that he was just passing by. Hathaway walked in, raised her face and smiled at He Buqiang and said, "Why don't you invite me to come up and sit down? I remember that you still have something to ask me for help." "Do you remember at this time?" He Buqiang was speechless and complained secretly in his heart. However, he then made an invitation gesture. Hathaway seemed to want to get rid of Norton's entanglement as quickly as possible. She lifted up her gauze skirt with both hands. Under He Buqiang's invitation gesture, she took the lead in climbing the spiral staircase and walked upstairs. "Wait, Hathaway. You can't go with him." Norton chased after him angrily. Veins appeared on his forehead, and irrational anger burst out of his eyes. He Buqiang looked helpless, thinking that if the two of them quarreled, it would inevitably affect the fish pond, and it would be really uncomfortable for him to be caught in the middle. Before He Buqiang could think of how to escape, Norton pointed at his forehead and said loudly to Hathaway, "He is a deserter from the expeditionary force. This kind of person lacks the moral character that a knight should have. Don't you despise this kind of person the most? When you are alone with him, don't you think he has other agendas? You don't think so. Is he dangerous? Doesn't it make you feel sick?" When He Buqiang was scolded like this by Norton, his heart was on fire. But at this time, Hathaway turned pale with anger and walked back angrily. Just when there was a glimmer of hope in Norton's eyes, thinking that Hathaway might change her mind, Hathaway suddenly hugged He Buqiang with both hands. With one of his arms, the soft flesh on his chest suddenly squeezed onto He Buqiang's arm. He Buqiang could even feel Hathaway's bright heartbeat. Hathaway didn't care at all that Norton's eyes were blazing and said to him loudly, "Norton, Knight Soldak came to protect me on the order of Baron Sydney. He is not a deserter, and he saved Beatrice and me. Even if he is full of danger, he has other intentions for me. I don't care about the picture." He Buqiang felt that if Norton had a sword in his hand at this time, he would probably invite him to a duel without hesitation. He had been so stimulated by Hathaway's behavior that he completely lost his mind. He said to Hathaway without any scruples, "But Baron Sydney is dead, and your engagement is destined to be cancelled. Wake up, Hathaway. Your family will not allow you to marry a canonized knight with no future." Then, Norton looked at He Buqiang with angry eyes. His eyes seemed to be red. And he shouted viciously in a voice that was almost like a roar. He is just a canonized territorial knight. With a small role like him. Even if you are with him for just 1 minute. I am afraid it will affect your reputation. I do not care. Amid Norton's roar, Hathaway's stubborn voice sounded. Norton rushed up and pulled Hathaway's arm, saying, "You can't go with him." But Hathaway slapped her in the face. "Let go. Go find your Darcy Christie, and let her stay by your side. Maybe you will feel abandoned on the battlefield one day." Chapter 163 Hotel. Before Norton could react, Hathaway lifted up her skirt with both hands, raised her leg and kicked Norton on the right leg. The collision between the toes of the lambskin boots and the leg bones made He Buqiang break out in cold sweat on his back. Seeing the extremely distorted expression on Cole Norton's face, he knew it must be very painful. Seeing this scene, He Buqiang was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't even know the origin of Cole Norton. But since he was a graduate of the Bina Advanced Swordsman Academy, the golden noble badge hanging on his chest also showed his prominent family background. "You stinking bitch!" Norton's face was ashen, and he wanted to rush forward and grab Hathaway's hair. But Hathaway nimbly dodged it. Then Hathaway took He Buqiang's arm, turned around and ran towards the main entrance of the hotel. However, after only running a few steps, she saw a group of young nobles walking out of the hotel talking happily. Cole Norton limped after him. When he came up, he saw the young nobles coming out and quickly shouted to the young knights, "Help me stop them!" Seeing the group of young nobles blocking the door, He Buqiang felt that he was intercepted by these nobles at this time, and that he could not get rid of the relationship no matter what. He grabbed Hathaway with his backhand, turned around suddenly, and kicked Norton, who was chasing after him. With one kick, Norton was caught off guard, and his lower abdomen was kicked firmly by He Buqiang, and his body immediately flew backwards. With a bang, his back hit the wooden door of the storage room. The wooden door was suddenly shattered into pieces, and Norton's body fell into the storage room. He Buqiang pulled Hathaway up the spiral staircase and ran to the second floor in a blink of an eye. The young nobles at the door of the hotel didn't react at first. When they saw Norton running out of it, they knew they had to come over to help. Unexpectedly, He Buqiang actually kicked Norton away. A group of people hurriedly ran to the door of the storage room. Everyone scrambled to pull Norton out of the storage room. A group of Norton's friends quickly chased after He Buqiang and Hathaway and rushed to the second floor of the hotel. The waiter guarding the hotel's spiral staircase tried to stop these young nobles, but was brutally pushed to the wall. The waiter's forehead hit the wall lamp. The copper wall lamp came loose, and the lampshade hit his forehead, knocking the waiter unconscious immediately. A group of young nobles rushed past the waiter. Some young nobles continued to run upstairs, while others rushed into the corridor on the second floor and began to search for He Buqiang and Hathaway room by room. This group of young nobles moved the second and third floors of the hotel after searching the room. Hathaway and He Buqiang were not found. Norton was helped out of the storage room by a group of aristocratic friends. There were 2 slits in the back of his exquisite dress. 2 gold buttons on his lapel were broken off. There were clear footprints on his lower abdomen. Norton's face was ashen, and his expression was cold. He said to the noble friends around him, "Search carefully for me. If you catch that canonized knight, I will beat him to death. Arrest that bitch Hathaway, and let her family come forward to get him." Then he touched the left side of his cheek, only to find that there was a trace of blood on his cheek, and his face was distorted with anger. This group of young nobles, who were afraid of chaos in the world, heard what Norton said, and clamored to surround the Maple Pudding Hotel. He Buqiang stood on the roof of the hotel. The roof was almost 10 meters high from the ground. One side of the roof was the busy main street, and the other side was the backyard of the hotel. The young nobles were searching for rooms in the hotel one by one downstairs. There was a lot of commotion inside, and it might not take long to find out that the 2 of them were not hiding in the hotel at all. He Buqiang also accidentally discovered in the morning that there is a hanging ladder leading to the attic on the ceiling of the 3rd floor near the utility room. The hanging ladder is hidden in the ceiling. It is difficult to see the hanging ladder without looking up. The only way is to pull the hanging ladder down, pushed open the floor leading to the attic, and then enter the attic where some sundries were stored. He jumped to the roof of the hotel through the attic window, and in a short time got rid of the young nobles, who were searching for the 2 of them. There was a row of stables built beside the backyard wall of the hotel. He Buqiang searched around the top of the building, but there was no ladder leading to the bottom. Hathaway stood on the roof and hesitated for a moment, pursed her red lips, pulled out a long dagger from her thigh under her long skirt, and neatly separated her long gauze skirt from the middle of her knees, to let the skirt it turned into a knee-length skirt, and then took off the exquisite lambskin boots from the roof. A pair of white feet stepped on the stone platform on the roof, holding the leather boots in his hand. He looked at He Buqiang and raised a proud smile. Ask him, "Do you dare to jump?" After saying that, he stepped on the edge of the roof and jumped directly into the backyard of the hotel. He Buqiang's answer was still stuck in his throat, and he did not say it out. Hathaway suddenly jumped into the hotel yard, causing the cook in the backyard of the hotel, who was holding a large wooden basin, to scream and knock the wooden basin in her hand to the ground. He Buqiang jumped down and walked quickly to the cook. He first helped the frightened cook up, then picked up the vegetables such as white radish and onions scattered on the ground, put them back into the wooden basin, and he whispered an apology to the cook, and put another silver coin in her hand. Hathaway had already put on her semi-high-heeled sheepskin boots again, and He Buqiang pulled Hathaway out of the side door of the hotel's backyard. Inside the hotel, they probably heard a strange noise in the backyard. A waiter pushed open the door and came out to check, but was scolded by the slightly frightened cook. "What are you looking at? Why don't you come over and help me lift it? You eat like this every day." It was so heavy that I almost fell to death at the door while carrying such a heavy wooden basin. Even if it was the cook in the hotel, the young waiter did not dare to offend him easily. He could only run over and help the cook carry a pot of vegetables into the kitchen. The two of them walked around from the street behind to the main entrance of the hotel. They happened to see a group of young noble knights surrounding the entrance of the hotel. They were negotiating with a middle-aged man who looked like a manager inside the hotel. They looked arrogant and must be using their status to suppress them. People, seeing that things would not calm down so soon, He Buqiang and Hathaway left from the alley of the hotel. Hathaway looked down and saw that her skirt was torn open to the knees, revealing a section of white lotus-like calves underneath. She didn't feel ugly. After walking a certain distance, her steps gradually became brisk, and she wore a pair of lambskin. His boots made a clear clicking sound when he stepped on the stone floor. He turned around and asked He Buqiang, who was following behind, "Where are we going?" "Knight Serdek." He Buqiang looked at Hathaway speechlessly. She was like a girl of bad luck. It seemed that every time he saw her, something bad always happened. He Buqiang spread his hands and said he had no destination. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Hathaway looked away, looked to the side, and then asked casually, "Did the pension matter go smoothly?" He Buqiang leaned against the wall and said to Hathaway, "I found Count Mongoss. His current situation is not very good. He is temporarily detained in the trial house, so there is no pension for the time being. Sorry, I meant to involve you this time. Norton is not a broad-minded person, so be careful." Hathaway glanced at He Buqiang, and then said to He Buqiang, "Oh, if you need a pension, you can come to me at any time. I have been living in Jonathan Mansion recently. I promised you that I can make up for the money." The two of them walked aimlessly along the streets of Handanar City, chatting as they walked. Chapter 164 Revenge. The two of them were walking aimlessly on the streets of Handanar City. On the street, Hathaway's fair and slender legs were secretly watched by many passers-by, and at this time she became quiet again. Her bright cheeks reflected the afterglow of the setting sun, and the corners of her mouth were curled up, always wearing a confident smile. A pair of green eyes were like two of the most magnificent emeralds. When she secretly looked at He Buqiang, her eyes were full of exploration and curiosity. She was like a very curious cat, knowing what was ahead of her. As if there was danger, he couldn't help but raise his tail and approach quietly, as if there was a delicious fish on the plate in front of him. Then he turned to the front of the small townhouse on the street. In the familiar courtyard, there were two armchairs and a square table under the tree. The old man leaned against the fence and said low to He Buqiang, "Young knight, do you want to come in and have a cup of tea?" It seemed that there was nowhere to go for the time being, so he simply agreed. "It looks like you have good luck this afternoon." The old man held a pair of flower scissors in both hands and said to He Buqiang with an ambiguous expression, "Actually, it's not as good as you think. Some things may get worse." He Buqiang replied with a wry smile, "Then you might as well sit down and have a cup of tea." The old man said to He Buqiang, "The lemon tea I made tastes great. I haven't had guests here for a long time, and I don't know how to entertain you. Isn't it too intrusive?" Hathaway walked into the small courtyard with a smile, and said this without any hesitation in her movements. She and He Buqiang were sitting on a chair under the lemon tree. She supported her pointed chin with both hands, pursed her lips, and raised her head, and asked the old man, "Can you make us a cup of lemon tea?" "Of course," the old man replied to Hathaway with a smile on his face. After speaking, the old man slowly walked into the house. The kitchen was by the window. He Buqiang could clearly see him clumsily and busy in the kitchen, boiling water, scooping 2 spoons of honey from the jar, and slicing lemons into the kettle. 2 young nobles on horseback galloped past the street, as if they were searching for something. Unfortunately, their eyes did not fall on the yard, nor did they notice the 2 young men and women sitting under the lemon tree, drinking tea leisurely. That's the person they're looking for. The 2 young nobles probably never thought that their target would be sitting leisurely in the courtyard of a residential house, enjoying a cup of lemon tea under the afterglow of the setting sun. Hathaway held the cup in both hands, but her eyes fell on the sunset outside the courtyard. Her eyes were a little blurred. He Buqiang felt that there was a hint of loneliness hidden in her eyes, just like the look in her eyes when she and Baron Sidney stood face to face on the dance floor on the night of the ball, and they stared at each other. At that time, I felt that Baron Sidney's fiancée seemed to be inseparable from Baron Sidney, but now it seems that she is longing for freedom. He Buqiang took a sip of lemon tea and felt his stomach was empty. Then he remembered that he hadn't had dinner yet. "Then what are you going to do? If you go back to Jonathan's mansion, will Norton cause trouble for you?" He Buqiang asked Hathaway. "I'm not afraid of him," Hathaway said with a sly smile on his face. "I will go back to Jonathan mansion later. I just don't want to go back so early. Norton will definitely stir up trouble in front of those people. I'm too lazy to talk to them, and they don't dare to do anything to me now that Sabrina is the great swordsman." He Buqiang nodded and was silent for a while before asking again, "How is Beatrice?" "The wound has healed better than expected. She has been thinking about seeing you again, but I didn't tell her that we would meet again in Handanar City. She is a very simple girl, and she should be given take some time to think about it." When Hathaway said these words, her eyes were staring at He Buqiang's eyes seriously, and her eyes were catching every emotion flowing through He Buqiang's eyes instantly. But Hathaway didn't see any subtle fluctuations in He Buqiang's eyes. His heart was like a calm sea without any ripples. He stared at the cup of lemon tea, wanting to see through the cup of tea. Hathaway finally couldn't help but asked He Buqiang, "Are you really not curious at all?" "What?" He Buqiang raised his head and looked away from the teacup. "You don't want me to explain?" Hathaway's eyes were flowing, and her beauty seemed to be in those magnificent eyes. "Forget it. What I want to say may have been said a long time ago. I don't want to listen to other people's lies at all, and I don't like to force anyone." He Buqiang raised his head and looked at that delicate face, and said with an indifferent expression. Hathaway turned her eyes to the street and softly uttered, "That guy Norton is a scumbag." When she said this, she seemed to feel more relaxed. She paused and said, "This scumbag knows that I have a fiancé, but he still wants to get close to me by pursuing my best friend." Hearing what Hathaway said, He Buqiang thought of the round-faced girl Beatrice, and asked casually, "Your best friend Beatrice?" Hathaway squinted her eyes, and shook her head. Her long hair was cut off by evil spirits in the previous battle, but now her shoulder-length hair is even more vibrant. Perhaps because she is a famous swordsman. Her whole body exudes the aura of youth, and her magnificent gem-like eyes reveal a soul-stirring charm. Hathaway stared with big eyes and said angrily, "It's Georgina. We originally agreed that this time we would come to the Warsaw Plain to practice together. In fact, not coming is not a good thing," He Buqiang thought in his heart. Hathaway continued, "But she suddenly became pregnant before leaving. If this happens to the students of the Swordsman Academy before they have graduated, it is very likely that they will not be able to get the graduation certificate from the academy. And it may not be possible this time. He was even kicked out of his family." He Buqiang did not interrupt, but he thought of the things he had heard and seen in his previous life. He sighed in his heart and thought, "No matter where you are, there will be some people who like to taste forbidden fruits, but they don't know what they have to bear later." What a great responsibility. Those who cannot shoulder the responsibility are considered scum. Those who do not know how big this responsibility is, but have to bear it, are fools. He took a casual sip of lemon tea, but somehow he didn't taste the sweetness and his mouth was full of sourness. Hathaway raised her delicate eyebrows and said somewhat depressedly, "Georgina's family arranged a fiancé for her. She betrayed that engagement and her family. This pair of dependents for an aristocratic lady whose family owns everything now. This kind of thing is like a death sentence. And there is no way Norton will marry Georgina. There is a huge conflict between the families of Norton and Georgina. And Norton also has a fiancée. The one you met is Miss Darcy Christie. He Young was still somewhat impressed by Miss Christie's red hair. So he casually asked, "Is that the red-haired girl who left us on the wilderness hills?" "Well, that's her." Hathaway nodded, with red eyes, and said, "She always thinks that I want to compete for her fiancé. So there are deep conflicts between our two small groups. If it weren't for these conflicts, I'm afraid we would be in danger. When the time comes, we won't be alone and have so many companions die." It seemed that she had been feeling deeply guilty about those classmates who died in the wilderness hills. He Young felt that he should give her a few words of persuasion to at least help her get out of this mood. So he comforted her. "Maybe Christie and the others are born to be selfish people. And even if you don't have any conflicts, you won't come out to fight the evil spirits together." Speaking of this, Hathaway's eyes became sharp again, and she said angrily, "All this is due to that scumbag Norton. So this time, I just wanted to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. But I didn't expect it. I got you involved. And luckily I have your help. There seems to be some holes in my plan, and maybe they will take advantage of me. But I'm not that easy to mess with." He Young asked curiously, "If it really comes to that point, you won't want to go under the knife, right?" Hathaway narrowed her eyes again. Her smile was like a wild cat, and said to He Young, "The most I can do is scare them. We are all in the aristocratic circle of Bina province, and no one wants to make a big deal out of it." Chapter 165 Plan. After nightfall, the hustle and bustle in Handanar City during the day began to gradually quiet down. After drinking a pot of lemon tea, the two stood up and said goodbye to the old man, until the two of them reached the street. The old man was still standing inside the fence, smiling and waving to the two of them. After leaving the small townhouse, He Young and Hathaway walked into the main street. Jonathan Mansion is next to the administrative hall of Handanar City. They just walked straight along the main street. There were not many pedestrians on the street. A gust of wind ruffled Hathaway's long golden hair. She brushed the broken hair around her ears with her hands. Her fair cheeks reflected a layer of jade-like luster under the light of the street lamp. Her lips were slightly raised, and she followed behind He Young. As he passed the streetlights, he looked like a cheerful deer, chasing his long and short shadow endlessly. When they were about to reach Jonathan's mansion, there were several carriages parked in front of the mansion. He Young stopped far away. Hathaway, who was following behind, did not expect that He Young suddenly stopped and bumped into him without any precautions. He Young only felt the fragrant body pressing against He Young's soft and plump body. He Young quickly moved to the side. Hathaway's legs were a little weak, and she fell forward. But He Young grabbed her arm and pulled her away. She held her steady. Hathaway grabbed He Young's arm with both hands and stared into He Young's eyes to see if he had a plan. He Young's eyes were clear, and when he supported Hathaway, he kept a considerable distance from her. This gentleman's behavior made Hathaway feel warm in his heart. "Be careful in the future. If there is a wall in front of you, your face will probably be bruised." He Young pointed to the mottled gray stone wall on the side. The cracks in the wall outlined with lime made the wall look a little uneven. Hathaway stared with a pair of green eyes, and those talking eyes seemed to be asking, "Are you deliberately taking advantage of me?" He Young quickly waved his hand, thinking that although this woman looked stunningly beautiful, she was also quite violent. He was thinking that he should take the opportunity to say goodbye. At this moment, two young nobles suddenly appeared at the door of Connorson Mansion. They wearing a set of exquisite leather armor. Dang Dang took a few steps up the steps, opened the door, and walked in quickly. Those two young nobles were members of the war room of the Moyenling Expeditionary Force. It seemed that they had a pretty good personal relationship with Norton, and they seemed to be still busy with the day's affairs at such a late hour. "If you go back like this, is there really no problem?" He Young asked Hathaway unavoidably with some worry. "It's nothing. He did something rude to a lady first. Miss Sabrina particularly hates this kind of behavior." Hathaway took a breath and straightened the corset that had been knocked out of shape so that she could breathe again. Become smoother. Just doing this in front of a man made Miss Hathaway's face turn red. However, the surrounding light was a bit dim, and He Young did not notice this. However, when she lifted her corset, she seemed to see a patch of white and greasy waves. Hathaway felt that if she stayed any longer, her neck and collar might turn pink. So she said to He Young, "Night, Surdak. It's very late. I have to go back. You must take care of yourself." He Young stood up straight and wanted to turn around and leave after saying this to her. He also has a headache about the things stored in the hotel room. He doesn't know how to take them out. In this case, it is of course the safest way to change hotels. He also doesn't know if the young nobles will let people stay in the hotel. Suldak night. Hathaway's voice seemed very soft. She didn't even notice that He Buqiang in the distance didn't hear this sentence at all. So she continued, "Thank you for your continued help and no complaints." At this time, He Buqiang's figure had disappeared into the vast night. Hathaway withdrew her gaze slightly disappointed, turned around, and walked towards the lights of Jonathan's mansion. A gust of wind blew from behind, and He Buqiang stopped at the street intersection. He felt something cold on the back of his neck, as if a pair of eyes were constantly peering behind his back. On the way back to the hotel, He Buqiang turned around many times, and did not find anything suspicious behind him. However, the feeling of being spied on from behind never disappeared. It was as if there was a black hand behind him. Trying to suddenly, he stretched out and strangled his neck, causing cold sweat to break out on his back. There were not many pedestrians on the street, and he paid attention to everyone, as if they were one of these people, the pursuer who always refused to take the road. He Buqiang walked under the stone bridge, and there were many people on the bridge. He raised his head as if he was aware of it, and just saw the Baikal swordsman wearing a dark gray magic pattern structure, standing quietly on it. His face looked at him with a smile. He Buqiang breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing wrong with his intuition. The Baikal swordsman should be following him along the way. He climbed the stone bridge along the side steps, and stood side by side with the Baikal swordsman. The two of them did not say hello, just silently watching the night view of Handanar city, the Bina military camp outside the city, and the wild scenery. Late-night bonfires line both sides of the river and are connected in the valley, like countless stars in the night sky. Someone submitted a report letter to the Bina military camp. Your name is on the first line of the report letter, the Baikal swordsman said lightly, his eyes looking into the distance, as if talking to himself. He Buqiang did not expect that the person who came to arrest him would be the Baikal swordsman. It seemed that this time he might cause a lot of trouble to the Baikal swordsman. However, he still couldn't help but be curious and asked, "What did they say?" "It is said that a knight who escaped from the Moyinling Expeditionary Force kidnapped Miss Hathaway," Baijiali said with a smile. "Hack me," He Buqiang cursed. "I didn't expect that the young nobles from Norton would dare to say this." Swordsman Baikal looked at He Buqiang and said, "It seems that these young people want to transfer the anger of the superiors over the failure of the expeditionary force to you." His gaze was as sharp as a sword, instantly piercing He Buqiang's heart. But the feeling was fleeting. He Buqiang said speechlessly, "They turned the Moyinling Expeditionary Army into a pot of porridge. And this time, they came to the Bina army as a stir-up. They should really be tied to the battlefield and let them make a life-and-death decision in the face of evil spirits. Maybe this can help them understand the meaning of life." He lowered his head and said sadly, "To them, the lives of the heavy armored infantry regiment soldiers are as worthless as the weeds in the wilderness hills." Swordsman Baikal also sighed and said, "I am also responsible for what happened to Moyinling this time. I should stay for a while. Maybe I can find out the authenticity of the Moyinling stronghold and avoid Marquis Bowen's expeditionary force suffering such a big loss on the battlefield of Moyinling." The words of Knight Baikal reminded He Buqiang of the senior generals of the expeditionary force, who were imprisoned in the trial chamber. They are still in trouble, and may fight the princes in Handanar County. He Buqiang clenched his fists, turned to the Baikal swordsman, and said seriously, "They have to realize their mistakes. This time I want to teach them a lesson." Chapter 166 Trap. Swordsman Baikal turned around, put his arm around He Buqiang's shoulder, and walked down the stone bridge with him. There was a tavern on one side of the stone bridge. The two of them sat down in front of an open-air dining table outside the tavern. Swordsman Baikal ordered 2 glasses of golden cider from the boss. There were 2 pieces of ice floating in the glass, and there were 2 pieces of ice in the tray. There is also half a lemon. This kind of wine is 10 times more expensive than ale. The people of the Green Empire like to drink golden cider, while only the dwarves like to drink ale. He Buqiang touched his empty stomach and asked the tavern owner for a plate of stewed meat, risotto and vegetable salad. Swordsman Baikal took a sip of cold golden apple cider. The magic pattern structure on his body flashed a stream of light in the night. He leaned his sword against the fence of the tavern near the roadside and said to He Buqiang, "You don't be stupid. Each of them has a complicated family background, and as long as you don't provoke them, it won't take long for them to completely forget your name." There was a group of half-grown children sitting on the bench across the road, drooling while looking at the sword of the Baikal swordsman. He Buqiang first took a sip of golden apple cider. He felt that this sweet and sour fruit wine was not as good as cheap ale. He tasted it briefly, looked down at the nameplate on his chest, and said, "I have a simple and feasible plan. I want you to help me." Swordsman Baikal shook his head resolutely and said, "No. If you want to leave Handanar County, I can send you away." He Buqiang smiled faintly and said, "You will agree because I am a poor knight who has been persecuted. I don't see where you are being persecuted." Swordsman Baikal snorted softly and said, The shop owner brought up the meal ordered by He Buqiang. He Buqiang wolfed down the stewed meat, risotto and vegetable salad, took another sip of the golden apple cider that had faded in taste, wiped his mouth again, and then said to Baichong, "Galley swordsman said, my brother died in that battle. Someone will eventually be responsible for this. If you are unwilling to help me, then I will change to a more radical method." Swordsman Baikal could tell that He Buqiang was definitely serious when he said these words. He quickly lowered his voice and warned He Buqiang, "Hey, little duck, they are a group of nobles and are protected by the laws of the Green Empire. Don't mess around. Then you help me, as long as—" He Buqiang interrupted Swordsman Baikal, and then told him his plan. After saying this, he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and regardless of the Baikal swordsman, who was struggling with whether to do it or not, he stood up and left the tavern. After walking a few steps, he turned back to Swordsman Baikal and said, "Oh, by the way, Swordsman Baikal, I changed my name. From now on, you will call me Knight Surdak." Swordsman Baikal was sitting at the dining table speechlessly, looking at the back of little Dak, feeling that the aggressive aura on his body was growing little by little, and the wrinkles on his forehead became a little deeper. The outside of Jonathan's mansion was brightly lit, and there were more than a dozen carriages parked in front of the door. This is a building with a Baroque style. The outside of the building is full of various beautiful reliefs, and the first floor of the building is an open and gorgeous hall. 34 huge stone pillars support the entire hall. There was supposed to be a lively and luxurious dance, but the atmosphere at the dance seemed a bit tense at the moment, with two groups of people confronting each other in the middle of the dance floor. One party was headed by Norton, the college students who usually surrounded him and were very close to him. And there was also the red-haired girl Darcy Christie and a group of girls around her. On the other side is a group of college girls headed by Hathaway. However, this group seems to be smaller in number, and they are all girls who seem to be weak, but they are very determined to get together. In addition, there was a group of people who were obviously not young nobles from the Bena Advanced Swordsman Academy. They seemed to prefer watching the show outside the dance floor. The redness and swelling on Norton's face had long since disappeared, but the depression that remained in his heart could not be eliminated. He stood at the front and stared at Hathaway coldly, and said with hatred, "Hathaway, you hacking dare to join forces with others to beat me outside? How are you going to settle this matter?" A group of female swordsmen standing next to Hathaway stared at the people opposite with their big eyes. One of the girls, with a fierce personality, stood up and loudly asked Norton opposite, "Norton, what do you think with so many people surrounding Hathaway?" A young nobleman came out next to Norton, stared at the girl and Hathaway with a pair of gloomy eyes, and said with a playful smile, "Since Hathaway and her knight lover hit someone, of course we will not do anything to her. As long as Hathaway stands up and apologizes to Norton, and is willing to stay with Norton for one night, then let her knight lover just stand up obediently and let us break his kicking leg, and this page will be over." Hathaway puffed out her plump breasts, regardless of the obstruction of her companions. She took a step forward, stood opposite Norton, and asked him with a sneer, "If you want me to stay with you for one night, I will stand here and promise you, Norton. Do you have the guts?" Norton's face was livid, and he did not respond to the matter in the end. It seemed that he was quite afraid of Hathaway's identity. Hathaway raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said to Norton, "He has left Handanar City. You can't even try to catch him." At this time, Norton turned his head and looked at the group of nobles watching the excitement outside. They were young officers from the Expeditionary Forces War Room. They attended the dance at Jonathan's mansion tonight just to watch a good show. At this time, he saw Norton's momentum was overwhelmed by the sea. Hathaway pressed down, and one of the young nobles shook his head slightly at Norton, seeming to expose Hathaway's lie. When Norton saw his negative answer, he immediately said confidently, "Do you think I will believe your lies? My people are guarding all 10 gates of Handanar City. How can he still fly? Go out. As long as he is still in the city, I will catch him from a basement in the city like a mouse. I think you must not know how many people are in this city tonight. Find him." Hathaway did not expect that these noble officers from the Expeditionary Forces War Room would actually intervene in this matter. when she heard that the guard battalion in Handanar City had been mobilized. She couldn't help but worry about the safety of little Duck. Darcy Christie, the red-haired swordwoman standing next to Norton, saw a proud smile on Hathaway's complete break with Norton. At this time, the door of Jonathan's mansion was opened by the waiter. Two young knights walked in from the outside with serious expressions. They quickly walked to the war room officer, who made eye contact with Norton and reported to him. From the Constructed Swordsman Regiment. According to the news over there, someone over there discovered that Knight Cerdak secretly returned to the Maple Pudding Hotel. And our people are already watching over there. After Norton heard the news, he immediately became excited and said loudly, "Okay, let's go and capture him now." The other young college students shouted excitedly and followed Norton quickly out of Jonathan Mansion. In addition to these college students, the young officers in the war room also seemed to have unlimited enthusiasm for this matter. In their eyes, Hathaway's knight lover is also a knight deserter from the Expeditionary Legion. They also need such battlefield deserters to absolve them of some responsibilities. The hall immediately became quiet, and Hathaway couldn't help but worry about little Duck. She thought for a moment and decided to chase him out. However, the great swordsman Sabrina appeared behind her at this time and gently pressed her hand. Shoulder. "Ah! Teacher Sabrina!" Hathaway shouted. She wanted to explain the cause of the matter to Sabrina Swordsman, hoping to get her help, but was stopped by Sabrina Swordsman. There was no smile on Swordsman Sabrina's face, and she said softly to Hathaway, "Stop talking about it. I know all about this. You have to stay here tonight, and you can't go there. Let them do these things by themselves. Go figure it out." Teacher Sabrina. Hathaway still wanted to explain. Sabrina Swordsman interrupted her again and revealed to Hathaway, "Someone has already said low to me. And your friend is not as weak as you think. And it is related to some disputes within the Expeditionary Corps. Don't get involved in these things. There are too many people, and I can't take care of them. You must stay here for me tonight." Chapter 167 Dangerous Night. Leaning on the windowsill on the third floor of the hotel, He Bwichong raised his arms hard and flexibly entered the room through the open window. The room was very clean, and the sheets were brand new. He Bwichong quickly walked to the cupboard, pushed open the wooden box containing the evil ghost's head, and placed it safely inside. He opened the lid and took out a somewhat shriveled head. The evil ghost's head and the light blue iris shield were also quietly leaning against the wall next to the window. It seemed that Norton and the college students could not get any information about themselves from the hotel. He Bwichong walked to the window and saw that there was no movement outside. So he closed the curtains and started the sacrificial ceremony in the dark room. As the blue spiritual fire was ignited, a golden light descended from the ceiling, and the shadow of the two-faced and four-armed demon slowly emerged from the golden light. He Bwichong prayed to the face of God and sacrificed the head of the evil ghost, and once again gained the power of the blessed body and the blessed shield. As for the other side of the two-faced four-armed demon, dark blessing, I dare not try it easily again. I have tried the first two of the three effects of death and decay, death's whisper and life burning. These are not buff effects. They do not increase any status of your body. Not to mention, the former can actually absorb the natural world around the body. He injects the breath of life into himself, turning everything he goes into a dead place. If this kind of black magic is discovered by the law enforcement team of the Green Empire Magic Union, I am afraid that he will be tied to a cross in all likelihood, burnt to death. The use of Whisper of Death is even more frightening. When casting the spell, you actually need to draw your own blood, and it is also a language-based spell. At present, He Bwichong has not figured out the correct way to use this magic. 2 times unintentional stimulation, 1 success and 1 failure. I don't know the specific reason. He Bwichong felt that maybe he should ask the great wizard in Oyatila. As for life burning, He Bwichong didn't dare to try it. It sounded a bit scary. When the time came, the statue of the two-faced demon god in the temporary altar suddenly turned into fragments of light and darkness, and disappeared in the room. He Bwichong walked to the window, and gently opened a corner of the curtain. There was still no movement on the street outside. He pulled out the modified Roman sword from his belt, polished it casually with a whetstone twice, and picked up the kettle on the table, poured himself a glass of water, and stood by the window waiting silently. Not long after, the crisp sound of horseshoes suddenly came from the main street outside the hotel. It was the sound of horseshoes hitting the stone floor. The sound could be easily heard in the silent night. He Bwichong casually put the water glass back. He put off the table, pushed open the window, stuck his head out of the window, and looked towards the end of the long street. Sure enough, he saw a group of people riding towards them on horseback in the night. He took a deep breath, put one hand on the windowsill, and jumped out. The room he Buqiang was on the third floor of the hotel, with a vertical height of almost 10 meters above the ground. He was carrying a heavy iris shield on his back, making a muffled sound as he jumped into the street. The huge abnormal noise caused people in the surrounding rooms to open their windows and look out curiously. The young nobles riding horses on the street also saw He Buqiang carrying a shield at a glance. Norton, who was rushing at the front, was holding his hand. The riding whip inside hit the horse's butt hard, and the Gubalai horse raised its head and neighed. Its strong hind legs kicked on the stone road, and its body jumped forward 7 or 8 meters in the air, towards the hotel. Coming in pursuit, the young college students behind him urged their horses, and quickly chased after him from behind. In the shadows, under the stone overpass on the long street, a group of young aristocratic officers from the war room were parked there on horseback, looking at the college students from a distance, looking at the enthusiastic college students in front of him. The smile on Keto Joshua's face looked even gloomier under the shadow of the night. From time to time, knights would report to him the latest developments. As the top officer of the war room, Joshua graduated from the Green Empire Royal High Knight Academy. He was one of the most outstanding students of the Knight Academy. During his time at the academy, Joshua had dozens of, and students formed training teams and went to various planes to complete training tasks. This talented knight from Bena province has attracted much attention in the eyes of the great lords of the imperial capital just after graduation. Some even think that as long as he is given enough resources, he will grow into a young general like the Prince of Wales and Mo Xiang in a short period of time. After returning to Bena province, Joshua failed to command a constructing knights as he wished. Instead, he formed a temporary war room with a group of young nobles, and was incorporated into the Moyonling Expeditionary Force. Joshua, who originally dreamed of leading a team of constructed knights to kill everyone on the battlefield, had to face reality and became a war room officer. At this time, one of his subordinates had already handed over first-hand information about the Knights of Serdek. A young nobleman beside him quickly took out a moonstone and asked Joshua to read the information clearly. He just read it casually. After taking 2 glances, he handed it to his companion beside him, sneered, and then said, "I heard that he is a new knight of the 4th Battalion of the 57th Heavy Armor Infantry Regiment, and has been appointed as the squadron leader of the 6th Squadron." The young nobleman riding a blue-scaled war horse next to him took the roll of parchment and said with a sinister smile, "Joshua, do you think these college students will beat the squadron leader to death in a fit of rage?" Joshua sneered and said, "Those students haven't really seen blood after all, so they should be able to breathe a sigh of relief." The noble officers behind were also discussing in low voices, seeing the students of the Swordsman Academy running almost out of sight in the night. Joshua kicked the horse in the belly, causing the horse to spring out from under the stone bridge, and then turned to face the war room. A group of young officers said, "We have to follow the news closely. According to the news from the adjudication office, some people at the top of the army are a little dissatisfied with us. He is a low-level officer who escaped from the frontline battlefield. Currently, for us, there is some use for it." After saying this, he took the lead in riding towards the hotel. He Buqiang looked back at the group of college students who were chasing after him on horseback. He took a deep breath and ducked into a narrow alley. He raised his legs to step over a shallow puddle, not caring about the dirty water. There was no splash on his long leather boots. If he wanted to outrun those horses that were well trained on the battlefield, he could only gallop forward hard. The alley here is full of domestic garbage during the day. Before dawn every day, the night watchman in the city will extinguish all the street lights in the city and transport the garbage out of the city. Before that, in the small alleys behind some main streets, this kind of life is closer, especially at night. It always piles up like a hill. Norton rode the ancient Bolai horse and chased him to the entrance of the alley. He vaguely saw He Buqiang's figure running in the narrow alley. He suddenly pulled the reins of the war horse and drove the horse into the narrow alley. When the companions who were chasing behind wanted to stop Norton, he had completely blended into the shadows of the alley. The college students behind could only follow him. They didn't want to be led by He Buqiang. Those who were left behind, several college students decided to ride on horseback and take a detour from the streets on both sides to outflank them. He Buqiang took advantage of the cover of the shadow and climbed onto the protruding terrace behind a 2-storied building. This terrace was not very high. He Buqiang touched the Roman sword at his waist, and his eyes fell on a section next to the terrace. On the log, he held the arm-thick log in his hands, hid his body in the shadows, and waited for Norton and his group of friends to catch up behind him. Chapter 168 Lessons. The horse's hooves stepped into the puddle, making a snapping sound, and the splashing water droplets fell on the mottled walls on both sides. But there was nothing left in the puddle. Only a shallow layer of mud was left at the bottom of the puddle. Shallow hoofprints. Norton's mood was a little impetuous, and there was no trace of anger on his face. When he thought that he had deliberately planned to get close to Hathaway and planned to confess to her at the college's graduation dance. But during the plane experience, the plan that had been implemented for nearly a year was ruined. Cole Norton felt something in his heart. A lot of unwillingness. Hathaway is a woman full of sensibility. She has a wild horse in her heart, has her own dreams, and likes to chase freedom. She is the kind of woman who does everything for love for no reason, even if the family has already appointed a seemingly beautiful woman for her. He was a pretty good fiancé, but she still wanted to fight. Norton had even planned a romantic prom for Hathaway, where he would confess his love to her. In fact, many female swordsmen are confused about the future during the graduation season, which makes them long for care. They are like standing at a fork in the road, and they are at a loss and cannot make a choice. If they can play some tricks at this time, the method will make her indulge in his arms, and she will feel a sense of accomplishment just thinking about it. But just when he was about to pick the fruit, he encountered many unexpected things. Someone came out and interfered. It was a follower of Hathaway's unlucky fiancé. What really happened? It's too bloody. Norton felt that if he had forbidden spells such as spirit-gathering magic or reincarnation, he would have to resurrect Baron Sidney from the grave and let him see with his own eyes what his fiancé was doing with his trusted knight. Together, that scene will definitely be very exciting. Norton was sitting on his horse, thinking wildly. The alley was dark, with life on both sides, and the air was filled with the smell of smelly mandarin fish. At this moment, a shadow suddenly flashed in front of Norton's eyes. He pulled out the sword from his waist with a sudden move. The sword flashed and pierced the black shadow. The black shadow landed lightly on the tip of Norton's sword, allowing him to pierce the air completely with this sword. At the same moment, a log stick fell silently from above his head, and Norton focused all his attention on the black figure in front of him. He never expected that the stick would fall on his head. Boom! A muffled sound. Norton fell on his back from his horse. He was spinning all over the place. With a snap, he fell onto the stone floor in the back alley. After the ancient horse galloped forward for a few steps, it stopped in a well-trained manner and wanted to return to check on its knight master. Norton's eyes and pupils rolled up slightly out of focus, and his whole body became confused. Completely passed out, He Buqiang climbed up from the terrace to the roof of this house, as nimbly as a monkey. The Swordsman Academy students swarmed up from behind. A group of people rode horses, and saw the knocked-out Norton lying sprawled on the ground. Several of Norton's friends shook their heads, and looked at He Buqiang, who was about to disappear on the roof, with angry expressions on their faces. He jumped off the horse. Several swordsmen jumped onto the terrace, climbed the mottled wall with their hands, and chased after He Buqiang on the roof. The college students waiting below began to help Norton in various ways. They first patted his cheek, and then rolled his pupils. When they saw that he had just passed out, someone took off a water bag from his waist and poured it out. The ground rained on his head. Wow! Norton suddenly became alert and opened his eyes suddenly, looking around in horror. He Buqiang climbed to the roof. Almost all the street-facing buildings in Handanar City were closely connected together. Even though the roofs were of different heights, they were easy to cross. Looking at them, they looked like low walls connected together. At this time, it was already several academy students followed from below. The students from the Swordsman Academy were well balanced and coordinated, and were better at climbing. They were chasing after him. The college student, who caught up behind him, kept closing the distance. He was wearing an exquisite magic pattern structure. In the dark night, the magic patterns on the leather armor were flowing with the glow of magic. He carried two swords, one long and one short, behind his back, and there was a gleam in his eyes, with a playful smile, like a Shiba Inu hunting prey. The smile on his face was so fake that it froze. After crossing a roof, He Buqiang carried a blue iris shield and crashed into a pergola set up on the roof. He was shocked to see several residents of Handanar City sitting around a small oven drinking. When these people saw an uninvited guest breaking in, they were all startled and couldn't figure out where he came from. He said low awkwardly. ran a few steps, and jumped to the low roof in front. Under the surprised eyes of those people, he landed on the roof of the neighbor's house with his feet, and walked forward with a shield on his back. Roll over, and then get up from the ground. The Swordsman Academy student, who was chasing behind him, caught up from the opposite rooftop. He Butcheong straightened up this time, and did not continue to run away. Instead, he directly held up the shield behind him, and faced the Academy student, who jumped high, and then fell from the air. Born. Shield slam. The college student did not expect that He Butcheong would hold a shield and fight back. He had no defense at all. When he saw He Butcheong raising his shield behind him, the only thing he could do was to protect his body with both arms amid the screams. Face. Try your best to twist your body in the air, and hit the shield with the thickest part of your body. The whole process was like the college student taking the initiative to hit the shield. With a bang, the college student lay stiffly on the ground unconscious. He Butcheong did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, but put into a defensive posture and blocked a sword thrust from behind. The other two college students, who followed, were already chasing after them. They were holding big swords and leaping high towards He Butcheong. Another college student simply held the big sword and headed towards He Butcheong. The sword turned into an afterimage and crashed directly into it. He Butcheong pointed the shield in his hand at the Academy student, who was slashing above his head, and the modified Roman sword in his hand stabbed the Academy student without dodging, in a posture of exchanging lives for lives. When the Academy student usually played against each other in the Academy, he never encountered such an unreasonable style of play. Usually his opponents used more sophisticated skills to resolve the attacks. When encountering this kind of situation, he couldn't figure out how to deal with it. Seeing He Butcheong's sword stabbing him, he knew that as long as he bumped into him and blocked He Butcheong's sword, his companion's leap slash would immediately dismember He Butcheong's body. But when it came to a life and death decision, the college student finally deflected the collision trajectory, avoiding He Butcheong's sword thrust, and planned to hit He Butcheong's wrist from the side. What He Butcheong wanted was this little time difference. He raised his head and smiled, raised the shield with both hands, and swung it fiercely into the sky. The leap slash Academy student twisted his face in the air, and slashed with the sword in his hand on the thick shield. It just feels like being chopped on an iron mountain. Then, the shield performed the shield counter in exactly the same way, and a silver rune burst out in the college student's eyes. The shield hit him, and a huge force caused him to fly backwards and fell unconscious on the rooftop. When He Butcheong turned around and faced the sword coming from the side, he calmly blocked the sword and just fought with one sword. The college student immediately knew that he was not as powerful as He Butcheong, and the weapon in He Butcheong's hand was the Roman sword was extremely heavy, and the sword slashed down with overwhelming force. Since he was robbed of the opportunity to start, he was forced to defend. However, He Butcheong's sword was heavier than the other, and the Academy student could only parry. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen swords were struck. The student took a step back after each sword, and after taking more than 10 steps in a row, he retreated to the edge of the rooftop. If he took another step back, he would fall from the roof of the building more than 10 meters high. He Butcheong had a stern look on his face, and the Roman sword in his hand struck the college student with a cleave. A flash of sword light flashed past. The college student could not block He Butcheong's sword, and couldn't help but take half a step back. A flash of despair flashed in his eyes, but he refrained from shouting and fell from the roof. In the lobby on the first floor of Jonathan Mansion, swordsman Sabrina stood in front of Hathaway and the female swordsman. She turned to look out the window, sighed softly, and said to the female swordsman in front of her, "This may be the last lesson I prepare for them before graduation. I want them to know that the sword skills learned in the academy can never be directly transferred to the battlefield. They need to have a clear understanding of this." Chapter 169: The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. At the same moment that the Academy swordsman fell from the roof, He Butcheong dropped the Roman sword in his hand, quickly grabbed the Academy swordsman's arm, stepped on the rainproof eaves of the roof, and forcefully pulled him from the roof. The edge was pulled back. The young Academy swordsman was in shock. He sat on the roof covered in sweat and gasped for air. The hand holding the sword was shaking as he withstood He Butcheong's continuous attacks. He Butcheong took a few steps back, wiped the sweat from his face, picked up the modified Roman sword from the roof, squatted on the side of the building, and leaned down to look down. 5 Academy swordsmen were riding Gu Butcheong. The horse galloped down the street. At the end of the street was a crossroads. Beside the crossroads were 3 young officers from the war room on horseback. The young officer in the war room waved his hand to the 5 young swordsmen, indicating that everything was normal over there. The 5 academy swordsmen on horseback immediately pulled the reins and stopped on the street. The 4 swordsmen gathered together to discuss the search plan in a low voice, while another young swordsman kept looking around on his horse. He suddenly raised his head, as if he was aware of it, and happened to see He Butcheong squatting on the roof of the 3-story building, looking at him with a smile on his face. "There he is!" the young swordsman called to his companion. The 5 academy swordsmen immediately dismounted. One of the young swordsmen stood guard downstairs, and the other 4 swordsmen climbed the stairs along the outside of the small building and rushed to the roof. The young swordsman chased him out from the stairs on the roof. Panting, he looked around on the roof. He saw He Butcheong carrying a shield on his back and holding a Roman sword in his hand. He was standing at the edge of the roof. The dark blue leather armor on his body was almost the same as the knight. He merged into one and didn't wait for them to rush over. He just smiled and waved to them before jumping off the roof. Several academy swordsmen who rushed to the roof ran to the edge of the roof and saw He Butcheong jumping from the roof. Then he jumped directly to the street from several balconies of different heights in the 3-story building. Holding a shield, he savagely slammed into the young swordsman who was staying behind. In just a few rounds, he used his shield to knock the young swordsman to the ground. Without any hesitation, He Butcheong turned over and mounted an ancient horse, galloping directly in the opposite direction of the intersection. The 4 young swordsmen on the roof looked at each other in disbelief, watching as he both snatched an ancient horse and drove away on the street. One swordsman hammered the wall on the roof angrily. The other young academy swordsman saw 2 students on the roof being knocked unconscious and lying sprawled on the ground. Another student was sitting on the roof in a daze, with a pale face and trembling hands. They quickly ran over to check condition. The 4 young swordsmen found that the 2 classmates lying on the roof had only been knocked unconscious without even a single sword wound on their bodies. At this time, how could they not understand that the other party had been showing mercy? So they were in no mood to continue chasing. Just carried his unconscious companion downstairs, feeling full of frustration, and ran to join the others with a gloomy look. More than 20 graduates of the Swordsman Academy were trying their best, but they were unable to do anything against an ordinary knight from the heavy armored infantry regiment. This result is really unacceptable. But the opponent's strength is obviously higher than everyone here. For a long time, these young academy swordsmen were not in the mood to continue chasing. On the tallest bell tower at the intersection, several young officers from the war room, wearing the blue uniforms of the expeditionary force, stood next to the bronze bell on the top of the tower. A few hundred meters away, the dim street lights did not allow people to see too much of the situation there. It was clear that the figure carrying the blue shield was galloping in the other direction of the long street, and the young officers in the war room had laid a large net at the intersection. But when he was waiting for the fish to enter the net, he found that the fish was as slippery as a loach and slipped away along the street on a horse. A thin layer of gray clouds blocked the hook-like bright moon. The young officer named Joshua snorted coldly and said, "The students of this class of Beta Swordsman Academy are all a bunch of losers. With so many people chasing and intercepting a knight of the heavy armored infantry regiment, he can still be teased like a dog walking. And in the end, he can obey the master with great arrogance." Street left. His eyes were thin and long, like 2 sharp swords when he narrowed them. The young officer standing next to Joshua couldn't help but ask, "Joshua, how are the people you prepared doing?" The officer named Joshua quickly walked down the winding staircase and down the bell tower, with a cold face, and did not answer. The fair-skinned and slightly chubby young officer next to him added, "This knight of Surdak is quite capable of being promoted from an ordinary heavy-armored infantryman to a squadron leader in such a short period of time." Officer Joshua looked back at him with some dissatisfaction, his face full of impatience. The fat young officer immediately said, "Let's go over and have a look, so as not to escape from our hands in the end. Tomorrow, the senior leadership of the Legion will conduct a preliminary investigation." Officer Joshua quickened his pace and left the fat young officer behind, leaving him alone behind to chatter endlessly. A row of black-scaled horses was waiting at the exit below the clock tower, and a group of young officers from the war room were also waiting below. They were all wearing tight-fitting black leather armor and looked like night-walking assassins. Officer Joshua walked down from the bell tower. He jumped on his horse, looked at the street where He Butcheong disappeared, and said to the men behind him, "Let's chase him." He Butcheong rode his horse towards the west of the city, and the street lights on both sides of the street swept back from him one after another. Some warriors dressed in black appeared on the surrounding rooftops. Emerging from the rooftops, they carried longbows on their backs and hung quivers on their waists. Standing on the commanding heights of the rooftops, Some men in black emerged from the narrow alleys on the street. They were well trained, holding swords and shields in their hands, and placed a row of shield walls in front of He Butcheong, blocking He Butcheong's way. As soon as the men in black on the roof showed their heads, a row of fine steel arrows were fired at He Butcheong from the roof. Obviously, these archers on the roof were not sharpshooters, like Hawkeye or Silver Moon Ranger. They relied more on intensive volleys. Shoot. And they shoot very fast. They can shoot a round of arrows in almost 3 breaths. He Butcheong was so frightened that he quickly leaned his body on the horse. A row of arrows almost brushed He Butcheong's back, and they shot into the door panels and walls of the street shops continuously. Those fine steel arrows, it is so sharp that it can dig deeply into even stone walls. Before the second wave of arrows could be fired, He Butcheong released his hands from the reins, took his feet off the stirrups, and jumped off the horse. Immediately afterwards, another wave of feather arrows flew in front of him, and several feather arrows were inserted into the body of the war horse. The horse neighed and rode towards the shields of the group of black shield warriors at the street entrance. The wall rushed through. The shield behind He Butcheong hit the ground first, causing spider web-like cracks on the bluestone. However, the momentum of He Butcheong's body rushing forward did not decrease. He rolled twice in the rapid movement and hit a bench on the side of the road before he came to a stop. Seeing the shield warriors in front cutting down the ancient Bolai horse, they surrounded He Butcheong. Facing this group of battle-hardened veterans, He Butcheong did not dare to be careless at all. So he could only change his direction and head towards the 2A passage is now drilled into the middle of the house. A dark figure happened to be blocking the gap in the wall. Seeing He Butcheong sneak in, he waved his iron fist without saying a word and hit He Butcheong in the face. He Butcheong raised his head to avoid the punch, but was kicked firmly in the lower abdomen by the man, causing him to take 4 or 5 steps back. The man in black in the crack in the wall rushed forward like a stupid bear and strangled He Butcheong's neck, leaving him breathless. Chapter 170 Using Yourself as Bait. He Butcheong clasped those strong hands with both hands, but those hands were like vice. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break him open. The big man in black looked at He Butcheong with contempt, with a cold smile on his lips. The arm was almost as thick as He Butcheong's thigh. He Butcheong was out of breath, and he took out his foot and kicked the big man in black in the lower abdomen. But the big man in black blocked it with his knees as hard as stone. He Butcheong grunted, as if he had kicked an iron block, and his toes hurt. Just when He Butcheong was about to lose consciousness, a statue of a double-faced demon appeared. The big man in black was slightly startled, and a layer of silver runes appeared on the skin of He Butcheong's throat and hands. The runes contained a sense of helplessness. The resisting magical power bounced away the hands of the big man in black. He Butcheong took the opportunity to punch the big man in black in the face and struggled to stand up from the ground. In the narrow gap between the two houses, the big man in black wiped his bloody nose and rushed towards He Butcheong again. At this moment, the black-clad shield warriors, who were chasing behind, also squeezed into the narrow gap. The warrior in front held up the square shield to open the way, and the warrior behind set up Paglio's spear, and the two of them rushed in. He Butcheong had no choice but to press his shoulders against one side of the wall, trying to resist the people coming from both sides. But when he was leaning against the wall, he felt that the wall behind him was a little loose. He Butcheong had a sudden idea and slammed his shoulder against the wall. The wall that had been in disrepair actually collapsed, and He Butcheong fell into this building. In the house, the room seemed to be a bedroom. 2 children were lying on the double-decker bed on the inside. They were woken up by the sudden loud noise and stared at He Butcheong, who was buried in bricks with wide eyes. He Butcheong got up from the soft carpet, with almost no choice, and strode towards the bedroom door. The man in black behind him once again made a bigger gap in the wall, and then he got into the room, only to find that his head was he was about to hit the ceiling, and he grabbed He Butcheong's collar behind him. However, the moment his fingers touched the collar, He Butcheong's body suddenly dwarfed, and he got out of the bedroom with a large hole exposed. The shield warriors in black behind did not stop and chased after the big man in black. After rushing out of the house, a dog came out of the backyard. But for some reason, the dog didn't dare to bite He Butcheong. It silently pounced on the man in black behind him, but was kicked in the waist and abdomen by the man in black. He Butcheong was running ahead and almost heard the clear sound of bone cracking. The dog let out a whine, flew out, and hit the fence wall. The fence wall was covered with wild grapevines, and a large piece fell immediately. The dog rolled into the vine and became silent. He Butcheong rushed from the yard to the street and immediately noticed that there were people in black on both sides of the street. The walls of the two-story townhouse in front of him were bare, and there was no possibility of climbing up. He Buqiang took a look looking left and right. He calculated the direction, and gritted his teeth, and rushed to the left. The man in black blocking the street on the left side put on a defensive posture nervously. As long as He Buqiang could be blocked, those who caught up behind him would be able to surround He Buqiang to death. At this time, there were more than a dozen men in black carrying long bows running towards us on the roofs in other directions. They stood on the roof, and their field of vision was obviously wider. They stopped, pulled out the bowstring, and fired another shot. The volley fired. This time, the archers were not in order, and their arrows were not accurate. But the sound of arrows hitting the wall still made He Buqiang feel sore in the soles of his feet. Being targeted by a group of experienced archers, He Buqiang felt that the hair on his back was all gone. The roots stood up, and the threat they posed was not something that the fledgling academy swordsman could give. The man in black blocking the street on the left saw He Buqiang stumbling over, and didn't dare to be careless. Being able to let him rush here is enough to explain a lot of problems. For many non-shield warriors, the best defense is to attack. So the man in black thrust a spear at He Buqiang without hesitation. The spear at his hand was like a dancing snake, and the trajectory of the spear was unpredictable. He Buqiang gritted his teeth and blocked the spear with the iris shield in his hand. But he did not dare to swing it from the front. Otherwise the spear would definitely make He Buqiang stop. As long as he stopped a step, the black man chasing behind him with the big man and a group of black shield warriors will bite him to death. And if he wants to escape from the battle, he will have almost no chance. He slammed into the shadow of the man in black spear with his shield, and a shadow of a two-faced, four-armed demon instantly appeared behind him. At the same time that figure appeared, He Buqiang's strength increased greatly, and the heavy shield easily took the spear from the shadow of the spear. The real spear was pushed aside. The man in black looked at the shadow behind He Buqiang in horror and shouted, "You are a turn!" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, He Buqiang had already rushed to the man in black holding a spear. He had no time to draw his sword and stabbed him. He only used his momentum to press his shoulder on the chest of the man in black. The man in black could not withstand the force of He Buqiang's collision. His sternum made a crisp sound, and he flew out and fell on the wall. This time He Buqiang summoned his, sure to increase his strength. It was regarded as a full blow from He Buqiang. The man in black hit the wall and immediately smashed a stone wall. A big hole was made, and He Buqiang had rushed out of the street. The big man in black, who was catching up behind him, was only 2 steps away from He Buqiang. He was about to catch up with He Buqiang. He suddenly rushed up with a fist and hit He Buqiang in the back. It is almost impossible for He Buqiang not to dodge. But if he dodges, he will inevitably be entangled by the big man in black. At the critical moment, he forcibly twisted his body and raised the shield. The big man in black punched the shield. He felt as if a bison had hit him. Under the impact of this huge force, his body flew straight out of the street and fell into the river. There is a river in the city on this street, which happens to be the dock for loading goods. He Buqiang passed by here in the afternoon and knew that there was a river here. With the help of the big man in black's thunder attack, his body crossed the street entrance. The stone platform jumped straight into the sparkling river. The river was pitch black at night. He Buqiang fell into the river and only caused a small splash. He Buqiang fell into the river and did not dare to surface. Instead, he quickly dived to the bottom of the river and walked backwards along the edge of the river upstream. At this moment, he only felt that the mass of qi circulating in his body was almost being shaken away. He only felt that his throat was burning and painful as qi and blood surged. And there was a fishy and salty taste in his mouth. At the other end of the long street, Officer Joshua, with a cold face, and a group of his men were riding over quickly. When they arrived at the pier by the river, He Buqiang happened to have jumped into the river, and a group of archers stood there. On the dock, the long bow at his hand was opened, and the bow and arrows were placed on the bowstring. As long as He Buqiang emerged from the dark river, these arrows would be shot out without hesitation. The big man in black seemed reluctant to jump into the river. After waiting for a while, the shield warriors in black also rushed over. They didn't even need the officer Joshua to give orders. The group of shield warriors discarded their heavy shields and heavy swords. Plop plop, one after another jumped into the river. However, this group of black-clad shield warriors dived into the bottom of the river and searched dozens of meters downstream, but could not find any trace of He Buqiang. The big man in black and the two small groups of archers immediately ran downstream along the river bank, trying to find He Buqiang, who wanted to climb ashore along the way. As Joshua stood by the river holding the riding crop, the young officers in the war room behind him did not dare to breathe. "Hack him!" Officer Joshua threw the leather riding crop in his hand into the river. At this time, the fat young officer Chioshu opened his eyes wide and looked at the street lamp next to the embankment 300 meters away on the upstream river bank. A figure carrying a blue shield was climbing up from the river. All wet, the ground held the street lamp with his hand and vomited out the river water in his stomach. "Head! He's over there!" the fat white officer said to the officer beside him. Joshua, with a look of joy on his face. "Follow me!" Officer Joshua said harshly, and led a group of young officers from the war room in pursuit on horseback. At this time, He Buqiang did not stay under the street lamp. Instead, he wiped his mouth, glanced at the young officers riding horses behind him, and got into the alley ahead. The alley was not a good place for horse racing. War room officer Joshua and a group of young officers chased after him, but they were never able to catch up. However, He Buqiang never disappeared from their sight until He Buqiang rushed into a gray zigzag building in a panic. A group of young officers circled around the zigzag building and found that there was no other exits. Officer Joshua showed a cruel smile on his face. He rode his horse through the arched door of the building, forced the door open and rushed in. Chapter 171 Clown. I felt that if I split this into 2 chapters, I would be easily scolded. So I combined the 2 chapters into one. That's all for today. There is a towering tree growing in the middle of the square courtyard. The umbrella-shaped crown of this tree almost covers the entire courtyard. Standing in the courtyard, you can only see the bright starry sky through the gaps between the leaves. But tonight, there is a layer of stars floating in the sky. The gray clouds faded into the gauze, and it seemed that all the stars were hidden in them. The 2 door guards hid behind a stone statue with pale faces. They kept looking here, looking at the young officers riding tall horses. They thought these officers were coming to kidnap the senior generals of the expeditionary force in the trial. This kind of thing has never happened before. This time it happened that all the guards in the trial court entered the main battle area of the Handanar County battle. Counting the fat cook, there were only 4 people on duty in the trial court. The 2 guards did not dare to stand behind the stone statue. When I came out, I could only watch helplessly as these young people rushed into the courtyard of the trial house. It's just that after this group of young officers rushed into the courtyard, they didn't seem to have any intention of rescuing the senior generals of the expeditionary force, but were chasing a soldier. "Ah! It's him!" When He Buqiang ran past the statue, the guards in the trial room happened to see the slightly impressed face under the dim wall lamp. When this night came during the day, he looked a little different. I originally thought he was the knight retinue of Count Mongoss, but after seeing Count Mongoss, he actually ran away without saying a word. The 2 guards nervously touched the silver coins in their pockets, thinking that it was really not easy to earn the silver coins for bribes. He Buqiang ran into the yard, and Officer Joshua followed him on horseback. He sat on the horse and drew out his knight's sword. The sharp blade shone coldly under the wall lamp. He thrust the sword in his hand into He Buqiang's back without saying a word. He Buqiang dodged behind the pillar, and the long sword in the hand of Officer Joshua scratched a string of sparks on the stone pillar. He Buqiang was not to be outdone and wanted to use the sword to cut off the hind legs of the horse under his crotch. But then, he was struck again. A war room officer rushed up. He Buqiang raised the iris shield in his hand, and the shadow of the 2-faced and 4-armed demon appeared behind him. When the young officers saw the power behind He Buqiang, they were stunned for a moment, and then slashed at He Buqiang with the knight's sword in their hands. Every time he blocked, a silver rune would burst out on the iris shield. He Buqiang retreated into the corridor of the square building. The young officers jumped off their horses one after another. Joshua rushed at the front, and he also showed off his power. Behind him is a golden sword. Every sword he swings has the sword light of the golden sword behind him. The blade of the knight's sword in his hand is nearly doubled in size. It seems that the moment behind him gives him the blessing to give the knight's sword a sword glow. However, the golden sword light was restrained by the silver runes on the shield. For a moment, there was no way to break the shield in He Buqiang's hand. Other young officers followed Joshua, and a group of people forced He Bo into the corridor. There are more and more people in front of He Buqiang. When he raises his shield, several long swords are often struck down, and the Roman sword in his hand has to constantly resist the long swords thrust from other directions. In this corridor, every time He Buqiang took a step back, He would get several wounds on his body from these young officers. Until he retreated to the corner. He held up the long sword that exuded golden light in Joshua's hand. And leaned his back against the cold stone wall. At the moment when He Butchung's body stopped, a knight's long sword thrust out from diagonally below. Just like the second team of soldiers assassinating evil spirits. The long sword penetrated under He Butchung's ribs. And the gap between the diaphragm and ribs on his back came out and pinned him firmly to the stone wall. He Butchung's face suddenly turned as pale as paper. And the iris shield in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. As for the Roman sword, it was also picked aside by the group of young officers. He just leaned against the stone wall at the corner of the corridor. On the bed, he stared at the wound on his abdomen and glanced lightly. Every time I took a breath, my chest and abdomen felt like they were being torn apart. The pain was so severe that I could faint at any time. At this time, Joshua, who was standing in front of He Butchung, stopped, with a half-smile on his face, and stared at He Butchung with a look of pity. He Butchung spit out a mouthful of blood and rolled his eyes along the young officers in front of him. He looked up and stared at Joshua weakly and asked, "Did Norton instruct you to take revenge on me?" Officer Joshua reached out and took out a white silk handkerchief, wiped the corners of He Butchung's blood-stained mouth, assumed a victor's posture, reached out, and pulled out the nameplate around He Butchung's neck until he could clearly see the words engraved on it. Then he said to He Butchung, "Knight Serdek, of course you can think so. But this time of going to great lengths to hunt you down is certainly not just a trivial matter." He Butchung raised his head and glanced at Joshua. His tone sounded a little weak. The bleeding from the wound had stopped. The 17 nodes in his body were continuously releasing sacred power and repairing his wounds quickly. But He Butchung calmly asked at this moment, "Do you know me? Are you the young nobles in the Expeditionary Forces war room? How could it be you?" Although he had known their identities for a long time, He Butchung still pretended to be surprised, as if he had just recognized their identities. At this time, the young officers began to search the square yard. They found that the first floor was actually empty. There was such a fierce fight in the yard, and no one came out to watch the fun. The young officers did not even bother to climb up to the second floor to continue. Check. When Officer Joshua saw that the Knight of Serdek recognized him, he did not deliberately conceal his identity. He put the nameplate on He Butchung's chest back and said in his ear, "Tomorrow the Adjudication Office will make its first ruling on the defeat of the Moyenling Expeditionary Corps. All parties to the Expeditionary Corps need to submit reporting reports. You are one of the deserters who ran back from the past. I came here to arrest you this time because I want you to be able to in front of the executive officer of the Judgment Office. I can truthfully tell you the whole process of how you escaped from the battlefield to Hendenar City." After saying that, he held He Butchung's head with both hands and stared into his eyes, with a sinister expression on his face. "If you want to survive, you must do as I say." Then Officer Joshua grabbed He Butchung's hair, raised his head, and threatened him fiercely. "I think if you can honestly plead guilty, it may make the sentencing process simpler." He Butchung felt that the wounds on his chest and abdomen were torn apart by Joshua again. He stared at Joshua and asked, "Asking me to plead guilty in front of the executive officer of the Judgment Office? But I don't think I made any mistake. What did I do wrong? Is it wrong to escape from the evil devil's knife?" Seeing He Butchung's tough attitude, Officer Joshua's face became even more ugly. His tone also became a little sharp. His face was a little ferocious. And he said to He Butchung, "It is precisely because of the mediocrity and incompetence of the Expeditionary Force generals that you soldiers and the lack of execution ability led to the great defeat in the Battle of Moyenling. But the actual situation is not like this. No one knows better than you who is at fault for the failure of this battle," He Butchung retorted. After saying these words, the faces of the young officers in the war room became ugly. He Butchung also felt that he had gone too far. He felt that if he said this again, the young officer in front of him would probably lose control and kill him. Joshua's face turned livid. He pulled He Butchung's hair. His voice seemed to be roaring from his throat. And he angrily yelled at He Butchung, "Why not? The failure of this Moyenling battle was entirely caused by the decay and incompetence of the expeditionary army from top to bottom. It was because Marquis Solomon was old and lost his original vigilance against evil spirits after successive victories. There is no way to respond in time to the evil spirits. They always think that the heavy armored infantry regiment can protect the catapult regiment and the crossbow regiment. But what is the reality?" Under the tug, He Butchung felt that the wound on his abdomen was torn apart again. He grinned and did not dare to argue anymore. Joshua seemed to have found an outlet, and angrily yelled at He Buqiang. The cannon fodder soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment are like paper in front of evil spirits. How can they protect the crossbow regiment? Just like you. It was you deserters who ruined the great situation of the Moyinling battle and made these officers in our war room the laughingstock of others in the Bena army. He seemed very excited, and his voice became hysterical. He Buqiang felt that he would pull out the knight's sword inserted in his ribs in the next second and stab him again and again. But at this time, Officer Joshua inexplicably calmed down, as if he was neurotic. He took 2 steps back, sat on the railing of the corridor, and said to He Buqiang, "The expeditionary force discussed the joint combat mode of various arms and the blanket advancement of the combat plan. It was a conclusion reached by more than 20 of us after 2 weeks of deduction on the sand table. Even if a pig is in command, as long as the issued military orders are implemented up and down. If so, victory in the Battle of Moyinling will be easy. It's because your troops are so bad. We have made decisions for so long. How could we be wrong?" After saying that, he pointed at He Buqiang's forehead and cursed angrily at him. "Those generals in the Expeditionary Corps are just a bunch of stupid pigs. But you are worse than a stupid pig. No, you can't be considered stupid pigs. You are destined to be a group of cannon fodder. As for you, you are just a cannon fodder who escaped from the battlefield. Cannon fodder can still die. If I kill you now, you will die without any value." The atmosphere around him became a little weird. The young officers all straightened their bodies and looked like zombies in the undead army. Their faces were ashen and their eyes were wide open, trying to give Joshua some tips. But it seems that he doesn't dare at all. A group of people stood there shivering. The big stone hanging in He Buqiang's heart finally fell to the ground, because he suddenly discovered that the Baikal swordsman was among the group of young officers. But he had been an audience, watching everything silently. At this time, a light came on, followed by another light. The light emitted by the moonstone was so soft, but it chilled the heart of Officer Joshua, because he suddenly found a large group of people standing on the narrow terrace on the roof of the building. Each of these familiar faces. It would make him feel shuddering. When those lights came on, he gradually became sober in his heart. At this time, a familiar voice came from the top of the building. It was Earl Biddle, who had always given him the strongest support in the Bena army. At this time, the voice was like a furious lion, roaring at Joshua. "Joshua, have you said enough? How dare you criticize Marquis Solomon Bowen like this? Tell me, who gave you the courage? The family behind you? Your outstanding commanding ability? Or me?" Joshua finally woke up from his anger. He raised his head and wanted to explain to the group of people above. So he said, "Uncle Beard." That familiar figure was standing next to Marquis Solomon Bowen, whose face was as pale as the bottom of a pot, and angrily yelled at Joshua, "I am not worthy of being your uncle. Before we return to Bena province, I can write a letter home and tell your father what you did in the Warsaw Plain. Now, you and your war room commander's officials, you need to stay here for the time being, waiting for the judgment of the trial court." In the past, the generals, who always looked kindly to him in the expeditionary army camp, all had gloomy faces. They were like an audience on a high platform, and Joshua felt like a clown on a stage performing a burlesque show. No, they are all clowns. He Buqiang leaned against the wall in the corner of the corridor, taking advantage of the fact that no one around him noticed him. He held his breath, pulled out the knight's sword from his ribs, put it aside gently, and covered it with his hand. From the bleeding wound, the pale golden sacred power was released from the palm of his hand, quickly healing the wound on his abdomen. The flesh and blood in the body are nourished by the divine power and absorb energy to heal quickly. He quietly walked toward the door of the trial house, but was discovered by a young officer next to him. The officer immediately shouted, "You can't leave, you! A deserter from the battlefield!" When these words were spoken, the already extremely cold atmosphere at the scene instantly condensed. Who among the people in the expeditionary force who can stand here today is not a deserter? The young officers in the war room, the senior generals of the expeditionary force on the balcony on the 3rd floor, or the former soldiers of the expeditionary force who have been reorganized into other numbers. The Baikal swordsman walked out from behind these young officers, stood beside He Buqiang, raised his head, and said loudly to the group of expeditionary generals on the 3rd floor terrace, "I am Baikal of the Bena swordsmen. As far as I know, Knight Soldak was ordered by Baron Sidney to escort Miss Hathaway back to Handanar County and temporarily left the front line. After learning of the rout on the front line, Knight Surdak returned to the front line to dispose of the bodies of his comrades in the second team, and brought back their identity plates. In the past 2 days, Knight Surdak has also been running in many directions, hoping that these soldiers who died on the battlefield will not be treated as missing persons. They are heroes of the Empire, and we must also treat those on the front line the same way we treat heroes, people who died in battle. So I think that if he really needs to be convicted, it would only be for not returning to the team on time. Then, Swordsman Baikal looked at He Buqiang seriously again. His eyes swept over the sword wound on his abdomen, and then solemnly said to He Buqiang, Knight Surdak, if you believe me, please give me the nameplates of those soldiers who died on the front line, and I will give an explanation to these soldiers. He Buqiang glanced at Baijiali's swordsman gratefully. He was able to say this in front of the senior generals of the expeditionary force, which was considered a promise to He Buqiang. Thank you, Swordsman Baikal. He Buqiang stood up straight, performed a military salute to Swordsman Baikal, and then straightened his back and walked out of the trial court with difficulty. Chapter 172 Goodbye. News of the victory in the Handanar County Assembly flooded into the city like snowflakes. The whole city immediately fell into a sea of joy. People poured into the streets singing and dancing, and gathered in front of the city's central square with 8 fountains and knight statues. The tavern owners brought out the ale from the cellar, and all the citizens held their glasses high, celebrating this rare victory. According to traditional practice, the ale consumed at such large collective gatherings has always been paid for by the city hall. But only ale. If you want to eat bread, sausages, barbecue, etc., you still have to pay for them. Handanar City is located in the middle section of the Pasayati River Basin. The land here is fertile. The water and grass are luxuriant, and the water network is very developed. There are large farms and pastures on the outskirts of the city. Before the relationship between the local indigenous people deteriorates, people can still be hired here. Very cheap indigenous migrant workers. So Handanar City has accumulated a lot of wealth in the past few decades. The sounds of accordions and bagpipes came from the square. He Buqiang stood in front of the hotel window. However, he could not see the lively scene in the square from here. The buildings in front completely blocked the city's central square. But people were coming to the square one after another from the street. There was a gathering there, and even the maple pudding inn had people moving 2 carts of ale from the wine cellar and transporting it to the city's central square. This was another great victory on the Warsaw Plain after the Battle of the Kempado River. After this battle, the Bena Legion once again showed His Majesty Charles of the Green Empire the style of the Bena Swordsman Regiment. And the Bena Legion was in Handa. The main military mission in Nar County has come to an end for the time being. There was a knock on the door. He Buqiang opened the door, and saw the hotel waiter standing in the corridor, with a large glass of ale. He smiled and said to He Buqiang, Knight Surdak, would you like a glass of ale? At this time, Handanar everyone in the county will have a drink. Okay. Thank you. He Buqiang took the wine glass from the waiter's hand, then took out a silver coin from his arms, and put it into the waiter's hand. The waiter was a little surprised by He Buqiang's generosity. Taking out a silver coin as a tip was indeed a bit much. If you can, please give me a plate of dried fruits and the like. I'm not used to drinking on an empty stomach. He Buqiang ordered the waiter. Okay, Knight Surdak. The waiter turned and left. He Buqiang was about to close the door, but found that Baikal's swordsman was sitting by the window with his feet dangling in the air, his head resting on the window frame, looking very lazy, squinting at the people celebrating victory outside the window. People seemed to be enjoying the glory of this victory. Swordsman Baikal. He Buqiang shouted in surprise, and walked quickly to the Baikal swordsman. Is the injury healed? Swordsman Baikal turned his head, and looked at He Buqiang. Seeing the way he walked and the fact that there was only a thin layer of linen shirt between his waist and abdomen, he guessed that most of his injuries had healed. All right, He Buqiang said readily. There is nothing to hide from Swordsman Baikal. After hearing this, Swordsman Baikal sighed again and again. Little duck, you were born to be a paladin. But unfortunately, you don't want to join our construct knights. I think you should think about it again. We are the entire Baijia Knights, the best constructed knights in the province. Baijiali said this to He Buqiang more than once. But He Buqiang remained unmoved and was determined not to join the construct knights. He Buqiang said seriously to Baikal swordsman, I just want to return to Helensa and go home to sea. Swordsman Baikal was a little dumbfounded and asked, You don't really think of yourself as Surdak, do you? He Buqiang raised the nameplate on his chest, waved it in front of the Baikal swordsman, and said, I am Soldak. Swordsman Baikal caressed his forehead with a helpless expression. After a while, he raised his head and said, I'm really happy for Soldak. Making a close friend like you is probably the right thing he has chosen in his life. When He Buqiang saw that Baikal's swordsman acquiesced to this matter, he filled Baikal's swordsman's glass with the ale brought by the hotel waiter from the table, handed it to him, and then said, I'm lucky to have met him. Then he also picked up a glass of ale, stood casually at the window, and asked Baikal's swordsman, Are you looking for me this time just to persuade me to join the Construct Knights? Swordsman Baikal took a sip of ale, then took out a parchment scroll from his arms, threw it to He Buqiang, and said, Of course not. I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. By the way, I'll give these to you. He Buqiang took the sheepskin scroll in his hand, and before opening it, he curiously asked Swordsman Baijiali, What's this? He Buqiang asked as he opened the parchment scroll, which was stamped with the seal of the Bena Legion military headquarters. The parchment said, officially awarded the title of Knight of Serdek. Swordsman Baikal replied, Take your reserve knight certificate and go to the Knight Academy in Helensa city for half a year. As long as you can pass the Academy's assessment, you can become a real canonized knight. However, this assessment only happens once a year. This year's exam passed otherwise. We have to wait until next year. He Buqiang had long known that reserve knights needed to go to the Knight Academy for further studies, but he did not expect that the Academy would actually require assessment. And if he failed the assessment, he would fail the exam and make up the exam. Suddenly, he felt like the nightmare from his previous life would continue into this life. Swordsman Baikal seemed to suddenly remember something, and took out a parchment scroll from his arms, threw it to He Buqiang, and said without waiting for He Buqiang to ask, Well, and this? Your retirement application has been approved. This is your portal pass in the Warsaw Plain, which means you can return to Bena province at any time. He Buqiang did not expect that Baijiali's swordsman had prepared all these for him. My heart felt hot, and I said to the swordsman Baikal with emotion, Thank you for these. Swordsman Baikal. There seemed to be no words that could express He Buqiang's mood at the moment. He carefully put away these two precious scrolls. Just as Swordsman Baikal was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. He Buqiang walked over and opened the door. The hotel waiter was standing at the door, holding a large nut plate. He Buqiang said thank you to the waiter and took the nut plate. This is a nut that is abundant in Handanar County, called lizard claw fruit. It looks like a lizard claw. Use a knife to pry open the outer hard shell. And there are 3 nuts inside that are full of oil and special fragrance. White nuts. This nut is considered the favorite marching ration of the local indigenous people. However, this kind of lizard claw fruit tree is very rare in the Gandal Mountains. This kind of nut tree mainly grows near the Poseidon River, and this area has been completely occupied by the Green Empire people. Swordsman Baikal peeled open a lizard claw fruit, held an ale cup in one hand, and said to He Buqiang, You don't need to thank me. These are the same even if they go through the normal process. But your pension application, you really should treat me to a drink. The most troublesome thing in the Legion now is to apply for pension. Although this battle has been a heavy blow, we defeated the evil Ghost Legion, but our Legion also suffered heavy casualties. In fact, the results are far from as good as the propaganda. The Duke currently needs to raise a large amount of money to serve as a pension. So right now, it is a matter of quick hands and slow hands. Then he breathed another sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, this battle is finally won. At least some spoils can be recovered. The cost of war can sometimes really bring down a country. He Buqiang stood up straight, gave a military salute to Swordsman Baikal, and said, On behalf of all the members of the second team, thank you for your help. Swordsman Baikal. Mentioning the members of the second team, Swordsman Baikal also showed a look of regret. Hey, the scene where we fought side by side in the valley is still vivid in my mind. They are all brave warriors. The people living here should remember them. Swordsman Baikal patted his forehead and said, By the way, the young officers in the war room will be sent to the trial court today. They need to pay a price for those wrong decisions. To be honest, the Empire's legal and regulatory protection for the nobles is really comprehensive. They should only receive some minor punishments. But their reputation in the Bena Legion has been completely ruined. I think these young people may leave. Duke Newman of the Bena Legion is feeling sorry for this matter. These young men were all recruited by him at a great cost when he went to the imperial capital in person. But he did not expect that they would end in this way. Marquis Solomon Bowen is mainly responsible for this incident. Speaking of which, The 2 Construct Knights under his command were completely dispersed in the Battle of Moyun Ridge. Now only half of the Construct Knights can be recovered. It can be considered that most of the net worth was invested in the Warsaw Plain, and the other counts also lost their own legions. According to the punishment for failure in previous battles, these troops were almost lost. The Bena Legion did not make any supplements. So said, as long as you have money and excellent soldiers, the things here don't matter at all. For this kind of penalty, He Buqiang has been mentally prepared in the past 2 days. After all, those young officers all have the aura of noble status. This is probably the last thing He Buqiang can do for his comrades, who died on the battlefield of Moyonling. He Buqiang could only say a few words silently in his heart. You young nobles in the war room, it is best not to let me meet you in the future. However, keeping this kind of threat in my heart seems to only comfort myself. Swordsman Baikal took a sip of ale, half leaned on the windowsill comfortably, and said to He Buqiang, "Oh, that's right. I almost forgot to tell you that Count Mongas has woken up. But this defeat has hit him hard. He has almost lost his memory now. He can't remember many things. Yesterday was already over." He followed the Chamber of Commerce back to Bena Province on his way back. However, the knight recommendation letter he wrote to you before is still valid. Speaking of which, you are nominally his canonized knight. I think after you return to Helensa City, remember to pay him a visit. Okay, He Buqiang said, because of Baron Sidney's outstanding achievements on the battlefield. And in order for Baron Sidney to win over his cronies, Count Mongas gave Baron Sidney one of the 12 knighthoods. But now Baron Sidney has died on the battlefield. Cerdak is not familiar with Count Mongas. If Mongas is conscious, he may include Soldak among his personal knights. But now Count Mongas, he suffered a serious blow in the Battle of Moyonling, and he didn't know whether he could get back on his feet. He Buqiang is now a relatively free knight, and does not have to go on missions for Count Mongas very often. After all, the title of knighthood on Cerdak belonged to Count Mongas. Once Count Mongas takes it back, He Buqiang will become a civilian. Therefore, Baikal Swordsman still hopes that He Buqiang can establish some contact with Count Mongas. At least not to let him take away the halo of knighthood. Of course, He Buqiang also has his own worries. If Count Mongas regains his memory and finds out that he is a fake when he visits him, he doesn't know what will happen. The two drank ale and were silent for a while. Swordsman Baikal said again, "In this battle of Moyun Ridge, there were probably more than 700 young nobles like Baron Sidney, who died on the battlefield. Those who died in this battle of Moyun Ridge were almost all young nobles from the faction of Helensa City. So it is conceivable that many noble inheritances in Helensa City will have no heirs. If you are lucky enough to marry a noble lady, it is not impossible to be promoted from a canonized knight to a third-class baron. You have to know, nobility and knights are completely different concepts. Only after you become a noble will you find that your life will take on a completely new aspect. I am afraid that the number of civilian soldiers lost in this Battle of Moyonling was also quite large. And the lineage of Marquis Solomon Bowen probably came from the area around Helensa City. In that case, not only the young nobles would be killed, but also a large number of civilians. Soldiers also died in this battle, and it is unknown how many families will be ruined as a result. According to what Baikal Swordsman said, if some of the nobles in Helensa City cannot find a suitable heir, then this honor and the land they own will be taken back by the empire. There are always some people who want to take the opportunity to cross over this step. Seeing that He Buqiang didn't speak to him, Swordsman Baikal changed to another topic. The students from the Bena Advanced Swordsman Academy are leaving Handanar County today. Are you ready to set off so soon? He Buqiang said. Speaking of this, he thought of Hathaway and Beatrice. These two people were probably the only ones he was familiar with among these college students. He didn't know what happened to Beatrice's injuries. After the effect of the divine blessing body wears off, you will probably feel pain for a few days. As for the other people in the Swordsman Academy, He Buqiang thought that there might still be some small misunderstandings between him and them. For example, it was better not to meet Norton and his friends. He stood by the window and stuck his head out to take a look. And sure enough, he saw several large magic caravans gathered at the door of Jonathan's mansion. This time, 19 Academy students of the Swordsman Academy died in Handanar County. At least their ashes were to be taken back. Obviously these arrangements have been made, and the Academy will feel that they can set off and find the wilderness hills so quickly. The wreckage of the magic caravan also had a lot to do with the overall victory in the Handanar County tournament. The distance between the Maple Pudding Hotel and Jonathan's mansion is a bit far. Although it is a long and unobstructed street, the situation there is not clear. I could only vaguely see the group of college students boarding the black magic caravan in batches. It didn't take long for the magic caravan to slowly drive out of Jonathan's mansion. When passing the hotel, He Butchyoung was standing by the window. At this time, he looked at the students of the Swordsman Academy through the car window. They were all sitting in the car with depressed expressions. Few of them had smiles on their faces. Sitting there quietly, letting the black magic caravan slowly drive away from Handanar City. Hathaway's beautiful face was reflected in the car window. Beatrice almost lay on her body and kept looking out the window. It wasn't until the magic caravan passed by the hotel that Beatrice sat back down in her seat with some sadness. See you again. I will. She looked at the clouds in the distance and thought in her heart. Chapter 173 Singing is just crying. He Butchyoung pressed his hands on the edge of the windowsill and looked at the sparkling Passaidi River in the distance, with a look of longing and intoxication on his face. The city is glowing with new life, and the noisy streets are full of people singing. Do you know their way home? Swordsman Baikal smiled gently, and with an expression on his face that he knew you were going to ask this question. He held the wine glass and said, They must first go to Epsom City, the main city of the Busman family in the Warsaw Plain, and then take the teleporter back to Iverson City under the control of the Busman family in the Green Empire, and then take the teleporter from Iverson City temporarily teleport the magic circle back to Bennis City. He put his finger into the beer glass and dipped a little ale in it, then drew a curved line on the glass window with 2 circles at the end and said, If you want to return to the province of Benna, this will be the same route. He Butchyoung thought about it carefully and realized that Baikal Swordsman was talking about the route from Handanar County to Epsom City. Baikal Swordsman then went to these winding places to He Butchyoung explained in detail the route area and the things that need to be paid attention to along the way. Swordsman Baikal briefly introduced Epsom City. As a city controlled by the Busman family, Epsom City is one of the largest cities in the Warsaw Plain, and it is also the first city of the Green Empire in the Warsaw Plain. The city is also the last line of defense in the Warsaw Plain against evil spirits. With the teleportation certificate, you can pass through the teleportation gate in Epsom City at any time. After arriving in Iverson Province, you still have to walk a long way to reach Benna Province. The same is true for the group of Swordsman Academy students. In this way, it's just that you can't enjoy the large magic caravan and temporary teleportation magic circle that are only available in advanced colleges. You can only take the magic airship from Iverson's airport to Bennis City, and then transfer to the sea from Bennis City. Lanza's magic airship. Of course, you can also ride a horse from Bennis City to enjoy the scenery along the way and return to Helensa. When Swordsman Baikal introduced these to He Butchyoung, his eyes were filled with memories. He was like a ranger who had been away from home for a long time, his eyes full of homesickness. There is no shipping route on the road from Handanar City to Epsom City. You need to ride a horse to complete this section. Baikal Swordsman added to He Butchyoung. He Butchyoung did not expect that the world would be so big. After hearing what Baikal Swordsman said, he felt a little headache about the journey ahead and said, It sounds so far away. Swordsman Baikal took a sip of ale, glanced at him, and said, You completed the farthest part of the way through the portal. It takes at least 20 days to get to Epsom City from here, even by horseback. And from Iverson to Benna, it will take half a month by airship. But it is a rare flight. During the journey, you will fly from the southeastern region of the Green Empire to the central part of the empire, spanning at least 3 provinces, and there will be endless scenery along the way. Seeing that He Butchyoung was very interested in what happened on the journey, Baikal Swordsman continued to say to him, Based on my experience, I suggest you find a female companion during your long journey, so that your journey may not be so boring. He Butchyoung's mouth opened like an O-ring, and he wanted to know what good advice the Baikal Swordsman had. Seeing He Butchyoung's somewhat moved eyes, Baijiali smiled slightly and said, But it's best to forget about those female students from the Swordsman Academy. They are not someone you can mess with now. He Butchyoung smashed open a lizard claw fruit with the handle of his knife, threw the oily nut into his mouth, clinked glasses with Baikali, and then the Baikali Swordsman said again, The female swordsmen in the Swordsman Academy are usually ladies carefully cultivated by some noble families. The families behind them also hope that they can recruit some young talents into the family, such as some young magicians, and some with potential. Excellent knights. Those traditional old nobles also need to inject some fresh blood into their families from time to time. Are there many such old aristocratic families in Benna province? He Butchyoung asked curiously. Do you think it's too much if I say that all the female swordsmen in the academy are almost the same? Swordsman Baikal asked, and then said, if you want to date them without marrying them, once you or if their family knew about it, the price they would have to pay would be huge. But even if you want to marry them, you must be recognized by their family behind you as a talented person worthy of their initial investment and training. Baikal swordsman patted He Buqiang on the shoulder, said earnestly, and even if you are selected by them, it is not a good thing. You have to join their family. If that is the case, you will lose more than half of your freedom in the future. He Buqiang did not expect that those aristocratic girls, who looked as delicate as flowers, would be feared like tigers by the Baikal swordsman. However, in He Buqiang's view, joining a noble family is not unacceptable. Swordsman Baikal added, if you want to find a reliable female companion during your journey, a young noble lady is of course your first choice. Seeing He Buqiang's surprised expression, Swordsman Baikal said, but there are two prerequisites for this. One is that their husbands are not around, and the second is that you have to make them like you. If there is no choice, then you can look for those young girls who want to return to the Green Empire but have no choice. If someone is willing to have something happen with you along the way, and you think she is not bad, you can return to Bay, take her along with you on the road to Na province. And don't feel any psychological burden. The plain war broke out, and a large number of imperial people who came to the Warsaw Plain to prospect for gold wanted to return to the Green Empire without war and chaos. They all flocked to Epsom City. I want to return to the Green Empire through the portal. But the portals during the military control period issued very limited teleport passes to ordinary people. So this kind of girl can be seen everywhere in Epsom City. As an officially canonized knight, you have the right to carry one attendant through the portal. Is there such a thing? He Buqiang did not expect that someone would give himself away just for a ticket to the portal. Swordsman Baikal's face also became a little serious. And he said seriously, they are all poor people who are trying to survive. If she wants to follow you all the time, don't drive her away if you can. Be sure to do it when choosing someone. You have to choose one you like enough. Of course, if you feel that this is not a good idea, you can also sell this quota to the merchants in Epsom City. They will ask a confidant carrying a large amount of goods to accompany you back to the Green Empire. Remember that this kind of carrying goods is for paid services. You must negotiate the price in advance. It is best to ask them to pay the tax on your goods. If you bring this kind of goods, it usually ranges from 3 to 5 pieces. But you must keep your eyes open and don't let them carry it. Once you are found out, the Magic Guild Law Enforcement Corps of the Green Empire will invite you back for tea. Believe me, the prison of the Magic Guild Law Enforcement Corps is the most terrifying place in the Green Empire. Don't give them the chance to catch you. When He Buqiang heard this, he thought of a word that he once said in his previous life, bringing goods. He didn't expect that there is such a thing in this world. When he thought of this, he suddenly felt more cordial. Swordsman Baikal then told him some things about Bena province. If you go back to the province of Bena, you will feel that the whole city is full of swordsmen. And there is a strong atmosphere of learning swordsmanship throughout the city, because that is the hometown of swordsmen like us. He Buqiang rubbed his forehead and said to Swordsman Baikal, well, you said that I should be a great paladin. Swordsman Baikal looked at the shield standing in the corner with some embarrassment and said, well, actually sword fighters or berserkers are pretty good too. Regarding Baikal's swordsman's statement, He Buqiang felt that it was not very reliable, because he was a swordsman himself. And as for the word berserker, he had never said it at all. He Buqiang talked about his vision for the future. Of course, this was also something he and Suldek discussed together. Actually, I just want to go back to the countryside and buy a piece of land, preferably by a lake. I need some irrigation water. It doesn't matter if there is a mountain. I will plant fruit trees on the mountain. Just those golden apples you mentioned. And taro fruits. And you can also raise some chickens and ducks. He Buqiang said. You really don't have high requirements for life. Swordsman Baikal felt that all he had said was a complete waste of words. Little Dak, before I leave, I still want to reiterate to you that if you want to join the Construct Knights, you might as well come to the Bena Legion to find me. He raised his glass to the noisy square, drank the ale in the glass in one gulp, jumped from the windowsill on the 3rd floor of the hotel to the street. No pedestrians felt anything was wrong. And then the Baikal swordsman squeezed into the crowd and headed towards walk past the lively square. The crowd suddenly raised a hand and shook it again and again towards He Buqiang. Standing at the hotel room window, He Buqiang felt that it was time to leave Handanar County. At least there was nothing worth missing here. Now that the second team's pension has been applied for, He Buqiang took another look at the teleportation pass in his hand. It seemed that this thing was much more precious than imagined. Not every soldier who had completed his service could get this thing, because portal resources are limited during the Plain War. Many soldiers who have expired their service have to wait until a certain number of returning Imperial warriors are reached before they leave the Warsaw Plain together. He Buqiang tidied up the things in the room, put the remaining 6 evil ghost heads back into the linen bag, carried them on his back together with the shield, hung the modified Roman sword on his waist, and silently opened the door of the hotel room. After closing the door and completing the checkout procedures at the hotel front desk, he actually handed the key to the waiter at the front desk and took out the obviously fattened Guboa horse from the stable in the backyard. It's a pity that this horse doesn't have a suitable saddle yet. It happened that my set of Warcraft leather armor was also in the leather shop. I was about to go to the leather shop to get this set of leather armor back. I could also buy a leather saddle by the way, but I actually forgot about it. I asked Swordsman Baikal what he should prepare for this journey, such as marching rations and the like. After leading the horse from the leather shop, the maroon Guboa horse suddenly had a set of exquisite saddles. With this thing, it can make people ride more comfortably on the horse. After buying the saddle, He Buqiang realized that this thing was really practical. Not only could the bag containing the evil ghost's head be hung on the hook next to the saddle, but there were also corresponding places for Roman swords and shields. In addition, the owner of the leather shop also suggested that He Buqiang buy a leather water bag. After leaving the leather shop, He Buqiang didn't know what to prepare for a while. It wasn't until he passed by a dried fruit shop and saw the hill-like lizard claw fruits on the wooden board outside the shop that He Buqiang felt the need to buy 2 bags to take with him. As a result, this ancient Bolai horse actually brought a lot of things. When he led the horse through the city's central square, the edges of the square were also crowded with people. He Buqiang could only move out a little bit among the crowded crowd. The songs of the victors rang out in the square, as if the whole city was singing. These songs were gentle and melodious. I heard that this is the song of the Bena swordsman that all the Bena people will sing. Listening to them singing it repeatedly, He Buqiang gradually understood the main meaning of the lyrics. The song is melodious, tragic, and can be repeated endlessly. Humming, you can rest for a while when you are tired, and then join the chorus. The whole city maintains the same rhythm, and all the accompaniments are drowned in the singing. The day of glory has come. For freedom. Beloved freedom. Guardians. Let's fight together. Under the flaming flag. Let victory rush to the majestic note. Let the dying enemies see your triumph and our glory. We will find those ashes. Inherit your virtues. Follow your footsteps. It's not that I hope you survive with red eyes, but I hope to share the coffin with you. We will feel extremely honored. To He Buqiang's ears, the winner's song was clearly a cry of mourning for his dead comrades. He Buqiang rode a horse and stood on a mound outside the city of Handanar County, looking back at the city made of gray rocks. The whole city exudes a light mist. The Poseidon River passes by the edge of the city. There are numerous military camps on the upper reaches of the river bank. That is where the Bena army is located. Teams returning with victory one after another are standing there. On the avenue in front of the military camp gate, the queue stretched several kilometers away. He Buqiang didn't need to ask about the road to Epsom, because there would be trucks on the road from Handanar City to Epsom City from time to time. And some trucks were heading to Handanar City. There are also some trucks loaded with loot heading towards Epsom City. On top of the cargo of these trucks are some escorts. They sit on the high piles of goods, chatting animatedly while overlooking the lively Handana urchin. The joy of victory infects everyone here. He Buqiang was riding on horseback, quietly following a caravan, his shadow getting longer and longer on the Lus road. Chapter 174 Reunion. Knight Serdak led the ancient Bolai horse and stood on a high cliff about 20 kilometers away from Epsom City. At the foot is a vast plain formed by the alluvial flow of the Kepito River. Epsom City is located at the easternmost end of this vast plain, next to a branch of the Kempeter River, the Kepitomos River. This is a native of the Warsaw Plain. The transliteration of the language, if translated from the indigenous language, is the arm of the goddess. And the Kemperdo River can be translated as the river of the goddess or the river of the mother. The Kepitomos River surrounds Epsom City for most of its circle. The river here forms an omega shape. Within the circle is Epsom City, the first majestic city built by the Busman family in the Warsaw Plain. The entire city is covered with waterways extending in all directions. The height of Epsom City's ordinary city walls reaches more than 80 feet. There are 200-foot-high arrow towers built every 500 meters on the nearly 50-kilometer-long circular city wall. A total of 91 arrow towers were built on this circular city wall. There were 5 large city gates built on the side of the city wall without a moat outside the forest. There was also a large pier and a shipyard on the south side next to the Capitomas River. There is a light haze of smoke and dust hanging over the city. Looking from a distance, the city is built in a light haze of sand and dust. Knight Serdak's current location is a stone cliff next to a pass. This pass is the only way to go from Handanar County to Epsom City. And it is also the last place along the way where you can overlook the Love, in the place where Epsom City is located. If the team leaving Epsom City wants to take a last look at Epsom City before leaving, they need to climb this cliff, and then enter the rolling mountains and ride horses. It probably takes 7 or 8 days of walking in the mountains. And Knight Serdak just happened to come out of the mountains in the east of Epsom City, because he was only 1 person and 1 horse. And there was almost no courtesy. He had plenty of food and water prepared along the way. Even if the road was blocked, you can also lead the horse along the way. Even if you go around a steep hillside, you can still find the original path. There was almost no delay along the way, and we arrived at the outskirts of Epsom in only 16 days, nearly 4 days ahead of schedule. On the way, when he introduced himself to his fellow travelers, he always introduced himself as Knight of Serdak. He tried hard to make himself forget the name that no one had ever called before. During the second half of the journey to Epsom City, Serdak did not blindly seek speed. He followed a caravan. The captain of the caravan was very enthusiastic and saw a knight following his caravan. Every time they have a meal, they will take the initiative to serve a delicious broth and scones. And they will also sit down and chat for a while. These traveling businessmen are very talkative. And when they heard that Knight Serdak was serving the knights who had completed their military service and were about to retire, took the initiative to invite him to join their caravan. However, seeing that Serdak was not interested, he never mentioned it again. He introduced a lot of things about Epsom City to Serdak, including how to stay in this city, how to eat, etc. Businessmen are clever and calculating, and they can always find good quality and cheap hotels. Even in Epsom, which is as crowded as a sardine can, travelers can find a place to stay. Knight Serdak, we are about to set off. The businessman Elijah shouted loudly towards the cliff, and Serdak waved his hand towards the slope next to the pass, indicating that he would go down immediately. The convoys in front had already set off one after another. By the time Serdak rode down the cliff, the bonfire on the slope had been doused with water and covered with a layer of moss-covered soil. Finally, a carriage was already 500 meters away, and businessman Ilya sat on the last carriage and kept waving to him. Serdak gently poked the thigh of Gubalai's horse with his riding crop, and the horse bolted out like an arrow, and soon caught up with him from a distance of 500 meters. As the caravan entered the Camperdo Plain, more travelers and pedestrians were met along the way. It seemed that a large number of Green Empire people were preparing to move to a safe place. Obviously everyone wanted to find an opportunity to return to the Roland continent. The merchant Elijah said to Serdak, after arriving at Epsom City, we will camp outside the city. Are the Knights of Serdak prepared to enter the city overnight? Uncle Elijah, do you know where the teleportation gate in Epsom City is? Serdak asked Elijah with a faint smile on his face. Knight Serdak, don't you even know where the portal is? You have been living in the plain of Warsaw since you were born and have never left. Businessman Ilya asked suspiciously. Almost. Serdak touched his nose and said vaguely. Businessman Ilya took a serious look at Serdak and confirmed that he was definitely a member of the Green Empire, and not a spy who sneaked in from somewhere. And then said, oh, the portal is located in the Peace Square in front of Epsom City Hall. But there are many guards there. I heard that a second-level strongman is guarding that door. Only the portal pass can pass through that door. The gate. Knight Serdak, do you have a pass? He felt that this Knight of Serdak might not even have the pass certificate required for teleportation. So he asked tentatively. Yes. A friend has prepared this for me before leaving, Serdak said lightly. After saying that, he took out the sheepskin scroll from his arms and showed it to the merchant Elijah. Elijah calmly glanced at the red-brown ink stamp on the scroll and immediately recognized that it was a genuine one. He didn't close his mouth for a long time because the portal voucher was not easy to obtain. Recently, only the military could issue such a one-way transport voucher at any time. Businessman Elijah felt that he might have picked up a treasure. His face was instantly filled with a smile, and he said to Serdak, seeing that you are alone, don't you have any knights to follow you? I am alone at the moment, Serdak replied. Then are you willing to bring goods for our business group? What I'm talking about is a paid way of bringing goods. Our knights will temporarily dress up as your knight followers and follow you through the portal. Then, based on the total value of the goods, I'll give you a certain percentage of the commission." After hearing the merchant Elijah's request, Soldak thought of what the Baikal swordsman said in Handanar city. It seemed that this kind of thing was really common. He Buiqiang did not expect that the first request to bring goods was actually made by the businessman named Elijah in front of him. "You want to bring goods? So can you tell me what you want to bring?" So he asked carefully. "Well, the biggest specialty of the Warsaw Plain is the thick skin of the giant swamp crocodile, and the black-striped demon skin of some evil spirits. As long as these things are transported to the imperial capital, they will be hot commodities in the market." Businessman Elijah also said don't be afraid to speak out without hiding anything. "Uncle Elijah, can I think about it?" Swordsman Baikal said that if you encounter something that is inconvenient to refuse immediately and cannot make a commitment, then you might as well say to the other party, "I'm thinking about it." "Of course, if you think about it, you can always find me outside the city. I will be handling some things in Epsom City in the next half-month," Elijah said. It seemed that the businessman Elijah did not feel discouraged or depressed at all. He was still chatting with him as usual, and his mood was not affected at all. After countless roads continued to converge, they finally converged into the last 7 roads leading to Epsom City in front of us. The caravans on those roads finally gathered together, and everyone rushed to the majestic city of Epsom in front of them. City. Looking across this vast plain, the roads extending in all directions are dotted with travelers and merchants heading to Epsom City. From a distance, it looks like 7 chains extending from Epsom City. A large number of imperial people poured into Epsom City from different places, making this city that can only accommodate a population of 2 million now crowded. There are nearly 3 million permanent residents, as well as a large number of travelers and merchants. These people bring prosperous trade to Epsom City and make the city full of vitality. Many large caravans and some poor people who could not pay the tax to enter the city set up tents on the open space by the river outside Epsom. This resulted in a large number of tents outside Epsom, and there seemed to be other tents outside the city. A large market that facilitates trade. Soldak followed the merchant Elijah to this prosperous market outside the city. The merchant Elijah's caravan was very familiar with this place, and quickly found a suitable place to camp by the river. And businessman Elijah introduced the sounds in the market here to Soldak in detail. He told Soldak that any product in this market would be at least 20% cheaper than the shops in the city. If you want to buy anything, you might as well buy it here before entering the city. The city tax is charged per person, and there will be no additional surcharge for any large items. However, the ancient Bolai horse Soldak has to pay the tax of 2 ordinary people. The reason is also very simple. The number of horses in the Warsaw Plain is seriously insufficient, and there is space in Epsom City. Limited. In principle, the Busman family does not want knights to bring horses into the city. There are cheap stables outside the city to foster their mounts. If you simply want to stroll around the city, it is best to choose to leave your horses outside the city for foster care. The most cost-effective way. Even knights who want to enter the Green Empire through the portal can sell their horses at the horse market here. The official purchase price at the horse market here is definitely more expensive than that in the Green Empire. Knights arriving in the Green Empire with this money, you can buy war horses of the same quality with less money in any city. The reason why the Epsom City horse market is like this is entirely to control the loss of livestock. Now the portal is overloaded, so every resource sent to the Warsaw Plain is very precious, including these well-trained animals, war horses. But usually knights will not give up their mounts, because they regard their mounts as fighting partners, and generally will not give up their war horses in order to pay this tax. Of course, there are also temporary mounts, because with this move by Epsom City, they will be kept as much as possible. The free market in summer is full of various mixed smells. Under the scorching sun, it is like a huge steamer. The sour smell of people's sweat, the salty smell of leather, the smell of horse manure, etc. are all mixed together, making this place full of life in the market. Soldak led the horse and followed the merchant Elijah into the market inexplicably. He clearly didn't want to buy anything, and it was the biggest mistake to lead a horse through the market, because the market was simply too crowded. People crowded around were always clinging to their horses. What Soldak was most worried about was that his horse had a bad temper and would accidentally kick down the people behind it. But it's not good. Businessman Elijah introduced the goods here to Soldak with great interest. In his eyes, these goods seemed to be marked with various quality levels and price points, and any defects in each item could not escape him. It is a pity that the knight, Soldak, has no desire to buy any goods. Excellent warcraft leather, high-quality weapons and armor, and some weird things, such as the bear bile of the earth dire bear, the deer whip of the ice blue deer, the necklace made of the fangs of the wind wolf, the horns of the demon antelope, etc. Warcraft materials. The markets are still full of plaques offering high prices for purchasing magic herbs. It seems that magic herbs are scarce in the entire Warsaw Plain. Just when the businessman Elijah thought that the Soldak Knight might not have anything he wanted to buy, unexpectedly, the Soldak Knight actually stopped in front of a stall selling women's accessories. The businessman said Leah also stopped. Soldak held a string of pearl necklaces in his hands. Businessman Elijah felt that this necklace was just ordinary goods. If it were a better quality than this necklace in coastal cities, the price would not exceed 5 silver coins. But I'm afraid it will be more expensive here in the Warsaw Plain, especially since the necklace connecting buckle is very delicately designed. 15 silver coins. The stall owner also seemed to be a weird guy. He quoted the price without raising his head, and he didn't seem to want to bargain. The Knight Soldak thought that he should bring some gifts to his relatives in Helensa city. Unexpectedly, the pearl necklace he chose was a bit expensive. He was hesitating whether to bargain with the stall owner, but found that the businessman on the side was profiting from the price. He secretly glanced at him and put the pearl necklace back quietly. After leaving the stall, the businessman Elijah whispered to the Knight Soldak, "Pearl necklaces of this quality can be found in any jewelry store in Iverson City, and the price will never exceed 10 silver coins. If you want to buy jewelry for your family, this is not the place. It's a good place. It's better to bring some blue deer leather that is unique to the Warsaw Plain. Even if you return to your hometown, you can find a leather shop and customize some blue deer leather boots according to the sizes of your family members, whether they are long or short style. This kind of leather boots are very popular in the Green Empire." Soldak himself didn't have any good ideas. After hearing the suggestion from the businessman Elijah, after thinking about it, he felt that it made sense. The leather trade here is what businessman Elijah is good at. He happily took Soldak to 3 stalls in a row, and finally negotiated a price with the stall owner in front of the 3rd stall. Soldak bought 2 pieces of blue deer leather for 50 silver coins each. At this time, the businessman Elijah finally realized that the Knight Soldak seemed not too short of money, and had plenty of money. He took out a gold coin without any hesitation. Just as the 2 people were passing by a stall, Soldak suddenly stopped and his eyes fell on a stall selling furniture. This stall was filled with all kinds of old furniture. But the wood of the furniture is very good, including some tables and chairs made of ironwood and indigo wood. Moreover, these old furniture were sanded by the stall owner and then painted with varnish several times, making them look really good. Just behind this stall, there are still piles of old furniture waiting to be refurbished. A man with a beer belly is sitting there, repairing these old furniture with a file and a claw hammer in his hand. The carpenter looked focused, not affected by the lively atmosphere of the market at all. Businessman Elijah was still wondering if Knight Soldak wanted to buy a set of furniture to take back to the Green Empire. I saw the Knight Soldak standing in front of the furniture stall. He didn't even look at the stall owner. Instead, he showed a sincere smile to the carpenter repairing the furniture inside and said, "Hey, John! Why are you here too?" Chapter 175, John's Home. When John saw Knight Soldak for the first time, the smile on his face was uglier than crying. Soldak saw John's embarrassed expression and immediately realized that John's military service period had not yet been completed, and that he had been reincorporated into the catapult after escaping from the expeditionary camp in Moyenling. In the camp, it is said that he should be working as a catapult repairman in the catapult camp. But at this moment, he actually appeared in the free market outside Epsom City, and he was still in front of a second-hand furniture stall, and he was still repairing these old furniture. After he saw Soldak, the first thing he saw after meeting Soldak was not that after the reunion. Instead of being overjoyed, there was a smile that was uglier than crying. This made Soldak couldn't help but wonder, why did John appear here? "Hello, Knight Soldak," John stammered. He seemed a little embarrassed, and did not dare to look directly into the eyes of Soldak. Seeing that Knight Soldak did not rush to catch him immediately, John was slightly relieved in his anxious heart. He sat next to the pile of wood, took out a greasy linen towel, wiped the sweat on his face, and stood up from the chair. Soldak smiled at him, and said in the tone of an old friend, "When will this job end? I think I can buy you a drink before I leave Epsom City." Seeing that Soldak did not expose him on the spot, John couldn't wait to say, "You can do it any time. I pay per piece to renovate these old pieces of furniture here. The businessman Elijah saw that Knight Serdak was familiar with the carpenter, and he stood aside and could not say anything. So he bid farewell to Knight Serdak very knowingly, and did not forget to invite Serdak before leaving. The knight went to sit with his caravan when he had time. Serdak also wanted to retain the businessman Elijah. After all, this businessman took great care of him along the way. But at this time, the businessman Elijah had already blended into the crowd and disappeared quickly. Serdak didn't even have time to speak. John took off his leather apron and walked out of the wood pile. While brushing off the sawdust on his body, he wiped the oily sweat on his neck with a towel. This free market was so hot that it made people breathless. The owner of the wood stall immediately went after counting the furniture that John had repaired. He counted several silver coins in person and handed them to him. Serdak led the horse and walked side by side with John in the crowd. John was very familiar with this place. Soon the two of them walked out of the bustling free market and found an open-air tavern to sit down outside the free market. It seems that at the outskirts of every free market there is a tavern that provides some simple meals. Scones, white bread, stews and sausages are always the constant themes in the tavern. There are more than a dozen simple wooden tables in the open-air tavern. These wooden tables seem to never be wiped clean. There is always a layer of sticky oil stains on them. A pimply-faced waiter brought over a plate of sausages and a plate of white bread, along with 2 glasses of ale. John held the wine glass and took a big sip of the ale. His face turned red all of a sudden, and then he mustered up the courage to whisper to Serdak. Knight Serdak, I escaped from the battlefield. You won't go expose me, right? After speaking, he looked to both sides cautiously, worried that someone might be eavesdropping. Can you tell me your reasons? Serdak looked around. The drinkers were drinking heavily, and no one noticed. John said with some frustration, They said I was a deserter. Not only will I not get any credit for the victory in this battle, but the new captain will also send me to the trial to receive judgment. I have already handed over the evil ghost head to them. In fact, I have already agreed that I will donate the merit of the evil ghost head, as long as I can offset the merit. They were very happy to agree to it at the beginning, but after the victory of the battle, the law enforcers from the adjudication office went down below to check the number of deserters in the Moyinling Expeditionary Force. They handed me over without hesitation. Damn it! These guys turned their backs and refused to acknowledge me. People, Serdak sighed lightly. Now it seems that the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment is performing much better in this regard. At least Baron Sidney will not blatantly take away the merits of his soldiers. Secondly, when the team went out on missions, they handled all the evil ghost heads they harvested by themselves. And Baron Sidney was not jealous of so many evil ghost heads. Thinking of the second team, the faces filled with youthful smiles flashed past the eyes of the Serdak knight like a slide, and the corners of his eyes became a little moist. John thought that Serdak was deeply moved by his own misfortune, and said with some excitement, Knight Serdak, do you know, once I enter the trial court, I may have to stay in the army for the rest of my life. Hearing John's call, Serdak woke up and asked him curiously, Then how did you escape? There was a trace of physical pain on John's face, but without any hesitation, he said directly to our Serdak knight, Actually, although the devil's head was handed over, the black magic crystal inside was still in my hands. I used this black magic crystal to bribe a veteran who was guarding me, and he secretly released me. He escaped from the military camp overnight and followed a convoy to Epsom City. As he said that, the beer glass in John's hand had bottomed out. He raised his hand, and the waiter in the distance immediately brought 2 large glasses of ale to him. The ale, grilled sausages, and white bread on the table were almost all stuffed into John's stomach. Serdak looked at John and asked, Then what are your plans for the future? John is a skilled carpenter. This skill allows him to make a living no matter where he is, but he has no way to return to his hometown. With my skills, if I want to live here, although it will be a bit more miserable, I can still live a good life, John said, rubbing his red nose. Seeing that Serdak only drank a glass of ale in front of him and seemed to have no appetite at all, he came to the tavern just to chat with himself. John looked at the messy dinner plate and asked a little embarrassedly, Do you want to come to me? Then sit down. Serdak was still thinking about how to help John as much as possible. There were still 6 evil ghost heads in his backpack. For this comrade, who had experienced life and death decisions together in the wilderness hills, Serdak planned to give him another one. Magic crystal may help him get through the most difficult days at hand. Then I felt that it was not that reliable to hand over a precious magic crystal to a carpenter with little ability to protect himself in a tavern. Once it was spied on by an interested person, some murderous people would inevitably appear. Event. Upon hearing John's invitation, Soldak readily agreed. John rushed to pay for the meal, seeing that what he took out were still the few silver coins given by the old furniture stall owner. Soldak confirmed that John actually did not have much money. Probably the money earned that day can only cover the day's expenses. Then the waiter took out a yellow paper bag and put all the remaining white bread and sausages into the bag. In addition, he also took out a few slices of white bread from the kitchen and put them into the bag and gave them to John. As they stood, there was almost no communication between the two, but the tacit understanding in their eyes told Soldak that the two people in front of them not only knew each other, but they should also be very familiar with each other. When John took Soldak out of the tavern, John's face turned red because he drank 2 large glasses of ale. But he showed a happy smile to Soldak and said, "My wife she works in this tavern, and the tavern owner and waiters take good care of her. It's just that she can't work during this period of time, so she can only stay at home and rest. Every time I come to the tavern, they serve those white bread and grilled sausages. Take it back to me." Soldak did not expect that John already had a wife, and that his wife actually lived in Epsom City. Seeing Serdak's surprised expression, John showed a shy smile and explained to John, "I came to the Warsaw Plain with the Bena Legion, and my wife followed me all the way, because we the craftsmen who repair the catapults are usually stationed in Epsom City, and they only move with the team every time the catapults are mobilized. So some of the craftsmen's families will come to the Warsaw Plain with the Legion." As he said that, John led Soldak through a gray-white tent area, and finally came to the slope of the river. It was surrounded by white tents. From a distance, without paying much attention, there were actually a series of small wooden houses. John's home was one of the most exquisitely built rows of wooden houses. I saw some civilian workers on the street, and surprisingly many of them knew John and greeted him from a distance. "John, you came back early today. John, are there any visitors? There is still half a cured golden pheasant at home. I will ask Lisa to pick it up later and entertain the guests. I want to give them a taste of our Epsom flavor. John, my roof is leaking again. Please help us take a look if you have time." "Okay, Uncle Eric. I'll fix it for you tomorrow morning." "I can't tell, but you are quite popular here." Soldak held the horse and said to John with a smile, "I'm a carpenter. Life here is inseparable from carpenters. As long as you work hard, you will always gain something." John said with a naive smile, "This is a small wooden house, with a small kitchen connected to the back. The hostess has decorated this wooden house beautifully, and the furnishings in the room are also very neat. All the furniture is covered with handicraft skirts. Even the floor was polished." When John opened the door and walked in, Soldak didn't even know how to move. He looked at his dusty boots and stood at the door hesitating for a long time. Although the furniture in the room is made of ordinary wood, each piece is very exquisite. The sofa, coffee table, desk, dining table, and double bed are all arranged in an orderly manner in this small space. A shy young woman with a big belly walked into the living room from the entrance, lying on the lounge chair by the window. She was sleeping soundly. She was only wearing a loose gauze skirt at home. Her swollen belly made it obvious that she was pregnant. Even in her sleep, she held her hands on her belly, with a hint of a smile. Maybe it was the sound of the door closing that woke her up. She suddenly woke up from her sleep. Her panicked eyes fell on John, and she suddenly calmed down. She rubbed her face vigorously and said with an embarrassed look on her face, "John, you're back. My God, I seem to have overslept and haven't made dinner yet. Is this your friend?" As he spoke, he struggled to stand up from the recliner. The woman's voice was very soft. Even though it was the first time they met, there was always a feeling that touched Soldak's heart. This was probably John's happiness. John said to Lisa, "Well, we ate outside, and I brought you some white bread back. This is my wife Lisa, and this is the Knight of Surdak. I told you yes. When I was fleeing in the wilderness hills, I luckily met Knight Surdak, who led us to kill evil spirits and escape from Mayun Ridge and Gander Mountain." Although Lisa became a little bloated due to pregnancy, she still could not hide her beautiful appearance. She smiled slightly and said, "Knight Surdak, John has often spoken of you to me. Good afternoon, Mrs. Lisa." After Soldak finished speaking, he tried to perform a knight's salute, but he was obviously still a little unfamiliar with this. Soldak only sat in John's house for a short time before he felt a little embarrassed and didn't know what to talk about. He and John really had nothing to talk about. The two of them seemed to live in completely different worlds, and were exposed to different things. After a moment of silence, Soldek finally said to John, "This time, I came to Epsom City to prepare to leave here. I got a teleportation certificate and can leave here at any time. And my service period has expired. I plan to stay at Epsom City for 1 day, then set off to return to Epsom City, and then take the magic airship back to Bena Province." John was startled for a moment, as if he thought of something, and then said to Soldek with a normal expression, "Congratulations, Knight Serdek. You can finally return to your hometown." Soldek smiled, turned to Lisa, who came up with a teapot, and said, "Before I left, I came over specially to distribute the spoils captured in the Wilderness Hills with John. This guy went to participate in the big battle before they were distributed, and as soon as he left, there was no news." As he spoke, Soldek took out a magic crystal from his money bag and placed the magic crystal on the wooden table in front of the widened eyes of John and Lisa. There seems to be a trace of haze flowing inside the crystal, and it is constantly exuding a touch of pure magic power. With just one look, you can tell that this is a genuine magic crystal. Serdek rubbed his hands and didn't wait for any reaction from the two of them. Then he stood up and said to them, "I will take my leave now, before the city gate closes at night. I have to rush into the city to find a hotel." With that said, he strode out of John's wooden house. By the time John chased him out of the house, Soldek had already mounted the ancient Bolai horse, lightly crossed the temporary street in front of the wooden house, and ran away in the blink of an eye, without a trace. John and Lisa stood at the door of the wooden house, looking at each other somewhat in bewilderment. They looked again at the direction where Knight Serdek disappeared, their eyes filled with gratitude. When he arrived at the gate of Epsom City, the soldiers guarding the city were about to close the gate. Serdek finally entered Epsom City on horseback at the last moment until he entered the city. At that moment, I realized that the merchant Elijah's previous description of how crowded the city was seemed to be no exaggeration at all. Chapter 176, Crowded City. After walking into Epsom City, the first impression you get is that it is crowded. Because this city accommodates a large population, people feel that it is crowded and a little breathless. The shops lined up on the street are full of all kinds of exquisite products. But in fact, they only have narrow storefronts. The storefronts are long and deep, and the products inside are hung all over the walls. The lofts above the shops are almost connected to the lofts protruding from the opposite side of the street. Walking on such a street is like walking through a tunnel, with buildings on both sides constantly encroaching on the space higher up the long street. People walking on this street are always worried that the worst thing would be if the attic above them could not bear the weight and collapse. Of course, these civilians in Epsom City are not the most miserable. There is also a group of people in the city called Pigeon People. They migrated to Epsom City from other cities in the Warsaw Plain. Their homes were invaded by evil spirits, so they moved to Epsom City. But if you can't afford a house in the city, you can only choose to buy the right to live on the rooftop from the city. The rooftops of almost all houses will be expanded with small wooden houses like pigeon cages. These wooden houses are usually only about 4 or 5 square meters, and can only accommodate 1 or 2 people to sleep in the wooden house. As for eating and washing, they must be in the public area of the rooftop, early in the morning and in the evening. The wash basins and public toilets are the most crowded. People here always set up pavilions to enjoy the cool air while queuing up to wash up. They work in the hardest and cheapest jobs in the city, and earn the lowest wages. But they can only live like pigeons. The pigeon residents at least have a nest where they can rest at night, and they are not considered the lowest level people in this city. There are many homeless people on the street. Sometimes they will lie down on the benches on the street and curl up to rest for a while. However, this kind of rest can only last for a while. It won't be long before the knights from the guard camp will ride their horses, come running with sticks in hand to drive them away. These benches are not meant for them to sleep on. These homeless people usually gather in parks, under bridges, or near stations. They will beg along the streets and pick up domestic garbage everywhere. Even if they are starving and skinny in the city, they are unwilling to go out of the city to find more survival opportunities. They are not only a group of homeless people with nothing, but also a group of cowards who were scared to death by evil spirits. Their lives are more like walking zombies, and they may even compete with wild dogs for a bite to eat. Some homeless people even hid in the city's sewers. In addition, there are a large number of slaves in the city. In Epsom City, the gap between rich and poor is huge. The nobles account for 1% of the city's population, but own 99% of the city's wealth. Common people are struggling hard in life. They hate Envy. Envy. And hate those nobles. But everyone wants to become a noble. The sewer pipes in Epsom City are not very well designed. When the rainy season comes, the streets are always filled with stagnant water. Only after the rain stops, the city's scavengers and night watchmen will all go out to dredge everything. Drainage pipes. Knight Serdek led his horse as he walked on the streets of the city. His long leather boots stepped into the puddles, and the splashing water was filled with the smell of decay. A group of homeless people gathered around to beg him, with fear and numbness on their faces. Among this group of people, a few half-grown children as thin as monkeys emerged. Duck sells himself. Sir Knight, do you need a guide? I am very familiar with every street and alley in Epsom City. Sir Knight, hire me. I can help you find a cheap and clean hotel, and I guarantee that I won't waste a single coin on you. Master Knight, do you need a girl? I can take you to a good place with the most beautiful girls in Epsom City. If you want, you can sleep there until dawn, and the cost will definitely not be much more expensive than a hotel. Soldak chose the one with the clearest eyes among the group of children, stared into his eyes, and said to him, Take me to a hotel with a vacant room, preferably close to the City Hall Square. Closer. The half-grown child cheered, congratulating himself on grabbing the new business, and then took the initiative to help Soldak hold the horse and disperse the crowd that gathered. The eldest child walked in front, holding the reins of the ancient Bolai horse with both hands. As he walked, he kept looking around with his flexible eyes. When he walked, his toes touched the ground, and he would jump up every step he took. His method was very strange. He took the initiative to say to Soldak, The hotel accommodation near City Hall Square is more expensive, but the security there is relatively better, and the consumption level of restaurants there is slightly higher than in the city, and not every hotel has available rooms. We may need to find 2 more. Serdek asked the older child, How much? The older child scratched his head vigorously and said with some uncertainty, The hotel near the City Hall Square costs about 5 silver coins a night, and a better room may cost 7. To be honest, I think for this price, you might as well go to the DC area and sleep with a young girl for 1 night. Soldak coughed twice, and then said, I'm asking you how much does it cost to take a trip? The eldest child's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, For 30 coppers, I can take you to the best hotel in the city. If you still want to go out for fun at night and need me, you have to pay me an additional 50 coppers. Of course, I can also run errands for you. 3 copper coins for the nearby place, and 5 copper coins for the far place. When passing a bakery on the street, the eldest child looked at the croissant butter bread in the window with a slightly fascinated look, and introduced to Soldak, The bread in this bakery is great. If you don't have it for dinner, I suggest you buy some back, as the price of white bread in the hotel is at least twice as expensive as here, and there isn't much butter. Soldak stopped and thought for a while, then walked to the window and bought 5 golden croissants for 10 copper coins. Sure enough, the paper bag exuded a rich cream fragrance. In addition, he also bought a large glass of milk. I took out a croissant from the bag, broke it open, and tasted it carefully. The surface of the bread was brushed with a layer of honey. It tasted sweet and okay. It was not as delicious as the older children said, but it was quite cheap. Soldak handed the paper bag to the older child with a sallow face. The eldest child was stunned and looked at Soldak in disbelief. Serdek focused his attention on the plaque next to him, rubbed the bridge of his nose with one finger, and said vaguely, I don't like sweets, so it would be a pity to throw them away. I think you should like them very much. The milk here seems to have a very bland taste. As he said that, he gave the older child a large glass of milk. The older child voraciously swallowed a croissant into his stomach. He felt that his cold and twisted stomach suddenly came to life. He drank a big mouthful of fragrant milk. The milk seemed to be really smooth. It suddenly slipped from his throat into his stomach, and then flowed from his stomach into his intestines instantly. He was unable to store any food in his stomach. But despite this, his stomach felt much better. The eldest child only ate 1 croissant and refused to eat any more after taking a sip of milk. He carefully held it in his arms, held the reins of the ancient Bolai horse, and walked in front, his steps becoming more powerful. Chapter 177 Song of the Wind. The eldest child led Soldak to the door of a hotel called Epsom Wind Song. This is a tall building with 4 floors. The whole building looks like a pair of wings spreading out to fly. Facing the most famous municipal plaza in Epsom City, there is a neat row of magic caravans outside the main entrance of the hotel. Nobles are constantly coming in and out at the door. Those magic caravans are waiting for you at the hotel. At the door. As long as the guests coming out of the hotel stretch out their hands to say hello, a magic caravan will be called to them. Seeing the waiters walking back and forth at the door of the hotel, the eldest child became a little afraid and did not want to move forward. The eldest child handed the reins to Serdek, then hid his body in the shadow against the wall, and said to Serdek, "Sir Knight, this is the most famous Epsom Wind song in Epsom City. When you choose a room there, you must remember to take the initiative to tell the receptionist there that you want a small room with a south balcony on the second floor. Private room without any other services in the hotel, including breakfast provided by the hotel." A bunch of questions arose in Soldak's mind, but before he could ask them, the older boy spoke quickly again. "If you don't take the initiative to mention this, the front desk clerk there will definitely not think of giving you a room on the south side." He pointed to the rooms on the street side and said to Knight Serdek, "The rooms on the north side can only see the street side of the hotel, and they are not the highest floor view rooms of the hotel. What's so interesting about the busy traffic on the street? Moreover, all the rooms have no balcony. Only the rooms on the south side can see the City Hall square. There is a very magical teleportation gate in the square over there. It is said that through the teleportation gate, you can go to a very rich place, which is called the Roland Continent. It is a main plain, much better than the Warsaw Plain. Well, even the slums are clusters of villas, where people drink magic water that never flows out." After he finished speaking, there was a look of yearning on his face. But then he came to his senses and said again, "Oh, by the way, be sure not to choose the hotel's breakfast service. Breakfast in Song of the Wind costs 1 silver coin. In fact, all you can eat is white bread, fried eggs, and a few slices of sausage. If you don't mind walking a lot in the morning and a few steps, you can walk through here to the edge of the DC area, which is the most famous restaurant street in Epsom City. There are various breakfasts on the street. You can enjoy a delicious chicken wrap and corn for less than 20 copper coins. Pancakes. This is the most unique breakfast in Epsom City." Serdek carefully wrote down everything the older child said and nodded constantly. "Is there anything else you need me to do?" Finally, the eldest child asked Soldek again. Serdek smiled and scratched the older child's face and said to him, "If you can guarantee that all this is true, then you can wait for me here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I want to visit Epsom City tomorrow, and I just need a guide who is familiar with this place to accompany me all day. If so, I can pay you 1 silver coin and 50 copper plates." The eldest child didn't expect to get a fat job. He looked at Soldek with wide eyes and asked loudly, "Really, Lord Knight?" Soldek nodded with great certainty. "Then, Lord Knight, see you tomorrow." The older child stood in the shadows, practically jumping for joy. "See you tomorrow, boy." Soldek thought this was a very smart child, so I made a temporary decision to ask him to continue to be my guide tomorrow. "My name is Mashenka, Lord Knight," the eldest child said proactively. "Okay, see you tomorrow, Mashenka." Soldek called the eldest child's name again and said goodbye to him. "I will wait for you here early, Lord Knight." The eldest child turned to Serdek and shouted before getting into the alley. Serdek handed the reins to the waiter at the door, then puffed out his chest and strode into the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. The lobby on the first floor of this Windsong Hotel is at least 10 times larger than the lobby of the Maple Pudding Hotel in Handanar City. The oily marble floor clearly reflects the figures walking on it. The crystal chandeliers are decorated with flowers, and the stone pillars in the hall are carved with exquisite artistic portraits. All the marble statues carry a pair of white wings behind their backs. The faces of these figures who are about to fly are very delicate, and their arms are carved with marks of wind and lightning. There were a lot of people in the lobby, especially at the front desk. Serdek decided to wait. Just when Serdek was standing in front of a statue in a daze, an old man who looked like a scholar, holding a heavy magic book, came up to Serdek. With a smile on his wrinkled face, asked Serdek curiously, "What? Your Excellency seems to be interested in the Nephilim people from ancient times?" How does Serdek know about the Nephilim people in ancient times? So he said honestly, "Well, I just thought they clearly have a pair of wings on their backs. Why do they still have a horn on their forehead?" The old man who looked like a scholar was not angry, but introduced this kind of relevant knowledge to Serdek very enthusiastically. "The Nephilim are the first generation of humans who were born from the union of angels and demons and possess both divine and demonic natures. The pair of wings behind them are not ordinary wings of the winged people, but angel wings that are said to be able to control all wind magic. The long horns on their heads are not ordinary evil devil horns, but devil horns that are said to be able to absorb all the magic power outside the body. These Nephilims have obtained the ancient secret scrolls and inherited the power of angels and demons at the same time. Not only do they possess with powerful bodies and the ability to control magic, they were born as a combination of good and evil. However, these ancient first-generation humans did not exist for long. The High Council of the Holy Temple in the Kingdom of God believed that these first-generation humans had the power to destroy the world. Strength will continue to deprive them of their abilities until they completely disappear. The old man who looked like a scholar talked a lot. Just when Ibuchiang was listening with interest, a waiter came over and said to him, "Knight Serdek, it's your turn." Serdek felt a little unfinished after hearing this, so he apologized to the old man and said, "Sorry, I will listen to you tell this mythical story when I have the opportunity in the future." The old man looked calm and only said, "This is not a fairy tale. This is a history hidden before the ancient titans." Then he turned around and walked towards another noble couple. They seemed to show some interest in the statues in the hall. The old man told the couple again what he had told Serdek before. A well-dressed male waiter stood at the front desk, took the nameplate handed over by Serdek with both hands, and then said to Serdek, "Knight Serdek, what can I do for you?" Serdek remembered Mashinka's words before leaving, and said, "Please give me a small single room on the second floor with a south balcony." The waiter was a little surprised. His expression returned to normal, and he said to Serdek, "Okay, Knight Serdek, how many nights do you plan to stay?" "I didn't expect that there was such a room as Mashinka said." Serdek then added, "For 2 nights. No other services are needed. No breakfast is required." The waiter looked a little sad, but he still said bravely, "Okay, Knight Serdek, we need 7 silvers every night, and we need 14 silver coins in total. You seem to know our place very well." Chapter 178 Teleportation Gate. When registering, Serdek casually glanced at the account book and found that the low-rise ordinary single room in the Winsong Hotel was priced at 7 silver coins a night. The top-floor noble room with a luxurious view would start at least 1 gold coin. The price difference is indeed huge. It will cost me 14 silver coins to stay here for only 2 nights. If it is hand in our city, this money should be enough to allow me to stay in the Maple Pudding Hotel. It's been a week. The hotel's waiter took Serdek to the second floor of the hotel. The grand spiral staircase was covered with thick velvet carpets. The entire hall was resplendent. Even the handrails of the stairs were covered with golden patterns, and the surrounding walls were covered with cloth. It is full of exquisite murals, and the lower left corner of those murals are marked with scenes from a certain area in the Warsaw Plain. Serdek even saw the entire outline of the Gandor Mountains from a mural, like a giant lizard dormant in a tributary of the water. The room is in the innermost corner of the second floor of the hotel. After the waiter opened the hotel door, the interior of the room was also very gorgeous. The only drawback was that it was a bit small. In addition to a simple bathroom, the room could only fit a large bed. But there is a protruding balcony on the other side of the big bed, with a rattan table and wooden chairs on it, in addition to a set of exquisite ceramic tea sets. There is also a simple copper-covered sheepskin book on the table. The railing outside the balcony is filled with flower pots, and many golden ornamental sunflowers are planted in them. A very unique room. Before Serdek entered the room, a waiter caught up and gave Serdek a bronze medal. Only with this bronze medal can hotel guests go to the stables in the backyard of the hotel to pick up the horses fostered there. Serdek handed a stack of copper plates to the 2 waiters respectively. The waiters accepted them happily, and then left happily. No matter where you are, tipping the waiter is necessary, and the amount seems to be similar. Serdek took off his dusty leather armor and boots in the room, wearing only a linen shirt and shorts. He stood on the balcony and looked into the distance, and the central square of the city hall appeared in front of him. A huge gate-shaped building stands in the center of the square. The gate looks a bit like a triumphal arch, but it looks taller overall. The frame of the entire building looks to be at least 40 meters high. If it is more specific, it looks like it is about the same height as a 12-story residential building. The entire building exudes a majestic magical atmosphere. There is a huge magic vortex in the huge semicircular arch, and a large amount of magic is sucked into the void along the vortex. The main body of the teleportation gate is made of huge stones. The surface of the wall is covered with grooves with magic runes. Magical red copper is poured into the grooves. For such a huge teleportation gate, all the red copper lines of the door are now a magical halo lit up. Serdek could even clearly feel that the countless pieces of mana floating in the square were constantly fluttering. and they were all attracted by the huge whirlpool of the teleportation gate. Countless mana gathered in the teleportation gate, standing in the distance. Watching it will make people tremble in their hearts. A group of cavalry warriors were riding out of the portal. They were dressed in black armor, and had black knight spears hanging on their saddles. The entire team walked out of the portal silently. These knights walked along the path in front of the portal, go back through the zigzag passage, and slowly walk into the City Hall Square. The City Hall Square was temporarily divided into several areas by some iron ropes and pillars. Some logistics department personnel held wooden boards in their hands, and were diverting the knights coming out of the portal into certain locations in the square to stand by. A heavy cavalry regiment walked out of the portal, and then a large amount of strategic materials were transported out of the portal. I couldn't see what they were, but they could only be seen as oak barrels. These barrels looked like it was extremely heavy, hit some flatbed trucks, and was pushed out of the portal by a group of infantry soldiers. Without any pause, it quickly left the municipal center square along the dedicated passage. Many Epsom citizens gathered outside the fence of the City Hall Square. These people carried large and small packages to salute. The queues of people almost blocked the streets on all sides of the square. The scene was like a conference being held. A grand gathering of thousands of people. Not long afterward, the melodious bells finally came to mind in the square, and the citizens waiting outside the fence began to make a commotion. Everyone picked up the salutes around them, and began to slowly rush toward the teleportation gate along the zigzag passage. There were no soldiers coming out of the teleportation gate. Nearly 100 tax officials stood in the passage of the square, waiting for the citizens pouring in from outside the square. The tax officials needed to check their identities, check their passage vouchers, and check their carry-on luggage. And a certain amount of valuation was made based on the gifts carried. And 1/10 of the total tax was collected from the citizens. Taking this opportunity, a group of nobles walked into the square from the other side. They did not seem to be in a hurry. Some people in the crowd were even whispering and laughing. The attendants followed the nobles carrying some simple luggage. This group of nobles went passing some guards. He just nodded slightly to them, without any communication, and passed through the portal, followed closely by the attendants. Then a group of young students from the Swordsman Academy came over. They lined up neatly, and passed through the portal in an orderly manner. There were almost more than 200 students in this group, Serdek observed carefully. It took a long time to find the two female swordsmen Hathaway and Beatrice in the crowd. Their eyes were obviously attracted by the huge teleportation door, and they had been staring at the magic vortex inside the door. The two young female swordsmen followed, and were not too conspicuous among the crowd of college students. Hathaway's beautiful face had almost no expression. It was only at the moment when she walked into the portal that she finally turned back to face them. He took a deep look in the direction of Handanar County. Beatrice was a little melancholy, but also a little excited. She was crying and laughing at the same time. It was a bit unclear what she was thinking in her heart. After this group of college students passed through the teleportation gate, some minor nobles passed through the teleportation gate one after another. In the end, it was the ordinary citizens who were waiting in the passage with teleportation passes. In addition to being qualified for teleportation, they also had to pay a certain tax on the goods they carried with them before they could leave Epsom City and look at the long queue in front of them. In the same team, Serdek also took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the teleportation gate would be so popular, and there would be a huge crowd of citizens waiting for the teleportation every day. It seems necessary to queue up at the square early. Otherwise, I don't know if those people in the back will be able to pass tonight. Serdek sat barefoot on the recliner, poured himself a cup of tea, took out an oilcloth, dipped it in some animal fat, and carefully wiped the set of Warcraft leather armor and long leather boots. Handanar, the owner of the leather shop in the city, is very honest. This set of Warcraft leather armor has been repaired very well. After being wiped with grease, the slight scratches originally left by the battle in the leather armor have disappeared. There are almost no stars visible in the city of Epsom, perhaps because of the gray clouds above the city. Only a few of the brightest stars in the night sky shine dimly. Chapter 179 Life in the City. On the eve of dawn, military control was restored in the central square of the city hall, and the citizens surrounding the square gradually dissipated as the fog filled the air. Soldak opened the thick curtains in the room and saw the army pushing carts of loot and some seriously wounded people passing by, returning to Iverson from Epsom City. Those wounded people wrapped in bandages reminded Soldak of his companions from the second team. Standing on the balcony of the second floor, he held the fence with one hand and sighed softly. It was a good idea. Let's go back to Highland together. Saul went to manage the land, and he married his sister. regardless of whether she was beautiful or ugly. He was not ugly. I believe his sister should also be a blonde beauty. Why? In the early morning, the city surrounded by the Kapitomos River was completely shrouded in fog. But Soldak left the Song of the Wind Hotel fully dressed. After walking out of the hotel door, Serdak came to the place agreed upon with the eldest child Mashinka. This place was 100 steps away from the Wind Song Hotel. Seeing that there was no one there from a distance, Serdak thought that he had arrived early. But when he got there, the eldest child Mashinka suddenly jumped out of the shadows in the corner. Because it was a little late yesterday, Serdak didn't even get a good look at his face. Now that he looked carefully, he saw that this big boy was quite handsome, with big eyes that looked bright, and his head was slightly curly. The chestnut curly hair looks extremely soft. The back of the hair is wet with mist, and it sticks to the forehead smoothly. He was tall, with long arms and legs, but he was as thin as a hemp pole. The sleeves and trouser legs of the linen clothes he wore were obviously a little short, revealing a section of his tan wrists. The linen clothes look quite strong, but they have been washed a lot and have turned white in many places. The big leather boots above obviously don't fit well, but they look so natural on him. They must have been worn for some time. "Hi, Mashinka. You're so early." Knight Serdak greeted the eldest child. Mashinka stood in front of Soldak with a smile, like a puppy wagging its tail waiting to be praised. She smiled at Soldak and said, "In fact, I may be better than you think." "Be early. I don't want to lose this job as a guide." "Sir Knight, where are you going?" "A good day should start with a hearty breakfast." Soldak took a big step and walked towards the food street that Mashinka introduced last night. Even in the morning, there are many people in Epsom City. The streets are full of workers rushing to start work. They have no time to stop for breakfast. Many people buy cheap food from street food stalls. Of course, there were many people sitting in front of the stalls and looking at the street. There were hurried pedestrians everywhere. Mashinka was right. This was indeed a food street. And in the morning this street was filled with the aroma of all kinds of food. The two of them chose to eat at a breakfast shop on the street. Not only because this breakfast shop was the most popular, but also because it was highly recommended by Mashinka. The two of them finally found a half-empty table before those people had time to occupy it. In front of the seat, Mashinka quickly grabbed the seat, then raised his hand high and called the waiter, who was too busy to touch the floor. Mashinka hesitated for a moment, then said quickly, Please give this gentleman Knight a large chicken taco, another tortilla, a glass of freshly squeezed juice, and give me half a tortilla and a glass of water. That's it." While ordering, Soldak noticed that he secretly touched his trouser pocket more than once, thinking that he was prepared to pay. Seeing the busy waiter turning around to leave, Soldak quickly stopped the waiter. "Wait, waiter, we want 2 large chicken wraps, 2 tortillas, and 2 glasses of freshly squeezed juice." The waiter, who was so busy that he could hardly stop, looked at Soldak and Mashinka strangely, and said to the 2 country bumpkins, "I suggest you order just 1 tortilla. After you finish the tortillas here, you can refill them for free. You can eat as much as you want until you are full. You can call me at any time if you need more tortillas." Okay. I'll do as you say," Soldak said, and then looked seriously at Mashinka, who was sitting across the table and felt uneasy. "Eat with confidence. I'll treat you to this meal. I don't want us to leave. Halfway through the journey, you will have no strength. You must eat well in the morning to have the strength to work." Mashinka showed a sincere smile again and said, "Mr. Knight, you are really a generous man." This breakfast was exactly what Mashinka said. It cost a total of 56 copper coins. Among them, the 12 copper coins for a tortilla seemed to be the most real. There were 10 soft tortillas the size of a palm piled on a plate. The 2 of them almost didn't eat tortillas, because the large portion of chicken tacos was enough to fill an adult's stomach. Even so, Mashinka showed an amazing appetite, and each of them ate 8 of them in one go. Corn tortilla. When the 2 of them walked out of the breakfast shop, Mashinka almost held her belly with both hands and walked out slowly. The rotating pancake pan at the entrance of the restaurant is steaming. A fat cook is holding a spoon in her hand and constantly scooping corn paste on it. After she fills the entire pan with dozens of corn pancakes, and began to quickly shovel off the baked tortillas, and threw them into the large wooden tub at his feet. The tortillas in the tub had already piled up like a mountain. Serdak stood at the door of the store and said to Mashinka, "Take me to the free market in Epsom City. It's best to buy the kind of market that brings back trophies from the battlefield." Mashinka thought about it seriously and said immediately, Then we can go to Oriana Street. There are all kinds of high-quality weapons and armor recovered from the battlefield. There are also some jewelry shops and antique shops. I believe they can meet your needs. Passing through a street filled with clear water on the stone road. 2 knights from the guard camp with wooden sticks in their hands were driving away the homeless people lying on the benches on both sides of the long street. Watching them drag their tired bodies. Wandering aimlessly in the city streets weekly. Like groups of zombies in the morning fog that had not completely dissipated. Serdek felt that the city was a little lifeless. Some homeless people who were lying on benches and could no longer get up were carried onto flatbed trucks by a group of night watchmen. In the rolling wheels, these dying homeless people will be pulled out of the city. However, in Serdek's view, there is nothing scary outside Epsom City. Instead, it is full of life. The fields are full of various berries, mushrooms, wild vegetables, and small animals such as voles and rabbits. As long as you are willing to stretch out your hands to collect them. It is impossible to starve to death. And I don't know what these homeless people think. They would rather starve to death than leave Epsom City. The two came to Oriana Street. Serdek was worried that Mashenka would accumulate food if he ate too much. So he did not take the magic caravan but walked all the way. It's just that Serdek didn't expect that this city would be so big. It only takes half a day to go around Handanar City. But Epsom City is just a division across the city. After walking for almost 2 hours, when the fog in the city completely dissipated and the scorching sun was about to climb to the top of the head, Serdek felt that the soles of the long leather boots under his feet were almost worn out. And the two of them arrived here. On a street. However, when the two arrived at this street, many shops on the street had just opened their vertical windows and wooden boards on their doors, preparing to open their shops. At this time, at least half of the shops on the street were not open yet. Mashenka said that some shops here only open after noon. But these shops also close very late, and usually stay open until midnight. Mr. Knight, what are your plans for coming to this street? Mashenka, the eldest child, looked at Serdek curiously and asked. Serdek smiled and said nothing, and did not answer his question. He just walked aimlessly along this long street that seemed to be quite spacious, until he saw a store with a magic weapon store plaque. Stopped and said to Mashenka, "Let's go in and take a look." Chapter 180 Walking in Style. Walking into a magic weapon store with an old-looking plaque on the door. The glass on the door of the store was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the paint on the door frame and window wood had dried and cracked, exposing the oak wood inside. When I opened the door and walked in, there was not a single customer in the store. The space in the weapon store was very narrow and crowded with shelves everywhere. Even the ceiling overhead had some weird chains hanging from it. There are a dazzling array of old-style weapons on the shelves. The shelves are basically filled with common weapons such as swords and longbows. There are 2 rows of old-style daggers on the counter, and some strange-looking weapons such as flails, double-edged axes, and giant square-headed hammers are hung on the wall. These weapons are all old goods, and there are no one is a real magic weapon. At best, it is inlaid with some cheap red and sapphires on the hilt or scabbard. A young Epperson girl stood behind the counter, lowering her head and polishing the handle of a silver dagger with a file. The silver engraved pattern on the dagger concealed stains. This kind of second-hand weapon store is basically the first step is to buy high-quality old weapons, conduct preliminary renovations, and sell them to some collectors or adventurers who cannot afford new magical weapons. Seeing someone walking in, the Epsom girl with braids on her head raised her head and glanced, showing a hint of contempt first, and said to the big boy Mashenka, "We don't accept guides here. You go wait outside." Mashenka didn't have any nonsense. She shrugged helplessly towards Serdek, tilted her head again, indicating that she could not stay inside with him, and waited at the door outside. "My lord knight, what do you need?" The girl's voice was cold. Her eyes only stayed on Serdek for a second. Then she lowered her head and continued to repair the dagger in her hand. "Are you buying this thing here?" Serdek untied a long bundle wrapped in linen from behind and placed it on the counter. After opening the package, 4 dark and shiny military spurs were revealed. The 4 spurs were still stained with blood, with some long-dried blood stains. The weapon shop was instantly filled with a faint smell of blood. These 4 military spurs were all seized from evil spirits. As for the saw-toothed axes, they were abandoned in the wilderness hills because they could not be carried, except for the 7 evil ghost heads. Serdek only brought out these few military spurs. Epperson girl then said, "The standard weapons of the evil ghost legion are not available to adventurers. They are only of some collection value. After the victory in the Handanar County tournament, there will inevitably be a large number of serrated axes and military spikes entering Epsom City. Even if these military spurs are purchased, there is no way to offer a high price. Forget it. After Cerdak said that, he turned around and left very simply. Do you need any other magic weapons? The girl's voice came from behind. Pushing open the weapons store, Cerdak walked out of the magic weapons store without answering the girl's question. The big boy Mashenka waited obediently under the rain eaves outside. When he saw Cerdak coming out, he immediately smiled and asked, "Did you buy the right weapon?" "Oh, no," Soldak said. "I wanted to explain that I wanted to sell 4 weapons. But the girl in the store looked down on those military spurs. So I didn't sell them. But then I thought about it and just answered simply. It doesn't matter. There are at least 24 magic weapon shops like this on this street. You can definitely find it," Mashenka said with relief like Cerdak. Cerdak looked back at the dilapidated and shattered door of the magic weapon shop behind him and thought, no wonder this weapon shop looks so depressed. This kind of business method will not be liked by customers. At least for himself. Next time you come to Epsom City, you will definitely not want to visit this magic weapon shop again. In addition to some magic weapons and armor shops, this street also has magic potion shops, magic grocery stores, jewelry shops, and magic metal materials and Warcraft leather shops. These are all high-end shops in Epsom City. Although the shop's facade is not very big. But when these shopkeepers see the big boy Mashenka, they will drive him out as soon as possible. Moreover, Mashenka does not have any dissatisfaction and turns around and leaves, never staying in the shop. Cerdak couldn't understand, so he asked Mashenka, "Mashenka, why do those shopkeepers always kick you out?" "They thought I might be a thief and would steal things from the store when they weren't paying attention," Mashenka said with some embarrassment. "You are not a thief. Why don't you argue with them?" Soldak felt that the big boy Mashenka should at least explain to the clerk. But the big boy shook his head and said helplessly, "It's useless. No one will listen to my explanation." Mashenka then added, "And I don't want to buy anything from them. And there is no need to stay in the store. In fact, it's actually quite good to stand in the doorway and bask in the sun." The two casually visited a few shops. The clerks in these shops were not enthusiastic about Soldak, but they were not indifferent either. Cerdak gradually got used to the attitude of the clerks and felt that Epsom City store clerks probably all have this bad behavior. There is a large-looking grocery store at the corner of the intersection ahead. Looking inside, you can see that the store has almost everything, from some simple magic weapons and magic materials to some finished magic scrolls and magic rune board. This shop is located in the northeast corner of the intersection, occupying an entire 3-story building and looks very luxurious. Standing at the door of the store were 2 female clerks who looked pretty good and were whispering. One of the female clerks seemed quite experienced. She covered her mouth and snickered while talking non-stop. The other was young and beautiful. The female clerk's face was slightly green, and she didn't know what the two of them were talking about. The young female clerk's cheeks were stained red. When Cerdak and Mashenka passed by this shop, Mashenka deliberately walked on the other side of Soldak, as if he was avoiding something. The 2 female clerks standing at the door of the store had sharp eyes. When they saw Mashenka, they were obviously startled. Then the female clerk, who was talking about some interesting thing, stood up and walked over quickly, leaving Mashenka alone. No matter how you dodge, you can't avoid the female clerk, and her ears are pinched. Ouch. Ouch. Sister Kaka. Let go. Hey, please be gentle. My ears are about to fall off. Mashenka's screams were a bit exaggerated. He tried to break free from the girl's hand, but was pinned down by the girl and couldn't escape even if he wanted to. When I got closer, I realized that the girl was half a head taller than Mashenka, and she pressed on Mashenka unceremoniously. Her action seemed so natural. "Mashenka, why did you come here?" the girl clerk asked Mashenka. Mashenka begged in a low voice. "Sister Kaka, let go quickly. Someone asked me to be a guide today. I will take him to stroll around the magic item shopping street." Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were at work?" The girl clerk noticed Soldak and saw that he was dressed in a knight's attire with an identity plate hanging on his chest. She immediately helped Mashenka with some embarrassment. "Stand up." "Sister Kaka," Mashenka complained, but she couldn't say it out loud. Then, the 4 people stood chatting at the door of the magic shop. There was no one in front of the shop at this time. Mashenka formally introduced the 2 beautiful female clerks to Soldak and said, "This is my neighbor Miss Kakados. That is my sister Zora. It turns out that the girl standing at the door of the store, doing nothing and looking a little shy, is Mashinka's biological sister. The girl named Zora glanced at Mashinka with concern. Before she could speak, a figure quickly emerged from the magic shop, stood behind Kaka and Zora, and shouted at the two female clerks with a sullen face. "Road! Hey! Kaka! Zora! What are you doing? Chatting during working hours? Do you still want your wages?" Kaka and Zora were also startled. But Kaka's ability to adapt to changes was quite good. He immediately stood next to Soldak and said cautiously to the man with a hooked nose, "Well, store manager, we are not chatting. This is a customer brought by my brother, who is going to buy some magic items in the shopping mall. Probably weapons and armor. So I was just thinking of inviting them to come into the store and have a look. Anyway, there are not many customers now. So maybe this what would the Lord Knight be interested in?" She stood next to Surdak and gave Surdak a look that was almost pleading. At this time, the store manager with a gloomy face was staring at Mashinka with a vicious look and said to him, "Are you Zora's bastard brother? Street gangsters like you had better stay away from my store." When Kaka heard that the knight in front of him was a customer in the magic grocery store, his gloomy eyes like an eagle instantly squeezed out a stiff smile. He bit his tall, thin and slightly stooped body, but raised his vulture humbly. The same face said respectfully to Surdak, "My lord knight, you may not know that we are famous for having many thieves here. You must be careful with your wallet. If this is your first time coming to Epsom City, you should take a good look around our magic shopping street. This street is one of the biggest features of our Epsom City. Kaka, Zora, what are you doing in a daze? Please come into the shop and have a rest for a while. Go and pour a cup of black tea for this lord knight." Seeing Kaka and Zora running into the shop in a panic at this time to pour tea, the store manager still muttered behind, "Girls who come out of the slums really don't have any eyesight at all." There was an expression of disgust in his eyes, like looking at a group of pigs in a pigsty. Surdak remained silent until he walked into the magic grocery store. At least half of the items in the store were from Surdak. I have seen a counter filled with all kinds of metal ingots and ores, etc. I only know the lowest magic red copper. In front of the gem counter, there are also a dazzling array of gems of various colors. In front of the counter is a large wooden box. In the box, it was actually filled with first-level magic cores. And those magic cores were piled up like a hill in the box. There was only one counter that looked empty in front of it. There was almost nothing on the counter. And there were only a few bottles of unnamed magic potions on the shelves behind the counter. This magic grocery store is like other magic stores. Magic herbs are scarce and magic potions are almost sold out. On the contrary, the counters of magic scrolls and magic rune boards are the most crowded. Those basic water gathering and fire gathering magic scrolls are the most commonly used items by travelers. The scrolls are very cheap, and the price is almost completely transparent. Surdak felt that he needed to buy 2 such scrolls, but he was unable to carry them with him. It is said that the magic scroll of fire gathering is very unsafe, as this scroll can ignite flames as long as it is unfolded. The store manager eagerly introduced the products in the grocery store while saying, "My lord knight, what do you want to buy? As for magic weapons, we have the vertebral sword, the mystical sword, and the knight's épée. If you want to buy heavy armor, we have bone armor here, bronze armor, and even if you want to buy magic pattern structure, we can also provide purchase channels." The sword of vertebrae is a light sword belonging to the western rapier category. The secret sword is covered with magic runes and is a magic sword. The knight's épée was not much different from the Roman sword modified by Surdak, except that the hilt was inlaid with gems and the blade had some useless patterns. Surdak held the secret sword in his hand and felt a burning sensation on the secret sword. When fighting the enemy, the wounds caused would have burns. However, the material of this sword was very poor, so when Surdak in his eyes, this sword is also useless. Seeing that there was really nothing to buy, Surdak took out the 4 demon swords and told the store manager that he wanted to sell the swords. The smile on the store manager's face froze, like an ice sculpture, and he asked Soldak with infinite disappointment, "Well, you just want to sell the 4 demonic swords. Don't you plan to buy the magic sword?" Surdak shook his head honestly, and was about to say, "The quality of your magic swords is very average. Otherwise, I will buy 2 magic scrolls." Before the words came out of his mouth, the store manager passed over Surdak, took the cup of black tea from Zora's hand, took a sip, raised his chin, squinted his eyes, and stared at it from the corner of his eye. Surdak showed a look of disdain and said, "This cup of black tea is really good. Let me tell you. Looking at you wearing an ordinary leather armor. How can you afford a magic sword?" Ha ha. Surdak was stunned on the spot. He thought to himself that this man changed his attitude so quickly that he didn't even have time to say what he wanted to buy. He couldn't figure out how on earth this guy became the store manager. Surdak didn't want to be acquainted with such people, so he wanted to leave this magic grocery store. When the store manager saw that Surdak seemed to have no temper, his arrogance suddenly became high, and he said to Kaka and Zora beside him, "It's okay for some people to be poor, but if they live in poverty for too long, they will easily get the disease of poverty, which will also be transmitted to the people around them. If you are with Zora's bastard brother, you will naturally not he is some kind of rich big shot. I was a little too naive in my thinking. Our store does not accept weapons of this caliber like the evil ghost army spur. In the future, when you see such a customer, just reject him on the spot. That's fine. No need. Find me. You two don't stay in the room. If today's sales performance cannot be completed, it is impossible to pay you your salary in full. While you are standing at the door, be smart and let me see what's going on in private. If you are chatting, just get out of here. I didn't hire you to be a flower vase. You haven't learned how to solicit business after all this time. People can still learn if they don't understand. But if they are stupid, no one can help." For a moment, Surdak was speechless. If this guy picked up a heavy shield on the battlefield, he could become a main tank in the battle team. Kaka and Zora felt even more aggrieved. They were scolded for no reason, and they completely offended their brother's customers. The two Epsom girls were so aggrieved that they almost cried. They looked at the people waiting outside the shop. The younger brother didn't know how to explain it for a while. Walking in front of the pile of first-level magic cores, Surdak suddenly stopped and turned to Zora, who was following behind him, and asked, "What's this?" Zora never thought that Knight Surdak would actually talk to her, so she said reflexively, "This is a gambling magic crystal." Her voice was softer than Mashinka's, but the nuances of her tone and tone were exactly the same. Surdak stopped in front of the wooden box and grabbed two first-level magic cores in his hand. Looking very interested, Kaka, another Epsom girl, quietly came over and whispered quickly in Suldak's ear. "What is placed on this tray are the magic cores of first-level magic beasts. Some of these magic cores will contain magic crystals, and some will contain magic crystal fragments. But not everyone has them. Let me tell you about the magic cores. The chance of a crystal is very low. Sister, I have been working here for 3 months, and I have never seen anyone cut out a magic core with a magic crystal. This is a lie." The store manager came over very alertly and asked, "What is Kaka mumbling about here?" Surdak turned around and asked, "Store manager, does your store still have magic crystal betting business?" The store manager raised his eyebrows. His eyes showed a hint of joy, and asked with a smile, Lord Knight, do you want to buy some magic cores to bet on magic crystals? There is no more gossip like before." Surdak casually picked at these magic cores, turned out some of the magic cores in the box, and said casually, "That's right. But I think these in the tray are leftovers picked by others. And that's all. It's not interesting to pick it up. Do you have any other first-level Warcraft cores? There are several boxes of these magic cores piled up in the warehouse. How many are you going to buy? Don't you like the magic cores in the palette? If you only want to buy a few, I think you should just pick them." The store manager mimicked with his eyes closed. Surdak didn't look like a gambler, so he was worried about being tricked. So he said, This, and this." Knight Surdak narrowed his eyes, and the 18 nodes in his body exuded a faint divine power. A trace of golden light came out from the palm of his hand. Among the pile of magic cores in front of him, a few of them came out. Surdak picked out the faint magical aura one after another nonchalantly. After a while, there were more than 20 first-level magic cores placed in front of him. Anyone with a hint of magical aura was picked out by Surdak. When the store manager saw that Surdak picked out so many first-level magic cores at one go, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he immediately urged the male clerk in the store to move all the boxes of first-level magic cores in the warehouse. "Come out." Kaka and Zora, who were standing behind Surdak, were a little dumbfounded for a moment and didn't know how to persuade him to stop. Surdak spent more than an hour selecting. The store manager came over more than once and asked Surdak seriously, "My Lord Knight, are you sure you want to buy all the magic cores you have selected?" Later, Surdak became impatient when asked by the store manager. So for every 2 magic cores he picked out, he threw a gold coin to the store manager. It was almost noon when Surdak stopped selecting magic cores. The magic cores placed in front of him were also filled with a whole tray. And all of them were paid by Surdak. Kaka and Zora, who were standing behind Surdak, were both a little stupid. Who would have thought that this knight who looked poorly dressed would actually take out 10 magic crystals and 7 gold coins in one breath? They bought 214 first-level magic cores. In their opinion, this was a huge gamble. Even if they were sold, it wouldn't be worth the money. At this time, there were gradually more pedestrians on the street. When some people saw the scene, they inevitably came up to watch. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Surdak quickly put the magic cores he bought into his pockets, and then pulled Kaka and Zora, who had lost their ability to think, out of the magic grocery store. In fact, Kaka and Zora didn't know why they followed the Lord Knight out, and they left the magic grocery store without even saying hello. No matter how much the store manager shouted from behind, Kaka and Zora walked on the crowded street without looking back. Chapter 181. This is a dark restaurant. There is only one window without glass. It is just pasted with a piece of worn parchment. When the wind blows, the parchment always flutters. There are many things in the restaurant. There was a faint smoky smell, like something was burned. But soon a fat cook came over swinging her fat butt, holding a large round wooden plate in her hand, which exuded sweet smell. With a clang, the wooden plate was placed on the table, and the room was filled with the aroma of baked apples. The door of the restaurant is open so that it can be cooler in the restaurant. But there are not many people in the restaurant at this time. Occasionally a homeless man walks by in front of the restaurant. As long as he stops in front of the restaurant, the fat cook in the restaurant will curse. He walked out and stuffed the black bread in his hand into the homeless man's arms. "I'm sorry to put you two out of work." Surdak said this without any sincerity. When he spoke, he was holding the file in his hand and filing the magic core on the table very seriously. He seemed very focused and cautious, fearing that if he filed more inside, he would damage the magic crystal inside. This was a little different from other gamblers. In Mashenka's view, if Knight Surdak keeps doing this, if he continued to polish it, it would take him at least 3 months to polish his bag of magic cores. The two girls, Kaka and Zora, still haven't recovered from their emotions. They have experienced many things in the past half day. The fat cook shouted with a loud voice, "Kaka, come and cut the apple pie so that your guests can taste the authentic Epsom flavor." Seeing that the somewhat lost Kaka finally came to his senses, the fat cook put the rag in her hand on the table and wiped it casually, then sat down. When her fat buttocks touched the chair seemed to let out a painful whine. Squeak. The fat cook didn't care at all. She stood next to Kaka and said, "If you ask me, Kaka, you and Zora should come to my place earlier to help me. It's not that easy to work outside." Kaka was cutting apple pie. When he heard the fat cook say this, he immediately complained, "But Aunt Olenka, are you sure your restaurant can support the 3 of us? If you don't give out bread for free for those homeless people, I think maybe business can be better. No matter what, you two will never go hungry." The fat cook glared and said in a loud voice. Although Kaka said nothing, she still looked reluctant. It was not that she disliked the dilapidated restaurant, but was worried about adding to the burden on Aunt Olenka. Zora, who was sitting next to Kaka, kept her head lowered and acted a little shy. But when she talked about working in a restaurant, she raised her head and said firmly, "Aunt Olenka, I can't stay. Come down." The fat cook felt a little incomprehensible. She spread her hands to try, pressed her elbows on the table, and asked Zora, "Why? Zora, what are you thinking in your little head?" Zora whispered, "I want to save some money. Mashenka should go to the Warrior Academy to study." Hearing Zora say this, the fat cook and Kaka both looked strange, and the fat cook did not continue. But Kaka said to Zora, "Your idea is good, but it is a bit unrealistic. I'm afraid you don't know that the most shabby Warrior Academy in Epsom City also requires 5 gold coins in tuition per year. And it requires continuous study. In 4 years, what if Mashenka can get that piece of soldier certificate? He doesn't have to join an infantry regiment and train on the battlefield for 3 days. The world is so uneven now. With such a sum of money, what else can he do? How about using some connections and letting Mashenka stay in the logistics force for 3 years? Mashenka, who was sitting next to Surdak, also said very ambitiously, "Sister, I can handle my own affairs." But can he? Surdak knew that it was obviously not possible. His daily income as a guide was very irregular. and it was impossible to earn enough hardware in just over a year. Serdek put down the magic core in his hand, raised his head, and asked Mashinka, "Are you going to study at the Warrior Academy?" "Yes. I want to be a swordsman," Mashinka replied. From what Serdek knew, it seemed that every Banar wanted to be a swordsman. Aunt Olenka winked at Kaka and said to Kaka, "By the way, we still have ale here. Kaka, go and bring it for me." As soon as the fat cook and Kaka left, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Serdek felt that he should help Mashinka, so he coughed twice and said, "Ahem, Mashinka, there are some things I think I can help with. If it's just a matter of tuition, I can help you. But while you are studying in the academy, you are not going to hang out with people. I don't advocate hanging around in the academy. Rather than doing that, it is better to keep the money and start a small business. While you are studying in the academy, you need to have a big goal and countless small goals, and then work hard to achieve each goal." Mashinka did not expect that Serdek would offer to sponsor him, so he quickly refused. "Master Knight, thank you for your kindness. Serdek waved his hand slightly, interrupted him, and said, "Don't refuse it yet. Of course, my support cannot be free." Zora lowered her head, as if she had thought of something, and felt that she might be the price mentioned by Knight Serdek. If Knight Serdek proposed it, would she agree or refuse? Thinking of this and what happened next, the girl Zora's face suddenly turned red to her ears. Serdek stared at Mashinka and said, "I need to work for me for free for a year after you graduate, and then see your performance to decide whether you can stay." Zora raised her head in surprise and looked at Serdek. She didn't expect that what he proposed was such a condition. Mashinka asked Serdek with a look of surprise, "Master Knight, are you saying that you are going to hire me after I graduate?" Serdek thought about his future path. He didn't have a clue yet, but at this time, he could only bite the bullet and continue. "That's pretty much what it means. But you still need to find opportunities to serve in the military after graduation. Sometimes the laws of the Green Empire must be respected. Of course, there is no problem with that." Mashinka was overjoyed at Serdek's promise. He stood up from the chair, straightened his body, saluted a less than standard military salute, and then said loudly, "Thank you, Lord Knight. My name is Knight Serdek." Knight Serdek emphasized his name seriously, which has almost become his habit. Mashinka immediately said, "Thank you, Lord Knight Serdek." Serdek ate a piece of apple pie. There was no honey added, so the pie was a little sour. He put down the knife calmly and said, "Grow up as soon as possible to protect the relatives and those around you. Your people." Mashinka seemed a little excited and said to Serdek, "I know, Sir Knight Serdek. I will try my best to do it." At this time, Serdek grabbed the 2 magic cores placed on the table. The magic cores were covered with debris and dust from the polishing process. They looked like 2 dirty stones. Serdek he picked up the water glass next to him and said, "Okay, these 2 magic cores are almost polished. There should be some left over to give you the tuition for the Warrior Academy." After saying that, he poured the water in the cup on the 2 magic cores. An incredible scene happened. With the sound of the magic cores, the gray powder was washed down by the water, and the amber crystals inside were revealed with a halo like running water. That dazzling light made the siblings on the table almost hold their breath. They stared at the 2 crystals in front of them with wide eyes. Mashinka reached out and picked up a magic crystal, holding the magic crystal in his hand. The hand couldn't help but tremble. Serdek's voice reached the ears of the 2 siblings. "Don't be surprised. This world is full of incredible things. Maybe one day, you will become a person like me." The big boy Mashinka looked at Serdek with admiration and couldn't help shouting, "Knight Serdek." Serdek tidied his leather armor, dusted off the fine powder from his body, stood up and said to Mashinka, "Okay, thank you for your hospitality. I like Aunt Olenka's apples very much." "Pie. Its sourness is appetizing," Serdek said as he walked out of the restaurant. By the time Mashinka chased him outside the restaurant, Serdek had disappeared into the bustling crowd and was no longer visible. Chapter 182 The Carpenter Waiting at the Teleportation Door. I had never thought that the time for nobles and commoners to pass through the portal would be at night. So when Serdek booked a room at the Wind Song Hotel, he stayed for 2 nights. But after Serdek spent a day wandering around Epsom City, he discovered that if he stayed at Song of Winds for 2 consecutive nights, he would pass through the teleportation gate tomorrow night. When Serdek walked out of Aunt Olenka's restaurant, he felt that there was really nothing worth missing in the city. So he had the idea of leaving Epsom City. I spent 1 silver coin to rent a carriage and hurried back to the Song of Wind Hotel. I packed up and bowed in the room. Then walked to the balcony and looked at the Civic Center square. At this time, there happened to be a team of people carrying supplies in the square. Soldiers kept coming out of the portal, watching the supplies being continuously transported from the Green Empire. It was obvious that the supplies in the Warsaw Plain could not support the needs of the battlefield here. What was delivered last night should be barrels of kerosene. But now I don't know what is contained in these packages. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves was heard from a distance, and a cavalry team ran up the central street. Only when I got closer did I see that they were a group of construct knights. They were uniformly dressed in black armor. The horses underneath them were also the most famous black-scaled horses of the Green Empire. As they galloped along the street, there were knights from guard camps on both sides of the street to maintain their posture. In order to maintain order on the street, the idlers were driven to the left and right sides of the street, leaving a wide road in the middle of the street. The knights riding on the black-scaled horses all wore golden badges on their chests. The young knight in the lead wore a set of golden-laid armor, which looked extremely eye-catching. When the young knight led a group of knights through the long street, there were cheers along the way, and it seemed to be quite popular with the citizens of Epsom City. This group of construct knights walked straight into the City Hall square. The soldiers transporting supplies got out of the way. The guards maintaining the square also tried their best to get out of the way. These construct knights did not even stop at the municipal center square, then rushed into the teleportation gate and disappeared into the magic whirlpool. Serdek looked at the direction in which the group of knights disappeared with some astonishment. For the first time, he felt that being a construct knight seemed pretty good. Thinking of this, Serdek subconsciously touched the bulging money bag. It was filled with unsolved magic cores. And I thought to myself, these magic cores can probably afford me a complete set of magic pattern constructs. If the store manager hadn't been so annoying, I'm afraid I wouldn't have bought all the magic cores that contained magic cores. All the magic cores of the magic crystal are selected. So much so that the magic cores left in that magic grocery store are all a pile of abandoned garbage. Those who like to gamble on magic cores will probably never visit that magic grocery store again as long as they go there a few times. And they will inevitably suffer losses. A large sum of money should be used to teach them a lesson. After packing his bags, Soldak went to the stables in the backyard of the hotel. After showing the nameplate to the administrator in the stable, and giving the administrator a tip of 10 copper coins, he took Gubalai Ma out of the stable. He led the horse and walked along the road in front of the hotel to the Civic Center square. Following the flow of people, he tried to get to the crowd waiting in line for teleportation, but found that it was already packed to the brim. Serdek suddenly remembered that he was a knight, so he decided to lead his horse to the noble passage and ask, if possible. Of course it would be best. Otherwise it would be really hard to be crowded among the civilians. Carloads of military supplies were transported away from the square by horse-drawn carriages. Soldak squeezed out of the crowd, but suddenly heard a familiar shout. Knight Serdek! Please wait! Serdek turned his head and looked at the voice, and saw a man with a linen scarf covering his face, crowded in the crowd. When he saw him turning his head and looking over, he waved to him, and then the linen scarf on his face was pulled down, revealing a familiar face. In a tavern, several drinkers gathered at a table, lowering their heads and talking nonsense while drinking ale from the cup. A few young people were sitting on the high stools in front of the bar. Their eyes always fell on the young bartender at the bar. They could probably drink a glass of wine all night long, and they were best at saying some funny things. It's a joke. But although the wine girl is dressed young and gorgeous, she is not a woman who only knows love but not bread. She is not moved by the overtures of this group of young people at all, but her face is always with a slight smile. In the corner of the tavern, John sat opposite Soldak with some restraint, a look of embarrassment on his face. The waiter in the tavern brought over 2 glasses of ale. Soldak put a stack of copper plates into the waiter's hands and asked him to take care of the horses tied outside. John! Why are you here? Soldak asked John. John sat on the chair, hunched over, head lowered. His fleshy body looked like a big fat quail, and complained to Soldak. I have been waiting for you in the square for almost a whole day. I know you will definitely come. John looked very humble when he spoke. This catapult repair carpenter had never been so humble even when he faced evil spirits in the wilderness hills. At that time, he was not afraid of death at all. Serdek also knew very clearly that the carpenter in front of him was not a coward who was afraid of death at all. There must be another reason why he behaved so humbly. John! What happened? Soldak looked at John in confusion. Although he and his wife lived outside Epperson, their lives seemed pretty good, and he had left a sum of money before he left, which was enough. They have overcome the temporary difficulties. John squeezed out a smile on his bitter face and said, Knight Soldak, everything is going well. I come to you this time with a merciless request. If possible, please bring my wife back to Green. I think Roland Continent is safer in the Empire. I was the one who made the mistake. If my wife returns to her hometown, she will not be held accountable by the Bena military. I want my children to live in a peaceful city. So that's it. Unexpectedly, after thinking about it all night, John actually wanted to send his pregnant wife back to the Green Empire. When Soldak looked at John, he felt that his arms were really strong, and he was the kind of person worth relying on. John raised his head and mustered up the courage to say to Soldak, Yesterday I heard that you don't have any knights to accompany you yet, so I took the liberty to come here to request you. Soldak gently rubbed his forehead with his hand and asked John a question that he was more worried about. Have you talked to your wife about this? I think she'll agree, John said confidently. Soldak pondered for a moment and then asked, Then have you ever thought about how your wife will live with her children alone in the future? John obviously had his own plan, and replied to Soldak without thinking, I will send the money on time, and I also want them to go to my wife's relatives after arriving in the Green Empire. They will definitely take care of her. Soldak nodded and said, Now that you have made a decision, I can promise you. But this is all I can do. Then he hesitated again, feeling that speaking so decisively would hurt the friendship between the two. So he added, By the way, where is your hometown? Is it also the province of Bena? If so, I can also give you a free airship ticket. Yes, in the city of Socrates in Bena province. Knight Soldak. Hearing Soldak say this, John's eyes widened, filled with gratitude. Okay, I can give you one night to prepare. Wait for me at the door of Winsong Hotel before noon tomorrow. I will prepare to return to the Green Empire through the teleportation gate tomorrow night. If you exceed the deadline, you will not be waiting. Soldak finished. He tapped on the table, put a silver coin under the beer glass, and walked away. He still had to work hard to bring the Gubalai horse back to the stables of the Winsong Hotel. The tip he just gave to the stable manager was in vain. Fortunately, the room in the Winsong Hotel was not returned. Otherwise, he would probably have returned it to find another place to stay. In this crowded city, it may not be that easy to find a hotel with a similar environment to the Winsong Hotel. Back in the hotel room, Soldak sat on the deck chair on the balcony, made himself a pot of lemon tea, took out 2 croissants bought from the bakery from his backpack, and put them on the plate. There were 2 bright red plums. I thought they might be useful during the trip, but now it seems they can only become my dinner. While polishing the magic core with a small file, he watched a group of wounded soldiers in the municipal center square being slowly carried into the portal. It seemed that the wounded soldiers were going to be sent back to the Green Empire to recuperate. In this world, Serta Grimm has never seen the profession of doctor. In other words, there is no word doctor in the Green Empire language at all. The counterpart to doctor is priest. But Soldak has never seen a priest either. He only heard from the soldiers of the second team that before this plain war broke out, among the troops of the Green Empire there are priests and battle priests. But I don't know why. When the plain war broke out, all the temples in the Green Empire were closed, and the priests and battle priests were all restrained in the temples. Chapter 183 Home is where you are. Soldak led the horse out of the backyard of the Winsong Hotel, and saw Lisa and John waiting awkwardly on the bench opposite the back door of the hotel. They saw Soldak walking out of the hotel. John quickly stood up from the bench, and then carefully helped Lisa up. Lisa looked at John affectionately, and the tenderness in her beautiful eyes made He Young feel that maybe what Soldak said back then was true, and all the Bena girls would be so gentle, including his wife and sister. Nonsense. Bah. Bah. I am Soldak. Our Soldak Knight performed self-hypnosis again, and then walked to stand in front of John with gentle steps. Lisa was wearing a loose white long skirt. The skirt was very new, and looked like she rarely wore it. Her eyes were swollen as red as peaches, and when she looked at John, her eyes were full of reluctance. John kept stroking Lisa's long hair and whispering comfort to her. Have you thought about it? Soldak felt it was necessary to ask the two of them their thoughts again. Although there was only a door separating the places where they would live in the future, this door was not so easy for John to pass. John wiped his hands on his clothes habitually. Craftsmen had this habitual action when chatting with others. Yes, Knight Soldak. Please bring Lisa back to the Green Empire, John said with some excitement. Soldak held the horse, patted John on the shoulder and said, "Come with me. We can sit in that shop for a while. John, take the time to say goodbye to your wife. I think it's best for you to avoid showing up in the Civic Center Square as much as possible to avoid being caught by the people from the Bena Legion Logistics Department. The group of people discovered that after all, your status is somewhat special, so it is best to avoid entering the city as much as possible in the future." Soldak knew what kind of decision John made. In order to give his wife and children a better life, he would rather make such a difficult choice. John put his hands around Lisa's shoulders, rested his head on Lisa's fair forehead, and whispered comfort. "Lisa, stop crying. Maybe it won't take long. As long as the Bena Legion revokes the pursuit order against me, we can find a way to return to the Green Empire to find you. Trust me, I will find a way. Before that, please be sure to take care of yourself and our children. John!" Lisa choked, seeing John's praying eyes. Some words could only be swallowed in her stomach at this time. Lisa was not a particularly beautiful woman, especially after her pregnancy caused a huge change in her body shape, and she had no image at all. But in John's eyes, Lisa was clearly the most beautiful one in the world. John leaned into Lisa's ear and said in a very soft voice, "Listen to me. Only the Green Empire is the safest place. The army of evil spirits is only temporarily hidden in the Warsaw Plain. Everyone has no idea about the current situation in the Warsaw Plain. The evaluations are too optimistic. The Evil Ghost Legion only suffered 2 big losses, but they were not completely defeated. Why can't you come with me?" Lisa asked with a little choked up. Raising her head, John shook his head vigorously, discarded the idea with all his strength, and said to Lisa, "It's impossible. I'm destined to not be able to get through that teleportation door. Someone will take me away as soon as I appear." Seeing that Lisa was still a little hesitant at this time, John seemed a little anxious. He moved Lisa's face to his, looked into her eyes and asked, "Lisa, what did you promise me last night?" Lisa's eyes were swollen like peaches, and she looked aggrieved. John did not allow her to refuse. So he turned to Soldak and said seriously, "Knight Serdek, please." Soldak held the horse and stood aside. He could only remain silent about John and Lisa spreading dog food all over the floor. Seeing that John finally made time to talk to him, he quickly said, "Please don't worry. I will send Lisa to Socrates City safely." Now that he has agreed to help, Serdek feels that the last bit is enough. Like a knight's retinue swearing an oath to a knight, John knelt down on one knee, put his right fist on his heart, raised his head, and said seriously, "Knight Serdek, I am extremely grateful for your selfless help." Soldak just used one hand to pull John up, punched him hard on the shoulder with his fist, and said to John, "Why are you so polite at this time? Try to find a way to clear your name as soon as possible." Soldak took the two of them to a restaurant very close to the Civic Center Square. They chose a seat by the window, ordered something casually, and sat there, quietly waiting for the night to come. The more I look forward to time stopping, the more I feel that time will fly away at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with red clouds. The light was getting darker and darker, and more people gathered in the Civic Center Square. Soon the whole street was crowded with people. If you didn't enter the venue and queue up at this time, it would be difficult to squeeze in even if you were behind. Fortunately, Serdek's status as a knight made him eligible to queue behind the nobles and enter the portal through the nobles' exclusive passage. So the 3 of them people left the restaurant. Due to John's status as a deserter, he was unable to send Lisa to the Civic Center Square. He could only stand in the distance and watch the 2 of them slowly walk into the Civic Center Square. Lisa followed Knight Serdek one step at a time and turned back, her eyes full of nostalgia and reluctance. John stood at the door of the restaurant. He was worried that Lisa's behavior would attract too much attention. He would get into the crowd and disappear from Lisa's eyes. At this moment, Lisa's tears were like broken beads sliding down her cheeks. Civic Center Square. Serdek led the horse, followed by a pot-bellied woman wearing a headscarf. It took a lot of effort to squeeze a way out of the crowded crowd, and finally stood in front of him within the prescribed time. At the end of the noble team. This is the end of the special passage in the Municipal Center Square. In the front passage, there are also many nobles in fine clothes waiting patiently. Only the knights and knights' retinues are waiting at the end of the special passage. Lisa probably didn't want people to see her eyes red from crying, so she covered her head with a veil and followed Soldak silently. However, due to her special body shape, it is not difficult to tell that she is pregnant, so she will be treated politely wherever she passes. The 2 of them were waiting at the end of the dedicated passage. After the guards reviewed Serdak's transmission certificate and Knight's identity, other knights came over. Some knights around him looked at Serdak with envy, and then stared at him. He kept looking at Lisa, who was following him, unabashedly admiring her eyes. When she looked at Soldak, she also had a look that every man would understand. Since it is boring waiting, there are always some boring people who want to pass the time by chatting. Hey, knight! Which battlefield did you return from? Are you ready to return home? A middle-aged knight with an almost gray beard asked Soldak. I'm from Handanar County. Out of respect for the elder, Serdak let go of his ancient Bolai horse, stood up straight, and said seriously. Then he said humbly, In fact, I am just a reserve knight. I have just completed my military service and received approval from the military department. I am preparing to return to my hometown and complete my studies at the Knight Academy. The middle-aged knight saw that Serdak was so humble, and he was very willing to chat with him for a few more words. Are you going to the Knight Academy for further studies? In fact, isn't that just a formality? It's very easy. The accent of this middle-aged knight was a little different from what Soldak had heard before. He added, Your Bena Legion traveled thousands of miles and came to help us drive away the evil spirits from the Warsaw Plain. To us Iverson people, we are really grateful. This is your harvest in Handanar County. It looks like I want to congratulate you in advance. Sure enough, just as Serdak thought, he was from Iverson. Thank you. Soldak felt that he should try to speak as little as possible. Okay, it's our turn soon. The middle-aged knight didn't care much, but reminded Soldak enthusiastically. Finally, no more soldiers carrying supplies came out of the teleportation gate. Then the guards in front of the teleportation gate stepped aside to let the long-awaited nobles enter the teleportation gate. After all, there were few people in the dedicated passage, so everyone seemed orderly when they walked into the portal. When the nobles stepped into the portal, Serdak also led the horse to the front of this magnificent portal. He raised his head and looked at the huge portal that was more than 10 stories high. He looked at the people inside the door. In the huge whirlpool of magic, Serdak felt for the first time that he was so small. The violent fluctuations of magic made it difficult for his spiritual world to calm down. In a daze, he kept walking forward with the flow of people. When he found that Lisa did not follow the flow of people heading towards the portal, Lisa was already more than 10 meters away from him. Serdak immediately wanted to squeeze back, but he was holding a Gubwa horse in his hand. Come on! It's hard to turn around in a crowded passage. Then Soldak suddenly saw Lisa stopped, turned around and walked back. So he shouted to her. Lisa, why don't you leave? Hey, where do you want to go? Lisa, holding her big belly and struggling to stand in the crowd, stopped at this moment and turned around. A faint smile appeared on her pear-shaped face. Knight Serdak, thank you for your selfless help to us. But I don't want to leave here. And I can't leave here. Because John is here. My home is here. After saying that, Lisa turned around and ran outside the Civic Center Square. Serdak wanted to chase, but the army of civilians waiting outside the Municipal Center Square poured in from the outside, and the teleportation voucher in his hand was handed over to the guard. If he exited through the teleportation gate at this time, the person who passed through the teleportation gate would, no matter how I give up the opportunity. I can only watch Lisa holding her belly and walking away in the crowded crowd to find the happiness that she insists on. Serdak led the horse and followed the crowd into the huge magic vortex. Chapter 184 Iverson. Walking out of the other side of the portal. It feels like your whole body is immersed in the river of time, or emerging from a rift in time and space. That feeling is very mysterious. Ordinary people may not feel anything special, but for people who have a special perception of magic elements, their spiritual world feels like it has been disrupted again and then reorganized. Although there are no particularly big changes, the subtleties are still different. Or it can be understood this way. When a person with a keen sense of magic passes through the teleportation gate, the magic elements in the body will cause a certain degree of disorder when passing through the rift in time and space. In short, after Serdak passes through the teleportation gate, the spiritual sea was like a tsunami, making him a little dizzy. If he hadn't been holding Dubold Lima in his hand, I'm afraid he would have fallen down immediately after stepping out of the teleportation gate. Fortunately, there were guards next to the teleportation gate who noticed that Serdak was in a special situation. When he staggered, he held his arm in time and asked kindly, Knight, are you okay? Serdak squinted his eyes, feeling the dazzling sunlight in this world, and rubbed his forehead. thinking that the night in Epsom City was actually the day in Epsom City. Fortunately, I just occasionally pass through the portal, and I feel a little uncomfortable. Cerdak tried his best to stand up straight, but he was like a drunken drunkard. His hands and feet were a bit inoperable. He obviously wanted to take a step forward, but for some reason, he took the step at an angle. Go, and your body will lose balance. But there is no problem with speaking, and my mind is very clear. This teleportation gate is built in a large garden, with a tall castle in front. This is like the backyard of the castle. The nobles who came out of the teleportation gate had already boarded the magic caravan parked outside the garden, and was just waiting for the suitcases of the followers, who were following, to be placed on the shelves behind the caravan, before those magic caravans slowly drove out of the garden. In addition to many knights stationed in this garden, there are also a large number of sheds built on some lawns, which store a large amount of supplies. The kind guard pointed to the front of Soldak and said, "Then you continue to move forward with the flow of people. This place will be crowded with more civilians later." Cerdak stood up straight, and a strong sense of dizziness once again made him feel that the whole world was spinning. The sky, the castle, and the grass seemed to be all turned upside down. The guard did not dare to neglect. He quickly raised his hand high and shouted loudly to the pavilion next to the teleportation door. "Mr. Alfonso Goodrich, the magician has discovered something here. Please help. Come here for a moment." Several knights sitting on the benches outside the pavilion immediately looked over here with vigilance. 2 knights wearing full armor stood up and walked over here first. Cerdak held his horse with one hand. As long as he stood completely still, the intense dizziness would stop completely. At this time, he thought about the evil ghosts who entered the Warsaw Plain through the evil ghost gate. Even though their skin was melted by the power of the laws of the Warsaw Plain, they were unable to do anything when they first came to the Warsaw Plain. Walk normally. The 2 knights wearing full armor walked to the front of the portal, and saw Cerdak supporting his ancient Bolai horse with one hand. One of the knights said to the guard of the portal, "Put him away. Leave it to us," since he brought his horse back from the battle. It shows that he is a knight of good character. As he spoke, one person supported Cerdak, and the other held his ancient Bolai horse, and helped him to the bench next to the pavilion, letting him lie down completely. An old magician with white hair and beard walked out of the pavilion. He held a short-handled wand in his hand, and a magic book in the other hand. The black robe on his body looked a bit like satin, with cloth on it. His face was covered with dark lines of magic runes, and his face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes were as bright as 2 moonstones. It was a manifestation of the magic power in his body, and those magic powers seemed to come from the magician's eyes overflowed. The magician first looked at the knight in full armor, and the knight quickly said, "This is his horse. A fine ancient Bolai horse. It should have been injured on the battlefield, but it looks like it is very lucky. Can return to the Green Empire alive. In that case, it shouldn't be an alienated evil ghost. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to ride a horse. Let me see." As he spoke, the old magician placed the wand and magic book on the bench, and took out a hexagonal magic crystal from his arms. As the magic power in his hand slowly filled the magic crystal, the crystal spread out, with a faint blue glow. The old magician swept the crystal back and forth from Cerdak's body. He said softly, and then withdrew the magic power in the crystal. He only touched Soldak with the magic crystal without any magic light. The magic crystal in the old magician's hand actually turned into a light golden color, although there was no dazzling shimmer. But it could change the color of the magic crystal, which made the old magician take a breath of surprise. He carefully rechecked the magic crystal in his hand, and approached Cerdak again with the magic crystal. The magic crystal turned golden again. The old magician breathed out gently, and covered Soldak's forehead with his hand. Cerdak knew clearly in his heart that they were checking his identity, but they were not checking the nameplate, but checking his whole body through magical power. There was a light elemental breath in the old magician's hand. After this breath entered his body, the strong dizziness was significantly relieved. At this time, he heard the old magician say, "It's okay, young man. It's just that you are in Warsaw. After staying in the face for too long, my body gradually took over the power of the laws of the world over there. I had just returned to Roland Continent and the Green Empire, and my body had not yet adapted to the power of the laws of the world here. As a result, I was unable to complete some routine actions. After a while, I got used to it. It will get better." "Are you saying that I haven't adapted to the power of the laws of the world here?" Cerdak asked the old magician while lying on the bench. "That's it, young man. Welcome to Iverson City. The old magician smiled slightly and replied, being able to feel the power of the laws of each world is the first step to becoming a strong man. You are very good. Lucky. Young man. Has anyone told you that your body possesses a magical power? Cerdak didn't expect that he had just entered the Green Empire through the teleportation gate, and the secrets in his body were actually discovered again. He was a little stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. He originally planned to return to Helensa from the battlefield. The city wants to survive first. Seeing that Cerdak was in a daze, the old magician coughed lightly, woke him up, and said, Ahem. I mean, not every child with magical talent can awaken his magic pool at the age of 12. Some people, like you, will perceive the power of magic after becoming a warrior. Cerdak was lying on the bench, filled with worries. He was afraid that he would become a guinea pig and become the subject of the old magician's research. It was said that the older the magician, the weirder his temper. However, in this case, he could only bite the bullet and ask, Are you saying that I have a chance to become a magic swordsman? This Baikal swordsman once told me. Is this related to the fact that I will be dizzy after passing through the teleportation gate this time? When the old magician heard what Cerdak said, it meant that his judgment was correct. He patted Cerdak on the shoulder happily and said, Of course. The reason why you are experiencing all kinds of discomfort is that you have not learned any skills in controlling magic. It is because the magical power in your body and the spiritual power in the spiritual sea caused a certain degree of disorder when passing through the portal. That's why you have such a reaction. Don't worry. It's not a problem. As long as you find a comfortable bed and rest quietly on it for a day or two, you will feel better soon. This is not a serious matter. Thank you. Cerdak felt the old magician's kindness and quickly thanked him. Then the old magic rubbed his hands again and asked Cerdak, I know you will refuse, but I still can't help but ask. Are you interested in joining the Busman family's Iverson Construct Night group? If you are willing to join, I will apply for certain resources from Duke Ryan, which may help you advance to the second rank in the future. It seemed that after everyone discovered that they had the ability to cultivate both magic and martial arts, they rushed to recruit themselves into their own army. I'm sorry, Lord Magician. Cerdak felt that if the other party's attitude was not too tough, he should try to refuse. The old magician didn't seem to care too much, and smiled casually. It doesn't matter. Since the qualifications of the magic swordsman of the Bena Legion failed to impress you, I think you should also reject me. The old magician was a little surprised when he saw a centipede-like flesh-red scar on Cerdak's neck. He stretched out his hand and pulled his collar, taking the opportunity of inspection. He asked Cerdak to open his clothes and reveal his strong buttocks, chest muscles and 8-pack abs. The old magician was filled with shock and regret when he saw that the skin of Cerdak's body was covered with shocking scars left by burns. He said, It's just that I need to remind you that these scars on your body will be the biggest obstacle to your becoming stronger in the future. You can't engrave a large number of magic patterns on your body like other second-level powerhouses. It is the power provided by these magic pattern structures that makes a qualitative change in the strength of the second-level warriors. I am afraid these scars will not give you the chance to feel that magical power. Cerdak was also very sorry that his body was like this after he woke up from rebirth. He had a strong body, but it was a pity that his body was covered with such horrible scars. He had no choice in this matter. After thinking about it, the companions of the second team didn't seem to care about the scars on their bodies. Which veteran of the heavy armored infantry regiment was not covered in scars? However, the Baikal swordsman and the old magician both spoke in the same tone. Both of them were saying that high-level warriors seem to need their skin to be as scar-free as possible, probably to engrave powerful magic runes on his body. Cerdak didn't particularly care about this. After Cerdak recovered a little, the knight wearing full armor lifted Cerdak up with one hand. He was tall and easily helped Cerdak onto the horse, making the horse look like Gubolai, who seemed very honest, carried Cerdak out of the back garden of the teleportation gate. Gubolai's horse carried Cerdak to a wide street. This street was very wide, and could accommodate 20 magic caravans running side by side. This castle is built on a high hill just north of a majestic city. The terrain of this street is also extremely high. From behind the castle, you can only see the rolling city wall on the north side of the city. There are buildings inside and outside the city wall. But inside the city, the buildings are more gorgeous and more standardized. Most of the buildings outside the city are houses surrounded by wooden boards and some shacks and cellars surrounded by worn leather. It seems that most of the slums are outside the city. When Cerdak lay on his horse and walked around to the side of the hill castle. He finally realized how big the city was. Perhaps it was because the hills were not too high. So there were rows of buildings in the south of the city. You can't even see the edge at a glance. And even the city walls on both sides disappeared from sight together with the densely packed buildings. This is Iverson City, the largest city in the Iverson province, and the largest city controlled by the Busman family. Surdak looked at the magnificent building complex in front of him with some confusion. He didn't know where he should go for a moment. The ancient Bullen horse was slowly moving along the wide stone road. It crossed. There were no adverse reactions to the teleportation gate. Horseshoes stepped on the stone slabs, making a crisp sound. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Gubwa Lima's pace is consistent and rhythmic, and it has its own air on the stone roads in the city. Surdak looked back at the tall teleportation gate, which happened to be hidden in the shadow behind Galgang Castle. Even looking from the north of the city, this teleportation gate was connected with some colossi buildings behind the castle. Without entering the back garden of the castle, it would be difficult to discover that there is a teleportation gate hidden there. From time to time, you will pass by a magic caravan that is also full of guests. These magic caravans are full of laughter, and some people even sing loudly in the car. The luggage rack behind the caravan is filled with all kinds of luggage and cargo. It was the people who safely returned to the Green Empire from the Warsaw Plain, and they kept telling how lucky they were along the way. There is a street terrace stall selling cold drinks at the end of the street. Some awnings have been set up on the lawn along the street, with some wooden tables and chairs inside. Not many people are in the mood to have cold drinks here. Many people are eager to go home, so they can only sit in the magic caravan, holding open the glass window and casting envious eyes. Surdak was just the opposite of them. Even though he knew that his destination was the city of Helensa in Bena province, his heart was full of confusion at this moment. He didn't know whether to go directly to the airport terminal to buy a ticket. It is better to find a hotel to stay in Iverson City first, and wait until the situation is better before proceeding with the rest of the journey. So he turned over and dismounted in front of the cold drink stall, staggered like a drunkard to a chair in front of an empty table, and sat down. Then he waved to a waiter and shouted to him, "Please give me a glass of red beans smoothie." And the ancient horse was sitting casually on the lawn, swishing its tail from time to time, lowering its head, and nibbling on a cluster of golden clover. Chapter 185: The Magician's Counterattack. A touch of refreshing coolness melts in the mouth along with the maple sugar and refreshing red bean paste, and then slowly flows into the stomach along the esophagus. The true feeling of tasting delicious food alone at that moment is the best proof of existence in this world. Surdak was almost lying on the comfortable wooden armchair. This place is at the intersection of two major avenues on the southern slope of the hill. The surrounding vegetation and trees are well maintained, but because it is located on a high hill, the field of view is also extremely broad, and almost the entire Iverson city can be seen. There are many vehicles passing by on the road, but not many guests staying here. Those who have free time to sit at this cold drink stall are basically tourists who come here. Only they are willing to sit here and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the entire city. A motorcade slowly drove out from the castle on the top of the hill. At the front of the motorcade were 50 cavalrymen clearing the way. Behind them were several young nobles riding docile Gubwa horses. They were wearing gorgeous and exquisite dresses, and badges symbolizing various statuses on their chests. They followed the cavalry. They were talking and laughing while riding on the horses. 3 gorgeous magic caravans were sandwiched in the middle of the team, with the eye-catching Bausman family emblem hung on the side walls of the caravans. Probably because of the prestige accumulated over the years, all pedestrians on the road are in awe of him. At the end of the team is still a cavalry regiment of 50 people. Judging from the traveling posture, it is not difficult to guess that it is a big shot of the Busman family. In Suldak's view, it was most likely Duke Ryan Busman, the owner of the castle. I heard that the largest aristocratic force in Iverson province is the Busman family. This is an ancient aristocratic family that has inherited countless glory. Busman's ancestors personally founded the city of Iverson. The Busman family was at its peak. Half of the industries in the entire city belonged to the Busman family. Even now, the Busman family is declining step by step. But the foundation accumulated by the family over hundreds of years is quite rich. It happened that 2 guests at the next table happened to be discussing Duke Bausman in private. Although the sound was not loud, Soldak could hear everything. Duke Ryan Bausman's reputation is obviously not very good, although he is also a legendary figure in Iverson province. Everyone knows him not because of some of his heroic deeds, or because he loves the people like a son and has done good deeds to benefit the people, but because of his endless rosy news. It is said that Duke Ryan Busman of this generation is a ruthless character who will seek revenge. Nobles and lords in the entire Iverson province dare not offend him. Even though this duke already has his grandchildren, he can fill a room. And based on his age, he should be considered an old man in the eyes of ordinary people. He is about to lie down in a coffin to meet his family ancestors. But recently there have been some scandals in the imperial capital. It was said that he was actually jealous of a young magician. And because that magician was closely related to the Angelibald royal family, Duke Ryan was expelled back to the Iverson province by Emperor Charles in disgrace. In this way, even with the aura of victory in the Warsaw Plain on his head, it could not change the bad impression of him by the people of the imperial capital. The huge castle in that majestic city should be the residence of the Busman family. Where these vehicles came from, there was no need to guess that they were members of the Busman family. Soldak felt that eavesdropping was not the behavior of a gentleman. But at this time, he had no choice but to cover his ears. He could only turn his head and look at the street scene in the distance. The Busman family's motorcade passed through the street. The knights in front were dressed in neat black armor, sitting on black scaled horses with black metal helmets on their heads. They looked like they should be the elite knights guarding the Busman family. In contrast, although the young nobles riding Gubwa horses in the back were gorgeously dressed, it could be seen from the tone of their conversation and laughter that they were a little too frivolous. Each one of them looked oily and pink-faced. They had something daubed on their faces, and their faces were as pale as paper. However, all of them were quite proud of themselves, and they didn't know where the confidence on their faces came from. There were some female family members sitting in the magic caravan, and these women frequently looked out through the glass windows of the caravan. Cerdak also looked over curiously, seeing the charming and beautiful faces in the front windows. It's just that the makeup on their faces is too thick, and it's impossible to tell the true age of these ladies. It can only be seen that each of them seems to be carrying a huge flower basket on their head. Flowers of various colors are piled on the hats. The clusters of flowers are very eye-catching. The limelight of the hats on their heads even covers the beautiful faces. It wasn't until the third magic caravan that Cerdak finally saw a few older women in the magic caravan. Moreover, there was an old man with an old face sitting in the caravan. Through the glass window, you could see that he was a little thin and energetic, and his eyes were as sinister and cold as a hawk. Just when Soldak was wondering if this old man was Duke Ryan Busman, a huge fireball suddenly appeared from a bush in the distance. The fireball billowed with thick smoke and flew quickly towards the third magic caravan. Before the knights in front and behind the team could make any reaction, the huge fireball hit the third magic caravan at the same time. A transparent light shield actually appeared in the magic caravan, and the fireball exploded completely when it hit the light shield. With a bang, the coachman sitting on the driver's seat in front of the carriage was thrown dozens of meters away. The clothes on his back completely melted instantly, and the whole thing was as red as a boiled prawn. It looked like the skin and flesh on the surface were completely cooked. The whole person also fell to the stone floor in front, and he fell hard. His head was bruised and bleeding. His limbs twitched a few times, and one leg slowly straightened. All the ropes tying the horses were burned by the fire. The 4 ancient Bolai horses were severely frightened. After losing their restraints, they spread their hooves and ran straight towards the front of the road. The entire caravan was plunged into a sea of fire. The knights behind the team hurriedly after urging their horses to catch up. The knights in front separated into a small cavalry team and quickly chased them through the woods over there. At this time, the door of the magic caravan was kicked open, and an old man with an angry face split the flames with a sword from inside. He supported a middle-aged lady with one hand and jumped out of the carriage. The old man held the long sword slashed him, creating a gap in the burning flames. He just took a big step outward, and the man stood outside the flames. At this time, 50 knights also caught up from behind, and everyone rushed forward at the same time. While putting out the flames, they rescued all the ladies trapped in the carriage. This carriage seemed to have strong anti-magic properties. The ladies trapped inside were not seriously injured, but were frightened by the sudden fire. Not only were their gorgeous clothes stained during the rescue process, but even the hats on their heads were messed up. Some people threw themselves at the old man's feet and howled. The old man holding the long sword had an angry look on his face, and just said coldly to his men, "Chase me." The leader of the guard knight's face was red and white. He raised the knight's sword high and shouted to his knights, "Pursue the sneak attacker with all your strength and kill without mercy." The knight team that had entered the forest earlier had found its target. As shouts and short fighting sounds rang out, a magician wearing a black robe and a magic cone hat stumbled out of the forest. He rode a magic harpoon, turned into a black shadow, and rushed towards the north wall of Iverson City. The knights chasing below drew their bows and arrows. Unfortunately, the magician continued to increase his flying height. The arrows flew past the magician's feet without exception. The sudden change shocked Serdek. Unexpectedly, he saw the scene of a magician attacking a noble convoy just after arriving in Iverson City. Chapter 186 Entering the City. This was not the first time that Serdek had seen magicians in this world. He just lacked some basic understanding of these magicians. Unexpectedly, a little magician dared to lurk alone at the door of a duke's house. Blast out exploding flames at Duke Ryan's carriage in the woods, and then ride on it in public. He got on the magic pot and fled out of the city, not taking Duke Ryan seriously at all. A group of cavalry chased along the road and into the sky. It's just that the knights on horseback couldn't run as fast as the magician flying in the air, and they were left far behind by the magician soon. At this time, I heard someone whispering at the cold drink stall. Originally, this kind of matter only needs to be reported to the local magic union law enforcement team, and the mages in the law enforcement team will naturally handle it. Magicians also have a code of conduct in the magic world, just like some underground magic organizations. The key target of the Magic Guild Law Enforcement Group. If this magician dared to openly attack a Duke of the Green Empire, it was also a violation of the magician's code of conduct. It's just that at this time, the antagonistic relationship between the nobles and the magicians was deliberately provoked by Duke Ryan. The entire magic world had great opinions on Duke Ryan, wishing that he would be struck to death by lightning when he went out. But no one was there at this time. I am willing to help Duke Ryan investigate this matter. Serdek looked at the chaotic convoy with some speechlessness. The two magic caravans in front turned around and drove back. The noble old man and 4 ladies boarded the carriage, and the group of people drove toward the castle in despair. This trip was completely disrupted by a sudden assassination. The knights in black surrounded the 2 magic caravans, and several noble youths followed nervously, riding horses back to the castle in a panic. Serdek felt that he should have another glass of cold red bean smoothie at this time. He waved to the waiter who was shaving ice, indicating that he would add another glass for himself. The waiter quickly came up with a cup filled with crushed ice and red bean paste. Serdek leaned back on the chair, feeling much more comfortable now. He turned his head slightly, and happened to see 2 adventurers wearing exquisite leather armor sitting on the corner seat discussing in a low voice. This kind of small adventure groups can be seen everywhere in the Warsaw Plain. They travel around the world and usually rely on acceptance, employers' tasks, or hunting monsters and collecting magic grass to make a living. I heard one of the young rangers whisper. You said that Duke Ryan offended the magic world this time, and was boycotted by the magic world? The adventurer sitting opposite had his back to Serdek. He smiled lightly and said, Hey, I heard that the commotion in the imperial capital was even worse. Otherwise Duke Ryan wouldn't have hid in the Warsaw Plain. The young ranger then covered his mouth in surprise, and lowered his voice and said, Isn't this Duke Ryan just now? The adventurer with his back to Serdek sneered and said, What are you thinking? If it were really Duke Ryan, could that reckless magician escape from Iverson alive? Duke Ryan is always following him, with a second-level powerhouse. A sneak attack like this just now is enough to make the sneak attack drink a pot of water. Can he be allowed to leave calmly like this? Then he added, This is Duke Ryan's second son, Josie Busman. But this Earl Josie is not usually highly regarded by Duke Ryan. At this time, a magician came to Josie Busman. He probably wanted to give the Busman family a small warning. The adventurer took out a silver coin from his arms and put it on the table. The young ranger said, It's almost time. We should go. Then what the Lord told me, the young ranger said with some hesitation. The adventurer with his back to Serdek smiled coldly and said, Is there anything else worth discussing? Without the support of the magicians, the Busman family is destined to pay a heavy price in this plain war. At this time, is there anyone else who wants to step in? After saying that, he walked along the edge of the ice drink stall to a bush, where 2 horses were tied on the grass. The young ranger chased after him and asked, Sir, is it really that serious? The adventurer, who had only left a trace of Serdek's back, stopped and said to the young ranger, If the priests and battle priests were willing to walk out of the temple and participate in this plain war, the situation would certainly not be so bad. But in the current situation, magicians are gradually showing great value on the battlefield. Offending magicians at this time is no different from digging your own grave. After saying that, he got on his horse and ran towards the bottom of the hill on an ancient bow-lie horse. The young ranger quickly followed. The two adventurers hadn't walked long before a group of black knights rushed out from the castle. This group of knights didn't need to carefully protect the nobles in the magic caravan at this time. They suddenly became arrogant and domineering. They separated into a group. The team stayed at the scene of the incident, and the remaining knights rushed straight out of the city. Serdek did not check the number of these knights in detail, but he roughly knew from the sound of horse hooves that this group of black knights was at least an entire light cavalry regiment. The knights who stayed at the scene of the incident were checking the surrounding area and dealing with the remains of the magic caravan at the scene of the incident. At this time, the fire had not been completely extinguished, but the knights did not know what kind of powder they had sprinkled on the magic caravan. The flame was completely extinguished in an instant, and not even much black smoke came out. There were also some knights in black who began to investigate the surrounding situation. Among them, several knights in black walked directly to the cold drink stall here. They first learned about some situations with the cold drink stall owner, and then these knights in black began to check out these diners at the ice cream stand. Serdek accepted the interrogation without exception. But Serdek had an identity plate and was a knight who had just returned from the front line of the Warsaw Plain. The Black Knight only confirmed Serdek's identity, and then instead of continuing to inquire, he asked him if he had found anyone suspicious just now. Serdek explained to the men in black that he was being suppressed by the power of the world's laws. He was lying here adjusting his state, not paying attention to what was happening around him. A big shot had just been attacked nearby, and he was helpless. Seeing that no useful information could be obtained from Serdek, the Black Knight began to investigate the rest of the people. Serdek also placed a silver coin on the table, and did not bother any stall owner for change. He still staggered when walking. He climbed onto the horse with difficulty, and asked Kuboy to carry the horse. He walked along the road toward the center of the town. According to my current condition, I am afraid that I need to stay in Iverson City for a few days, waiting for me to slowly recover. And it will not be too late to go on my way. In this case, it is inevitable to find a clean hotel. According to Soldak's previous experience in finding hotels, better hotels are often built in city centers, and the average consumption in this world is not high. Usually, it only takes a few dollars a night. It can be done with just one silver coin. It doesn't matter how much it costs. At this time, he just needs a comfortable and clean big bed to have a good sleep. After riding down from the hill, I really realized how prosperous Iverson is. The streets are filled with all kinds of gorgeous shops. For a moment, Soldek was dazzled. Chapter 187 Airport. The absurd feeling of taking a step forward. But the next moment, the leg would be bent and stretched out, and the body would fall down, finally completely disappeared after a full night's sleep. To put it simply, there is a slight difference in the power of world rules between the Roland continent and the Warsaw Plain. But Serdak's body perception is too sharp, which caused great deviations in every command he gave to his body. Another point is that people in the Green Empire usually experience this kind of discomfort when they enter other planes. Very few people still feel this kind of discomfort with the power of the world's laws after returning to their hometown. The biggest difference between Serdek and other members of the Green Empire was that he was a time traveler, and those fragmented memory fragments did not bring him any substantial help. For him, the plain of Warsaw should be regarded as his place of rebirth and the most familiar place. The Roland continent, where the Green Empire is located, is a completely unfamiliar land. Opening the floor-to-ceiling curtains in the room, the bright sunlight left square white spots on the burgundy floor. The room suddenly became bright, and the bed was a little messy. Only then did Soldak notice a costume hanging at the door of the room. There was a tray full of cookies. It turned out that there was actually a tray of cookies like this in my room. I thought of last night's suggestion that some enchanting girls on the first floor of the hotel approached Soldak and asked if he wanted to invite them to eat cookies in the room. They were wearing palace-style low-cut dresses, sitting in the glass display window, and looking at the passing guests. They show off their delicate faces, plump bodies and white skin, and occasionally ask the men who stop to admire their beautiful faces if they want to invite them home for dessert. Standing by the window, I took a deep breath of fresh air. The blue sky was dotted with a few marshmallow-like white clouds, and there was no wind. Outside the window was a bustling street market. A group of women wearing long linen skirts were lining up to walk into the hotel, holding bamboo baskets on their heads containing some starched clothes, sheets and other items. There are several simple and light magic caravans parked at the entrance of the hotel. The coachmen sit on the driver's seat chatting and dozing. As long as a guest comes out of the hotel and waves to these magic caravans, they will park the carriage there. You can go anywhere in front of the hotel, but these should be paid. There are various food stalls on the street. Many snacks in Iverson City are fried pasta. They throw balls of dough into the hot oil pan. And in an instant, they will get a greatly expanded pancake. The aroma of fried food fills the entire street. A group of cavalry in black came slowly from the other side of the street. The pedestrians on the street gave way to the knights of the guard camp. Not everyone can offend these city police officers. The whips in their hands are far stronger than those of the knights. The knight's sword on the waist is more intimidating. He rode a horse out of the backyard of the hotel and walked in the direction pointed by the hotel waiter. Unexpectedly, the airport of Iverson City was actually outside the city. Fortunately, there was a Gubwa horse that traveled for him, and he walked out for only half a day. After entering the city gate and walking along the avenue beside the city wall for a kilometer, I saw several magic airships parked next to several raised bamboo-shaped mountains. The magic airship is a kind of huge hull that is 70 to 80 meters in the lower part, and a huge hydrogen balloon in the upper part. More than 30 ropes hang from the hydrogen balloon and are tied to the bow, stern and sides of the ship on both sides. In addition, there are 8 flotation devices installed on the side of the magic airship. However, when the airship is stationary and leaning on the airport pier, these flotation devices are completely extinguished. At this time, the airship is completely floating. It relies on the buoyancy of the huge hydrogen balloon above the head. Serdek stood in front of the steps below the airport terminal, tied his horse to a wooden stake, and walked up step by step along the circular stone steps of the bamboo-shaped mountain. Some lifting pulleys were lifting boxes of supplies onto the airport pier, and the workers carried the supplies onto the airship. In front of the airport terminal, there was a small wooden house built against a bamboo-shaped mountain. On the top of the counter outside the wooden house was written, "Reception," in imperial language. Serdek walked to the wooden house and asked a middle-aged woman with blonde curly hair, "Madam, do you have airship tickets to Venice City?" The middle-aged woman sat behind the counter, looking up and down at Serdek with her dark blue eyes. Her face was a little thin, and she had deep nasolabial wrinkles on her cheeks. She didn't look like someone who smiled often. She said to Serdek with a straight face, "The route to Venice is only open once a week. An airship left the airport the afternoon before yesterday. The next sailing will be about 5 days later." Serdek raised his head and looked at the magic airship above his head again. A huge wooden box wrapped in tarpaulin was pulled up by the hanger of the pulley set. The wooden wheels made a sharp squeaking sound under the pull of the rope. When the middle-aged woman saw that Serdek was silent, she thought he was not satisfied with the schedule. So she said, "If there is something urgent, you might as well take an airship to the imperial capital or Helensa first. There will be more airships bound for Venice City there. If you transfer to other airships from the airport over there, if everything goes well, you arrived in Bena province 1 day early." Serdek felt that it was better not to mess around. It should be the most convenient way to reach Venice City directly from Iverson City. Thinking of this, he said, "Please give me a ticket for the airship next week. Can I also buy a ticket for Ma?" "What do you mean?" The middle-aged woman looked at Serdek with confusion. Serdek looked back at the ancient bolai horse tied to the wooden stake, and said again, "I mean, I still have a horse. And I also want to take the airship to Bena province." "That's no problem. There is a special animal pen on the airship," the middle-aged woman replied, then picked up her seal and printed 2 big red stamps on 2 parchment pages, and said casually to Serdek, 15 gold. The airship ticket price of the Green Empire is far beyond Serdek's imagination. It is also too expensive. Even a small wealthy family may not be able to afford the ticket price of the magic airship. Serdek took out a magic crystal from his body, counted 5 gold coins, and handed them to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman picked up the magic crystal and looked at the sky casually for a few times. After confirming that there was no problem, he said to Serdek, "The current exchange ratio between magic crystal and gold coins is about 1 to 9. So to pay 15 gold coins, you need 1 intact magic crystal and 6 gold coins." Soon after, Serdek mounted the ancient bolai horse and prepared to leave the airport terminal. Just as the ancient horse walked out of the airport terminal, a magic caravan suddenly drove towards it. Inside the car was a beautiful face full of youthful atmosphere, looking out the window, and happened to meet Serdek's eyes. For a moment, her eyes were exceptionally clear. When she saw Serdek, she looked at him seriously with interest. At this time, the magic caravan hurried past. Serdek was unable to find any information about the beautiful woman from his memory, so he rode back to Iverson City along the original road. Chapter 188 Magic Businessman. Serdek was riding on the horse, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. The exchange ratio between magic crystals and gold coins had dropped a bit. This was not good news for him, mainly because he still had 2 coins piled in his pocket. There are hundreds of magic cores that have not been polished. Although these magic cores will not produce magic crystals one by one, they are also valuable items that will produce magic crystal fragments without magic crystals. At this time, the exchange rate of magic crystals and the imperial capital actually dropped. In total, the total loss of more than 200 magic cores was at least 100 gold coins. The middle-aged woman at the airport terminal said that if the plane master continues, the magic crystal will most likely continue to depreciate in value. Surdak deeply agrees with this. After all, an evil ghost is destined to have a magic crystal in his body. Magic crystals, on the battlefield. As long as evil spirits are continuously killed, these magic crystals will be continuously transported to the Green Empire. And of course, these magic crystals will continue to depreciate. Surdak felt that at this time, the magic crystal in hand should be sold as soon as possible, and it might be more reliable to exchange it for gold coins. As the saying goes, antiques in prosperous times and gold in troubled times are always right to turn into a box of gold coins. But first, these magic cores need to be polished into magic crystal stones. So Soldak decided to go to a jewelry shop after entering the city, and let the jewelers polish all these magic cores. It is more reliable to find a bank to exchange magic crystals for gold coins. Thinking of this, Soldak stretched out his hand and patted Gubalai's horse on the buttocks, instructing it to walk faster. Outside the city of Ivorson are endless wheat fields. At this time, the wheat fields are golden. Some workers are standing in the wheat fields under the scorching sun to harvest wheat. They stacked the whole bundles of wheat into tall haystacks. The wheat field was like a series of makeshift tents. A group of children and some wanderers ran to the field to pick wheat ears. As long as they do not steal ears of wheat from the wheat stacks, or pull unharvested wheat from the wheat fields, this practice of homeless people is protected by the laws of the Green Empire. In other words, those homeless people who do not have land are under the supervision of farmers. Farmers are not allowed to drive them away while picking wheat ears in the fields. The main reason for doing this is to give some hope of survival to the homeless people living at the bottom of society. In this harvest season, as long as you work hard, it is not difficult for one person to pick up 2 baskets of wheat ears a day. After half a month, if the picked wheat ears are ground into whole wheat flour, it will weigh at least several hundred kilograms. If we dig some sweet potatoes from the wild and collect some tree rice from the forest in the mountains, we can have a year's living rations. It can be easily obtained, as long as you have a shelter from the wind and rain. Even if you are poorer, your life can still go on, even for those penniless wanderers. There are also patches of sunflowers planted on the slopes in the distance. These sunflowers need to wait until autumn to harvest. Now everything growing in the fields is so prosperous. The farmers here are not planting these sunflowers to make spiced melon seeds. Sunflower seeds are used to extract oil. In autumn, entire trays of sunflowers will be cut down and transported to the threshing floor to be exposed to the scorching sun. The harvested seeds will then be sent to oil mills that specialize in extracting oil. This is the Green Empire, where the breath of life is everywhere. No matter where you are, even if you are penniless, there is always hope of living. Serdak's heart was suddenly filled with this pastoral scenery. Maybe the land in Helensa city is more fertile than that in Iverson city. Maybe he bought a piece of land at the foot of a hill or by a lake and started business. Become a farm and manor. Maybe this will be your new life. At the beginning of this month, a conflict broke out between magicians and upper-class nobles in the imperial capital of the Green Empire. Although this conflict did not spread to the entire Green Empire, the irreconcilable conflicts between magicians and upper-class nobles became clearer. It emerged that the catwalk between magicians and the aristocracy has been deepening and the relationship has been deteriorating, which has also brought some magic industries in the Green Empire to a state of stagnation. For a long time, the only way for civilians in the Green Empire to become nobles overnight was to awaken their own magic pool during the magic awakening ceremony at the age of 12, and become an elemental affinity in this case. The magician will also become a magic noble of the Green Empire while obtaining the Magic Apprentice badge. Magic apprentices will study in junior magic academies in various places for free. If they perform well enough, they can continue to study in higher magic academies with recommendation letters from their instructors. There are often several magicians who graduate from higher magic academies. Way. The first is to enter a magic union or a magic academy to become a magic scholar. Only the most outstanding magicians can become magic scholars. In fact, the proportion is still very large. Almost all magicians who graduate from advanced academies can become magic scholars. 60% will be engaged in magic research. The second is to join the army of noble lords. Become a member of the Magician War Group, or become the manager of some magic workshops of noble families, such as those magic rune plate inscription masters, magic scroll making masters, magic gem craftsmen, and alchemists, magicians, magic apothecaries, etc. In the aristocratic world, it is hard to recruit young magicians. In many cases, it is nothing more than wealth, power, and women. The third one is to join some private adventure groups to go on adventures around the world. The world is so big. I want to see everywhere. The magicians who choose this path yearn for freedom in their hearts. In fact, less than 10% of young magicians will choose this path. It was precisely because of the conflict caused by Duke Ryan Busman at the ball that the magicians of the Green Empire suddenly realized that they were so unworthy in the eyes of the upper-class nobles. The traditional forces, the nobles have never regarded the magician nobles as the same kind of people. These ancient noble forces even looked down on the magician nobles. As a result, a protest triggered by the magician nobles quickly broke out and swept the country. As a result, the most direct impact on Surdak is that the maintenance work of the magic airship has stalled at the airport terminal in Iverson City. The floating device of the magic airship requires a professional magic rune master every time before it sets sail. Conduct maintenance to ensure that the flotation device can operate normally during this voyage. But now the magicians at Iverson City have participated in the general strike held by the local magic union to protest Duke Ryan's unequal attitude towards the magicians. So here at the airport terminal, Iverson, the route between the city and Benna City will be changed to once a week. If it were half a month ago, the airship bound for Benna province would have been at least once every 2 days. After all, some of the supplies needed by the Benna army were transported from Benna province. This information was learned by Surdak from a fur trader who was preparing to return to Benna province on his way back to Iverson City. The fur trader himself is a magic noble, but he is limited by his talent and does not have much talent in magic. After graduating from Benna Junior Magic Academy, he graduated as a magic apprentice. After so many years, he is only a second-level magician. He is just a magician, and now he has opened a magic leather business in Benna City. And this business is doing very well. This magic businessman was able to hang out with Surdak because he happened to hear Surdak speaking a Benna dialect and talking to people on the road. So he came up to chat. Surdak also wanted to know more about Benna province. So he chatted with the magic merchant. Chapter 189: The Whereabouts of the Magician. In general, the magicians in Iverson City want to go on strike. But the president of the Magic Guild here and Duke Ryan have been friends for many years. And the president of the Magic Guild is working around it to make the two sides, they all tried their best to restrain their emotions. Although the airport terminal of Iverson City was affected to some extent, the shipping between Benna City and Iverson City did not stop because of this. At least there were flights to Benna every week. Airship. Kid, the magic leather merchant, was riding a horse, holding a short-handled riding crop in his hand, stretched his neck, and said to Surdak, perhaps because he has been running around all year round, he looks very thin, and the Adam's apple on his neck is a bit big. It slides up and down when he swallows, which is very eye-catching. He looked like a koala who had just woken up, except that his eyelids were drooped downwards. His light blue eyes showed no expression when looking at Surdak, but to Surdak they were full of joy, feeling memorable. Behind him were 2 carriages carrying goods, with large and small parcels of merchandise on them. The carriage driver and the store clerk sat quietly on the carriages, following the 2 of them as they moved forward slowly. Because this avenue was close to the city wall, so it is the best road outside Iverson. It is smooth and clean, and carriages drive by it from time to time. After hearing the introduction from the magic merchant before, Surdak finally understood where the conflict between magicians and the Busman family came from. In order to replenish the family with new blood, the noble families of the Green Empire continued to recruit senior academies. There are magicians and nobles in the country, but they are not given the status and respect they deserve. Duke Ryan's incident is just a trigger. As long as one party is willing to compromise, the protest will soon subside. Kit, the magic leather merchant, asked Surdak seriously. Knight Surdak, I heard that you came to Epsom City from Handanar City without any stop in the middle. You came directly from Epsom City to Iverson City through the portal. I'd like to know how the situation is in Handanar County. The road is covered with grass on both sides. There is a kind of pure white flowers growing on the grass. Those flowers are swaying in the wind. Just looking at them from a distance makes people feel relaxed and happy. There are wooden fences built on the grass by the roadside. These flowers, the wooden fence is made of round dead branches as thick as an arm, with some vines wrapped around it, such as pea vines, pula vines and morning glory vines, making the fence look like an unpruned gardening green wall. Serdek smiled awkwardly while riding on the horse, and said to Kit, the magic leather merchant, the Battle of Handanar County was won, but my expeditionary force was defeated in Moyenling. Not only that, the failure of the Battle of Moyenling affected the defense line at the Gander Mountain Forest Farm Camp. Resulting in this, the defense line was broken through by the Evil Ghost Legion on Moyen Ridge. So at least several thousand evil ghosts escaped through this breach into the vast mountains of Mount Gandil. Before I left, I heard that Duke Newman was preparing to mobilize this time army, strengthen the defense forces in the Ganda Air Mountain area. The magic leather merchant looked at Serdek again, and saw that he did not look as decadent as a defeated army. He asked in surprise, Knight Serdek, shouldn't you be waiting for the military's decision at the military tribunal at this moment? How can you still pass through the teleportation gates smoothly? Serdek pulled the reins of the horse, trying not to let it trample on the grass on the side of the road. He sighed and said, I just served 4 years of military service and happened to retire. All the soldiers in the team I was in the members all stayed in Moyenling. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned this. Kit, the magic leather merchant, apologized to Serdek. Serdek shook his head and continued to introduce the Battle of Handanar County. In fact, Serdek happened to be in the city of Handanar at the time and did not participate in the battle, so he did not know the specific details. So he could only say, this battle in Handanar County was quite thrilling. At the last moment, almost all the reserve troops of the Bena army were sent out, including the guard camp, trial guards and prison guards in Handanar City. They were all temporarily mobilized to the front line, but they still won the victory. Kit, the leather merchant, heard what Serdek said and said with emotion, yes, we but our people helped the Iverson people defeat the evil spirits in the Warsaw Plain. For Duke Ryan, this is a rare piece of good news. The two walked and chatted all the way, and then talked about some things about magic crystals. The magic leather merchant Kit also believed that the devaluation of magic crystals was inevitable, and this process would continue. After all, the rest of the Green Empire, the war situation in some fertile plains, is also constantly changing. As long as the Green Empire's army continues to win, the price of magic crystals will continue to fall. Kit believes that now he should buy all the magic crystals in his hand into Warcraft leather. Only in this way can he maximize his wealth. However, Kit, the magic leather merchant, did not have much communication on this matter, because he did not think that Serdek, who was riding an old horse and wearing a repaired rotten leather armor, was a rich man, the landowner whose family owns this 110 acres of land. Then the magic leather merchant Kit complained to Serdek, the magic leather business has become increasingly difficult recently. Many high-level magic beasts in many planes have been hunted down. Looking at it now, it is difficult to make elementary magic patterns. The top-notch leather, such as the salamander, white rock rhinoceros, spiny-tailed crystal lion, earth-violent bear, two-headed basilisk, and other third-level monsters are almost difficult to hunt. Those hard-skinned swamp giant crocodiles and bluestone rhinoceros are also difficult to hunt. Not as popular. That is, Kit, the magic leather merchant, revealed intentionally or unintentionally that his caravan needed some escort knights to protect the safety of the goods during the journey. Seeing that Serdek did not pick up the topic, he stopped mentioning it. Through the gate of Iverson City, Serdek entered the city. The magic leather merchant Kit warmly invited Serdek to sit in his shop, but Serdek pushed him away and made an appointment for 5 days. See you at the airport tomorrow. At this time, a group of black knights galloped out of the city, and the civilians on the streets turned to both sides to avoid them. When passing by the caravan, the galloping knight brought up a gust of wind, which happened to lift the linen covering the goods on a truck. A pair of clear and somewhat panicked eyes suddenly appeared in front of Serdek. Serdek was also startled, but he followed those eyes and took a closer look. The black magic robe was still fresh in his memory. That's right. He was the magician who attacked Duke Ryan Bousman's second son, Josie Bousman, on the avenue in front of Duke Bousman's castle yesterday. Although Serdek did not see his face clearly at that time, but Serdek still recognized him at a glance, which was an induction close to intuition. That's him. That's right. The magic leather merchant Kit was also a little dumbfounded at this time. He calmly walked over and pressed the linen cover again. with a forced smile on his thin face, and said to Serdak, "Soldak Knight, are you going to the jewelry store?" Chapter 190 The Heart of Punishment. Soldak walked out of a jewelry store and rode towards the Iverson Bank on the north side of the city's central square. The owner of the shop stood at the door with a smile on his face. He didn't turn back until Soldak led the horse far away. This business is not only extremely easy to do, but also very profitable. If you sell all the acquired magic crystal fragments, you should be able to make a lot of money. In recent times, under the stimulation of the Plain War, magic as rune items are entering the Green Empire's magic market in large numbers, and there is no need to worry about selling magic crystal fragments. The owner of the jewelry store was thinking about whether he should close the shop early and go home to have a good meal. Polishing a magic core can only be regarded as the most superficial processing technology for jewelry shops. The charge for polishing a magic core is usually about 20 copper plates. When the plainly dressed knight first walked into the shop, the owner of the jewelry shop didn't pay much attention. When I heard Knight Serdak talking about polishing the magic core, he just casually quoted a price and wanted the shop assistant to polish it briefly to deal with this customer. Unexpectedly, Serdak casually took out a large bag of magic cores. The value of this first-level magic core is not high. Most gamblers have their own polishing tools, and what they feel is the surprise after polishing the crystal. No one would be so luxurious as to go into a jewelry store to polish magic cores. But this Serdak was an anomaly. What was even more surprising to the jewelry store owner was that almost all of this pocket of first-level magic cores contained magic crystals. In the end, the magic crystal fragments were polished out by the poor, and Serdak threw the magic crystal fragments directly into a wooden tray, until the wooden tray in front of him was full. He finally sold them all at the price of 4 silver coins per gram. Gave it to a jewelry store. Knight Serdak took away the remaining 87 magic crystals, of which 9 were more valuable black magic crystals. In addition, the value of those magic crystal fragments alone allowed Serdak to gain 67 gold coins. When he came to Iverson Bank, Soldak exchanged 78 ordinary magic crystals for 700 gold coins. Then, under the persuasion of the bank staff, he agreed to store the money in the bank. But he only took a sheepskin with him. The paper note left the Iverson Bank. According to the bank clerk, as long as you bring this credit note, you can withdraw the gold coin from a bank in any city in the Green Empire. As for the remaining 9 black magic crystals, the bank clerk made it very clear that their value can only be realized by taking them to the auction house. I don't know how many nobles hope to buy this unidentified black crystal. Magic crystal. The market value of this kind of magic crystal is generally twice the value of the magic crystal itself. But when it comes to nobles who are particularly in need of merit, some of them can be sold for sky-high prices. So Serdak brought out these 9 black magic crystals completely. Participating in the auction at the auction house is not something that happens overnight. There were only 4 short days to stay in Iverson. During this period, he could not sign up for an auction. So Serdak decided to take the 9 black magic crystals back to Bina province. On the way back to the hotel, Soldak was still sighing in his heart. I didn't expect that the magician would be hiding under the magic leather merchant Kit's truck. It seems that Kit is also a member of the magic union against Duke Ryan. But they are really showing off. There are now guard camp knights all over the city, still going out of the city to search for the murderer of Count Josie Busman. The young magician actually did not choose to leave, but was so bold that he continued to sneak into the city of Iverson. Kit, the magic leather merchant, was also extremely bold. He let him go so casually without making any promises. Aren't they afraid that they would randomly find a guard camp knight and kill all of them? Reported it. I heard the magic leather merchant Kit introduce himself as a magic apprentice, and it took him a long time to be promoted to a junior magician. But he didn't think about it at all. As long as he was still a businessman, it didn't matter. Thought he was also a magician. Returning to the hotel in the center of Iverson, Soldak asked the waiter at the door of the hotel to take the horse to the stable in the backyard, while he wanted to have lunch. Although it is already afternoon and has already passed the best time for lunch, there are 2 waiters standing at the door of the restaurant next to the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. There is also a temporary suspension sign on the door. There is obviously a group of young nobles in the restaurant. Eat and drink. The restaurant here is obviously booked. Serdak felt that it would be good to go out to eat. At least, he could eat economical and affordable food, just like at the Winsong Hotel in Epsom City. If he had a guide as enthusiastic as Mashinka to provide him with some of the opinions are actually quite good. Soldak stood in the lobby, hesitated for a moment, and was about to ask the waiter at the front desk of the hotel, "Are there any Iverson specialty restaurants in this area?" when he inadvertently glanced at the restaurant on the first floor of the hotel. Happened to see a familiar figure. A fair and plump young aristocrat was standing up from the dining table, holding a silver wine glass in his hand. His fair face was red from drinking, and there was a faint smile on his face. The arrogant young noble said something, and then drank the wine in the glass very actively. The young nobles and noble ladies sitting around applauded, and the atmosphere at the table was quickly ignited. Serdak stopped, and the shadow of the fat noble was reflected in his pupils. I thought, why is he here? Shouldn't he stay in the trial court and hand in our city to receive the verdict? Although Baikal swordsman said that the young nobles in the war room would not be severely punished, Serdak never expected that he would appear in Iverson City so soon. For the young officers in the war room, there were not many people that Serdak could name. Apart from Joshua, who claimed to be a genius tactical commander, only the fat noble in front of him could name them. Come! He was Beard, the young aristocratic officer in the Expeditionary Forces war room. He was the fat, white aristocrat who always stood next to Joshua when he was chasing him in Handanar City. Serdak just paused for a moment at the door of the restaurant. Seeing that the banquet scene inside was still very lively, he pretended to walk outside the hotel. At this time, he was not in the mood to look for the specialty restaurant in Iverson City, which was just opposite the hotel. In the tea restaurant, I chose an outdoor seat facing the street, ordered a salty cheese pie and a cup of lemon tea, and sat there quietly waiting patiently for the banquet to end. I don't know why, but it seems that these young noble officers always like to choose the restaurant in the hotel for gatherings and banquets. Serdak clenched his fists and thought, the judgment office of the Bena Legion failed to give due punishment to you war criminals. If you meet them unexpectedly in Iverson City this time, there is nothing to say. The companions of the second team cannot die in vain. These young nobles in the war room should receive the punishment they deserve. Since no one is willing to punish these young people, then let me do it. After stuffing a piece of milky pie into his stomach, Serdak waited for a while, until the shadows of some buildings on the street were lengthened, and the banquet in the restaurant on the first floor of the hotel was finally over. At this time, 5 magic carriages were waiting side by side at the entrance of the hotel, and the young nobles boarded the carriages drunkenly. After these magic caravans merged into the traffic on the street, Serdak waved for a carriage and ordered the coachman to follow the one riding the young officer Beard. Chapter 191 The White Pig's Fear. The sky has gradually darkened, and the street lights in the city have been lit up by night watchmen. There is still an endless stream of pedestrians on the main street, but some back streets and alleys are dark. Except for those local snakes who are familiar with this area, few people go into secluded alleys at this time. The carriage Serdak rented passed through a busy long street, past an arched stone bridge, and walked forward along the stone road for a long distance. It wasn't until there were fewer and fewer shops around, and all the surroundings were large houses, that Serdak realized that the carriage had entered the wealthy area of Iverson City. This city is really big. The scenery outside the car window is constantly changing. The dim street lights pass backwards one after another from the car window. There are high-walled compounds everywhere in this area. The carriage continues until it is completely dark. After coming down, he stopped next to a wall of roses. The coachman opened the door for Serdak diligently, and said to Serdak with a charming smile, Master Knight, do you want to get off here? Serdak looked outside twice, and saw with his own eyes young Beard walking into a villa without walls. There was a group of villas next to this wealthy area. These villa groups had no courtyards. Next to the street, the villa is surrounded by lawns, and a row of banana trees is planted on both sides of the street, just like a courtyard wall. He shook his head and said to the coachman, No, please go a little further and stop at the street intersection in front. It turns out that you want to go to Sherwood Mansion, which is a good place to spend the night. The coachman immediately said to Serdak with understanding, and after speaking, he winked with a mean smile. The street in front is a very famous mansion, where various high-end dances are often held. However, Serdak is wearing a worn-out Warcraft leather armor, and does not look like a guest at the dance. The Green Empire Mansion is actually a kind of private high-end club for noble lords. These mansions usually provide various services for nobles, including banquets, dances, press conferences, etc. Some mansions also provide hotel accommodation services for nobles. Of course, the cost is much higher than that of an ordinary hotel. The group of students from the Bena Swordsman Academy came out to practice. At night, Sherwood Mansion was shrouded in bright lights. Almost every room in the mansion was brightly lit, and laughter and beautiful melodies came from the mansion hall. Fortunately, the coachman parked the carriage in a relatively secluded place. Serdica got out of the car and paid the coachman a silver coin. And the coachman drove away with satisfaction. Soldak passed by the entrance of the mansion, quickly got behind the banana tree on the street, and under the shadow of the banana tree, he touched the side of the villa where Beard lived. This is a 2-story villa with an outdoor attic. The lights in the living room on the first floor of the villa are on, and soft light comes out through the window. Beard can be vaguely seen walking back and forth in the living room. And not long after, the room on the second floor of the villa, the lights are also on. Serdak crouched and quietly approached the villa, and easily climbed along the side wall of the villa into the second-floor terrace. There were some clothes on the clothes drying rack on the terrace. He hid in the shadow of the terrace door and stretched out his hand, gently pushing open the bedroom door. There was a big bed in the center of the bedroom. The gauze hanging from the ceiling covered the entire big bed. The bed was covered with white silk sheets, clean and tidy. There was no one in the bedroom. So Soldak picked up a copper candlestick from the table and walked quietly towards the door of the room. After pushing open the bedroom, the sound of running water came from the corridor. The corridor seemed very quiet. 2 still life oil paintings hung on the white walls on both sides. Just when Soldak was about to follow the sound of water, the bathroom door on the second floor of the villa was pushed open. "Lucy, sweetheart, are you here?" Beard wiped his wet hair with a towel and walked out of the bathroom wearing only a bath towel, with a kind of impatient joy in his tone. He walked downstairs along the corridor and saw that the living room downstairs was empty and no one answered. He was about to go back upstairs with some confusion. Suddenly a candlestick appeared in front of him. In the moment of shock, it hit him hard on the forehead. Beard felt that the world was spinning in front of his eyes, and a bright red liquid flowed into his eyes, making the entire field of vision filled with blood. 1 second later, everything went dark, and I couldn't feel anything anymore. Soldak walked out from the corner of the stairs. The candlestick in his hand was stained with blood. The sticky blood flowed to his hand. He squatted down and wiped his hand with Beard's towel. He carefully wiped the blood off the candlestick and placed the candlestick on the square table next to him. Then he turned around and walked back to Beard, squatted down and patted his fat face. The young aristocratic officer looked like a clean-shaven white pig, lying on the floor, and the blood from his forehead flowed out in a big pool on the floor. Although he was unconscious, he still seemed to be breathing. Soldak calmly cleaned up the blood on his forehead, wiped the blood on the floor, and then pried open his mouth. He stuffed the bloody towel completely into his mouth, tied up Beard's hands and feet with a tendon string, and then dragged him to the attic on the top floor of the villa and tied him to the villa, on the pillar of the main beam. After doing all this, Soldak breathed a sigh of relief, then slowly walked downstairs, turned out the lights in the living room, lay on the bed that originally belonged to Beard, and slept soundly until daybreak, only to hear a banging sound coming from the attic. Serdak woke up from his dream and went to the bathroom to wash his face, and then climbed up to the attic from the ladder at the end of the corridor. The moment Soldak pushed open the dust cover of the attic, the noise in the attic stopped suddenly. Beard was tied to the main beam of the attic and looked at Soldak in horror, waiting for him to see Sue. After Erdik's face, he was even more frightened and trembling all over. He kept struggling to get out of the trap, but the beef tendon binding rope became tighter the more he struggled. Serdak walked up to Beard and sat down on the dusty floor in front of him. At this time, Beard's white body was covered with dust, like a gray mouse that everyone yelled at. He stared at Soldak with fear on his face. Serdak smiled faintly and said to him, "I know you are a smart man. Even if I pull the thing out of your mouth, you won't yell, right?" Beard nodded desperately with a look of horror on his face. At this time, snot and tears flowed out of his nose. He was as embarrassed as he wanted, pulling out the bloody towel that was stuck in his mouth. Beard gasped for breath, as if he would suffocate to death if it was any longer. Soldak reached out and patted Beard's chubby cheek and asked him, "You know who I am, right?" Beard nodded repeatedly with a look of horror on his face. After a few seconds, he seemed to remember something and shook his head desperately. "Say," Serdak said impatiently. He has never understood why Duke Newman let this group of young nobles with no experience form a war room in the first place. "Lord Knight, since I have never done anything harmful, please let me go. Please," Beard said tremblingly, with a trembling cry in his voice. And he seemed to be scared. "Pole. Oh, I can ask my family to pay you a ransom. I think I still have some value. I just ask you not to kill me." Chapter 192 Castle Night. Serdak stared at the face stained with snot and tears and said to him, "Beard, money can't buy the mistakes you have made. The attic had not been cleaned for a long time, and there was a lot of dust. Soldak stood up and opened the ventilation window of the attic. At this moment, the stars in the sky gradually began to disappear. He turned around, stood in front of Beard and said, "It is precisely because of the negligence of you young officers that the Battle of Moyonling was completely defeated. All 12 comrades in our team died on that battlefield. I want to settle this account with you one by one." Beard could barely raise his head, but the beef tendon rope had already cut deep red marks on his body, which made him miserable. He explained to Soldak, "The Judgment Office of the Bena Legion has given us corresponding punishments. I have already paid the fine. You can't do this to me. We are also a group of victims. Originally, I came to gild the battlefield. No one wants to encounter this kind of thing. Maybe we are not lucky enough." Beard probably felt that he could not use aggressive words to irritate Soldak at this time, so he spoke as tactfully as possible. But the expression on Soldak's face seemed indifferent, and he said to Beard, "I don't care how you avoided the verdict of the Bena Legion Tribunal. You appear in front of me intact now. In my opinion, the punishment given to you by the Bena Legion Tribunal is far from enough. I don't care about any of you. I will let it go. Who else will come to Iverson City with you this time?" When Beard heard Cerdak asking this question, he immediately showed an expression of grief and anger, and mustered up the courage to say to Soldak, "I will not betray my companions, no matter what." Soldak did not wait for Beard to finish these words that showed his courage, and directly pulled the rope. The beef tendon rope became tighter, almost completely embedded in Beard's soft white bread-like skin, and Beard suddenly let out a cry. Screams of agony. Cerdak reached out and grabbed Beard's golden curls, pulled his head up, stared into his eyes, and said viciously, "Beard, I admire your courage." At this time, Beard was panting violently. His chest was like a huge wind box in a blacksmith shop. He seemed to be unable to hold on for 3 seconds, and kept saying, "I said, let go quickly. My arm has completely lost feeling." The rope around his neck continued to tighten. His face turned a little purple, and his eyes almost protruded from the sockets. When he spoke, his tongue began to straighten and kept stretching out, and he was about to be sued. Cerdak strangled him to death, and he yelled with all his strength in a muffled voice, I said, there is Joshua." Cerdak then loosened the rope a little. Beard was kneeling on the ground. He didn't even have a bath towel on him. He was almost completely naked. He greedily breathed the fresh air and kept coughing desperately. Soldak lifted his chin, raised his head again, and said expressionlessly, "Remember, I only give you one chance. If I can find you, it means I can also find them." Beard stretched out his hands, which were turned purple by beef tendons, in front of He Buichong and begged, "Please help me relax a little. It's hard for me to breathe now." These pleas had no effect on Soldak, so Beard could only say honestly, "Okay," I said. "We ran here from Handenar County with Joshua, and we came here specifically to see Duke Ryan. We didn't get the respect of Duke Newman, so we wanted to join Ryan. The Dukes constructed knights, but recently Duke Ryan happened to be no longer with Iverson. There was a man named Bloom in our group, who happened to know Quentin Bousman. Joshua, these days, I have been in contact with Quentin Bousman. Oh, by the way, Duke Ryan is Quentin Bousman's grandfather. It is said that Duke Ryan will establish Quentin Bousman as the next heir of the Bousman family. We arrived in a hurry this time and did not prepare our tactics, so we plan to use the relationship card. We have a clear division of labor. Some of my companions and I were responsible for making friends with Joshua Collins, an ordinary young nobleman in Everison City. And Bloom is responsible for making friends with Quentin Bousman. If you want to know the whereabouts of Joshua, it is actually very easy. He should be a guest in the Duke Bousman's palace, but it may not be easy for you to find him." As Beard spoke, he raised his chin again, showing his ridiculous sense of superiority. Cerdak didn't pay attention to what Beard said next, stuffed the bloody towel into Beard's mouth again, and hung him on the roof beam again. "Hey, what are you doing? Put me down quickly." When Beard was stuffed with a towel, he struggled and cried bitterly, "Duke Bousman's castle. The gray volcanic rock wall has become stronger after being eroded by wind and rain. This is the safest place in Iverson City. The ancestors of the Bousman family came here 800 years ago. Arriving in Iverson, I personally created this city and this dark gray castle. The Bousman family has ruled Iverson for hundreds of years. In this land, the Bousman family has always dominated the sky with one hand. Many ordinary civilians here don't even know about Emperor Charles of the Green Empire. But they don't know about Duke Ryan Bussmann. If the plain war in the Warsaw Plain had not broken out, I am afraid that the Bussmann family would have continued to be so proud. However, this plain war made the people here realize that the crisis was coming. So Duke Ryan accepted Bena. The Legion entered the Warsaw Plain and endured Duke Newman's division of the rich Warsaw Plain. The Bussmann family castle seemed quiet and quiet under the darkness of night. A group of young people were sitting in a splendid restaurant on the second floor of the castle. Their laughter could be heard far away. The courtyard of the castle is full of patrolling guard battalion knights. And these guard battalion knights are constantly patrolling around. The restaurant is surrounded by waiters, carrying plates, wine bottles, juice glasses, etc. As long as someone's glass is empty, someone will immediately fill it with drinks. Joshua sat opposite the young Quentin. The blond boy looked proud, although there was a smile on his face. His eyes were extremely cold. He licked the scarlet wine and drank it casually. Point to your own plate. A waiter added a piece of grilled devil antelope ribs to the plate in front of him. Quentin nodded slightly, and then said to Joshua, "You all graduated from the Imperial Knight Academy this year?" "Yes, we are this class of graduates." The young people at the table agreed. Duke Newman is really too old-sided to turn away so many outstanding talents. But it's good luck that you met me, Quentin said to everyone at the dinner table with great interest. Chapter 193 Castle Night 2. Quentin, who had just gone through his coming-of-age ceremony, added a mustache to his chin. He thought it would make him look more mature. But now he looks a little fluffy and nondescript. But his eyes are very arrogant. He likes to sit on the chair that symbolizes the highest power. Only by sitting there can he feel a trace of satisfaction in his empty heart. As the first heir who will take charge of the huge Bussmann family in a few years, Quentin Bussmann certainly has the capital to be proud of. Quentin's eyes were a little dark, and he always liked to put on a bad face. But for this group of young people, Quentin wanted to win over a group of his own team members as much as possible, and he showed enough sincerity. Not only to this group of young people offered generous terms, and invited these young nobles into the castle as distinguished guests. In the past few days, Quentin has been insisting on accompanying Joshua and these young nobles, traveling around the city of Iverson and attending gatherings of nobles, trying to bring these young people into the circle of Iverson nobles. But the arrogance shown by Quentin still made Joshua and the others feel despised. For Joshua Collins and his group of young nobles, they all come from noble families. Some young people even have small lords in their families. They are usually flattered at home. Seeing Quentin's behavior may make some people feel a little uncomfortable, as if they have seen themselves before. "Please let us drink to the fate bestowed upon us by Lady Luck." Joshua stood up from his chair at the dining table and raised his glass of wine. "Cheers!" A group of young nobles at the table stood up at the same time, and everyone raised their silver gold wine glasses and spoke in unison. Quentin sat on his chair and did not stand up with everyone. He raised his glass and took a symbolic sip. The butler walked in from the door of the restaurant, came to Quentin Bussmann and said in his ear, "Master Quentin, where is Prince George?" The butler's voice was almost inaudible. After listening to the butler's narration, Quentin nodded slightly to express his understanding. Then Quentin sat for a while, then seemed to remember something. He held the dining table with both hands, raised his head, and said to Joshua Collins, "Joshua, you and everyone here please live in the castle peacefully for a while. After I take care of some chores here in Iverson City, I will go to the Warsaw Plain with you. By then, I may be able to establish a brand new constructed knights. I have started to recruit outstanding constructed knights from across the army. And by then, you will be the leader of this knights and the captains of each team." After speaking, he raised his head and said to the young nobles at the table, "I still have some things to do here, so I'll excuse you for a while. If you need anything, just ask the butler." The young nobleman said casually, "Master Quentin, please do as you wish." Then Quentin left the restaurant with a group of followers in a hurry. The remaining people at the dining table were almost all young nobles from the war room. At this time, everyone suddenly lost their restraints, and the scene became more lively. The waiters carrying wine bottles standing in the corner of the restaurant also began to move around frequently. Quentin Bussmann provided delicious wine for this banquet. Wild grapes are Iverson's specialty. It is impossible for this place to serve this kind of wild wine in such an open manner. Joshua only drank half of the wine in the glass and asked the waiter to add some ice cubes. After the ice cubes melted, the wine in the glass became much lighter. He waited until the third round to add water to the glass. A glass of wine becomes a glass of wine-flavored water. After dinner, the group of companions around him had to support each other to walk out of the restaurant. But Joshua slowed down and stayed at the back of the crowd. From the restaurant to the residence of the young nobles, you need to pass through an indoor garden in the castle. You can see the stars in the night sky through the arched glass roof. Joshua thought about half a month ago. He and Duke Newman were in Benna after what was said in the military camp. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. However, he needed to work hard to suppress this anger, at least so that no one could see the anger on his face. He was wearing a straight Bennett military uniform and looked extraordinary. However, all the Bennett Legion badges on the uniform were torn off by him. His messy hair made him look like a land ranger, with a fine western sword hanging on his waist. Wearing a pair of long leather boots on his feet. He has a special temperament that makes people's hearts beat. Joshua suddenly stopped and hid behind a palm tree not far away. A trace of light yellow gauze skirt emerged from the dense leaves. He walked over quickly, right behind the girl, and put his arms around her slender body. The girl was about to scream in shock, but was turned around, and a handsome face came over to seal the girl's soft lips. The girl opened her eyes wide, and when she saw that handsome face, her frightened expression calmed down. Her struggling hand slowly hugged Joshua's neck, and she slowly closed her eyes. After a while, Joshua emerged from behind the palm trees, straightened his clothes slightly, wiped the rouge on his lips, and then left the courtyard garden with satisfaction. On the way back to the room, Joshua was still thinking happily that the girl from the Bousman family was really bold and hot. If he were not worried about being discovered, she might become a vassal of the Bousman family and be taken over by the Bousman family. After being enslaved for a lifetime, how could Joshua break in time when the gun was about to go off? However, this green apple also has a unique flavor. But these thoughts in Joshua's mind were soon dispelled by a piece of paper. It was a fragrant pink letter, with almost no writing left on it. Only the signature of Mrs. Miranda was signed at the signature. And this Mrs. Miranda was the youngest wife that Earl Josie Boothman married. And she was usually quite favored by Earl Josie. Mrs. Miranda's maid was in the corridor, thrust the letter into Joshua's hand, and left without looking back. Although there was nothing written on the letter, Joshua knew exactly where the date was. He turned and walked into a side door in the corridor, caught up with the companion in front of him, and whispered to him that he might have to leave for a while. Went on a sweet date, and the companion showed understanding. Joshua did not follow the group of young officers. He folded the letter in his hand into half, put it into his coat pocket, turned around and followed the direction of Mrs. Miranda's personal maid, and quickly followed. The castle of the Bousman family is very large. It is not so much a castle as a complex of ancient castle buildings. The various buildings in the castle have different functions. Joshua and the young nobles in the war room, the residence, is a place outside the castle dedicated to receiving distinguished guests, and it belongs to a corner of the southwest area of the castle. The inner courtyard where the owner of the castle lives is at least 3 large buildings away from the VIP building. Without Mrs. Miranda's personal maid to guide the way, Joshua would not be able to find the secret date place anyway. Mrs. Miranda's personal maid walked through the alley between several buildings, turned around, opened a wooden door, and walked in. Joshua followed closely, and walked into the 3-story spire tower. The moment he entered, a bright candlestick suddenly appeared in front of him. He subconsciously raised his arms, and crossed them in front of his face, and moved his body toward the cannonball. He flew back out of the tower door, but he didn't expect to be pushed hard by a huge force from behind, and his body hit the copper candlestick. With a bang, Joshua had stars in his eyes, and he laid down straight on the stone floor of the tower. Then, Surdak walked in from the door, wearing a hooded cloak. Chapter 194, Castle Night 3. A young magician jumped down from the lintel beam at the tower door, threw away the copper candlestick in his hand, and kicked Joshua in the face hard with his foot. He was a little surprised to see his eyes kept rolling up. He squatted down and put his fingers under Joshua's nostrils to feel whether he was still breathing. "Should I just beat him to death?" The young magician stared at Joshua and said with some confusion. He has a pair of very bright eyes, is a little thin, but has quick thinking. He looks like a young boy. He squatted next to Joshua, untied the tie at his collar, tried to keep his breathing smooth, and checked the swelling on his forehead. The feeling of being hit by the copper candlestick was not pleasant. Soldek reached out and touched his wound and said, "Don't worry, Antonio. His head is very hard. He just fainted temporarily, and will recover completely after a while." The young magician Antonio glanced at Soldek and said suspiciously, "I think he should at least be bandaged." Soldak closed the wooden door of the tower to prevent the guards patrolling outside from discovering what was going on here. When he closed the door, he did not forget to look at both sides of the alley. There were no guards from the Bousman family passing by. This was just a castle. There is a watchtower on the periphery. Due to the layout of the castle, it is independent of the city wall. So there are basically no guards stationed here or patrolling guards. The tower is very high, but it is only divided into 2 floors. Except for the bottom floor. A spiral staircase connects the top floor. From a distance, the tower looks more like an eagle's nest. He turned around and pointed at Mrs. Miranda and her personal maid standing in the corner, and asked the young magician, "Whatever you want. But what are they going to do?" There is a row of lockers against the wall on the first floor. Some military supplies will be placed here during the war. However, Bousman Castle has not experienced war in the past few hundred years. So the entire locker is completely empty. There are huge boxes on both sides of the corner. It was also empty. Mrs. Miranda was wearing a simple nightgown, standing by the wall and looking at Soldak and Antonio with alert eyes. She pursed her lips slightly, and there was an indescribable stubbornness in her light blue eyes. When she heard the two, when the person mentioned her name, he raised his head and stared at the young magician coldly. The young magician Antonio thought carefully and said, "I think they won't spread this matter around. Otherwise their secret date with Joshua will be made public. If this kind of thing is revealed, Mrs. Miranda will probably be kicked out by Duke Ryan. Of course no one wants this to happen outside of Bousman Castle." Standing in front of Mrs. Miranda, this young countess was probably only in her early 20s. The old face of Josie Bousman appeared in Soldak's mind. He did not expect to marry such a young wife. It's no wonder that Mrs. Miranda would secretly meet with the young faces in the castle behind Josie Bousman's back. "How can we be released? I have done everything you asked me to do," the maid standing next to Mrs. Miranda asked softly. "I want to wait until at least tomorrow morning. Please go to the top of the tower to have a rest. There should be blankets on top to keep out the cold. Although they are a little worn out, I think you should be able to use them." After speaking, the magician pointed upward. Towers overhead. For these 2 men who had no desire for their bodies, Mrs. Miranda had nothing to do. She could only follow what the young magician Antonio said, carrying her thin nightgown along the narrow spiral staircase, holding on to the mottled white and gray walls. One step at a time, she climbed up slowly, and her maid followed obediently behind her. At this moment, Mrs. Miranda suddenly thought that maybe she could send some distress messages to the outside when she reached the top of the tower. After all, this was the castle of the Bousman family. Maybe there was a heroic knight loyal to the Bousman family lying in the next room of the tower. As long as we can lure the knights of the Bousman family over, we should be able to get out of trouble. However, the young magician Antonio was below the tower, looking up at Mrs. Miranda, who was climbing to the top of the tower, and said to her, "Oh, by the way, please don't try to ask for help. I think you probably don't want anyone to come here and see the young officer lying on the ground at first sight. Don't ever think that someone can do such things as dating a lover. To excuse you, we will take him away before dawn, and then you will be free." Mrs. Miranda rolled her eyes at the young magician and wanted to grab the white ash on the wall and throw it in the young magician's face. Unfortunately, it was dark in the tower, and Antonio, who was standing below the tower, couldn't see anything. Mrs. Miranda's little moves. Speaking of the acquaintance between Soldak and the magician, it goes back to this morning. Just before dawn, Soldak tied Beard up in the attic of the villa and made sure that the white pig could not break free from the tendon rope and would not die from being unable to breathe or hungry and thirsty. Then, he hurriedly sorted out the traces of the battle. When it was dark, I walked out of the villa. Originally, Soldak wanted to find a tavern and inquire about the Bousman family castle. Generally, taverns in the city will not be open until at least noon. It is too early to find a tavern at this time, so it is better to go and have some breakfast. But he didn't want to stay in Beard's villa forever. He wanted to leave the villa before it got dark. But he didn't expect that just after he closed the door of the villa and was about to turn around and leave, a young magician wearing magic robes stood under the banana tree, staring at him curiously with big clear eyes. That familiar face and clear eyes suddenly reminded him that this magician had attacked Count Josh Bousman the day before yesterday, and had been lying in the magic leather merchant Kit's truck yesterday before sneaking into the city. Inside, Soldak did not expect that the third time he saw the magician would be at the door of Beard's villa. He didn't expect that this young magician had been following him. If he hadn't taken the initiative to reveal his whereabouts, I might not have known that someone was following him unknowingly. He looked at the young magician in astonishment, thinking that his revenge plan had been exposed, and wondering whether he should pounce on him and silence him with the most violent means. However, the young magician did not show any hostility in his eyes. Instead, he took the initiative to open his hands to Soldak and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to ruin your plan. I was worried that you would report me, so I kept following you secretly. But it seems that you also have a story, and I think you will be able to use me. Of course, my help is not free. We may be able to reach some degree of cooperation. So we need to sit down and talk." Chapter 195 Castle Night 4. The young magician named Antonio was following Cerdak, because he was worried that after Cerdak and the magic leather merchant Kit parted ways, he would go to the Iverson City Guard camp to report Kit, as long as he said that he hiding and recapturing a fugitive. And that fugitive happened to be the person that the Busman family was pursuing with all their strength. I believe that the magic leather merchant Kit would inevitably be invited to the guard camp for tea. Therefore, the young magician followed Cerdak after he left. He tracked Cerdak from the hotel in the center of Iverson City to the rich area, and saw with his own eyes that Cerdak took the young noble. After being tied up and tortured about the whereabouts of his companions, he heard the young noble say that the person Cerdak was looking for was hiding in the castle of the Busman family. Only then did he realize that he and Cerdak actually had something to do with each other. Same goal. So the magician Antonio decided to take the initiative to sit down and talk with Soldak. Maybe the two could help each other in sneaking into the Busman family castle. Antonio frankly stated the purpose of his visit to the city, which was nothing more than to involve some bullying in the Boothman family. The young magician transformed into a messenger of justice and wanted to assassinate Josie Booth. Earl Man. Although Earl Josie has never been valued by Duke Ryan and is over 60 years old, as the second son of Duke Ryan Busman and living deeply in the Busman family castle, this Count Josie Busman rarely goes out, and it would be quite difficult for Antonio to assassinate Count Josie. Although the young magician made a lot of preparations when he acted last time, and also encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Count Josie actually went out to attend a dance. But the young magician slightly misjudged the power of explosive flame. Or it is said that the magician Antonio never thought that the Busman family even had a magic shield on the magic caravan. Most of the power of the explosive flame was blocked by the defensive shield on the magic caravan, so it failed to harm Count Josie in the slightest. The unwilling young magician Antonio was ready to find another opportunity to sneak into the Busman family's castle. Here, see if there is any chance to kill him secretly. It was only on the way into the city that he happened to be accidentally discovered by Cerdak. So he secretly shrank Cerdak. In fact, Cerdak had not thought about how he could sneak into the Busman family's castle and catch Joshua and his companions from under the eyes of the heavily guarded guards. The appearance of the magician Antonio suddenly solved the biggest problem of Soldak secretly sneaking into the Busman family castle. And Antonio has always lacked a partner like Cerdak. Even if Cerdak created some artificial chaos around the castle, making the guards in the castle completely busy, Antonio could sneak into the inner garden of the castle in troubled waters. Antonio even had a bird's-eye view of the Busman family castle. This detailed map was completely drawn out by the young magician himself, and the areas within the Busman family castle were marked in great detail. The great castle of the Busman family is located on the top of the only high hill in the northern area of Iverson City. This castle covers a large area. There are 4 gates in the entire castle. If you want to enter the castle, except Busman in addition to being personally accompanied by family members, there are several ways to enter the castle. The simplest of them is to enter the castle with the identity plate inside the castle. In addition, Busman Castle requires a large amount of daily necessities and all kinds of fresh meat, poultry, eggs, vegetables, fruit, etc. Almost everything needs to be transported to the castle from outside. Due to their common topics, Soldak and Antonio quickly became familiar with each other. Soldak agreed to Antonio's proposal, and the two helped each other sneak into the Busman family castle on a carriage full of pumpkins. Soldak and Antonio were dressed in farmers' linen clothes, lying on the roof of the high carriage, and followed the rickety carriage into Busman Castle. The farmer who drove the carriage did not expect that the two people on the carriage were not the same at all. Ordinary little thieves. One is thinking about catching those young noble officers from the castle, and the other simply wants to kill Count Josie Busman. Antonio only spent 3 silver coins to bribe the farmer who transported the pumpkins. The farmer seemed to be quite experienced in this area. The less secretive he was, the less likely he would attract the attention of the Busman family guards. So he let the 2 young men lie quietly on the roof of the carriage, and then drive the carriage into Busman Castle. During this period, Antonio also received a letter from a carrier pigeon on the pumpkin cart. It was a small note tied to the pigeon's leg. Antonio unfolded the note and took a look. Then smiled at Soldak. Said, "I found out that Quentin Busman will be hosting a banquet for young officers who have returned from the Warsaw Plain in the second restaurant of the castle tonight. Quentin Busman attaches great importance to this banquet. This group of young officers will probably become there is a group of cronies under Quentin Busman. And after they live in the castle for about half a month, they will follow Quentin Busman back to the battlefield in the Warsaw Plain." Cerdak did not expect that this young magician had an internal agent in Busman Castle. I haven't seen how Antonio notified the spies inside the castle to investigate Joshua and the young officers who followed him. But this letter is the best proof. Cerdak turned around and took the narrow piece of paper. The paper was densely covered with pinhole-like holes, and it was impossible to understand what was written on it. Soldak was not stupid enough to ask Antonio who the spy in the castle was. He said to Antonio, "It is said that this group of young officers should have completely broken with Duke Newman. They collectively left the Bena army and joined the Iverson Land Busman army. Although this kind of thing is not uncommon among nobles. Quentin, if Busman is so blatant, isn't he worried about Duke Newman's wrath?" Cerdak couldn't understand this kind of thing. But the magician Antonio's vision was much higher than that of Cerdak, and he looked at problems from different angles. Antonio obviously had a deeper understanding of the Warsaw Plain. Explain. "I heard that the war situation in the Warsaw Plain has basically stabilized. This time the Prince of Wales and the Royal Constructed Knights have opened up a very good situation in the Warsaw Plain. As long as the Busman army pursues the victory, they can regain most of the lost ground in the Warsaw Plain. In this way, when Duke Ryan invited Duke Newman's Bena Legion to enter the Warsaw Plain, the effect it produced was pitiful. But now the Bena army has occupied the fertile land in our county. The Busman family now even wants Duke Newman's Bena army to leave immediately and retake all the land on the Warsaw Plain as their own. You said that under such circumstances, if the Busman family recruits young talents who take the initiative to join the family, does it still depend on Duke Newman's face?" After hearing what Antonio said, Soldak knew that these young nobles were on the opposite side of Duke Newman. These young noble officers were arranged by Quentin Busman in the VIP building. This area is the most laxly guarded area of the Busman family. It is not difficult to sneak in. But if you want to put more than 20 young nobles, it's not easy to kidnap someone secretly without anyone noticing. Antonio frowned and said to Soldak. At this time, the magic caravan passed the high gate of the castle. The guards carrying alloy bows on the watchtower supported the city wall stacks with both hands and looked down curiously when they saw Cerdak and Antonio. Cerdak, he was actually a little nervous, but he still lay lazily on the pumpkin cart. Although his body seemed relaxed, it was actually tense, like a compressed spring. As long as there was any abnormal movement, it would immediately bounce high. Looking at the magician Antonio next to him, he looked much calmer. He even stretched out his hand and waved to the guard on the city wall. Cerdak looked at the farmer driving the carriage again with an indifferent expression. He ignored the guards and drove the carriage directly into the castle. Before the farmer's carriage drove into the kitchen area, Antonio jumped out of the carriage skillfully and took Soldak through several alleys in the castle. Antonio didn't seem to be worried about being discovered by the castle guards, and chatted while walking. Speaking of which, those young noble officers of yours have something to do with me. After saying this, he suddenly stopped and pulled Soldak to hide in the corner. A few seconds later, the footsteps of a group of castle guards came from a distance, and soon they gradually became smaller and smaller until they disappeared. Antonio walked out confidently, and Soldak followed him and asked, "Do you want to deal with them too?" He refers to those young noble officers. Antonio waved his hand and said with a playful smile, No. It's just that the intelligence I received happened to involve them again. These young nobles are really restless. What happened to them?" Cerdak asked curiously. While talking, Antonio walked into the remote alley again, walking in the castle, even if he occasionally met one or two people. As long as he didn't look panicked, no one seemed to care whether you were from the castle or not. Antonio stopped, smiled ambiguously at Soldak and said, "Joshua Collins seems to be a very handsome guy, and relying on the halo of returning from the battlefield. He trumpeted his prowess at the ball. Some of the ladies in the Busman family were moved by him. Not only it's the ladies of the Busman family, and even some of the noble ladies from the side clan also want to get to know this young talent. Well, they want to have some physical communication directly. You must know that these people who live in the castle your lady is very open-minded in some aspects. Cerdak was a little dumbfounded. It was hard to believe that Antonio had learned so much information about Joshua after knowing him for a long time. What was even more strange was that Cerdak couldn't find out at all. How did Antonio receive this information? It is certain that he must not have known this information just now. He received this information while walking through the castle alley. Hearing that Joshua Collins was actually having an affair with the ladies of the Bousman family, and having an affair with a certain lady of the Bousman family, Soldak couldn't help but ask, "Are you saying that Joshua Collins has become a target in the eyes of the ladies and ladies of the Bousman family?" Antonio stopped at the entrance of an alley on the edge of the castle this time, and said to Soldak, "Fresh meat. This term is quite new." After waiting for a moment, he continued to move forward. Cerdak happened to see a group of castle guards leaving the opposite side of the street when they entered the alley. The timing was frighteningly perfect. Joshua Collins continued to walk forward, saying as he walked, "Yes, and one of them happens to be the newlywed wife of Earl Josie Bousman. This is probably the 30th wife he has officially married. I'm afraid you can't imagine where they spent the night last night. This time, I can just take you to see it." He was not afraid of being hurt by others, and he quickly walked to a tower. Antonio opened the door and walked in without any scruples. He didn't even need to consider whether there was anyone in the tower. He just opened the door and walked in. Soldak followed into the tower and couldn't help but ask, "Are you saying that Josie Bousman's new wife is having an affair with Joshua Collins?" "That's right. This place has a really nice scenery. You can enjoy the night sky and have sex at the same time. It's very emotional. However, the top of the tower is a bit high. It does take some courage to climb this narrow spiral staircase without handrails in the dark," Antonio said as he closed the wooden door of the tower. For this reason, the two people specially climbed to the top of the tower. On the circular arrow tower platform, they saw a cashmere blanket, a pile of worn ropes, and a wrinkled silk handkerchief. It seemed that no one had been on the tower for a long time. There were some clear footprints left on the dusty slate floor after cleaning. The two of them were worried that they would be discovered by guards from other places while standing on the tower, so they just stood on the winding staircase to investigate. It was obvious that this was the place where Count Josie's newlywed wife had an affair with Joshua. Cerdak did not expect that the two would choose this place as their destination. The magician Antonio said to Soldak, "But the other young officers seem to be very honest. Only this Joshua behaves a little out of touch, as if he is attracting the attention of the superiors. We may have to wait here until dark." It turned out that the location chosen by the magician Antonio was very good. Just after it got dark, they waited for Mrs. Miranda and her personal maid in the tower, and then threatened the personal maid with Mrs. Miranda's life. "Go and lure Joshua here." In fact, if Antonio and Soldak did not show up, what the maid would do next was to make an appointment with the young and handsome Joshua Collins. When Joshua Collins was brought in by the maid, Soldak stood guard outside the door of the tower. The magician Antonio wanted to try the feeling of hitting someone with a candlestick, so he volunteered to ambush Joshua, while Soldak blocked the door and took action when necessary. Now, Joshua Collins fainted on the stone floor of the tower, and Mrs. Miranda and her personal maid were driven to the top of the tower. Soldak became habitually dependent on Antonio's arrangements and couldn't help but ask him, "What's next? What are we going to do?" Chapter 196 Villain. In the secluded stone house, Soldak put the sleepy Joshua Collins into a large wooden box. After closing the lid, he added a copper lock to the outside of the large wooden box to ensure that he could not escape. "We'll escape after waking up." Then stop, sit on the wooden box, and watch the magician Antonio take out large and small bottles and cans from his arms. There is a blanket on the slate floor. These bottles and cans, it was already full, but Antonio kept taking out more. Soldak stared directly at Antonio, wondering how he could have such a large space to place these medicine bottles. "Have you never seen a magic storage belt?" Antonio looked up at Soldak and asked casually. "Ahem. Are you saying that the belt on your waist that is engraved with magic patterns is a magic storage belt?" Cerdak looked at the belt carefully, but he couldn't see clearly at night. But he was full of curiosity about this kind of storage belt. If he could have one and wanted to carry some items with him when he went out, then, but it's much more convenient. Just as he was about to ask Antonio how many gold coins a storage belt cost at the cheapest price, before Soldak could say anything, he saw Antonio rummaging through bottles and jars to find a small purple bottle with the mouth of the bottle. In addition to the cork seal, there is also a wax seal. Antonio said with some reluctance, This is a bottle of nightmare potion that can make people fall into terrifying dreams, especially when they are asleep at night. The effect is best. Soldak took the small purple medicine bottle and felt it was heavy in his hand. Through the walls of the glass bottle, he could vaguely feel the sound of countless souls wailing, which startled him, and quickly threw the pill bottle to Antonio. Can you also feel those evil spirits? Antonio was a little surprised and asked Soldak. Soldak nodded and glanced at the bottle with lingering fear. Antonio held it firmly in his hand and introduced it to Soldak. When I was studying at Palatine Academy of Advanced Magic, I didn't calculate the mana properly when casting a spell, and accidentally dried up the mana in the magic pool in my body. I suffered a backlash from the mana and suffered mental damage during that time. Even the concentration potion could not cure my insomnia. During that period, a group of our friends went out for training and accidentally met a nightmare vine. All the companions fell into horrific dreams due to the influence of nightmare vine pollen. But I happened to have insomnia, so I cut down the nightmare vine decisively, and later we brought the nightmare vine back to the academy. In recognition of my heroic behavior, the academy's magic potion instructor gave me this bottle of nightmare potion as a special reward. When he spoke, his eyes were focused and full of memories. Then, Antonio shook his head vigorously, as if to get those thoughts out of his mind, then smiled mysteriously and said, I can put those young officers into a deep sleep, and then we can sneak them out of Busman Castle. And I'm curious, what do you do with these noble officers? While the two were talking, they cautiously left the tower. Antonio also arranged a magic circle at the door of the tower to prevent entry and exit, fearing that Mrs. Miranda and her personal maid on the roof would sneak away. If they really let them slip away, then this matter would probably be exposed. Locking the door outside the tower, Soldak said to Anthony, Actually, I didn't think about it well. I originally planned to use the criminal laws in the Green Empire Code to punish these bastards, but I found that those punishments seem to be of no use. So I plan to teach them a profound lesson that they will never forget. When the two of them traveled at night, Antonio was obviously much more cautious than during the day. He only dared to move forward slowly in the shadows. If there was any abnormal noise, he would immediately stop and wait and see. Soldak followed Antonio. Behind him, he asked, What about your Count Josie? Antonio smiled slightly and said softly, It doesn't matter. You can always find opportunities in the future. Soldak felt that magician Antonio was really warm-hearted. After hesitating for a while, he said to the young magician, Actually, I can help. I mean, I'm pretty good at it. Antonio quickly stopped, pulled Soldak to the corner, and said to him seriously, I don't want his death to become a big event in Iverson City. That will only intensify the conflict between the traditional nobles of the Empire and the magician nobles. Maybe there is some poison that can make him slowly and unnoticed. If he dies, he has done all the bad things in his life. And I don't want anyone to be buried with him when he dies. Cerdak didn't quite understand what it was like to die slowly. Count Josie Busman is so old, and he probably won't be able to live for a few more years even if he doesn't take chronic poison. Soldak said to Antonio, Do you want to say that time can kill him? He seems to be very old. I didn't say that. Antonio's face darkened, and he argued in a stiff tone. Maybe I can do this. I mean, let him die. Like dying of old age. Soldak said after chasing Antonio. Antonio looked a little surprised and asked Soldak, Do you have an aging potion? What is the aging potion? Cerdak looked confused. Antonio was not in the mood to explain, but said with some excitement, Okay, forgive me. Since you have your own way, then we will kill the old guy as soon as we are done. The walk from the tower to the VIP building was not easy. Soldak and Antonio dodged several groups of patrolling guards, and they had to always pay attention to the watchtowers above their heads and the sentries on the city wall. They were far more visible at night than during the day, more energetic, and the streets and alleys of the castle are quiet late at night. Any movement will be extremely noticeable under the street lights. The two entered the VIP building of the Busman family. Antonio released some nightmare potions in the lobby on the first floor of the VIP building. Soldak hid in the grass outside the house until the guards and receptionists in the lobby on the first floor fell asleep. In the past, the two of them walked around the lobby on the first floor of the VIP building, slowly climbed up the stairs, and came to the third floor in the east area of the VIP building. Then Antonio covered his mouth and nose, took a nauseating pill in his mouth, and gave another pill to Cerdak beside him. The moment Cerdak held the pill in his mouth, he almost vomited it. The smell was simply indescribable. like the smelly socks on the feet of soldiers who had marched for 7 days in the general camp and stuffed them into their mouths. Before Cerdak could protest, Antonio decisively unscrewed the cap of the nightmare potion bottle. A stream of lavender smoke poured out from the bottle. The lavender smoke spread its teeth in the air, like fireworks blooming in the night sky. It suddenly exploded in the air, and traces of purple smoke filled the corridor, and looked like living creatures. It also got into each room in the corridor, and the purple smoke did not want to get close to Antonio and Soldak. When passing by them, it would actually circle around both sides of their bodies. Cerdak wanted to touch the purple smoke, but unfortunately the smoke seemed to have vitality. No matter where Cerdak went, the smoke would automatically retreat. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Antonio and Soldak pried open the wooden door of the room closest to the stairs, and found a young nobleman who slept like a dead pig on a comfortable big bed. Antonio and Soldak looked at each other. Soon after, Antonio stood by the low shrub wall in the backyard of the VIP building. A young noble officer, who slept like a dead pig and his body was constantly shaking, was tied with a rope from the third-story window and slowly hung down. Antonio skillfully caught them with his hands, untied the rope, and dragged them into the grass in the backyard. He made a gesture to Soldak at the third-story window that everything was normal. Soldak continued to hang these young noble officers from the window of the VIP building, and then transported them to the tower like dead corpses. The process of carrying these young officers was not pleasant, and they were all dead and heavy. If Antonio hadn't found a garbage truck on the way, the two of them wouldn't have been able to transport the 18 young nobles to the tower until dawn. At dawn, the night watchman in Busman Castle gradually extinguished the lights in the public facilities in the castle. Then, they would push the garbage truck and load all the garbage accumulated in the castle for a day and night into the garbage truck and transport it. Go outside the city. Among this group of night watchmen, there were 2 young night watchmen who were fully armed and even wore hoods to cover their faces. The 2 of them were dragging a cart that was several times heavier than others, following the convoy. After walking out of the gate of Busman Castle, the 2 young night watchmen smiled at the castle behind them. After they were completely out of the surveillance range of the castle, they quietly left the convoy with the garbage truck and slowly walked towards the central square of the city. Go. Hey, where are you 2 going? You're going the wrong way, the night watchman from behind called kindly. Cerdak turned back and pointed to the southern part of the city. He didn't say anything, but just waved to the night watchman. You can always see some night watchmen dragging garbage trucks on the streets of Ivorson. The daily work of these night watchmen starts with lighting the street lights at night, and then patrols the streets, and collects the garbage in the city at night. At dawn, after the street lights are extinguished, the night watchmen transport the domestic garbage in the city. After arriving outside the city, the day's work was finally over. During this time, Soldak and Antonio were wearing night watchman clothes and dragging a heavy trailer, and no one would pay attention to them even if they were driving around the city. Antonio's garbage truck only had 6 young officers, while Soldak's garbage truck contained a full dozen young officers. Even so, the young magician was still following Soldak and complaining. Hey, you actually let a magician noble pull a cart like a horse. You are showing serious contempt for the god of magic. Soldak wanted to say something to Antonio. I despise you, uncle. He just thought that if he said this, the magician might turn against him. So he held back. Having said that, the young magician Antonio is quite reliable. Although some things seem mysterious, he is actually approachable when getting along with him. Hey! Stop for a moment. It will be dawn soon. Where do you want to transport them? Antonio asked from behind. Soldak stopped on the street, turned to Antonio and smiled, pointed in the direction of the city's central square, and said to Antonio, I am going to send them to the bronze statue of Grand Duke Busman in the central square of the city. Antonio looked at Soldak as if he were a fool, then stopped talking and began to drive the car towards the central square of the city. At this moment, the stars in the night sky receded, and a line of fish belly white dimly lit up on the horizon. At dawn, in a remote stable in the southwest area of Busman Castle, a groom came to the stable carrying a basket of fodder mixed with beans and grass. He poured the fodder into the manger, but the usually docile horse in the stable kept kicking its hooves and swaying its tail. Looking restless, the groom felt something was wrong, so he picked up a pitchfork from the haystack next to him and walked into the stable fearfully. In the middle of the group of horses, the groom suddenly discovered 2 night watchmen who had been stripped of their clothes. They were sleeping soundly in the mud full of horse urine and dung. The groom stepped forward and kicked them hard. The two lazy night watchmen didn't even wake up. Cursing in his mouth, the groom dragged the two night watchmen out of the stable, lifted them up by the water tank of the stable, and immersed their heads in the water tank. There was bubbling water in the sink, but the two night watchmen hadn't woken up yet. Only then did the coachman realize that something seemed wrong. The groom took the two night watchmen out of the water tank. The two men were already dying. Mrs. Miranda was awakened by the cold morning wind. She huddled together with the maid, wrapped in a blanket. The maid gave up most of the blanket to Mrs. Miranda. Her face turned pale from the cold, and one of her legs seemed to be a bit unruly. At this time, they did not dare to show their heads on the tower, so they bravely walked down the spiral staircase of the tower. They found that the first floor of the tower had long been deserted, and the outermost door was completely open. Mrs. Miranda's face was ashen, and she held the wearing a thin nightgown. She quickly walked out of the tower, followed quickly by her personal maid. The master and the servant were silent, and soon disappeared into the alley in front of the tower. They needed to get back to the inner house as soon as possible. She originally ran away to have an affair, and was somehow involved in some kind of vendetta. However, she did something shameful, and couldn't publicize it everywhere. She couldn't save the troubled Joshua Knight from the hands of the villain. Miranda Madam is in as bad a mood as she can be. However, what made her mood even worse was that the two villains didn't take a fancy to her, and actually let her stay on the roof of the building blowing the cold wind all night. These two damn villains! Mrs. Miranda cursed in her mind. Chapter 197 Public Trial. When the first ray of sunshine in the morning shines on the city, this ancient city with hundreds of years of history gradually wakes up. The breeze has blown away the morning fog, and the low shrubbery walls on both sides of the city streets are covered with dew. The buildings of different shapes in the city are shining in the morning sun. A number of onlookers gathered at the fountain in the central square of Iverson City. Everyone stood on the edge of the pool and pointed at the bronze statue of Grand Duke Busman in the center of the pool. It is a giant bronze statue more than 10 meters high. It shows the scene of the first Grand Duke Busman riding a green dragon and fluttering its wings. Just below the green dragon is the statue's pedestal, with 49 carved figures around it. This war relief basically covers the great achievements of the first Grand Duke Busman. Those war scrolls show the Iverson people resisting various beast tides and competing with the orcs for various rich areas in the Roland continent. As the empire has become increasingly powerful, although the wars have ceased in the past few hundred years, the small-scale conflicts have not. The Green Empire has occupied the land along the eastern coast of the vast Roland continent, while the orcs live in the barren Pipe Plateau. Of course, people in the square were not paying attention to this, but they saw that there seemed to be many young people hanging behind the water curtain of the fountain. These young people had their arms at shoulder level, and were hung by ropes in front of the sculpture group. Almost everyone was stripped down to a pair of underwear, and a wooden board was hung around their necks. The names of each young noble were written in red paint on the board, as well as some brief crimes they had committed. The handwriting looked very sloppy, and even the wooden boards looked like they were the door panels of shops around the square. I don't know who had stolen them here. This group of young people seemed to be unconscious. Someone was standing on the ground of the fountain, trying to wake them up. They shouted several times, but saw no reaction from them. Hey! What mistake did these young people make that they want to make it public? Someone in the crowd asked in confusion. Some curious citizens passed through the water curtain of the fountain and ran inside to read the words on the wooden boards. Then they walked out of the fountain with strange expressions, stood on the stone steps beside the fountain, and wiped their faces with their hands, wiped away the water, then grinned and said to the citizens gathered at the fountain, I read the text on a few plaques. It probably said that they were a group of deserters who escaped from the battlefield. It was precisely because of their wrong tactical strategy on the front line that nearly 10,000 soldiers of a battle group were massacred by the evil Ghost Army, and then abandoned the Bena army and ran to Iverson to try to join the Busman army. The bronze statue stands in the center of the fountain. These young nobles are hung on the relief mural on the base of the statue, and they are very eye-catching from across the fountain. If these people join the Busman army, then our people will be tricked, someone said worriedly. Oh my God! A middle-aged woman immediately covered her chest with her hands, her expression looking very exaggerated. An old man on crutches, wearing a decent aristocratic dress, stood in the crowd and said righteously, No! We want to prevent this from happening. We have to sign a letter to the Iverson City Council. We must not let it happen. This matter passed the parliament. The old man who was feeding the pigeons in the square immediately echoed, Yes, I want to write a letter to the president of the parliament. Of course. Some people think and ask questions. Who is it that tied them here? Shouldn't people like them be locked up in prison? As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him immediately asked, "Have you ever seen nobles living in prison?" People in the central square of Iverson City were still quarreling by the pool, but no one wanted to step forward to rescue the young people. As for how to rescue these young nobles, that was the responsibility of the Iverson Guard Battalion. They have nothing to do with each other. What these citizens are more concerned about is the series of impacts the entire incident will have on Iverson City. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Stop making noise! The knights from the guard camp are here. Let them handle this matter." 2 knights from the guard camp ran over from the opposite side of the central square. It was a hot day. They were wearing light leather armor, with shields and knight swords hanging next to their saddles. They came to the fountain and dismounted. They asked the surrounding citizens about the situation. And then, they discovered the young nobles hanging on the base of the statue. A young knight from the guard camp wanted to go over and rescue these young nobles, but was grabbed by another slightly older knight from the guard camp. "Hey, man! Wait a minute. We should make a report first. Not many people in Iverson City dare to do such a thing." The older guard camp knight seemed a little cautious. The young knight looked suddenly enlightened and said, "Are you talking about the young Master Quentin from the Busman family?" The older guard camp knight spread his hands and said helplessly, "I'm just guessing. After all, no one can say for sure until this kind of thing is clarified." More and more people gathered in Iverson Square. This kind of blatant contempt for the power of the nobility and the misdeeds of these young nobles were announced to the public, and they were judged by the people in the central square, so that the people of Iverson City boiling over this. A group of knights from the guard camp were maintaining order in the square, but no one dared to publicly rescue the young nobles. And those young nobles don't know what kind of magic they were hit by. They are still unconscious, but their vital signs are very normal. They only have some spasms in their bodies occasionally. Everyone also thinks that this may be caused by being hung up for a long time. No one thought that this would happen. They are actually still struggling in nightmares. By the time Quentin Busman arrived at the central square of Iverson City with the castle guards, it was already approaching noon. The scorching sun shone down, and the scorching sun's breath dispersed bit by bit the nightmare breath that could only survive in the shadows. And the young nobles slowly woke up. Quentin Busman waved his hand with a cold face, and a group of castle guards rushed forward, rescued these young nobles from the relief base, lifted them out of the fountain, and placed them on the edge of the fountain without thinking of giving them to them. They put a little covering on their bodies. In full view of everyone, Quentin turned red with anger and wished he could abandon them immediately and turn around. After waiting for a while, none of the 20 young nobles woke up. The knight captain next to him came to Quentin and whispered a few words to Quentin. Quentin ordered people to fetch water from the pool and kept pouring it on them. After a while, the young nobles finally calmed down. They woke up. But after they woke up, they all seemed to be greatly frightened. They looked around in fear and vigilance, as if there were monsters and monsters hidden in the crowd around them. Quentin Busman looked at the scene in front of him with a lidded face, and said in a deep voice to his knight, "Check it for me." Chapter 198, the end. While the city was searching for the murderer, Soldak and Antonio were sitting on the tower where Mrs. Miranda had been imprisoned all night, chatting. As expected, Mrs. Miranda did not tell the story of being imprisoned all night. Antonio held a glass of wine with ice cubes floating on it, and lay on the observation tower on the top floor to enjoy the cool breeze. However, Soldak did not drink. As a warrior, he needs to have perfect physical control. And alcohol is something that happens to paralyze the brain, which can easily lead to slow brain reaction and poor judgment of the body. This is a habit he left behind in the second team. He will never drink alcohol before performing a mission. The view here is very broad, and you can see the city's central square in the distance. However, the Busman family castle is at least 10 kilometers away from the city's central square. Looking from here, you can only see the huge copper sculpture on the square when the weather is clear. Quality statue. From this tower, you can also see the general layout of Busman Castle. This castle complex is much larger than Soldak imagined. It seems more like it is built on a high base. A group of buildings. The buildings are basically scattered and orderly. If this high hill in the city must be turned into a big round tree root, then Busman Castle is like a cluster of mushrooms growing on the tree roots. Each mushroom is a tall building and a group of laundry maids, carrying large bamboo baskets filled with clothes on their heads. They lined up in a neat line, returned from the well, and walked along the stone street towards the back house of the castle. Antonio leaned against the stone wall and said to Soldak, "This year, All the buildings in the northern area of Busman Castle will undergo large-scale renovations. The paint on some wooden doors and windows has cracked due to age, causing the wood to be exposed to the air. The weather in Iverson is hot and humid, so it cannot be used. Wooden doors and windows will rot over time, so a large number of painters are needed to repaint these wooden windows and doors. We'll sneak into the inner courtyard as painters later. I've already prepared my clothes. We won't say anything until then. We'll just follow the painters. It's another magic storage belt that needs to be brought. In Soldak's eyes, Antonio is as magical as Doraemon with any time and space gate. Everything seems to be conjured out of his storage belt. He doesn't know. How did he connect these things? Soldak and Antonio changed into the painter's clothes. The so-called painter's work clothes are basically a pair of overalls and a red and white horizontal striped linen long-sleeved shirt. The straight overalls are very loose. This kind of jumpsuit there is a large piece of fabric on the front of the chest, and many pockets are sewn around the waist. However, these pockets have no bottom, and many brushes can be inserted into them. Antonio even prepared 2 small iron buckets and a few pig hair brushes, which the 2 of them carried in their hands quite like that. When the 2 left the tower, Antonio still smelled of alcohol on his face. He put on a felt hat. Not far out of the alley, he saw a team of painters being inspected by the guards of Busman Castle. The 2 quickly mixed up. After entering the team and checking Antonio, the Busman Castle guard couldn't help but stretched out his hand to squeeze Antonio's arm, stared at him suspiciously, and asked, "How on earth did you get selected for being so thin? Superior?" Cerdak behind him quickly said from behind with a smile on his face, "Our brothers have the best painting skills. Your accent doesn't sound like a local." The guard of Busman Castle stared at Soldak with suspicion and asked even more doubtfully. Antonio and Soldak were stopped by the Busman guard in charge of the inspection. Just as they were about to ask them carefully about their origins, they saw a young magician in a robe walking quickly from a distance. He seemed to have something urgent matters wanted to pass through this door, but they were blocked by the group of painters and the castle guards who checked their identities. The magician in magic robes asked loudly and impatiently, "What are you doing making so much noise here?" The guards of Busman Castle knew the magician, and they all put on flattering expressions. One of the guards stood up and replied, "Magic Ferguson, we need some painters in the castle, and we are checking the identities of these painters." The Ferguson magician stared at the painters with doubtful eyes, stopped in front of Soldak and Antonio, and stared at the ground under his feet with some dissatisfaction. In the eyes of the guards of Busman Castle, it looked as if Antonio and Soldak were blocking the way of magician Ferguson. These 2 painters without eyes stood there blankly, making the castle guards want to. He picked up the whip and whipped the 2 of them hard to get them out of the way. But in Soldak's eyes, it was a completely different feeling. The Ferguson magician clearly knew Antonio. Although the 2 did not make any eye contact, they acted in perfect harmony. Before the Ferguson magician could speak, I heard the castle guard, who was investigating Antonio and Soldak, scolding them. "Ahem. What are you doing here? Why don't you hurry up and follow? Where did these painters come from? Why don't you understand any rules?" When Antonio and Soldak heard this, they quickly passed through the gate and walked into the northern area of the castle carrying a small iron bucket. The 2 of them didn't even dare to look back or stop. They only heard the guard say flatteringly, "Magic Ferguson, please walk slowly." Antonio and Soldak followed the painters as they moved forward, and one painter even took the initiative to talk. "Are you 2 new here? Why have I never seen you in the Union?" There was a strong smell of paint about his life experience. Antonio immediately reported his origin that he had compiled long ago, and the painter did not have any doubts. When a team of painters passed by a huge courtyard garden in the North District, Antonio and Soldak left the team easily on the pretext of going to the toilet. Then Antonio led the way and found a suspended corridor in the garden. I walked along this corridor and walked into the inner courtyard of the Busman family. The inner courtyard of the Busman family is full of tower buildings. Each tower building has a completely independent space. In the space filled with green plants, the architectural styles of these tower buildings are very different. Each building has its own unique style. A very private space. Some maids shuttled freely among these buildings. But there were not many guards in this area, so Antonio only had to avoid the unsuspecting maids along the way, and the 2 sneaked into a high tower. In a traditional style building, one does not enter the main hall directly, but climbs up along the narrow passage behind the side door, through some exquisite grills. Cerdak can even see the gorgeous halls and many other things inside the tower. Luxurious room. They walked through a narrow passage reserved for maids and servants. They met many maids and servants along the way, and they all looked at them in surprise. But no one stopped them. The expressions of the two people were natural, and they did not look like sneaky thieves. Even though they were wearing painters' clothes, they looked a bit nondescript, which somewhat made people wary. The alert servants began to watch their every move, and at the same time someone went to find the housekeeper. But there was no restriction on their freedom. In this way, Soldak and Antonio reached the end of a narrow corridor. They even turned around and smiled inexplicably at the servants following them. And then, their figures slowly disappeared at the end of the corridor. And the end of this corridor is a dead end without any exit. Chapter 199 Coward. After Antonio and Cerdak disappeared, they did not leave the corridor immediately, although they were invisible. The sound of footsteps, breathing, and heartbeats while walking could not be eliminated. They were worried that they would be disturbed by those wary people while walking. The heavy servants and maids noticed it, so they squatted quietly in a corner at the end of the corridor, waiting for the crowd in the passage to disperse. In fact, the daily work of these servants and maids is not easy. They need to be busy from morning to evening before they have the opportunity to stop and rest for a while. If the tasks of the day are not completed well, they may not be able to eat. So there is no if they are willing to make trouble. This extremely supernatural thing was just reported to the big housekeeper in the tower, and the group of servants went about their own business. Level invisibility potion can provide invisibility effect in dimly lit places, or at night. This was the second magic potion that Antonio took out, allowing Soldak to fully feel the magical power of magic. After Soldak drank the bottle of light blue potion, he felt that his vision became extremely blurry for a moment. At the same time, everything in front of him lost its original color and turned completely into black and white. And then, he saw his body slowly disappearing. It was a wonderful feeling. He knew that his hands were right in front of him. But there was nothing in front of him. Soldak stretched out his hand and touched the wall. The solid touch of the wall passed through his fingertips. What was on the wall? Nothing. Cerdak could clearly sense Antonio, and the magician was standing beside him. His even heartbeat and even breathing were so clear. But the young magician could not be seen. Antonio said that this secondary invisibility potion would become invisible once exposed to strong light. So he deliberately moved his hand towards the wall lamp in the corridor, not far away. But still couldn't see anything. Cerdak tried walking a little further. There were inaudible footsteps in the empty corridor. When he got close enough, his arm finally showed its ethereal outline under the dim wall lamp. At this moment, when Cerdak looked at his arm, he felt like he was looking at an X-ray. "Don't you think it's amazing?" Antonio's voice came over, and he didn't know if it was an illusion. Soldak felt that his voice became hoarse. Then, Antonio's silhouette also appeared under the wall lamp. He grabbed Soldak's arm and pulled him gently out of the corridor. Soldak was worried that the conversation between the two would once again attract the busy people in the tower. Servants, when walking, in order to avoid being bumped into by these servants and maids, they walk with extra caution. Whenever someone comes by, they will lean against the wall and advance to make way for these servants. Soldak also saw Mrs. Miranda's personal maid on the way. She walked up quickly from downstairs with a plate of grapes and plums in her hand, and walked into a corridor in a blink of an eye. When Ka tried to peek into the corridor, the maid had already opened a door and walked in. Cerdak guessed that the room might be Mrs. Miranda's bedroom. The interior decoration of this high tower was very luxurious. The hall on the first floor was directly connected to the top. The hall was surrounded by a zigzag spiral corridor that led to the top of the tower. This tower is the residence of Count Josie Busman, who lives on the top floor of the tower. Antonio and Soldak walked along the servants' passage to the top floor. In the corridor were at least 10 maids holding various trays in their hands. A steward and 4 knights were also guarding the door. And from time to time, there were some ladies came in and out of this room, which looked like it should be Count Josie's sitting room. The light was bright there, and it was difficult for the two of them to get in at this time. So they had to retreat quietly, followed a maid, and hid in the storage room. In addition to some miscellaneous items such as handles and rags and basins, this utility room also has stools, chairs, clothes hangers, tablecloths, etc. The narrow space is full of sundries, and it also provides an excellent place for the two of them to sit. Hidden place. The magical effect of the level invisibility potion took less than 2/4 of an hour, and soon the two of them showed their prototypes. There were often footsteps outside the grocery room, and the two of them did not dare to talk. Not long after, more noisy footsteps sounded, and those noisy sounds seemed to be searching for something. Not long after, the people in the storage room were pushed away, and a nightly castle guard walked in wearing a suit of armor. There was a faint musty smell in the grocery store. He covered his nose with one hand, and stayed in the grocery store for only a few seconds before turning around and walking out. If he had just casually lifted up the tablecloth, he might have seen Soldak and Antonio sitting among the tables and chairs. Unfortunately, he thought the smell in the room was too strong, and did not check the room carefully. Just such a small oversight allowed Soldak and Antonio to pass through. The castle guards called by the butler searched Count Josie's tower, and left soon after. Did you hear that the castle seems to be haunted? Maybe a ghost. It's terrible. This has never happened before. The maid's chatter came from the door of the grocery room, and soon fell silent. Josie Busman was lying on the bed in the bedroom, as if all his strength was used up the moment the exploding flames descended on the magic caravan. At that time, he rushed out of the magic caravan with a long sword, still looking brave and fearless. After returning to the castle of the Busman family, it wasn't long before I couldn't get out of bed. The potion master said that there was nothing wrong with him physically, but that the last assassination had frightened him. He is a very timid person, and it is precisely because of this that Duke Ryan Busman was so disappointed in him that he gave the family's first heir to his grandson Quentin. For him, even a marquis, none of the titles were conferred on him. After all these years, he is still just an earl. This large bed is quite luxurious. The 4 legs are carved from white ivory, and the entire bed is made of fine ironwood. The bed board is covered with thick mats woven from golden velvet threads. There are people lying on it. It's extremely comfortable up there. Count Josie looked sick and looked out the window as it was getting dark, and said, "You can go and enjoy your dinner too. Don't worry about me." After saying that, he closed his eyes and rested his mind, no longer making any movements, as if he was asleep. In this way, Mrs. Leanda and her maid who were guarding her were dismissed. Now that he couldn't stand up, he would only feel upset looking at these tender and beautiful women. However, several ladies wanted to take advantage of his illness to show how gentle they were, so they rushed to his side to serve him, which made him feel a little angry. But he couldn't say anything. Count Josie just wanted to lie quietly for a while, maybe forget about the fireball in his mind, or maybe regain his courage and get better. He looked at the spotlessly clean glass window, but there seemed to be some hallucinations in his eyes. Even in the reflection of the glass window, there was the face full of the sneak attack magician's smile, and there seemed to be a young man next to that face. Night. Cold sweat broke out on Earl Josie's forehead. The handle of the alarm bell was beside the bed, but he didn't have any strength at all. His neck was a little stiff, and he wanted to turn his head away, but he couldn't. Chapter 200 Trial. "Are you here to kill me?" Josie Busman was lying on the gorgeous bed, looking at Antonio and Soldak with a pale face, a look of despair and fear. And then his old face was a little distorted, and his voice was fierce. Dee said to the two of them, "Did you know that I am the son of Duke Ryan Busman?" Antonio took 2 steps forward, grabbed the cord of the alarm bell before Count Josie Busman touched the string, and looked down at Count Josie lying on the bed. Soldak also put his hand on the hilt of the sword, wary that he would suddenly burst into flames and run away. He had seen Count Josh Busman split open the magic caravan with his sword in front of the ice point stall before, and walked out in the fire, showing his expression. Be very strong. But at this moment, this Josie Busman is completely different from before. He looked like an old man who was completely helpless. "You can't kill me!" Woo-woo. He covered his face with his withered old hands and cried bitterly. A 6-pointed star magic circle lit up at Antonio's feet. As the magic circle continued to grow, the magic circle almost covered half of the bedroom. A golden magic light shield was like a semicircular bubble, emerging from the 6-pointed star magic circle. "Come on. Cover the 3 of them directly." Soldak felt that the surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet, and the voice of Count Josie crying became clearer. It was probably a magic barrier that could isolate the sound. At this time, Antonio took out a silver badge with a gold edge from his arms. The top of the badge was the pattern on the scale. The moment he showed the badge, Soldak felt that Antonio became taller, and there was a look on his face, a layer of incomparable divine brilliance. I just heard him say to the old man lying on the bed with a serious face, "Count Josh Busman, you are suspected of being involved in the 7 missing cases of one-turn nights in Iverson City. This time our law enforcement team is following the clues all the way. All the fingers point to you. I have evidence to prove that you are one of the main planners of these 7 night disappearances." When Josie Busman saw Antonio showing the magic badge, his face turned gray. He widened his eyes and asked eagerly, "So the law enforcement team of your magic union has been dispatched?" Antonio nodded slightly and replied, "The law enforcement team is clearing the city of Windhoek in Ivoorson province to track down the main members of the Black Arts Priory." Hearing what Antonio said, Count Jose Busman's eyes lit up. Then he seemed to take a long breath. His expression became much calmer, and he asked casually, "So you think I am the mastermind of the night's disappearance? Everything must be evidenced. But even if you have the evidence, Mr. Magician, do you want to arrest me and go to the Magic Guild now? For such a question, although I feel a little unwell, but I will still fully cooperate with you." As he spoke, he tried his best to support his body with both hands and was about to sit up from the bed. But Soldak pointed a Roman sword at his chest and told him to lie back on the bed. Antonio leaned down in front of Josie Busman, stared into his cloudy eyes, and said to him, "I have never thought about taking you away. In fact, I have no such right. The purpose of my coming here is just to stand in front of you and ask you personally why I used those cruel methods to kill Ever, the 7 Knights of Forest City." Antonio waited for a while and saw that Count Josie had no intention to say anything, so he did not continue to press the question. Instead, he continued to say to Count Josie, "I'm not going to show you that evidence, and I'm not going to let you live long enough to see that evidence with your own eyes." Josh Busman's face suddenly turned pale, and he could not hide the panic in his eyes. He tried to struggle to sit up from the bed, but was kept pressed by Soldak with a Roman sword. Unable to do so freely, he moved and wanted to call out loudly, but found himself within the magic barrier. Antonio sat on the chair beside the bed again and said calmly, "I know that the noble pardon regulations of the Ivoorson province will save you from the death penalty. I know that Duke Ryan has some private agreements with our president to protect the members of the Busman family. The Magic Guild also has. There were a lot of compromises made, but it doesn't affect me." When he looked at Count Josie, it was as if he were staring at a dead man. "In fact, I never thought of asking you to attend the hearing on the disappearance case held by the Magic Guild Law Enforcement Group. Whether you attend or not, the verdict against the evil mages of the Black Magic Hermitage will not change in any way." Count Josie's face turned pale, and his body was even trembling. He still gritted his teeth and insisted, "I don't understand what you are talking about, Mr. Magician." Antonio smiled coldly. "Maybe you'll understand soon." Then he raised his head and glanced at Cerdak. Seeing that Cerdak was still very calm when he heard that he was a magician of the Law Enforcement Corps, he continued, "Before Duke Ryan went to the Warsaw Plain this time, he had a secret conversation with the president of our magic union. He hoped to exchange information about the Black Magic Hermitage for the rest of your life. So he sent all members of our law enforcement group to send to Windhoek City, and hope that you can take advantage of this period to leave Ivoorson City and hide in the Warsaw Plain." Count Josie showed a hint of regret in his eyes. Antonio continued, "I might as well tell you that my original purpose of staying in Ivoorson was to disguise myself as a member of the Black Magic Priory, so that you could die in an assassination by the Black Magic Priory. However, although that magic caravan saved your life, it prevented you from escaping into the Warsaw Plain." When Antonio said this, Count Josie pointed at him anxiously and angrily and said, "So it's you." Antonio laughed twice and said, "What? Do you still think it's the members of the Black Magic Hermitage who want to kill you? They can't protect themselves now, so how can they care about you? But then I left 2 letters on your desk, hoping that you would commit suicide in Busman Castle because of the exposure of the missing knight case. But I didn't expect you to be as timid as a mouse. Yuan died for the glory of the Busman family. Probably no one who knows you is willing to believe that you had the courage to commit suicide. So I changed my mind again, and this time I want you to die a natural death." Antonio stared at Count Josie expressionlessly, and the fear in Count Josie's heart made his face extremely distorted. He said with rapid breathing, "You have no right to do this. President Nightingale of the Magic Guild personally promised my father that I will not be judged." Count Josie was still trying to struggle. At this time, he saw a white airflow appearing in Antonio's palm. These white airflows were like a rope, wrapping around Count Josie's body with great flexibility, trapping him firmly. Got up. Then Antonio said, "Yes, you have not been tried and convicted by the Magic Guild Law Enforcement Team. The Magic Guild Law Enforcement Team does not want you to attend the trial of the Black Magic Hermitage, because whether you are alive or dead will not affect those Black Magic members of the Priory would eventually be burned at the stake. Count Josie, as usual, before you die, I need to read you your evidence of guilt. He winked at Soldak and said, "Oh, Mr. Knight, you can make the necessary preparations." "Okay." Soldak agreed. Chapter 201 The End of Life. Antonio stood at the head of Duke Josie's bed with a serious expression, unfolded a magic parchment scroll in his hand, and his eyes fell on the file. In July 2585, Knight Arlo, who lived at number 503 Dashizi Street, Nanchung District, Iverson City, disappeared. According to clues provided by his family, Knight Arlo was invited out for a drink by a group of Busman family knights and has been there ever since. He did not return and disappeared to the Rose Tavern in the city center. No one knows when Arlo Knight left the Rose Tavern. His body was discovered in a mass grave in late July. At that time, his body was already mutilated. The abdomen was completely cut open, and the heart inside was removed with a sharp instrument. We have an eyewitness who saw him at the Chateau Bausmans the night Chevalier Arlo disappeared. In September of the same year, the body of the Absalon Knight living in Bulawayo City was discovered in a culvert outside Iverson City. Although the body of the Absalon Knight was mostly decomposed when it was discovered, you can still tell that his abdomen was cut open and his liver was removed. In March 2586, the Denton Knight who lived at 57 Constantin Street in Windhoek died tragically on the street. His head is still missing. It was very rare for you to leave Iverson at that time. In Windhoek, we have sufficient evidence to prove that you have close ties with members of the Priory of Dark Arts. In June of the same year, the body of the knight living in Bart was found on the guillotine at the execution ground in the East District of Iverson City. His left arm disappeared. September of the same year, residing at Clarence Knight, right arm. January 2587, resident Jesse Knight, left leg. In May of the same year, Knight clothes, right leg. We have enough evidence to show that you were trying to study an ancient black magic ritual life transformation. After you sacrificed certain parts of the 7 knights, you swallowed them alive. It is said that this ancient ritual can the body is rejuvenated. But obviously you have failed. You look older than your father, Duke Ryan, and these rituals have not brought any effect to your body. As for the evil mage who assisted you in arranging the black magic ritual, we have captured it. But this guy knew some of our methods. Before falling into our hands, he burned himself to ashes. But the apprentice assistant does not have the courage. I swear I will break every bone in his body and make him spit out the truth. You are really a lunatic. Alien ogre. You actually dare to flout the laws of the Green Empire, commit such a heinous crime, and still live in Iverson City calmly. Do you really think that AI Volson, if the president of the Watson Magic Guild suppresses us, our law enforcement team will give in and let the murderer go free? Antonio put away the parchment scroll in his hand, put it in Duke Josie's ear and said, "You are so naive." He tied Count Josie with a windband, reached out and patted Count Josie's old and yellow face and said, "Yes, Duke Ryan may use his power to make you flout the laws of the Green Empire. You can bribe those in power in the magical world to allow you to evade legal sanctions. But so what? I didn't even prepare for you to go to the law enforcement team to attend the trial. I now declare to you that when your life is dedicated to the dark goddess Selene, you will be the lifelong enemy of our magicians. I don't care how you die." After speaking, Antonio showed a cruel smile. "No, you have no right to do this." Count Josie was lying on the bed, struggling hard. Antonio shook his head and said to Count Josie, "Don't you understand yet? I don't need anyone to give me this right." Josh Busman lay stiffly on the bed, watching as Soldak placed 4 pottery bowls and simple items needed for the sacrificial ceremony on the carpet in front of the bed. The souls in the 4 pottery bowls after the fire was ignited. Serdak took out an evil ghost's head from the pocket behind his back and prayed silently in the ritual circle. In Serdak's indigenous language prayer, a demon statue appeared in the room. This demon statue looked a bit tall, with its head almost touching the ceiling. Antonio also looked at Soldak in surprise. Josh Busman trembled all over as he watched the evil head in front of Serdak's body disappear little by little. And then the face of the two-faced four-armed demon representing the devil faced Serdak. And the empty eyes on the statue were like it has endless suction power, and is greedily absorbing the magic elements in the surrounding air. The next moment, even the wind bound that Antonio arranged on Count Josie showed some signs of disintegration. Serdak didn't want to carry out this ritual for too long, so he directly sacrificed the evil devil's head to the demon's face. And a bloody beam of light fell from the sky on Serdak. The magic effect of death and decay fell on him. And then he ended the sacrificial ceremony. and the figure of the two-faced demon disappeared into the room. Seeing the faint bloody aura at Soldak's feet, Antonio frowned and asked cautiously, "What kind of ceremony is this?" "This is a sacrificial ritual that I learned from a great indigenous wizard there on the plain of Warsaw. You can gain some extraordinary power in a short period of time by sacrificing some sacrifices," Soldak said without any secret. Antonio is the first magician he knows, and he hopes that Antonio can answer some questions about what his sacrificial ritual is from a magical perspective. Antonio's face became a little ugly for a moment. He took out a magic test crystal and pointed it at Soldak. The hexagonal prism-like test crystal emitted 7 colors of light in Antonio's hand. Just when he pointed it at Soldak, the magic crystal, all the 7-colored light faded away, and Antonio's eyebrows almost stood up. The next moment, he had grabbed the magic wand in his hand and said, "Is this black magic?" But at this time, a light golden color reappeared on the magic test crystal. Although the light was weak, the color was very pure. Antonio immediately denied what he said a moment ago and came to a new conclusion. "No, you obviously have a sacred breath on your body. The two cannot coexist. This is the breath of life magic. Hey, someone told me before that I have affinity with sacred magic elements and can control the power of sacred magic." Soldak slowly walked to the bed, said to Antonio with a smile, and then asked, "What's this? Is this kind of sacrificial ritual considered a heresy in the Green Empire?" Antonio frowned. His sharp eyes swept over Soldak, and he thought for a moment before saying, "This should be a prayer ceremony for the natives of the Warsaw Plain. They pray for the gods to send down their power. It is considered a blessing from the gods. It can also be called a possession by a god. However, the latter is more appropriate. But the power of this god is too small, a little too low, and the requirements for you are also extremely low. You are actually here when you call, and you can send blessings with the lowest sacrifice. Your prayer ceremony is not explicitly prohibited in the Green Empire, but it is also in line with the mainstream magic in the magical world. If you go against the grain, it's better not to show it in front of others." Unexpectedly, although Antonio looked younger, he seemed to be very knowledgeable. Hearing Antonio say this, Soldak smiled and said, "I know you are the best friend." Antonio glanced at the door of this bedroom and urged Soldak, "Okay, let's talk about these things later. Get ready to take action. Wither, break, ruin it all, and use the sad and beautiful withering to comfort the loneliness and death of the eternal night." Without any hesitation, Soldak signaled Antonio to step back. The bloody halo under his feet disappeared in a flash, and then he saw the bloody halo appear under Count Josie's body. That is, the bloody halo showed a diameter of 2 meters. It was so round that it looked like a blood pool inside, and those transformed blood pools were bubbling. I saw a bouquet of flowers placed in the vase on Earl Josie's bedside withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soldak could clearly feel that the vitality of Earl Josie was being stripped away and slowly injected into himself. Body of Josh Boothman made a gurgling sound in his throat, but he couldn't shout out no matter what. The age spots on his face were getting heavier and heavier, and the wrinkles on his face were getting deeper and deeper, even appearing next to his lips. There are many wrinkles, and in just 10 seconds, Count Josh Busman looks like he has aged 10 years. The various organs in his body were also failing rapidly. 1 minute later, Count Josh Busman's life came to an end. He closed his eyes peacefully and lay on the bed as if he was fast asleep. After waiting for the death and withering to slowly disappear, Antonio stepped forward, reached out, and touched Josh Busman's heart. He found that his body was rapidly getting colder, so he looked at Soldak and clicked nod. Before leaving, Antonio picked up the vase and carried it in his hand. Chapter 202 Farewell. The clouds in the sky were dyed a layer of gold by the setting sun, blending in with the wheat fields in the distance. Iverson City was also dyed a layer of light gold, which looked particularly charming. Soldak was lying high in the sky, on top of the haystack. I squinted my eyes to enjoy the evening breeze and the setting sun. Soldak's maroon Gubwa horse followed slowly behind, looking relaxed and comfortable. The carriage pulling alfalfa hay slowly drove towards the airport terminal, and the airport terminal in the distance also appeared in the field of vision. Antonio didn't need to come to the airport terminal. He was sitting in the hay cart to see Soldak off. Soldak touched the magic storage belt around his waist. This magic belt was bought from the Magic Leather Merchant Kit's leather goods store in the afternoon. People in the Green Empire like to call it a magic waist bag. The fanny pack cost Soldak 7 magic crystals. When buying the magic belt, Antonio was originally going to sponsor some of Soldak's magic crystals, But when he saw Cerdak taking out 7 magic crystals without changing his expression, Antonio swallowed those words again. But Antonio didn't. To think that a knight could be so rich. Then Antonio found such a carriage loaded with alfalfa in the city through connections. And the two left Iverson City before the city gate closed. Soldak, who was lying on the haystack, finally let out a long breath. It seems that no one in the Busman family has discovered the true cause of Earl Joan Busman's death. But at the same time, he also had a little doubt in his heart. So he asked Antonio, "You openly assassinated Count Josie on the way. But why did you suddenly change your focus in the subsequent assassination and wanted to cause Count Josie to die naturally? An illusion?" Antonio turned his head and glanced at Soldak. Seeing that he was very curious, he felt that it didn't matter even if he said it. So he explained, "I originally planned to pose as an evil mage from the Priory of Dark Arts and conduct an assassination operation. It's a pity that it didn't succeed at the time. Later, I really didn't want to continue to intensify the conflict between the traditional aristocratic forces and the magician aristocracy. So I wanted to find a more secure solution. The original plan was to sneak into his bedroom secretly, then tie his hands and feet with a wind bind, and then suffocate him with a pillow." When the young magician spoke, his language was smooth and natural, and he did not have any violent fluctuations in his mood because of the discussion of murder. The two of them didn't speak loudly, and they weren't worried about being heard by the farmer driving the truck in front. Soldak asked again, "Then you know the actions of the guards in the castle very well. Is it the magician in the castle who is helping you?" Antonio narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously, and said ambiguously, "Hey, you know, there are some things I can't admit." The two of them lay on the top of the haystack of the carriage and just walked and talked. It is a very ancient evil black magic ritual. It is said that after sacrificing a living person to the evil god, the sacrificer will eat the heart, liver and head to gain a stronger soul. And if the limbs are eaten, the victim will have a young and powerful body. Count Josie is timid, hypocritical, and cowardly in nature. He wants to become stronger, but he does not have the perseverance to persevere. In the end, he is only willing to use evil rituals. For the past 100 years, the Black Magic Hermitage has been conducting this series of magic research. Our Magic Union's law enforcement team has been tracking down the members of the Hermitage all year round. The predecessor of the Black Magic Hermitage was just the remnants of the Demon Clan in Roland Continent. Hidden organization. But it has developed to the present. Countless magicians who are interested in black magic, and some evil magicians who study evil arts are slowly being absorbed into this organization. They are the cancer of the magic world, and our law enforcement team must definitely eliminate them. They are all cleared from the Roland Continent. Later, when they talked about the Black Magic Monastery, Antonio, who was a member of the Magic Guild Law Enforcement Group, had a very clear plan. I learned from Antonio that the Magic Guild is an organization of mages in Roland Continent, and the Law Enforcement Corps is a sharp sword in the hands of the Magic Guild. The responsibilities of the organization are somewhat like the guard camp knights in various cities, but they will only deal with magic-related matters. Incident: the mages who can join the Magic Union law enforcement team are the best in various magic academies. Soldak expressed his concerns to Antonio. He didn't know whether this sacrificial ceremony was considered black magic. He was worried that if he used it elsewhere in the future, he would be discovered by the law enforcement team of the Magic Union and be directly burned at the stake as a heretic. Fighting. That's the worst. In any case, the two of them had some friendship, and Soldak felt that Antonio was not the kind of person who would tear down the bridge after crossing the river. Antonio lay on the haystack, changed to a more comfortable position, and said to Soldak, "Don't worry about this for the time being. Life magic actually does not belong to the category of forbidden magic. It is just that this form of magic belongs to the fringe magic. It is not accepted by mainstream magic in the Green Empire. But you are an awakened magician. The Knight of Perception possesses the rarest divine attributes. I hope that you can become a paladin by mastering the power of holy light in the future, instead of becoming a dark knight by mastering these life magics." Cerdak was confused by what Antonio said. It turned out that the sacred breath he had mastered could also become the power of holy light. The paladin himself knew it to some extent, but the term dark knight had never been mentioned by anyone before. However, Antonio didn't talk much about these, and just said to Soldak, "In fact, I don't think magic is good or bad, but it depends on whether you have a compassionate heart or a vicious snake and scorpion heart. There are many such examples, even some in the temple. Priests with sacred prayers may also become criminals with blood on their hands. And such people are often more terrifying. So I think good and evil depend on whether you cannot forget your original intention. Our law enforcement team patrols the Black Magic Hermitage because when those evil mages study black magic, they sometimes cause some local people to mysteriously disappear, even if they sacrifice the lives of civilians for magic research. This is not known to the Magic Union. Aloud, as a member of the Law Enforcement Corps, I do not deny that we all have a certain paranoia about magic. This time, my boss clearly ordered me not to interfere in the incident of the missing 7 knights. I ran back secretly, so I cannot let Count Josie die from magic. I don't even want him to die from some kind of assassination. It's better to die normally. Knight Serdek, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you for making this operation go so smoothly. The carriage pulling a load of hay stopped in front of the gate of the Magic Airport. There was an endless stream of carriages entering and exiting the airport. Soldak jumped directly from the tall haystack and casually untied it to the rear shaft of the carriage. He held the reins of his ancient bow-lie horse and walked slowly into the airport terminal with a flow of people. After entering the airport terminal, Soldak turned around and waved to Antonio, who was standing on the haystack, only to find that the magician Antonio had already sat on the haystack and gradually moved away. Chapter 203 Changing Cabins. Serdek stood in the crowd holding his horse, waiting to board the huge magic airship overhead. Probably because the route to Bena province was reduced to once a week, the transportation capacity could not meet actual needs. So it seemed extremely crowded. The steps of the airport terminal were full of people waiting to board the ship, and there were hundreds of nobles at the front. They carried heavy salutes, and boarding the ship seemed extremely slow. A total of 3 hatches at the front and rear of the magic airship are open, and 2 hatches are transporting various war supplies to the bottom warehouse. The pontoon leading to the top deck is the only way for passengers to board the ship. Nobles have priority. Right. So civilians need to stand on the airport terminal and wait patiently during this initial period. With the status of a knight, Serdek did not need to wait in the crowd, but he needed to lead the horse to the cargo hold in the belly of the airship. There was a stable for carrying horses there, which forced him to give up the priority to board. Airship powers. Standing in the crowded crowd, it was completely dark, but the dozens of 100-meter-high towers in the airport were as bright as day. The huge black shadow above their heads was the magic airship flying to Bena province. This big thing, it is 70 or 80 meters long. The 8 floating devices on both sides of the airship emit a faint blue magical light as passengers and cargo continue to board the airship. The 8 floating devices are also constantly increasing the buoyancy. At the same time, the giant shark-like hydrogen balloon above the airship is also replenishing hydrogen. The air compressor roars like a steam train due to the filling of gas. Sometimes the overflow valve will spray out a burst of hydrogen, a stream of white air. Serdek didn't understand why he had to choose to board the ship at night. He just stood on the steps of the giant tall building in the airport for more than 2 hours. He kept comforting Gubalama, who was a little restless, until he got to the number 2 cabin. The doorman sent it into the animal pen, and through the staff on the airship, he found out about the breeder who was looking after the horses. He gave him a tip of 3 silver coins and asked him to pay attention to his horse. Then he followed the civilians boarded the magic airship like they were chasing ducks. The 2 crew members stood on the copper ram on the bow of the airship, holding a huge searchlight in their hands and adding lamp oil to the searchlight. Probably when they finally embarked on the return journey, the people on the deck were so excited that no one was willing to return to the cabin. They all crowded on the deck for a while, which made the deck completely packed. People on the side of the ship were holding on to their hands. The 3rd layer of protective fence was pointing excitedly at the city of Iverson not far away. The nobles were standing on the observation deck of the high-rise building at the stern of the deck. The highest room in this high-rise building belonged to the captain's cabin, and the rest were various luxurious cabins that only nobles were qualified to live in. Because Sir Duck bought the ticket earlier, so he also bought a double cabin on the deck with his knight status. This means that with his status, he can choose the highest level cabin. If he chooses the slightly cheaper 4-person cabin, he will have to live and go below deck. Civilians basically have to live in the cabins below the deck. These cabins are almost 4 to 8 people. Below the civilian cabins are the crew's dormitories and kitchen. In addition, the daily necessities on the ship are stored on this floor. This floor has a huge cold storage filled with many vegetables and meats. This voyage will take about half a month. 3 meals a day are provided for free on the ship. The level of food is closely related to the class of cabin. Of course, you can also take silver coins, Order whatever you want in the restaurant on the ship. It is said that the price of the dishes is not generally expensive, about twice as much as on the ground. Cerdak was not in the mood to look for his own cabin. He squeezed excitedly to the side of the ship and looked at the brightly lit streets of Iverson City within the city walls. Only then did he truly feel the civilization and splendor of the magical world. It's just a provincial city in the southern part of the Green Empire, but it's actually so prosperous. The boarding continued until late at night before it ended one after another. The people on the deck gradually became tired and began to disperse slowly. For a while, people were everywhere looking for their own cabins. At this time, the crew on the deck were a group of guiding lights. They could point the direction with just a glance at the ticket. Moreover, these crew members were extremely well educated and had almost no clues. Impatient, when Cerdak found a strong crew member with the ticket, the crew member saw Cerdak's status as a knight and immediately took Cerdak personally to the building at the stern of the ship without hesitation. Bypassing the rooms with picture windows in front and around, he went directly to the cabin corridor in the innermost row of the corridor, which seemed a bit narrow, and told Cerdak to ask him to follow the number on the ticket to find the corresponding one. House number. He also introduced to Cerdak that there was another passage leading to the deck at the end of this corridor. This area was almost exclusively occupied by distinguished warriors. Cerdak was used to tipping no matter what he did in this world. He handed the strong crew member 10 copper coins and watched the crew member leave with a smile. He thought that although the tip he gave was not a lot, it should not be counted. Few? Probably to save space. This corridor seemed a bit low. Cerdak had to lower his head when walking through the corridor. He followed the number written on the ticket and finally found the corresponding C003. Cabin No. When I stood at the door, I realized that someone seemed to be joking inside. It was probably another passenger in this cabin. He knocked on the door and then opened the door and walked in. This is a cabin of less than 6 square meters. Inside, there is a wooden bed with 2 floors, only 1.5 meters wide, placed near the left side of the cabin. It looks quite sturdy. Some personal belongings have been placed on the upper bed. There are 2. A warrior wearing leather armor was sitting on the edge of the lower bunk bed, talking excitedly to a female swordsman wearing leather armor sitting on a chair next to the bed. They saw someone walking in, and they stopped talking enthusiastically. Conversation. Turned to look at Cerdak at the same time. Do you live in this room? Seeing the knight's badge on Cerdak's chest, a somewhat strong warrior quickly stood up and asked Cerdak. Cerdak nodded in astonishment. At first, he thought he had gone to the wrong room, but he looked at the room number at the door twice. After confirming that it was correct, he nodded and replied, I think so. Oh, knight, please excuse me. We are the leaders of the Shining Adventure Group. This time we are going to Bena Province to complete a mission. However, most of our members are below level 1 and are not qualified to take the cabin above the deck. Only another soldier and I are barely qualified. There are 3 ladies in our adventure group. It is not convenient to squeeze into the cabin below the deck with those people, so you can see if you are willing to squeeze in below, in addition to compensating the money on the ticket. In addition to the difference, there will be some additional compensation. Of course, if you don't want to, we won't force it. The sturdy warrior stood at the door of the cabin and asked in a very sincere tone. Cerdak didn't expect to encounter such a cabin change when he took the magic airship for the first time. Chapter 204 Supplementary Votes. The female swordsman in the cabin was wearing a blue deerskin armor, and her chestnut eyes looked expectantly at Cerdak, who was standing at the door. Under the restraints of the tight light armor, her figure looked quite good, and her frame she is very big, almost as tall as Cerdak, and has a well-proportioned figure. She looks like she exercises regularly, and is full of explosive power. The female swordsman has the appearance of a beautiful woman, but her mouth is slightly bigger. The lips are also slightly fuller. During the journey on an airship, the civilian class does not open a separate cabin for women. Female passengers really have to squeeze into an airtight multi-person room and spend 15 days with strange passengers, which will cause a lot of inconvenience during the journey. In order to avoid such embarrassing things, women usually travel in groups when traveling. Moreover, when buying tickets, you will also be optimistic about the number of berths in the cabin, and directly buy the berths in the entire cabin. In this way, you can share a room with familiar relatives and friends, and the journey will not be so difficult. The leader of the Shining Adventure Group wanted his team members to arrange better rooms, but Cerdak was reluctant to live below the deck. He thought of living in a hot and poorly ventilated room, breathing all kinds of sweat. The air smelled of sour feet, tobacco, and alcohol mixed together. And then he foolishly gave up the room to the couple inside. Cerdak felt that there was no need for him to do so. Seeing that Cerdak's face didn't look good, the burly warrior also sighed, forced a smile, and said, "If it embarrasses you, forget it." After speaking, he turned to the female swordsman sitting on the chair and said, "Delena, you live here. I will go and find a way to get Jenna's room." Hearing what the burly warrior said, Cerdak was a little dumbfounded. It turned out that another passenger in the cabin was actually a female swordsman. If he didn't give up this bed, he would probably have to live with this female swordsman. A cabin that lasts nearly half a month would probably be even more inconvenient. The captain, female swordsman, stood up a little uneasily and hurriedly chased her to the door. The burly warrior turned to the female swordsman named Delena and said, "Swordsman Delena, please obey the assignment. I will arrange this." After saying that, the two warriors from the Shining Adventure group walked out of the cabin decisively. They were about to leave the corridor when Cerdak stood at the door of the cabin and said to the burly leader of the adventure group, "Hey, please wait a minute. How do you want to change rooms?" Cerdak was soft-hearted for a moment, but in the end, he could not make up his mind to refuse the request of the leader of the Shining Adventure group. The burly leader stopped, turned around, walked back quickly, and introduced Cerdak with a look of joy. "There are spare berths in the quadruple room below the deck. You can sleep there. In addition, we can compensate you for the ticket price of this trip." Cerdak shook hands with the burly warrior and said, "Okay, I agree." The leader of the Shining Adventure group was a resolute man. Seeing that Cerdak agreed to change rooms, he immediately wanted to compensate for the difference in ticket price. Cerdak took out his own ticket that was 3 times more expensive than an ordinary ticket. This ticket includes an ancient bow-lie horse, so the price is extremely expensive. However, there was no way for the airport ticket office to fill out a separate ticket for that horse, so it was written on Cerdak's ticket. The leader of the Shining Adventure group took the ticket, took one look at it, and was so surprised that he said no. After speaking, he touched his pocket unconsciously, but he didn't expect that he just exchanged the ticket for a double bed on the deck, which was actually more than twice as expensive as what he bought. After calculating the price difference, the burly warrior forced a smile and handed the number of silver coins to Cerdak. After getting a stack of thick silver coins, Cerdak felt much better. The burly warrior named the room number below the deck. Cerdak didn't want to get into the cabin below the deck for the time being, so he returned to the deck of the magic airship to blow in the cold night wind. There were many passengers who were too excited to sleep on the deck. Looking at the night view of Iverson City, everyone was very excited about traveling by airship. At this time, the airship's hull suddenly shook violently. The crew on the deck began to throw away all the ropes connecting the ship's side and the airport tower. 8 flotation devices were operating at full strength on both sides of the airship. Cerdak could clearly see it was felt that there were 8 magic vortices floating on the 8 floating devices. These magic vortices were frantically absorbing the magic elements in the air. The airship seemed to be lifted up by an invisible big hand and left the airport. The airship rose slowly, and then sharp whistles came from the front and rear of the deck. The crew of the magic airship began to warn the tourists on the deck one by one not to approach the floating device easily. This magic device is relatively fragile and can be easily damaged. Just when the airship was about to enter the clouds, the city of Iverson below looked like a bright pearl in the night. Cerdak did not expect that the entire ascent of the airship would last for nearly 2 hours. It wasn't until dawn that a dazzling fishbelly white lighted up on the horizon, and the flotation device pushed the airship into the high-altitude channel. The cold wind was like sharp knives, which made people feel a bit stinging when they were scraped on the face. Obviously, you can still feel the heat wave of scorching summer when you are at the airport, but after entering the channel, it feels like winter here, and the cold wind can almost freeze people's bones. This channel is a wind belt. After the flotation device pushed the magic airship into the channel, the crew members on the airship wore thick fur coats and stood on the deck one by one to raise all the sails. Then the sails were blown by the strong wind. The strong wind on the belt swelled up, and the 4 crew members stood on the bow and released the spinnaker to stabilize the course. The entire magic airship sailed quickly in the wind-driven channel in the sky. The first time he rode on this magical airship that used strong winds to sail freely in the sky. Cerdak found everything in front of him very strange. While Cerdak was admiring the scenery on the deck, a crew member accidentally got his foot stuck in the pulley while untying the sail cable. Seeing that his ankle was about to be twisted by the pulley, his bones and tendons were broken. After being rescued directly from under the cable, Soldak helped the crewmen raise the sail. At this time, other crew members had time to come around, and saw that he was not seriously injured. They all said that he was lucky enough. If it hadn't been for the help of this knight, his foot would have been useless. Afterwards, Surdak and the crew member sat together in the lee of the deck. The crew member showed gratitude to Surdak, took out a breakfast coupon from his arms, and handed it to Surdak. "You have been blowing a cold wind all night. I suggest you have some breakfast in the restaurant before going back to your room to rest. After a good sleep, when you wake up, you can stand on the bow and enjoy the sunset view. Today's breakfast is polenta and chicken burritos. That's an Epsom City thing, and I recommend you try it." Soldak wiped his nose and did not accept the breakfast coupon. The ticket included 3 meals a day. It was useless to ask for a separate breakfast coupon. He asked the crew member, "What about me? I am a little sensitive to beds, so I have trouble falling asleep for a while. I would like to ask if there is any way to find a quieter place, so that I can have a good sleep." Seeing that the crew member seemed a little embarrassed, Soldak quickly added, "It doesn't matter even if it means extra money." Hearing what Surdak said, the embarrassed expression on the crew member's face suddenly disappeared, and he said to Surdak, "Mr. Knight, if the fare doesn't matter, this is easy to handle. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, our airship will not sell out all the tickets before setting sail in any case. In case some upper-class nobles have no room for temporary travel. The embarrassing situation. Now that the airship is on the main channel, this kind of thing will never happen again. So our captain must have a more comfortable room. I can take you to him. I believe he will be happy to help you solve this problem. But we have to hurry. Rooms like this are sometimes in demand." Chapter 205 Birdtide. The process of meeting the captain of this magic airship was quite relaxed and pleasant. With the money given by the leader of the Shining Adventure Group, Surdak rented a single cabin with a window from the captain. In addition to the bed, there is a circular glass window that allows you to admire the sea of clouds outside the airship. There is a folding desk and a walnut-backed chair near the glass window. There is also a simple luggage rack above the head. Overall, the room was extremely comfortable. Sitting by the window, through the clean glass window, you can see the rolling sea of clouds below the airship. And occasionally there are rows of migratory birds flying by in the distance. They spread their wings and flew with the cold air currents in the strong wind layer, much faster than the magic airship. The biggest difference between a magic airship and a ship on the sea is the rudder. The rudder of an ordinary ship is at the stern of the ship and can control the course of the ship. But the rudder of the airship is set in front of the magic airship. It looks like a huge spinnaker floating in front of the airship. The crew relies on this spinnaker to control the direction of sailing. Of course, they can only slightly adjust the angle of the route in the channel. It is most taboo for this kind of magic airship to turn back midway. If you want to change the direction, you must rely on the captain's experience. Find another wind channel in the gale layer. In addition, the captain also needs to calculate the specific position of the airship during navigation. Airships spend most of their time flying on the sea of clouds. If accurate calculations and mapping are not carried out, any deviations accumulated, and the navigation direction may be far away from the destination. Tut tut tut. There was a knock on the door. "Please come in," Surdak said casually, looking away from the window. The hatch was unlocked, and someone pushed the door open from the outside. The crew member who was rescued from the pulley by Soldak was standing outside pushing the dining station with a smile on his face. "Knight Surdak, your lunch has arrived. You can choose whatever you want." The crewman very enthusiastically served a sumptuous meal to Soldak. Surdak was no longer polite, and selected several plates of exquisite meals from the dining car. A plate of pastries, and a plate of black pepper barbecue steak with boiled water, cauliflower, a glass of ale floating on ice, and a bowl of seafood chowder. Surdak didn't think that the crew member personally pushed the meal over, so he could eat it with peace of mind. In any case, he took out his ticket to cancel the account. This ticket was provided by the famous magic airship to passengers. 3 meals are provided. But with this ticket in Soldak, you may not be able to enjoy the exquisite food in front of you. But who cares about this? I gave the crew member a small tip as usual, which made the crew member smile even more and thank Soldak repeatedly. The beginning of a trip is often filled with novelty and fun. The crew member then explained to Surdak the various functions and entertainment facilities of this magic airship. However, many of the facilities were not open to civilians. His knight status made him qualified to go in and experience it. The crew member said, "The ship provides some special services. If Soldak feels lonely during the journey, he will recommend the youngest and most beautiful bunny girl on board to Soldak for door-to-door service. Soldak asked vaguely about the cost of the service. It cost about 15 silver coins per night, which was still a bit expensive. In addition, there is a gambling hall on the ship where you can play cards. But the crew member does not recommend that Soldak spend his money on this, because this kind of gambling hall often likes to set up games to slaughter fat sheep. No matter who becomes the fat sheep, the feeling of losing money is not very pleasant. In addition to these, there is also a bar on board. The crew specially reminded Soldak that the bar is also open during the day, and the price of alcohol is much cheaper than at night. If you want to drink, you can go there during the day, but there are no exciting performances during the day. If you want to watch the show, you must wait until night, but try to have as few drinks as possible at night. The prices of drinks in that bar are not as high as usual at night. 5 days later, Soldak was still sitting on the walnut chair by the glass window. At this moment, he was a little tired of the sky in front of him. There was still an endless sea of clouds under his feet. In fact, Soldak still hoped that the airship could fly over the edge of the sea of clouds so that he could see the vast continent below. When Soldak was bored these days, he went to the gambling hall to take a look. The gambling hall was not big. There were only 4 gambling tables in the narrow space. Most of the card players were on board, some middle-aged nobles and ladies. The chips on the table were all shiny gold coins, which immediately made Soldak give up the courage to try. Soldak has been to that tavern several times, and the barley wine in the tavern is pretty good. Maybe it's due to the different brewing techniques. The ale has a special aroma. Soldak likes it very much after dinner, cutting a small plate of red sausage and a glass of mellow ale. It is actually quite enjoyable to sit in bed with a slight drunkenness. Soldak also went to the 4th floor below the deck in the past 2 days to visit his ancient horse. However, the ancient Bolai horse looked lethargic, as if it was not used to flying in airships. The whole horse had lost weight seriously, which made Soldak feel distressed. He wished he could give the groom 2 whips to let him figure it out. Whose horse am I feeding? But just before leaving, Soldak's mind changed again. He gave up the stupid idea of beating the groom. Instead, he generously gave the groom a tip and asked him to take extra care of his horse in person. The groom was very happy to receive an extra tip. And then he also promised that in the days to come, he could evenly distribute the special fodder for high-grade black-scaled horses and give it to Soldak's horses. Let it stick the fat back as much as possible. When Soldak was wandering on the deck, he saw the members of the Shining Adventure group again. The burly leader personally asked Soldak why he hadn't seen Sue since the beds had been changed. Soldak returned to the cabin to stay for 1 night. Of course, Soldak couldn't say directly, "I used the money you compensated me to get a more comfortable room." He could only vaguely say that the place he currently lives in is not bad. The shining person, the leader of the adventure group, once again expressed his sincere thanks to Soldak, which made Soldak feel a little embarrassed, seeing that the magic airship's journey was about to be halfway completed. On the evening of the 7th day, the scorching sun had gradually fallen below the horizon, but the light was still very bright above the clouds at this time. Soldak stood on the ship head. He was carefully watching the crew manipulating the spinnaker to pilot the boat, and chatting with the crew from time to time. At this time, a gauze cloud suddenly rose from the clouds in the distance. Looking through the golden sun, it looked like a sandstorm had risen in the distance, somewhat blocking the sky in the western sky. Not long after, there was a buzzing sound in the distance. Many people on the ship noticed this abnormality. Just when everyone started to discuss what the dust in the distance was, the crew members already showed panic on their faces. Some people began to report the matter to the captain of the airship, and some people quickly opened the hatch and actually started to take out pieces of iron armor from inside. In addition, the crew members also took out a large amount of red powder from the warehouse, poured it into a large wooden basin, poured a large amount of water, and produced a somewhat light red fuel. The crew members on the airship quickly took mops and wiping the deck of the ship. At the same time, the blue clouds covering the sky like a sandstorm in the distance finally rolled over. Only then did Soldak clearly see those sandstorm-like things. What kind of sand was there? Those were clearly overwhelming flying birds. That kind of bird covered in red feathers. They formed a cluster in the air like burning flames. However, the magic airship followed the channel and crashed headlong into the huge tide of birds. Chapter 206 Fire Skylark. A low horn sounded from the magic airship. The huge hull was like an ancient beast, heading towards the red bird tide. The crew on the airship cleaned all accessible parts of the deck and hull as quickly as possible. A layer of light red was applied, and the remaining dye was poured down the hull from the sides of the ship by the crew. Some passengers on the deck, who seemed a little overwhelmed, were persuaded by the crew to return to the cabin. The overwhelming bird tide, like a sandstorm, moved very fast. At first, it was just a faint red line on the clouds on the horizon. At this moment, the red wave has covered less than half of the sky. The crew had lowered all the sails, and the speed of the airship in the channel gradually slowed down. Nearly 200 crew members were standing on the deck, fully armed. They were carrying a shield or an iron pot in one hand and a short sword in the other. They were wearing leather armor, and their heads were covered with a layer of linen in addition to their helmets. Only a thin slit was exposed for the eyes, and many crew members stood on both sides of the ship's side, waiting for the waves of birds. Not long after, there was an urgent knock on the door of the room. Surdak turned around and opened the door. The crew member, who had been rescued before, was standing at the door. Seeing Surdak, he said with some embarrassment, "Mr. Knight, I am very sorry to disturb you at this time. What happened during this voyage?" "There is a rare bird tide. If there is nothing absolutely necessary, please stay in the room. In addition, the captain asked us to convey the recruitment notice. If you are willing to help us resist these firelarks, then we will exempt you from this voyage. Travel expenses." Surdak found many warriors with weapons standing in the corridor outside the door. They must have accepted the invitation of the crew to fight against the bird tide outside. "Are those red birds outside called firelark? Warcraft?" Surdak couldn't help but ask one more question. The person who answered Surdak's question was not the crew member, but a blond knight standing behind him. He was wearing silver armor, and his eyes were very gentle. He said to Surdak, "Well, these firelarks are just ordinary birds. They fly very fast and have very sharp beaks. They don't have any special abilities. It's just that they are in such a large number. This is the first time we have seen them. There may be some mutations in the flock. Firelarks. Those mutated firelarks are the biggest trouble for us. If we let them attack ships at will, they are likely to break some ropes, which is the biggest trouble for us." Without any hesitation, Surdak turned around and took down the Roman sword hanging on the wall, and said, "In that case, great. Waiting in the room is quite boring anyway. I can give it a try." The crew member quickly bowed to Surdak and thanked him again and again. "Mr. Knight, thank you so much. If you don't have a helmet, I suggest you put on a turban. If you have a mask, that's fine. Although those fire skylarks don't have much attack power, you need to protect your eyes." The knight in silver armor said to Surdak, who reminded kindly, "I will be more careful." Surdak nodded. In the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment, Surdak wore a leather helmet. But that leather helmet looked like a melonpipe hat. It looked ugly when worn on the head, and it also affected vision and hearing. Surdak rarely wore a helmet on the battlefield. At this time, he could only rummage through his magic pocket, and sure enough, he didn't leave it behind. When he came to the corridor, Surdak discovered that more than one crew member was looking for help. At this moment, the corridor was already filled with warriors. Everyone was holding various weapons and filing out of the corridor. Surdak was using magic. He rummaged in his pocket to find a hood and put it on his head. Then he followed what others did and wrapped a scarf around his face. Surdak also spotted members of the Shining Adventure group in the crowd. This adventure group had approximately 9 members, 3 of whom were women. There are many types of professions among the Green Empire warriors. Surdak could only tell that one of the 3 ladies was carrying a bow and arrows, and the other 2 had swords hanging on their waists. As for the leader of the Shining Adventure group, unexpectedly, he was a shield warrior. He was tall, standing a head taller than the others in the crowd. When he walked to the door, he turned around as if he was aware of it, and just met the eyes of Surdak, who was observing him. At a glance, he has a very keen intuition. Surdak gave a slight nod to the group leader, who also nodded politely in return. There were already sporadic fire larks flying over the deck, leaving red lines as they passed through the air. Suldak's eyes were chasing several fire larks, but he felt it was a little difficult. If he didn't pay attention, those fire larks would disappear from sight. Surdak's heart sank slightly. It was obvious that dealing with these fire skylarks was not as easy as imagined. At this moment, the entire sky was dyed light red, and a wave of birds tens of meters high finally rushed up, making a deafening buzzing sound and rushing towards them in dense numbers. A series of complicated and lengthy spells sounded overhead. Surdak couldn't help but raise his head and look towards the roof of the airship behind him. He saw two mages wearing magic robes standing on the roof. At this moment, two large fireballs about 1 meter in diameter were condensed on their chests. The moment their magic spell ended, two fireballs rolled in the air and flew out, directly crashing into the red wave in front. The fire larks that passed through the fireball were ignited with fire and kept falling from the sky. The fireball exploded among the birds about 60 yards away from the airship. Immediately, a large area of the fire larks was burned to ashes. But immediately there were people from behind. The fire lark that flew out filled the space. 1, 2, or 3 countless firelarks finally collided head-on, because the flock of birds was too dense. These firelarks kept hitting the hull. The mast and the hydrogen balloon overhead made banging sounds, and the fire skylark's body fell on the deck like rain. The armored crew members standing on the bow of the ship held up their shields and waved their weapons at the fire skylarks that kept rushing up. The fire skylarks crashed into them at high speed, some crew members with turbans on their heads. The scarves were quickly torn, and then their faces were revealed, and more firelarks rushed up. The crew members were caught off guard, and bloodstains appeared on their faces. And then more and more bloodstains appeared on their faces. A crew member guarding the left side of the ship failed to avoid the fire lark's attack in time, and was pecked out of his left eye by the fire lark. The fire lark's head was inserted into the crewman's eye socket, and the bird's body was still in front of him. The puffs kept flying, and with the miserable wails of the crew, the hearts of the warriors standing behind the crew felt slightly chilled. There was no time to think too much. Countless fire larks collided with each other. Soldak held up the blue iris shield and formed a human wall with his companions, and began to eliminate the fire larks that were wreaking havoc around the magic airship, while the Roman sword chopped a fire skylark into pieces. A dozen fire skylarks passed by Soldak, and one fire skylark left a blood mark on his face. Chapter 207 Treatment. The magic airship rushed into the tide of birds, and was surrounded by the overwhelming fire larks. Everyone stood on the deck of the magic airship to resist the fire larks. Crew members and some warriors were constantly pecked by the tyrannical fire larks. These fire larks, it's like they are completely irrational and attacking humans on the magic airship without fear of life or death. They fly extremely fast. Once they rush over, it is difficult for lower-level warriors to defend themselves. Before long, the magic airship was covered with the corpses of fire skylarks. Injured soldiers and crew members continued to retreat below the deck. For a while, the ropes and railings of the magic airship were covered with violent fire lark. Soldak looked up at the sky. The fire lark flying all over the sky even blocked the sun. The whole sky is red. After fighting the fire skylark for a period of time, Soldak had begun to adapt to this fighting method. He completely gave up the Roman sword in his hand and just held the iris shield in front of his body. Occasionally, someone without eyes would rush up and attack him. He would be split in half by Soldak's sword, which actually didn't make much sense, and would also expose himself to more fire skylarks. Ever since Soldak lit up the 20th node in his body, these nodes were connected in the body, constantly releasing the sacred breath, and his physical strength became very abundant. In the battle with the fire skylark, there was no trace of anything at all. Taking a chance to breathe, I slowly began to feel that my body was a little overwhelmed. My physical strength was passing away little by little, and I didn't know when this fight would end. Firelarks are just ordinary birds, and their fragile bodies cannot cause much damage to the hull. What Soldak and his companions have to do is to drive away the firelarks that fall on the slings. Everyone is worried that these silly birds will braid the linen. The completed slings are broken. Once a few of these ropes hanging from the hydrogen balloon are broken, the remaining ropes will not be able to pull the heavy magic airship. The worst case scenario is that a crash will occur through the flocks of birds flying in the sky. Soldak saw that the surface of the huge hydrogen balloon was covered with dense fire larks. Soldak wiped the sweat from his face, shook his aching shoulders, and casually chopped down a charging firelark, leaving a mess at his feet. Some crew members wearing full body armor withstood the attack of the fire skylarks and cleared the bird carcasses on the deck outside the airship. Half of the companions who were resisting the fire skylark had retreated to the cabin at this moment. The warriors who could persist on the deck until now either had a certain level of strength or were wearing full covered metal armor. Fire skylark could not cause damage to the full covered metal armor. Any damage. Soldak saw the Shining Adventure group gathered together, with a leader in front. They seemed to be able to deal with these fire larks on the deck with ease. But what attracted the most attention on the deck was not the Shining Adventure group, but a knight in shining armor. He stood alone in the middle of the deck in a defensive posture. He was not afraid of the fire skylark's attacks. He kept swinging out the long sword in his hand, and surrounded him. The fire larks all built a pile of corpses. And he stood in the middle of the pile, his silver armor almost stained red with bird blood. At this moment, a slightly larger fire skylark flashed past Soldek's eyes. Before he could shout, "Be careful," to the silver-armored warrior, the fire skylark had already rushed in front of him. This fire skylark was red all over, and even its eyes were crimson. It appeared in front of the shining armor knight, and opened its mouth without hesitation. A stream of acid sprayed out of the fire skylark's mouth, and the silver-armored warrior was caught off guard. Next, he was splashed with acid. Serdek only saw the acid falling on the silver armor, burning the armor with black marks. But he did not expect that Fire Skylark took advantage of the fact that the knight in silver armor had many blind spots in his field of vision. And the acid sprayed onto the visor of the silver-armored warrior. And the acid penetrated the visor and burned the silver-armored knight. He half-crouched on the deck, looking a little in pain. Other warriors on the airship also saw the scene. The lady in the Shining Adventure group, who was carrying a hunting bow, quickly opened her bow and nocked an arrow. A magic arrow shot out from the hunting bow, turning into a white light and easily piercing the mutated fire arrow. Skylark. Fire Skylark picked up a piece of bird feather and fell to the ground. The other crew members on the deck reacted very quickly, and quickly rushed to the knight in shining armor and dragged him back from the center of the deck. After evacuating to a safe place in the corridor, the crew lifted up the knight's visor and discovered that there was a shocking trace of venom corrosion on the knight's face. The knight in shining armor looked in pain and was seriously injured. Seeing this, he actually accurately took out a bottle of antidote from his arms. Without any hesitation, the knight in shining armor drank the antidote in one gulp. But the antidote had little effect on this corrosive damage. Seeing the wounds on the knight's face and silver armor constantly flowing with thick water, Serdek quickly said low to his companions, then retreated from the battle line, turned around and walked back to the corridor of the ship building. The knight in armor squatted down, reached out, and patted the attendant, who was using a silk handkerchief to treat the corrosion wounds on the knight in armor's face, and said to him, "Let me do this!" The guard glanced at Serdek suspiciously, and gave up half of his body. Serdek didn't care about the crowd and half-crouched in front of the knight in silver armor. He saw that after the flesh on his face was corroded by the acid, some parts had already been damaged. The red tendons and white bones of his face were exposed. His eyes were half-closed in concentration, and he stretched out a hand in front of everyone. Amidst the exclamations of everyone around him, a ball of light exuding a sacred aura appeared in his palm. Serdek covered the face of the knight in silver armor with the light group, and saw that the light group burst out with huge energy. Not only did it quickly prevent the remaining acid on the face from continuing to corrode, it also condensed into a layer on the face of the knight in silver armor. Although the flesh membrane could not produce new skin for a while, it completely stabilized the injury, and the skin on the knight in shining armor seemed to be full of vitality, constantly coming together under the illumination of the holy light. The knight in shining armor, who was in a semi-conscious state, lay on the floor and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Serdek in front of him, and then his eyes fell on the sacred light emitting from Serdek's palm, which was a little difficult. He asked, "Did you save me?" Soldek's hand did not leave his face, and said truthfully, "I'm just giving you a brief treatment. It was the crew who rescued you." The battle on the deck continued. Serdek stopped when he saw that the holy light in his hand had almost no obvious effect. Just as he was about to turn around and return to the deck to continue fighting, a group of people cheered around him. One of the crew members implored Serdek, with an excited look on his face, "Mr. Knight, can you help my friend to be treated as well?" "Yes, please help us," someone around said. Serdek was a little stunned, and then he readily agreed. Some injured crew members were placed in the corridor of the ship building. Serdek squeezed through the crowd and began to check the injuries one by one. The slightly injured crew members basically ignored them. "Except for some, only if the injury is serious will we seek medical treatment." While he was treating the wounded, people behind him kept asking, "Ah, are you the battle priest in the temple? Is the temple finally willing to participate in the plane war?" Soldek didn't know how to answer for a moment, just conveying to him with his eyes, "I am a knight. Can't you see it?" Chapter 208 Falling. The battle with the Fire Skylark continued. The injured crew members and those temporary helpers were constantly dragged back from outside. They were originally treating the injured in the corridor on the first floor of the ship building. But as the number of injured slowly increased, the narrow space in the corridor could no longer accommodate so many wounded people. So the captain of the airship temporarily decided to use the number 1 restaurant as a temporary treatment room. Serdak's initial idea was to save the knight in silver armor only after he saw him being sprayed with rot by the mutated fire Skylark. But at this time, the crew also asked Serdak to treat other injured people instead of returning to the deck to continue fighting. Serdak could not ignore the crew's request, so he began to treat other wounded people. There are also therapists on the ship, but they can only do some simple cleaning and bandaging of wounds. There is not much they can do for seriously injured people who are difficult to treat. Today, the prices of healing potions and detoxification potions on the magic market are ridiculously expensive. Antidote potions, although expensive, at least it is still available, and a bottle of healing potion is hard to find. Hearing that Serdak could treat the wounded, the people around him looked at him with more respect. No matter where he went, someone would take the initiative to get out of the way. Serdak didn't expect that the healers had such a higher status than the warriors. They checked the injuries, cleaned the wounds, used holy light to perform preliminary treatment on the wounds, and then simply bandaged them. This process was almost the same for any injured person. The slight difference is the severity of the injury. At this moment, there was a sound of a bowstring breaking on the hull, and then the airship shook violently. The hull seemed to tilt to the left, but the tilt immediately stopped. Everyone in the restaurant was shocked by the sudden shock, and the injured crew members turned pale. Serdak was squatting to treat an injured crew member. When he saw the injured crew member, his face turned pale instantly, like something unexpected happened. Serdak quickly asked, "What's going on outside?" The crew member shook his head repeatedly with a very ugly look on his face, expressing that he didn't know. Serdak kept staring at him until he lowered his head in shame. Then he whispered to Serdak, "It's possible that the cable between the hull and the hydrogen balloon broke." There was unconcealable panic in his eyes, and it seemed that the worst thing had finally happened to the magic airship. The injured crew member was worried that Serdak did not understand, so he explained to Serdak, "This magic airship is now fully loaded, and its weight has almost reached the critical value of the maximum load of the hydrogen balloon. Once the broken cable exceeds if only 4 cables are used, the remaining cables may be overwhelmed and break, and then our airship will fall directly from the sky." I didn't expect that this would happen. But then, there was no sign of the cable breaking, so I continued to calm down and deal with the injured in the restaurant. The battle on the magic airship continued into the night. Serdak spent almost all of the day treating the wounded in restaurant number 1, and did not know what the specific battle situation was like outside. The intensity of the battle gradually weakened, and at night, there were almost no wounded in restaurant number 1 that needed treatment. Serdak leaned against the wall, with the holy aura in his body almost exhausted, and leaned his head against the wall tiredly. He closed his eyes and took a short rest. There was half a piece of cheese scone on the plate beside him that he hadn't eaten yet. It was brought by the crew member he had saved. At this time, Serdak didn't have much appetite, so he thought he should take the opportunity to rest more. Meeting. The crew who returned from outside said that the airship had successfully passed through the central area where the bird tide was densest. There were still some remaining crew members on the deck. Most of the crew had withdrawn into the cabin. Now there was a thick layer of fire piled on the deck. Skylark could only wait until the next day to clean up. Serdak squinted his eyes, and in a daze, he felt that his body seemed to be falling. He supported the floor with his hands randomly. After standing up, the feeling still did not disappear. Serdak suddenly woke up. It was the entire hull of the ship that was falling. But the falling speed was not very fast, and the people in the cabin did not feel it very clearly. Serdak hurriedly walked towards the door of the restaurant. Some people had already come out of the cabin and walked out along the corridor to see what was going on. Serdak also followed the crowd and walked to the deck. He saw that the outside was shrouded in night and could not see the distance. By this time, the bird tide had subsided. Serdak walked to the deck and almost fell down when his feet softened. The deck, it was covered with the corpses of firelarks, and the upward airflow could be clearly felt on the deck. The magic airship was falling downwards. Serdak raised his head and glanced at the hydrogen balloon above his head. Even if several searchlights were shining upward at the same time, the light was still very dim. It was dark above, and he couldn't see the specific situation. A crew member with a safety rope tied to his body was climbing up the simple ladder on the mast, probably to check the situation of some hydrogen balloons above his head. However, in such a dark night, it is also very dangerous to climb onto a giant football-like hydrogen balloon. "Turn on the flotation device. Keep the airship steady." Orders came one after another from the captain's cabin on the top of the ship building. The already panicked crew members quickly carried out the captain's orders. As the flotation devices were opened one after another, Light blue magic vortices appeared on the flotation devices. The magic airship's descent speed continues to slow down. With the 8 floating devices activated at full power, the magic airship finally stopped falling and hovered steadily in midair. The crew members standing on the deck excitedly raised their arms and clenched their fists, indicating that the crisis of crashing the ship was over safely for the time being. And the magic airship just hovered in the night sky. In order to reduce the weight of the hull and reduce the additional burden on the airship's 8 flotation devices, the captain ordered the entire crew to begin cleaning the bird carcasses on the deck overnight and throw away all the useless groceries in the bottom compartment of the airship. In this way, from midnight to early morning, when the black sky faded little by little, all the bird carcasses on the deck had been cleaned up, and more than 20 drainage pipes on both sides of the ship were continuously draining domestic water outwards. At this time, Sue Erdek finally saw the specific condition of the hydrogen balloon above his head. It seemed that the huge hydrogen balloon could still maintain the shape of an olive. There were 3 crew members tied with safety ropes, crawling on the hydrogen balloon like spiders, and working hard to handle the hydrogen balloon. Where air is leaking, the damaged part of the balloon is not large, and there is a hydrogen generator on the magic airship, which is continuously replenishing hydrogen into the hydrogen balloon. However, it seems that the added hydrogen can only maintain the current shape of the hydrogen balloon. There is no buoyancy force on the airship at all. The magic airship is able to hover in midair entirely, because the 8 flotation devices are fully powered. It seemed that the crew could not deal with a leak in the hydrogen balloon. After waiting for a while, the captain stood on the top of the ship building, holding the railing and waving to the crew on the hydrogen balloon, indicating that they could get off the balloon. The captain's face looked very ugly. Chapter 209 Darius. The floating device consumes a large amount of magic crystals every moment. So the captain decided to temporarily dock at the Darius airport to perform necessary repairs on the magic airship before it can continue sailing. This airport is the nearest city with an airport terminal. Since the airship cannot rise into the wind channel again, it can only rely on boosters to move forward slowly at low altitude. The airship flies very slowly. Fortunately, the captain is aware of it. The route was very familiar, and the low-altitude wind direction was also blowing towards the city of Darius. All the sails on the magic airship were opened. After flying at low altitude for nearly a day, a city built under the cliff finally appeared in the field of vision. The city's airport terminal is on the cliff. Normally, the magic airship only needs to dock at the dock next to the cliff. But this time, because the hydrogen balloon was damaged, the magic airship needs to be parked in the airship maintenance dock. The magic airship has the same shuttle-shaped bottom as a sea ship. The main keel of the hull cannot bear the full weight of the hull, so the airship cannot land directly on the ground, and can only land on the maintenance rack in the airport terminal maintenance dock. At this time, the magic airship was already hovering over the maintenance rack. When landing, it required the captain's precise control skills. All the crew members stood on both sides of the ship and worked together to tie ropes to the more than 20 ropes of the maintenance rack. On the main pillar, more than 100 crew members began to pull the rope hard to assist the captain in correcting the position of the hull. After a period of violent shaking, the magic airship finally stabilized. The airship docked steadily on the maintenance rack, and cheers came from outside the cabin. Then the 8 floating devices were turned off one by one. The heavy magic airship pressed on the maintenance rack, making the medium-sized maintenance rack creak. Noise. This is already the largest maintenance rack at the Darius airport terminal, but it can only barely bear the weight of the airship. The optimism and cheerfulness possessed by the people of the Green Empire can make people cheer up quickly after a disaster. Everyone seems to have forgotten what kind of danger they experienced yesterday. They ran out of the cabin one after another, pointing and looking at the cliff below Darius City. The captain then led several crew members to comprehensively inspect the damage caused by the fire Skylark to the airship. In fact, the main body of the airship was not seriously damaged, but the hydrogen balloon was covered with tears caused by the fire Skylark. The magic airship had been in the air for a long time. High-altitude flight has high safety requirements, so the captain decided to fully repair the hydrogen balloon. In this case, the magic airship needs to dock at Darius Airport for at least 1 day and 1 night. This period of time is a bit long. If passengers want to disembark, they can stay 1 night in Darius City to relax. If you don't want to leave the magic airship, you can stay on the ship. The airship provides 3 meals a day. After receiving such a notice, Serdek wanted to stay in the cabin and catch up on his sleep. He treated nearly 70 or 80 wounded people yesterday. Another crash occurred in the evening. He didn't sleep all night. When he found out in the morning that the airship could only rely on the flotation device to barely float in the air, it was even more serious under this situation. I didn't dare to go back to the cabin to sleep. Who knew whether these flotation devices would be effective? As long as one of the flotation devices failed, the airship would really sink. At this time, the airship finally docked smoothly in the dock, and the captain did not want to drive everyone off the airship. Soldak was really a little tired, so he planned to take a simple shower and then have a beautiful meal in the cabin. Get some sleep. Serdak took off his leather armor, put on a linen shirt and underwear, walked into the bathroom, and found that the water supply system had cut off the water. Only then did he remember that in order to reduce the weight of the ship, all the domestic water on the ship had been drained out in the morning, and there must have been no chance to replenish it at this time. He had no choice but to return to the cabin and prepare to sleep like this. Before he could close the door, he saw a crew member standing respectfully outside the cabin door and said to Serdak with respect, "Night, sir. Captain Carey invites you to attend the appreciation dinner for saving the airship." A polite smile appeared on Soldak's face, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he would not be able to sleep this time. Darya City in Green Empire language, if interpreted according to the meaning of the word, is a city built under a cliff. The entire city is backed by a huge sandstone mountain. After thousands of years of weathering and erosion, layers of wind rings have been left on this sandstone mountain. The landforms around the city are quite peculiar. The tops of the mountains are blown by the wind. Wind tunnels of different sizes are dug out. When the wind blows, there will be bursts of whimpering sounds around the city. This is a beautiful melody left by nature that never stops every moment of every day. In Soldak's eyes, the city wall looks like the back of a bow, with the string of the bow being the sandstone mountain behind Darius. Viewed from the front, the city wall is at least more than 70 meters high. This height is 20 or 30 meters higher than the city wall of Epsom City. This time, Captain Kree hosted a banquet for all the warriors who had fought on the deck. So a group of people left the airport terminal, climbed the stone steps along the mountain cliffs, and walked towards Darius City in great momentum. Someone in this group had a certain understanding of Darius City and introduced it to the people walking around. In order to resist the monsters in the mountains, the founders of this city built the city at the foot of the mountain so that when monsters besieged the city, the people in the city could easily evacuate into the caves in the mountains. There is a huge hollow inside the sandstone mountain behind Darius City. It is said that even with the development of the city, it can still accommodate all the people in the city. It's just that there aren't that many warcraft in the surrounding mountains. The last warcraft siege event needs to be traced back at least 100 years. And those warcraft have dispersed when they saw the walls of Darius City from a distance. People with elementary intelligence World of Warcraft will not attack a city with all their might even if they know they are going to die, unless they really can't survive. Although Warcraft slowly disappeared from people's lives, the city continued. Most of the buildings in the city are made of sand and gravel. The wooden houses that can be seen everywhere in Epsom and Iverson cities don't seem to belong here. The streets in this city are not stone roads, but dirt roads tamped with less. But after countless treads on these streets, the entire ground is as solid as a single piece of stone. Serdak followed a group of people to the city of Darius and walked along the street. The city looked more like an ancient city next to the Gobi Desert. The roadside cake seller stared with deep eyes as he watched a group of people walking down from the airport terminal. He quickly threw the cake basket aside and picked up another wicker basket from the shadow of the roadside wall. Holding 2 green melons with a sweet smell greeted Captain Carey's group of people and enthusiastically shouted, "What a sweet melon!" Chapter 2:10 Holy Light Night. Everyone walked through the long and narrow folding steps, walked into the city from the airport terminal, and walked along the long street towards the city center. The city is not that big, with only one main street, but the main street is bustling with people. Even at dusk, it is packed with people and very lively. There are a lot of trading firms on the main street, at least dozens of them. Most of these firms are engaged in for goods business. There are also a large number of small traders on the street. The small traders carry a big basket on their head and hold it with one hand, holding the bottom edge of the wicker basket and holding the goods for sale in the other hand. They sell to the passers-by along the street. The vendors always have a faint smile on their faces, even if they are offensive when selling their goods. It's hard to make people angry. The most they can do is give him a cold look. When passing by a butcher's shop, Soldak saw a 2-foot-long short-tailed fat lizard hanging on dozens of iron hooks. There were also several on the butcher's table. A local woman was standing on the meat table. He picked and picked before the case, and finally picked up a lizard tail and put it into his basket. This lizard tail looked only as thick as an arm, less than a foot long, and weighed only 2 pounds. He actually had to pay a silver coin plus 30 yuan. A copper plate is not cheap at all. The meat that often appears on the tables of the Green Empire is beef and yellow mutton. There may be some price differences between these two types of meat depending on the region, but they only cost about 15 to 25 copper coins per pound. If it is bone and ribs, it is much cheaper. Soldak stopped in front of a stall selling beef, pointed to a thigh-thick ice strip on the meat table, and asked the stall owner, "How much does this cost per pound?" The stall owner was stunned for a moment, probably because he was not used to Soldak's accent. But then he came to his senses and said respectfully, "Sir Knight, 15 copper coins a pound." Serdak nodded, but had no intention of buying it, and stepped forward to keep up with the advancing crowd. It seems that the living cost of ordinary people in Darya City is not high. 1 silver coin can afford a delicious barbecue for Pingtong's family of 3. Obviously this is a very comfortable life. Serdak also I asked some vendors about the prices of vegetables and wheat flour, and they were all very cheap. Basically the same as the prices in Iverson City. Most of the buildings in Darya are made of sand and stone, and the surface of the building is also coated with a layer of colorful mortar. Some buildings are all light red or yellow in color. These buildings generally only have 2 floors. The rooftop is dotted with various forms of clotheslines, and there are always various kinds of gauze and silk flying in the wind on the clotheslines. Captain Carey led everyone through the main street and arrived in front of a restaurant called Zuzihai. At this moment, a group of waiters stood at the door of the restaurant to greet everyone. The manager of the restaurant stood at the front. After seeing Captain Carey, then he came up to us with a smile and said, "It's a great honor to host this dinner for you, Captain Carey." There was no smile on Captain Carey's face. He just nodded slightly to the restaurant manager and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are everything arranged?" Anyone who encounters unlucky things such as bird tides, boat crashes, and ship repairs during the voyage will not be in a good mood. In addition, the magic airship will need to be repaired in the future. The wounded will need corresponding treatment, and the tickets of some passengers will need to be refunded. These things require Captain Carey to pay for it out of his own pocket. It is estimated that this voyage will cost a fortune. A lot of money. "Everything is ready," the restaurant manager replied respectfully. Captain Carey walked directly into the restaurant without waiting for the restaurant manager to finish his words. Everyone went straight to the second floor along the stairs of the lobby on the first floor. Captain Carey booked the entire second floor of the restaurant and entertained the 73 passengers on the magic airship who were willing to help fight the bird tide. They waited for everyone to take their seats in the restaurant. The restaurant manager reappeared in front of everyone and asked Captain Carey cautiously, "Captain Carey, will the dinner begin immediately?" Captain Carey nodded slightly and said, "Well, let's get started." The captain first expressed his sincere gratitude to everyone present, thanking everyone for lending a helping hand when the magic airship was in the most critical situation. In short, he said a lot of words of thanks before starting to eat. Then it was time for dinner. The dinner was quite sumptuous and full of local characteristics of Daryes. The lizard Serdak saw on the way did not appear on the table. There was a sandworm. Mustard soup remains fresh in Soldak's memory. The rest of the dishes are more common, but there are also many extremely delicious things, such as cheese and beef pie, seed buckthorn juice and so on. After accepting Carey's hospitality, Serdak and his party were arranged to stay for 1 night in the largest hotel in the city. The overtired Serdak almost lay on the bed and fell asleep. When I woke up, it was already midnight. I got up from the bed and took a hot shower in the bathroom. After getting dressed, I looked in the mirror again. I saw that the young, muscular man with blonde hair and blue eyes in the mirror was actually me. There would always be a chance, an inexplicable sense of unreality. Soldak was about to go downstairs to see if the hotel could still serve some breakfast at this time. Although it was almost noon, he only needed a bowl of oatmeal, white bread slices and fried eggs. As soon as he opened the door, he saw when we arrived at the hotel. The waiter stood in the corridor and looked over carefully. The waiter checked again before walking toward Serdak, and then asked cautiously, "Are you the Knight of Serdak?" "It's me." Soldak stood in the corridor and closed the door of the room. The waiter heard that Soldak had a foreign accent, so he deliberately slowed down his speaking pace and said slowly, "Viscount Owen Constantine and Captain Bright have told me that if you wake up, I must notify you." They sounded like they wanted to talk to you. "Lord Knight, can I reveal your whereabouts to them?" Serdak did not expect that someone would pay attention to him. He only thought that it was not a malicious pursuit. Otherwise, the waiter would not have told him this. He said cheerfully. Of course. This should have nothing to do with it. Hearing what Serdak said, the waiter seemed very happy and quickly bowed to Serdak. Okay. Thank you, Lord Knight. Soldak nodded slightly to the waiter, passed him, and thought in his heart, this waiter will probably get 2 tips. That's why I'm so happy. Then, Soldak thought about breakfast again. So he stopped, turned around and asked the waiter, Oh, at this other time, do you still serve breakfast? Breakfast has been suspended, Lord Knight, but you can still order morning tea at this time. The waiter was stunned and immediately replied, Forehead. Soldak nodded again, turned and left the hotel corridor. In the restaurant downstairs of the hotel. Really not ready to join us? I thought maybe. Bright, the leader of the Shining Adventure group, was sitting in the restaurant and said to Soldak sincerely. Serdak was struggling with the cream cake and fresh milk matcha in front of him. He wiped his lips, raised his head and said to Bright, No need. I am retiring from the army this time. I just want to return to my hometown and stay for a while. Too many of my companions died on the battlefield. We originally agreed to return to Helensa together. But it's a pity that we can't come back this time, only me. Bright said with regret on his face. Well, if you want to join the adventure group, you might as well give priority to our Shining Adventure group. If you are willing, I can give you the most favorable treatment. Perhaps he had thought of asking Serdak to give up the cabin before, which made the first meeting between the two not so pleasant. Soldak took a sip of fresh milk matcha and said calmly, It's really not necessary. Okay. I hope you can change your mind at any time. Bright said with some frustration. Then he wrote another line on a note, handed it to Soldak, and said seriously, This is the temporary contact address of our Shining Adventure group in Bena Province. If you want to find us, you can send a letter here. Sometimes we are on mission and cannot reply to you in time. But as long as I receive it, I will definitely reply to you. Thank you for helping me. I owe you a favor. If there is anything you need me to do, please come to Constantinople in Irene City to find me. The knight in shining armor named Michael Owen said this to Soldak on the magic airship. A week later, the magic airship successfully arrived in Bena City in the Bena province. Chapter 211 Love Needs to be Brave. The province of Naxon is known as the home of the swordsman of the Grim Empire, Grand Duke Bena, the great swordsman who first followed the 5 heroes who founded the Green Empire, is buried at the southernmost foothills of the Paglos Mountains outside the city of Bena. Legend has it that the tomb where Grand Duke Bena is buried contains a dragon-slaying weapon, Sword Quelsera. Bena City is located at the southernmost tip of the Paglos Mountains, which runs through 3 provinces. The imperial capital of the Green Empire is located on the top of Mazzaro Mountain at the northernmost tip of this mountain range. Along this mountain range all the way north, the magic airship by flying, you can reach the imperial capital of the Green Empire. Outside the city of Bena, there are endless wheat fields everywhere. In the golden wheat fields are tall scarecrows. These scarecrows hold curved sickles in their hands, have pumpkin heads on their heads, and wear a worn-out straw hat on their heads. Phony if you blow it. It will dance with the wind in the wheat field, like a group of wheat harvesters. Declining Knight Owen's invitation to share a carriage, Soldak led the horse out of the Bena City Airport Terminal and stayed at the ticket office of the airport terminal for a while. Finally, he couldn't help but ran over and asked the salesman, Did the uncle who bought the ticket have the airship that arrived at Helensa City? The old man, with a gray beard, saw Soldak dressed in leather armor and wearing a modified knight's sword on his waist. He nodded with satisfaction and said to the young colleagues beside him, Did you see that? Young man? This is how it should be at this time. Walking around with a long sword. This is the true nature of our Bena swordsman. The young man sitting next to the middle-aged uncle with a gray beard gave the middle-aged uncle a blank look and said with disdain, Is this your so-called swordsman spirit? But he is a knight. The middle-aged uncle suddenly coughed twice uncomfortably. Just when Serdak became impatient, he said to him, There will be a magic airship flying to Helensa in 2 weeks. The middle-aged man selling tickets smiled again and said to Soldak, Ride your horse and keep running along the southwest road. If you run faster, it will probably take less than 10 days. When the airship is about to set sail, you're already lying at home drinking warm cream of corn soup. Serdak was a little surprised, but he actually refused to sell the ticket, and instead let himself ride a horse and rush to the city of Helensa by land. The middle-aged man selling tickets patted the wooden square table and said loudly to Soldak, You can't go wrong if you listen to me. There are rivers and green grass all along the way to Helensa city. You will never be unable to find grass to feed your horse. There are many rural hotels along the way. You can rest comfortably for a night at any one. You will definitely not delay your return to your hometown. Don't waste your time waiting for the magic airship. Something stupid. If you keep doing this, we will lose a lot of business. The young man beside him couldn't help but remind him. The middle-aged uncle touched his somewhat bald head and said nonchalantly, "You are a knight. Of course you have to ride a horse to experience the world. Come on." The young man on the side obviously didn't buy it and retorted. Amid the quarrel between the two, Cerdak rode out of the airport. He did not go to Helensa city along the road pointed by the middle-aged uncle, but followed the flow of people into the prosperous Bena city. There was a 20-meter wide moat outside the city, on both sides of the stone bridge. Stone piers were erected from the river. On each stone pier was a statue of a swordsman. Under each statue was a small stone tablet, which marked the dates of birth and death of these heroes, as well as a summary of his life story. The knight's badge on Cerdak's chest exempted him from paying the city's population tax when entering the city. The guard at the city gate reminded Cerdak that riding horses is strictly prohibited on most streets in the city. If someone from the city's guard camp night sees it, they will have to pay a fine. If they hurt someone again, it will not be a crime. A little fine can be solved. Cerdak quickly thanked the city gate guard for his kind reminder. After entering Bena city, I discovered that Bena city is much more lively than the sleepy Iverson city. You can always see some renovated street-facing buildings along the street. Workers on wooden frames transport stones and gravel. When we got to the high platform, the masons worked in perfect harmony. This is a city full of vitality. Even the footsteps of people walking on the street are full of cheerful rhythm. Almost all the shops along the street have some temporary benches for customers to rest on the sidewalk. There are even waiters on the side to greet passers-by. Would you like to stop and have a rest? The store provides free maple syrup lemon tea. As Cerdak walked through this long street, at least a dozen vendors sold him various seasonal fruits and vegetables, and even brought a handful of popcorn directly to Gubalaima's mouth. The horse was not polite. He raised his lips and stuck out his tongue to roll a handful of corn flowers into his mouth. This made Cerdak have to pay for this stupid horse, who couldn't resist the temptation. He directly bought a bag of corn flowers. Cerdak held Gubo's hand. The horse eats while walking, and the man and the horse eat together. Cerdak first found a blacksmith shop and spent a silver coin to nail 4 brand new horseshoes to the ancient Bolai horses. He also bought 4 bread sticks and half a bag of buttered bread from the bakery at the corner of the street. Then he ran to the cooked meat shop and bought some red sausages, and bought a bag of oranges from the fruit stand. Cerdak put all these into the magic waste bag, while sighing that the magic waste bag is really a good thing, while asking pedestrians on the roadside where the magic grocery store is. I bought 2 new magic scrolls of water gathering and fire gathering. After thinking about it, I bought 2 pairs of exquisite women's lambskin boots, a soft silk dress, a gold necklace inlaid with rubies, and an exquisite silver kettle on the commercial street. After putting all these into the magic pocket, I felt a little more at ease, and I led my horse to prepare to leave the city through the nearest gate, passing through the XC district of Bena city along the way. A long-standing swordsman academy is located on the busiest street of the XC district of Bena city. Through the iron railings of the college's wall, you can see the green playground inside the college. Cerdak couldn't help but look inside. Not far away, in front of the wooden figures on the training ground, there were students practicing thrusting with wooden swords. Melodious bells rang in the college, and the doors of several Baroque-style buildings were violently pushed open. A group of young college students, men and women wearing exquisite light armor, rushed out of the building like a river bursting its banks. The academy students on the training ground immediately returned the wooden swords to the wooden stands and followed the crowd towards a huge building in the distance. The iron railings were covered with ivy. Cerdak was standing outside the fence and was about to turn around to leave when a familiar figure walked out of a building. The beautiful round-faced girl next door, Beatrice, and as clear and cold as the bright moon in the night sky. Hathaway followed a group of female swordsmen out of the building facade. Only then did Cerdak realize that this swordsman academy was actually the top-ranked Bena Advanced Swordsman Academy in the Green Empire. And by coincidence, he saw 2 acquaintances. However, he was not prepared to say hello to either of them. He just glanced at them through the wall before leading his horse and leaving along the road. He and they were supposed to be people in 2 different worlds, and it was probably impossible for him to have any communication in this life. Thinking of this, Cerdak couldn't help but laugh at himself and led the horse towards the outside of the city. "Beatrice, What are you looking at? Hathaway stopped in the crowd and asked her best friend. The round-faced Beatrice retracted her gaze, turned around and showed a sweet smile, saying, "Ah, it's nothing. Maybe I'm dazzled." The group of people continued to walk towards the restaurant. Hathaway looked back thoughtfully, but only saw the fence covered with ivy, and could only sigh softly in her heart. For some reason, that man's thick chest and resolute profile appeared in her mind again. Looking at my best friend Beatrice, I feel that I am not as free and easy and brave as her. Chapter 212 Helensa City. Helensa City is located in the Satara pagan area of Bina province. It is a very beautiful mountain city. The city of Helensa is surrounded by mountains at the southern foot of Mount Paglos. It is rich in golden acorns and silver acorns. This kind of acorn does not actually contain gold or silver, but describes the acorns in the process of ripening, after the color of the SHL. These two acorns contain large amounts of oil, which when dried is a very valuable fuel. Nobles like to throw a handful of acorns in the fireplace. These acorns have a unique aroma when they burn. Fish, hares, and pheasants smoked with acorns will have a unique flavor. Every autumn, Helensa City, a large number of merchants gathered here, and everyone purchased gold and silver acorns here. They would transport these acorns to various parts of the empire. As the acorn market opened in the imperial capital, more and more nobles began to try to buy acorns. Every year, acorns, the prices are constantly increasing. Helensa, a little-known mountain town, began to gradually come into the eyes of the nobles of the Green Empire. Serdek rode his horse and saw the beautiful mountain city built halfway up the mountain from a long distance. The mountain city is surrounded by green mountains, with a clear stream winding at the foot of the mountain. A winding mountain road leads directly to the only gate of the mountain city. The mountain in front is called Camel Mountain by the locals. From a distance, the mountain looks like a dromedary camel lying on the ground. There is a huge rock lying on a mound at the foot of the mountain, which looks like the head of a camel. It's no different. The city of Helensa is built on the camel humps. Stacks of white houses are distributed in the mountain city in a ladder-like manner. From a distance, it looks like they are arranged neatly in rows and rows. When we arrived at the mountain city, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Serdek rode into this mountain city that didn't look too big. The guard at the city gate didn't even check Serdek's identity, wearing leather armor and a badge on his chest. He traveled smoothly. The layout of this mountain city is very limited. All the buildings are crowded together. Most of the buildings in the city are built against the mountain. They look like building blocks stacked together. The streets are very narrow, and there are always strips of buildings above your head. The narrow overpass and the only main street here also have a gentle slope. Going up the street feels like climbing a mountain. The only guards standing at the top of the city were spear infantry and archers. When they looked at Serdek, they had envy and awe in their eyes. When pedestrians on the street saw Serdek, they all avoided him for fear of offending Serdek. Suddenly I heard someone on the stone arch bridge above my head say, "Mr. Knight, where are you from?" Serdek raised his head and saw a young man dressed as a ranger looking at him with a smile. "And in our county." Serdek spoke with a local accent and said to the young man on the bridge. The young man put one hand on the railing of the stone arch bridge, turned over and jumped down. His body was very light, and he landed steadily in front of Serdek. There was a badge hanging on the young man's chest, and he looked like he was a noble. So Serdek got off his horse obediently. Otherwise, although it was not a serious crime to offend the nobles, he did not want to do this to himself when he first arrived in Helensa City. Trouble. The young man has chestnut curly hair, a high nose bridge, and sunken eye sockets. He looks sunny when he smiles, but he is a little thin. "What do you want to do when you come to Helensa? Is there anything I can do for you?" The young noble spoke very politely. He held his waist with one hand and put the other hand on the dagger at his waist. He stood in Serda in front of Ku. He was actually only one finger shorter than Serdek. Serdek thought about his purpose of entering the city, in addition to asking about the location of some wall villages. The most important thing was to register his reserve knight status. As for the place to register his knight status, of course, it was the local knights. So he asked casually, "Where are the knights of Helensa?" The young noble looked at the badge on Serdek's chest, with an inexplicable smile in his eyes. He pointed to the road ahead and said, "Go forward from here. After passing 3 streets, turn left. Then go all the way to the end. Turn right again. Pass through a circular arch. Go around the small garden over there, and you will be at the 3rd corner in the alley behind the garden. Forget it. I'll take you there." At the end of the story, The young noble felt that he was almost dizzy, so he decided to lead the way personally. Along the way, the young nobleman enthusiastically introduced to Soldak the layout of Helensa city, the businesses and shops on the streets, which ones you can safely do transactions with, and which ones you need to pay more attention to when doing transactions. He also said the city is not too big, and half a day is enough to visit this mountain town. The young nobleman did not inquire about any information about Serdek. The layout of this mountain city is very compact. The two of them passed through a circular arch. Sure enough, there was a circular garden surrounded by red bricks in front of them. They walked around the circular corridor in the garden and found a small stone paved path. Lane. At the door of a low building in the alley, there was a plaque of City Defense Department hanging on it. The young noble pointed inside, then pointed to the stairs outside the low building, and said casually, "Second floor." Soldak tied the horse to the hitching post at the door. The young noble had no intention of going upstairs, so he climbed the oak stairs alone. Arriving on the second floor, Serdek knocked on the door, then pushed the door open and walked in. He saw that it was a small room filled with various roll cabinets. An old man wearing half armor the knight was sitting on a chair, resting his feet on the oak table, holding a pipe in his mouth, and was sleeping with his eyes squinted. Serdek walked in and did not take the initiative to wake him up. He stood in front of him, took out his reserve knight certificate, and placed it on the oak table. After doing this, Serdek sat on the bench on the side of the room and waited patiently. After a while, the old knight snorted suddenly, waking himself up from his dream. Then he opened his eyes and looked around. He found that he was sitting in a small room and saw the whole person behind him. After neatly stacking the cabinets, he finally woke up. He had just had a nightmare and was not fighting a bloody battle on the battlefield. Then he saw Soldak waiting in the room. He quickly put his feet down from the table and coughed. Then he picked up the reserve knight certificate on the table and checked it carefully for a long time before lifting it up. Starting from the beginning, he looked at Serdek from top to bottom again, stared at Serdek and asked, "Your name is Soldak?" Serdek nodded and said yes honestly. The old knight glanced at the name on the knight certificate, stood up with some difficulty, limped to a locker, and kept saying, "Let me see. You enlisted in the army in 2583. Are you from Wall Village here?" "Yes," Serdek replied. The old knight dug out a bundle of roster scrolls, found Serdek's name on it, and asked him the number of his army. Serdek answered fluently. The old knight took the reserve knight certificate with emotion on his face. He said, "Not bad, young man." He checked the roster, and then said with great regret, "I was born as a civilian and never attended a knight academy. When I retired, I actually became a reserve knight. Have you not considered continuing your military career? Have you retired?" Soldak nodded and said frankly, "Retired? I feel a little homesick." The old knight nodded slightly, then recorded the information on the reserve knight certificate and said to Soldak, "Now you are not considered a formal knight. You still need to get a formal diploma from the Knight Academy. If you are ready, you can come to me at any time. I can help you write a letter of recommendation. Our Knight Academy in Helensa City is very good. Of course, you can also choose individual colleges, but I can't guarantee whether my letter of recommendation will be useful. As long as you successfully graduate from Knight College, you can come to me with your diploma from Knight College, in exchange for an official Knight certificate. With the official Knight certificate, you can receive a fief belonging to you at the ruling hall of Helensa City." After the old knight finished speaking, without waiting for Serdek to ask, he waved his hand, indicating that Serdek could leave. Chapter 213 The Way Home. Serdek walked out of the Knights of Helensa City, and saw that the young noble was still waiting on the bench across the street. He led the horse and walked over, stretched out his hand to the young noble, and said very politely, "Serdek, thank you for your help. Carl Caseman. You can call me Carl." The young noble introduced himself quite formally, and then asked Soldak tentatively, "Then will you settle in the city of Helensa?" "I don't have any plans for the moment." Soldak smiled faintly at Carl and then said. The two people walked out along the narrow alley. The stone walls on both sides of the alley were full of mottled marks, and some purple moss grew in some dark places. It seemed that this place was indeed remote enough. Fortunately, Carl was familiar with this area. Just turned around and walked back to the circular garden. Seeing that he was so familiar with this place, Serdek hesitated for a moment, thinking that he still had no idea how to get home. So he asked, "Carl, do you know where Wall Village is? I was taken out by the elders of the village 5 years ago. I think I can't find my way home. I don't know. Carl. Casement said very bachelorly. Before Cerdak could react, Carl changed the subject, looked at Soldak with a smile, and said, But I know who among us knows these villages best. The tax officer in charge of the area outside the city. I have some friendship with him. Last night we are still drinking together. I can take you to find them to find out. When he squinted his eyes, they looked like those peach blossom eyes that are quite feminine. When he looks at the other person, he always seems to have a smile on his face. Thank you. Soldak saluted Carl again. Carl. Casement waved his hand indifferently, with a hint of cunning hidden in his smile, and said to Soldak, You're welcome. Since you are our knight here, we will have more places to deal with in the future. There may be many places. We all need your help. Soldak immediately knocked his chest with his hand and said to Carl, As long as there is any need for me, just give me your orders. The two people chatted very enthusiastically along the way. Carl led the way back to the main street and then walked up the street. Obviously Carl is a local leader in Helensa city. When passing by the main street, the vendors along the street will take the initiative to stand up straight in front of the stalls and salute Carl. This mountain town is not that big. The two of them walked through the main street and arrived at the door of Helensa City Hall. The guard at the door also saluted Carl Casement. Carl asked the guard at the door of the city hall very familiarly, Is Lord Tax Collector Bird here? Sir Carl. Mr. Tax Collector Bird came here in the morning and has not left yet. The guard at the door of the city hall replied. Carl nodded, asked Cerdak to hand the horse to the guard at the door, and then took him into the city hall of Helensa City. The city hall of Helensa City looks a bit shabby. From the outside, it looks like just a two-story building. The exterior walls of the building are only painted with some white paint. The pointed roof has a bit of Gothic style. Walking into the city hall in the lobby on the first floor, there are only a few clerks working in the hall, and the hall seems deserted. No one is doing anything here. When they saw Cerdak walking in, every clerk looked eager and expectant. However, when they saw Carl with him, they showed disappointment. Carl smiled and waved to these scribes, and then led Soldak directly to the second floor. The tax collector Bird was a middle-aged man with a beer belly. When the two opened the door and walked in, Lord Bird was standing by the window looking down. Soldak followed Bird's line of sight towards the street. Looking over, I happened to see a plump lady walking out of the shop at the corner of the street, twisting her ass as thick as a big white goose, and boarding the carriage. Lord Bird clicked his tongue and looked at the lady with envy. But he didn't even notice two people walking into the room. When he turned around, he found two people standing in the room, which shocked him. His face turned red, probably because someone had spied on his secret. He stared at Carl with a somewhat embarrassed expression, probably complaining that he broke in without knocking on the door. However, Carl didn't care about this, and turned to Soldak and said, Apart from being a bit lustful, Bird is quite reliable in other things, but I hold on to your aesthetics. Take it with a grain of salt. Bird. Carl. Why do you come to me when you have time? The tax collector sat at his desk, feeling a little embarrassed and pretending to ask. Carl was not polite, and directly told Soldak's troubles. Wool Village. Of course I know. I have always been responsible for the tax there. Are you a knight from that village? Tax Officer Bird looked at Cerdak seriously, probably wanting to get the tax from Cerdak. From his face, you can tell which family he is a child of. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a long time, he couldn't tell the difference. In the end, he had to give up. Then he thought of another frustrating thing and started to complain in the office. This means that I have one less place to collect taxes. In the past 2 years, many new knights seem to have emerged in Helensa City. A lot of people died too, Carl added casually. Tax Collector Bird sighed and cursed. Damn plain war. Then Tax Collector Bird asked Cerdak curiously. So Knight Cerdak, which lord do you follow? Obviously he is very familiar with the nobles in Helensa City. Otherwise it would be impossible to ask such a question. Lord Earl Montgoss. Soldak quickly stood up from his chair and answered. Tax Collector Bird quickly motioned for Cerdak to sit down and poured him a cup of lemon tea, while adding sugar to Cerdak's cup. He asked, I heard that the Earl suffered a defeat in the Warsaw Plain. Almost all the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment was lost. Cerdak did not expect that the news of the failure of the Moyling battle would reach Helensa City so quickly, and said seriously, Not many of my companions survived the Battle of Moyling. I was probably the only one in the 6th Squadron. I happened to be out on a mission that day and did not fight on the front line. So I survived. Cerdak was indeed out at the time, but not on a mission. However, what Baikal swordsman filled out in Serdak's retirement resume was, Serdak was ordered to escort Baron Sidney's fiancée Miss Hathaway and the members of the Advanced Swordsman Academy back to Handanar City. So missed that failed battle. Tax Officer Bird did not have any doubts about Soldak's explanation, and nodded with a sad expression on his face. During the 4 years that Serdak has been in the army, many things have been written on his resume. These files will always be kept with the military department. These are all well documented. Carl also sat on the chair next to him, curled his lips and said, I received the bad news last week that 2 cousins were killed in battle. Now I don't even dare to look at my aunt's grief-stricken face. Tax Collector Bird said angrily. The damn plane war. I don't know how long it will take to end. Carl Casement probably stayed in the city for too long. So he said to Soldak, Do you want me to accompany you to Wall Village? Staying in the city is quite boring anyway. At this time, Tax Collector Bird waved his hand to Carl, then patted his beer belly and said, Carl, there is nothing good to go to in that village. It just so happens that I have to collect taxes for the next season. So it's up to me. Let's go with Knight Serdak. Chapter 214 It's You. Wall Village is located deep in the Paglos Mountains, separated by 2 steep mountains. The mountain roads are rugged and difficult to navigate. It is considered the outermost area of Helensa territory. If you go deeper, you will enter the desolation of the Paglos Mountains. It lacks all the resources needed for production and life, and humans cannot survive there. Not only that, even magical beasts rarely appear in that area. It takes almost a day to ride a horse from Helensa City to Wall Village. Tax Collector Bird rode a short brown stallion with 4 legs and kept complaining that the mountain rangers in Helensa City would use only 4 of them. The sheep rode away, leaving him to ride a stallion with short legs. This kind of stallion is not suitable for walking on mountain roads. Only sheep can walk on rugged mountain roads with ease. Although Tax Collector Bird is not tall, his pampered life has given him a belly as big as that of a pregnant woman. His legs are very thin, which makes Serdak a little curious. Such thin and short legs. How does he support his tonnage-level body in normal times? The little stallion looked very stocky, and Tax Collector Bird rode on top of it, as steady as a rock. The 2 followers of the tax officer were riding ancient Bolai horses, and one of the followers was assigned by the tax officer to rush to Wall Village first to inform the village chief of Wall Village that their group would arrive at dusk. Arrive at Wall Village and ask the village chief of Wall Village to prepare temporary shelter and dinner for them. Serdak followed Tax Collector Bird and walked slowly on the mountain road for most of the day. He thought to himself that if he had followed that entourage, he would have reached Wall Village by now. Unfortunately, he did not have the foresight and could only follow Tax Collector Bird as he slowly travels through the mountains. After crossing the first dangerous mountain ridge, the lush trees all over the mountain became increasingly sparse. Large expanses of green grass and large rocks are exposed between the mountains behind. After climbing over the second steep mountain, you will find that there are only a handful of trees in the mountains, and the green grass can only be seen in some ravines. Got to see. The north slope of the mountain wall in the distance is filled with gravel and gravel. The entire mountain looks like a complete huge rock. However, due to years of weathering, these rocks have produced mottled cracks. Unexpectedly, after leaving Helensa City and entering the mountainous area, the landform here was so different from the surroundings of Helensa City. There was no expression on Soldak's face, just like a wanderer who had been away from home for many years standing at the door of his house and not daring to walk in easily. After walking on the mountain road for nearly a day, Tax Collector Bird sat on the saddle, twisted his butt unnaturally, pointed to the mountain pass in front of him, finally breathed out, and said to Soldak, "We are almost there. You should be able to remember it after you pass this mountain pass." Serdak rode on the horse and performed a knight salute to Tax Collector Bird. He couldn't wait to rush forward to take a look. The ancient Bolai horse under him seemed to be like an arrow, rushing directly towards him. That mountain pass, under the afterglow of the setting sun. A village with only a few dozen stone houses appeared in front of the mountain kernel. This mountain col looked like the only green streak among the nearby mountains. He remembered that on the battlefield, when the members of the second team were resting on their beds and crossbows, Soldak told him about his childhood life in detail. The beautiful small village gradually overlapped with the village in front of him, and he couldn't bear it. He turned over and dismounted, knelt on one knee on the mountain pass road, supported the ground with both hands, and put his head close to the ground to smell the fragrance of the earth. Tax Officer Bird caught up from behind, looked at the deserted village in front of him, took a long breath, and said with a relaxed face, I don't have to come here to collect taxes anymore. This is great! Serdek looked at Tax Collector Bird in astonishment, wondering where his joy came from. Tax Collector Bird walked up to Soldek, reached out and patted his thick shoulder, and said to Soldek seriously, "To be honest, Knight Serdek, since you have become a knight, Wall Village will be your territory from now on. Although the official knight certificate has not been issued yet, it will be a matter of time. I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. If it weren't for you, I would have to walk so hard 4 times every year. Every time I come to such a poor mountain village to collect taxes, my heart is full of heavy guilt. Feel." Serdek did not expect that Tax Officer Bird would be happy because he would not have to go to Wall Village to collect taxes in the future. It seems that Wall Village is poorer than imagined. Serdek asked Tax Collector Bird, "Don't you have to wait until I get the knight certificate before you can allocate a fief to me? Will you allocate this village to me? Then how will other people in the village live here?" Serdek was a little worried. If his arrival was more like a disaster to other villagers in Wall Village, that would be the worst. "Well, that's right," Tax Collector Bird said, and then explained. "But according to the usual practice, I think it is to divide a territory for you in the nearby area. After all, you cannot deprive other villagers of their land, even if the land nominally belongs to you, and you have to continue to rent it in the form of a lease. For these villagers, the annual rent increase cannot exceed 5% of the total rent, and you cannot take the land back unless they are unwilling to continue cultivating the land. It turns out that the Imperial Code also has some protection policies for civilians. So who will compensate for this loss?" Soldek was thinking randomly in his heart. "So the above will also divide you a piece of land that really belongs to you," Tax Officer Bird continued. Serdek curled his lips and asked, "Wasteland?" Tax Collector Bird did not expect that Serdek would speak so bluntly, considering that he was a knight who had never entered the academy and had not received systematic training in knight etiquette. Tax Collector Bird felt that he could forgive his rashness. So he explained, "You really need to pay and hire people to cultivate this. The most indispensable thing around Wall Village is probably these ownerless wastelands. And they are still wastelands full of rocks and gravel that cannot be cultivated. In this way, it does not matter whether the land is divided for yourself or not. Even if the land is not divided, for can't I take the initiative to reclaim these wastelands around the village?" "Why do you think there are no benefits for becoming a knight?" Serdek muttered. Tax Collector Bird mounted his stallion again and waited in front of the mountain pass. He smiled at Soldek and said, "The good territory has been taken over long ago. So the Green Empire is now encouraging knights to go to other rich plains. Open up new territory." Serdek got on his horse and chased after him. "I heard that the land in the Warsaw Plain is very fertile," Tax Officer Bird asked Serdek curiously. Serdek nodded, and the scene of the forest farm camp appeared in his mind. "It is indeed quite fertile. There are large grasslands in hand in our county, and the alfalfa there can grow almost waist high. That's really fertile soil," Tax Collector Bird said wistfully. "At this time," Serdek added, "some evil spirits will run out from time to time." Tax Collector Bird's expression immediately changed, and he forced a smile and said, "Well, actually, I personally think Helensa's city is pretty good." A meandering river flows from the dark gray stone pieces and flows along the valley into the mountain depression, dyeing the world into emerald green. The small village of Wall is built in this mountain depression. The stone houses are not neatly built, and small roads are distributed in the village. A wooden board is hung on a dead tree at the entrance of the village, and it is painted with white lime powder. Wall, it already looks a little blurry. A group of villagers wearing linen clothes stood at the entrance of the village. They were looking forward to it under the afterglow of the setting sun. Serdek's figure stretched long under the setting sun. As Soldek and Tax Collector Bird came closer and closer, the young people in the village began to cheer, and even began to sing a song of triumph in unison. The villagers used the simplest singing to welcome the people in their hearts. Hero. At this time, Soldek felt very uneasy. After riding a horse and approaching, this feeling became more and more intense. He looked at the woman standing at the front of the crowd with some uneasiness. From time to time, people around shouted, "Soldek! Good job!" At this time, a girl wearing a long linen skirt and a headscarf ran out of the group and shouted, "Brother!" She held the hem of her sarong with both hands and ran very fast, her pace filled with the breath of youth. He ran up to Serdek. His face had turned red, and a pair of maroon eyes stared at Serdek. But the surprise in his eyes gradually turned into surprise and doubt. Standing in front of Serdek, he was like stare at a stranger. "Are you Rita?" Soldek quickly got off the horse, put down the reins, strode up to the girl, and looked at her seriously. Serdek is right. He has a very beautiful sister. Her fair face is very similar to Serdek's, but she exudes a kind of softness in her bones. Her eyes are bright and energetic, and her eyes are shaped like water chestnuts. The ends of his lips were slightly raised, looking full of pride. Rita looked at Serdek with a suspicious face, facing the handsome knight, who could call out his name at a glance. She really wanted to find some shadows of her brother in her memory from the man in front of her. Some places were similar, and some were similar. It's definitely not like that. The girl became a little confused at this moment, and lightly opened her lips and said, "Who are you?" Before he could say the next words, a group of cheerful villagers came up behind him. They couldn't help but lift Serdek up, throw him into the air, and catch him again. This was repeated 3 times, and the cheers still didn't stop. "Dak, your appearance has changed so much that we can hardly recognize you." A young villager punched Serdek in the chest and said with a smile. Serdek stretched out his hands, hugged the young villager who looked a little thin, wore a leather apron and smelled of sheep, and said, "You are still the same Hood." The young villager named Hood was so excited that he hugged Serdek tightly and shouted to the surrounding villagers, "I told you that Dak would never forget me. If we meet you in the city of Helensa, I won't even dare to say hello to you. We haven't seen you for 5 years, and you have become so strong." A villager in the crowd asked, "I heard that you made great achievements on the battlefield and were made a knight by a noble man." Several young people surrounded Serdek and shouted excitedly, "It's great that you are back. This time we will definitely beat the shit out of those grandsons in Guda village." Serdek had a faint smile on his face, facing these strange and enthusiastic villagers. He really didn't know what he should say. A boy wearing linen bloomers and a shirt with cut sleeves squeezed into the crowd and hung on Serdek's thigh like a leather monkey. Serdek reached out and patted the boy on the back and asked him, "Are you Peter?" Peter blinked his big bright eyes and said to Serdek in a sweet voice, "Dad, Mom said you are my dad. That's great. I finally have a dad. I'm really afraid that they will say I'm the same as Jim." They are all wild children. Peter's innocent words made Serdek feel like a fire was ignited in his heart. He reached out and gently stroked the soft long hair on Peter's head, pinched his armpits with his hands, and lifted him above his head easily, and then put little Peter on his shoulders. Peter held Serdek's hair with both hands, sat on his shoulders, and laughed non-stop. All the villagers gathered around Serdek, and everyone looked happy. On the contrary, Serdek's family stood outside the crowd, watching everything in front of them without saying a word. Natasha looked at the old man with a worried look. "Sheila?" asked softly. "Sheila? What mother in the world doesn't know her son? No matter how this person changes his appearance, some of his little habits will never change." Sheila looked at the strong young man in front of her, who was at most 5 points similar to her own child Serdek. But she was sure that surrounded by the crowd it must not be Serdek, because his smile is so strange and his eyes are so strange. But who is this young man who can be sent back by tax collector Bird personally and has the status of a knight? The wrinkles on old Sheila's face were almost squeezed together, but she still couldn't figure out these things. Hearing Natasha calling her, old Sheila's loving eyes fell on Peter, who was laughing heartily on the knight's shoulder, and just whispered to Natasha, "Go home first. The setting sun has set. The blue-purple sky is getting darker and darker, and the light is getting dimmer." The villagers surrounded Serdek and walked towards his home. Serdek kept looking for a chance to say a few words to his wife, but unfortunately he never found a suitable opportunity and could only raise his hand. Little Peter walked home with the others. Tax collector Bird did not come with him. The village chief had already arranged dinner and accommodation. Tax collector Bird was tired all the way and wanted to have an early rest. He had to return to Helensa city early tomorrow. This time, he came back again and again. Even riding a horse is torture for a fat man like him. Walking along the dirt road in the village, Serdek recognized the low stone house in front of him at first sight. It was the home that Serdek had described countless times, although it looked bigger than he imagined. The middle one was a bit shabbier, but it was exactly the same as he said. The small chestnut tree at the door has grown very tall and is covered with fruits. The stone mill in the yard looked like it had not been used for a long time, and half of it was buried in the soil. I remember that Serdek once said that he often used this stone roller to crush wheat ears, and he was the only one who could pull this stone roller. Serdek crossed the crowd and walked to the door of the courtyard. He put Peter down from his shoulders, stretched out his hand to touch the chestnut tree at the door of the courtyard, and found a few crooked letters carved with a knife on the trunk. Then he entered the courtyard again, squatting in front of the stone roller, holding both ends of the stone roller with both hands, squatting slightly with his legs. The veins on his forehead appeared. He just shouted, "Get up!" And the stone roller, that was half buried in the soil, was suddenly lifted by Suerdak pulled himself out of the mud. He walked to the wall, and touched the almost rotten wooden man practicing swordsmanship leaning against the wall, with a nostalgic look on his face. He turned around and just smiled at these people. The villagers standing at the door wanted to enter the yard, but they were stopped by the old man who looked like the village chief. He drove all the villagers at the door away like cattle, leaving only a few people from Soldak family. Chapter 215 Concern. The villagers had dispersed on their own, and the yard instantly became silent. The village chief stood in the yard with an excited face, and wanted to say some words of encouragement to Soldak. But seeing the scene, he didn't understand what happened for a while. Shouldn't he be happy that the child returned safely from the army? Sheila, what's wrong with the children? In terms of seniority, the old village chief is much taller than Serdak's mother, and he is used to calling her by this name. The gray-haired old woman gave the old village chief a forced smile and said, "Please come and sit in the house." Although the stone house looks a bit old, it is full of life. The atmosphere in the room was a bit dull. Old Sheila, Natasha, and Rita stared at Soldak with vigilance in their eyes, not only with doubts, but also with strong hatred. Little Peter, who was only 4 years old, seemed very happy and insisted on sitting in Soldak's arms despite the objections of his mother and aunt. The old village chief sat on the only chair in the house and smoked a dry cigarette. He glanced at Soldak, finished the last puff of cigarette, and then knocked the wooden pipe twice, put it into the pocket containing the tobacco, and smashed it. Ba opened his mouth, and he probably saw that there seemed to be a barrier between the people in the room. But the old village chief didn't think elsewhere. After all, Serdak was only 17 years old when he left home. He was drafted into the army not long after he got married. Now he has returned, and is already a head taller than himself. The old village chief said to Serdak Dak's impression was not very deep to begin with. He only felt that the figure and outline looked somewhat similar to that of the previous boy. It was normal for his appearance to change a bit. After all, Serdak returned to the village personally accompanied by Lord Bird, the tax collector. Moreover, after being away from home for so long, Serdak still recognized his sister and childhood playmate at a glance. The family members were cold-faced and unwilling to speak to Serdak. In the eyes of the old village chief, maybe Serdak was after joining the army. Duck rarely wrote letters home, which made his family worried and frightened, which was why he was complained by his family. The old village chief thinks that as long as you talk about some things, it won't be a problem. He sat in the room and thought, maybe Sheila's family was bullied by the shrewd women in the village. They had never dared to speak out before. Now that their son has returned from the army, some accounts must be settled. I was also worried that after Serdak became a knight, it would be bad if he was young and energetic and killed someone. The old village chief decided to coordinate, and asked, "In the end, what happened?" Old Sheila and Natasha's eyes flickered. They looked at each other, and then stopped talking. Seeing the reaction of Serdak's mother and wife, the old village chief became more sure of his guess that he must have encountered some grievances. So he said to old Sheila, "Now that Serdak has returned, there is nothing else to say. Your son has become a noble knight. Any complaints you have in your heart should be diluted by this." The old village chief felt that most of the women in the village had never seen the world, and maybe they didn't know what a knight meant. So he said to them, "When I heard the news from the tax official's entourage today, I was also shocked by it. How much merit does it take to be selected as a knight by the noble lord? Our village of Wall has never had a knight in so many years. Knight! Knight! Tax collector Bird told me that our whole village will no longer have to pay taxes. Even if we pay taxes, they will be handed over to Duck. Now he is so bad that even I have to call him knight. Grown-ups." Speaking of this, the old village chief couldn't help but smile on his face. Taxes are the largest expenditure in Wall Village every year. The land here is barren, and the food produced is not enough for his own family. Where is there any excess to pay taxes? If you have to pay taxes to Serdak in the future, maybe you can be accommodating and pay less. The old village chief touched the pipe in his tobacco bag, and finally held back. He just said, "If you have anything to say, tell Soldak behind closed doors. Even if the lawsuit reaches the city of Helensa, don't worry. People take care of it." Hearing what the old village chief said, Scylla and Natasha's eyes became more worried. Just today, people in the village competed with people from Good a village for the pasture boundary. and they injured 3 people. In the afternoon, I suddenly heard that a knight had appeared in our village, and Guda village actually took the initiative to have 3 soldiers sent over. Bags of tree rice are the compensation they gave us. We have always been responsible for the death and injury in the fight for the pasture boundary. When has there been any compensation? In the final analysis, it is related to the birth of a knight in our village of Wall, said the old village chief. When I hear this, I can't stop smiling. Every year, Wall village and Guda village make a lot of money for the pasture in the valley. Most of the time, Guda village, which has the upper hand in numbers, takes advantage. This year, the situation suddenly turned around. The reason is that someone in Wall village became a knight and returned safely from the front line. The old village chief said proudly. At the boundary of the grassland in our village, Guda village took the initiative to step back 10 meters. Look, when did those guys in Guda village give in? As long as Surdak is there, we don't have to be afraid of those guys in Guda village anymore. Speaking of this, the old village chief was also filled with emotion. He recalled that he had been working hard and silently for Wall village for so many years. And now there was finally a young man who was better than himself to take over this responsibility. He looked at Sue with a look of relief. Urdak said, the village chief, have been serving for so many years, and it's long past time for me to take a break. The old village chief coughed twice, stood up, bent over and walked out, saying as he walked, I'm going to see how the room arranged for Mr. Tax Officer Bird is. In recent years, Mr. Tax Officer Bird has taken good care of him. Naturally, I can't neglect Mr. Tax Officer. When he reached the door, the old village chief turned around again and said earnestly to old Sheila, who was about to follow him out, Old Sheila, good times will come in the future. Don't hold anything against your mind. Let it go if you can. Otherwise, if you take revenge now, when little Peter grows up, his children will do better than little Peter. Do you also want to settle the grudges from the past? The old village chief glanced at little Peter nestling in Suldak's arms with his cloudy eyes, bared his yellow teeth and said, Even if you don't think about others, you should think about Peter. This last sentence took away the last bit of courage that old Sheila had. Originally, she wanted to chase him out and quietly tell the old village chief that her child was probably switched and that a stranger was sitting at home. But now she couldn't say these words. She glanced at Peter with a worried look on her face. The child's innocent eyes were filled with a happy smile, and the stranger was taking out a handful of candies from his arms. Old Sheila could only agree dully. Oh, watching the old village chief slowly disappear into the night. Old Sheila closed the door, turned around and walked to Suldek, and took little Peter from Suldek's arms. Little Peter didn't want his grandmother to hold him, but he couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled. Old Sheila handed little Peter to Natasha and ordered, You two take Peter and go to bed first. We'll talk about anything tomorrow. Chapter 216 Mother. Natasha and Rita took little Peter into the back room of the stone house. An oil lamp was lit outside the stone house, and the flames the size of peas made the house look extremely dim. Only old Sheila and Suldak were left in the room. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere became extremely dull for a while. Old Sheila sat at the door of the inner room, looking at Suldak warily. Where is my little duck? Old Sheila asked with a trembling voice. Her eyes were full of expectation, pleading and a touch of sadness, and she seemed to have some bad premonitions. However, before getting the truth, old Sheila still wanted to ask and get a definite answer. The question that old Sheila had been holding back in her heart finally came out. Surdak rubbed his hands, took a deep breath, and said, He died in battle, 1 month before completing his military service. The Bina army launched the Battle of Moyenling. After hearing Suldak's first words, old Sheila felt that the whole sky was about to collapse. Her nails were almost embedded in the flesh of her palms, and her heart was like a messy rag that was being used hard with both hands. Twist them together and wring out all the dirty water inside. Surdak spoke in great detail, telling old Sheila exactly what had happened during the 2 months he spent in the Expeditionary Legion. The 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment is part of the Bina Legion. It is a well-known heavy armored infantry regiment that came out of Helensa city. In the past few years when the Plain War broke out, the number of soldiers killed in the battle continued to increase. With the increase, almost half of the young people serving in the village will die on the battlefield. When Serta overcame his military service, old Sheila spent all her family savings in order for Serta to join this excellent infantry regiment. She just hoped that her son would return safely. However, after 4 years of hard work, She finally news of a death came. Old Sheila leaned on the stone wall next to the door, thinking sadly, if Ken had spent a little more money, or even borrowed a little more, Serdek could have stayed in Helensa to serve in the army. Then maybe this kind of thing won't happen. In the years when plain wars broke out frequently, under the system of universal military service, it was not uncommon for civilians to join the army and die on the battlefield. It's just that having this kind of thing happen to you, the grief and sadness that outsiders can never understand. Old Sheila tried her best to cover her mouth, not wanting to cry out. There were no tears in her eyes long ago, and her rough hands were covered with calluses and cracks. Serdek said to Old Sheila, "Before he died, he hoped that I could return to Wall Village to take care of you." Old Sheila glanced at Serdek, and the alertness in her eyes had been eliminated a lot, and asked him, "Are you Dak's companion on the battlefield?" "Yes," Serdek replied. Old Sheila looked at the young man in front of her. In a daze, the young man's figure and the little Dak in his memory overlapped. Little Dak wanted to reach out and touch Old Sheila's face, wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said, "Let little Dak take care of her. You guys." Old Sheila still wanted to take a look at the illusory little duck. But unfortunately, the illusory light and shadow disappeared without a trace in an instant. Sitting in front of her was still this strange young knight, who was somewhat similar to Serdek. Old Sheila lowered her head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She thought a lot about her future life. "Our family lives quite well in Wall Village. We have clothes to keep out the cold, and rice and wheat to fill our stomachs. Although our life is not rich, it is not too difficult. Although our days are ordinary, but at least we can still live without you taking care of us." Old Sheila finally made a decision and said to Serdek. Old Sheila said that life was not difficult, but Serdek didn't quite believe it. Facing Old Sheila's look of distrust, Serdek didn't say anything further. There was no extra bed left for Serdek, so Old Sheila built a temporary bed with the only chair and half a wooden box outside the stone house, and let Serdek sleep here. But she did not after returning to his room. He sat on a wooden bench, leaning against the door of the inner room, and kept silently with his eyes slightly closed all night long. After a day's journey on horseback, Serdek lay hungry on a bed made of wooden boxes and chairs, and slept in a daze all night. In the morning, the sun shines through the window into the stone house, and a dazzling light shines on Serdek's face. In his sleep, Serdek wanted to turn his head away, but he hit his head on the back of the chair and woke up instantly. "Come over." A bowl of porridge mixed with cassava and crushed chestnuts landed in front of Serdek with a clang, and Old Sheila turned away with a cold face. Serdek quickly sat up from the wooden box and drank the bowl of gruel that didn't look very good. The cassava pieces in the porridge had a faint fishy smell, but it wasn't too unpleasant to drink. The door of the back room opened. It was closed tightly, but a pair of clear eyes could be seen looking out curiously through the gap in the door panel. Serdek recognized it as Little Peter at a glance. Little Peter wanted to run out of the cabin, but the woman behind him hugged him tightly and even covered his mouth. Serdek stood awkwardly in the stone house outside, scratched his head and said, "I want to look around in the village. I have heard a lot about the village." He adjusted the Warcraft leather armor on his body, leaving the modified Roman sword and blue iris shield in the stone house, turned around and walked out of the house with his head lowered. Old Sheila looked at Serdek's back. She stood at the door and watched without saying a word as Serdek untied the reins of Gubalai's horse, watched him drink half a bucket of water for the horse, and then gave the horse another drink. Pulling the reins, he led the horse out of the yard. It wasn't until he was far away that he sat limply at the door. It was not until dinner time that Serdek led the horse back from outside the village. The Gubwa horse had a round belly after eating, and stood in the yard wagging its tail leisurely. Old Sheila prepared an ordinary dinner for Serdek, including chestnut flour scones and a bowl of dark stew. There was nothing else, and it seemed that the others had already finished eating. Rita and Natasha were still hiding in the inner room and refused to come out. But this time Little Peter ran out happily, pestering Serdek and asking him to tell some stories about the battlefield. Seeing the longing in Little Peter's eyes, Serdek could only bite the bullet and said, "People will die on the battlefield, whether they are nobles or civilians. There is no difference in front of the evil spirits. They are very vicious." Serdek grabbed a handful of lizard claw fruits from his backpack and pulled out a gleaming dagger from the outside of his thigh. Old Sheila, who was cleaning the table next to her, trembled with fright and almost dropped the rag in her hand. Little Peter looked at the delicate dagger in Serdek's hand with great envy. He watched him telling stories while peeling out the nuts. Little Peter had never eaten such sweet nuts. He ate more than a dozen in succession. Serdica was worried about little Peter's indigestion, so he stopped after eating only 15, and promised little Peter that if he was willing to go to bed on time, he would have nuts to eat tomorrow. After finally persuading little Peter to go to bed, old Sheila took Soldak to another house. The stone house was so small that it could only accommodate a wooden bed. There were half a bag of chestnuts on a wooden shelf against the wall. There is a pile of cassava with some wrinkled skin. These are probably their daily rations. Old Sheila relayed the worn but still clean sheets, and said to Soldak seriously, "You can sleep here tonight, and you can leave tomorrow morning." Seeing the somewhat determined look in old Sheila's eyes, Soldak could only sigh slightly and said, "Okay then. I'll leave tomorrow. I'll stay in Helensa city for a while. If you need anything, you can ask the villagers to send me a message. I'll definitely find it if you go to the nights in Helensa city." Aye. Seeing that Soldak agreed, old Sheila turned around and walked out. Serdak was lying on the bed, and could almost see the stars in the night sky through the gaps in the thatch of the roof. I thought that since I couldn't fulfill Serdak's instructions before his death, I could only leave the gold coins with him to them. If I could hide these gold coins properly, they should be able to live the rest of my life comfortably. Thinking of this, Serdak took out the bag of gold coins from the magic belt bag and hid it in the cassava pile in the corner. Lying on old Sheila's bed, Serdak tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. It wasn't until the moment before dawn that Serdak fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 217 Battle. Serdak was awakened by the noise of young people outside the stone house. He sat up from the bed, feeling a little groggy. The dilapidated room was filled with the smell of cassava. Old Sheila was sitting on the tree stump at the door with her arms around little Peter, looking up and listening to the two young people talking. "Aunt Sheila, go and wake up Soldak. We have something to discuss with him." A young man wearing a lambskin waistcoat raised his bloomers, stood in the yard with a playful smile, and said to old Sheila. Old Sheila said nothing. Little Peter, who was hiding in her arms, raised his head and said weakly to the two young people, "Dad is still sleeping in." Old Sheila snorted and asked, "What can you two do to him?" Another young man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to old Sheila with a smile, "We really have a serious business looking for him." The young man wearing a sheepskin waistcoat on the side followed closely and said, "Yes, we just want to ask him to help with a little help. It is a village matter. He may have to go out today." Old Sheila replied calmly. The two young men looked surprised and asked, "Where is he going? Didn't he just come back?" "Helensa city," old Sheila said. The expressions of the two young men suddenly fell, and they said with some urgency, "Why are we going to Helensa city at this time? Can we go another day? Someone in Gooda village found a night to make an appointment with us today. Okay, let's meet at Bago Ranch. If Soldak doesn't stop, we'll be in big trouble." At this time, Soldak opened the door to the inner room, walked out and said loudly, "What happened? I'll go with you, and you can lead the way, and I'll lead the horse." The two young men saw Soldak coming out of the house and agreed to the matter without asking the reason. They were overjoyed. They were worried that old Sheila would stop them. So without waiting for old Sheila to say anything, they said to Soldak, "Let's meet at the entrance of the village," and turned around and slipped out of the yard like loaches. The young man wearing a sheepskin waistcoat then popped up from the wall and added to Soldak, "Little Dak, bring your long sword with you." After saying that, he ran away with a chirp sound. The horse was tied to the stone roller in the yard. Besides a bucket of water, there was a pile of cut grass on the ground. The ancient horse was eating the grass with its head down. Still not seeing Rita and Natasha, Serdak turned over and mounted the horse, and then said sincerely to old Sheila, "I will leave after handling this matter." Old Sheila held on to the struggling little Peter, and the grandfather and grandson stood at the door of the stone house, watching Soldak ride away without saying a word. "Grandma, don't drive Dad away. Okay?" Little Peter nestled in the arms of old Sheila and begged softly. The two young men who came to see Soldak were one of them, Hood, his childhood friend who had met Soldak yesterday, and the other one, who was wearing a sheepskin waistcoat, was named Tony. Speaking of Tony, and Sue Erdak is also a distant relative, considered Serdak's cousin. Hood and Tony were waiting anxiously at the entrance of the village. When they saw Soldak coming on horseback, they excitedly led the way. The two of them walked in a hurry, telling Serdak what happened. The root of all these contradictions is the grassland in Bago Mountain Kernel. Deep in the mountains at the southern end of the Paglos Mountains is actually a large desolate land, and the city of Helensa is located on the edge of this desolate land. Wall Village is actually a mountain village in a deserted land. The village is located in a mountain kernel. Because there is a small stream in the mountain col, it brings some vitality to the mountain kernel. However, there is not enough land around the mountain col that can be cultivated by the villagers. If the villagers of Wall Village want to live a good life, the little land in the mountain col is far from enough. The villagers in the village found a ravine 5 kilometers north of Wall Village, although there is no rivers and streams. But every year when the rainy season comes, after the first rain, due to the topography, some rainwater will gather in the lowest place in the depression, forming a long and narrow small pond. There are no trees growing around this small pond, but there is a kind of weed that the locals call never die of thirst. During the normal dry season, the weeds here will turn into withered yellow. But once the rainy season comes, these weeds will look like it's the dead trees that turn green overnight when spring comes. Then when there's enough rain, they grow wildly, and the entire ravine turns into a sea of green. This place is called Bago by the villagers of Wur. Since this is a natural pasture, some of the yellow sheep raised in Wur village are herded in this ravine in the summer. In autumn, the villagers will still keep them in the ravine, harvest a large amount of pasture, then drive the fattened yellow sheep back to the village, spend a winter in the village, wait until the first rain comes in summer, and then drive the yellow sheep out, and repeat this cycle, which can be regarded as the village's a regular income. The villagers only need to control the number of yellow sheep within a certain number, so that their herding life is not bad. But later, Guda village, who lived further away, also discovered Bago pasture. They also wanted to drive their sheep to Bago to graze. In this way, the pasture in Bago was obviously not enough for two groups of sheep. Yes, there were frequent group fights between the two villages. However, Guda village had a larger population than Wall village, so Guda village always had the upper hand in such fights. So much so that Wall village had to give up half of the use rights of Bago pasture to Guda village. Even so, the two villages still quarrel every year over the boundary drawn by Bago pasture. However, things have changed this year. The reason is that a knight was born inexplicably in Wall village. The villagers of Guda who heard the news have been on pins and needles for the past 2 days. They have been worried that the knight from Wall village will ask Guda village. A request was made for the return of the entire Bago pasture, and Surdak has been kept in the dark and doesn't know these things at all. However, Guda village has also produced 2 knight attendants in the past few years, so the village chief mobilized the entire village to prepare a generous gift. Through the knight attendants in the village, he gave a generous gift to the knight they followed and asked him to come forward to discuss with Wall village the ownership of Bago pasture. The Kataputo knight also had a fiery nature. After receiving a big gift, he decisively agreed to meet the Surdak knight from Wall village. Since Knight Surdak was a newly promoted knight, the Kataputo knight thought that his strength was not too high. So Kataputo decided to challenge Surdak to a battle to completely resolve the point dispute on the North Slope grassland. Question. The head of Wall village also received the news early this morning. Moreover, when the messenger from Guda village arrived, Knight Kataputo had already headed to the North Slope pasture, waiting for a duel with Knight Surdak in the pasture. Surdak felt a little speechless when he heard Hood say this. He didn't expect that he could be shot while hiding at home. Moreover, having been treated coldly at home these past 2 days, Surdak had been holding back his anger and had nowhere to vent his anger. When he saw that someone actually asked him to fight, he agreed without even thinking about it. If you want to fight, then just have one. Chapter 218 Knight's Sword. There are crisscrossing ravines, gravel on the ground, and weathered rocks are constantly being peeled off from the main body. This is a deserted land. The mountains in the distance are also black and gray, with some dry trees lying between the cracks in the rocks. The wind blowing here is dry and hot. A lizard quickly hid in the crevice of the rock, and Surdak galloped over the rock on his horse, his horse's hoofs crushing a piece of crispy limestone. The 2 young men from Wall village could only run after Surdak, running very fast along the way. It is not far from Wall village to the North Slope pasture, and there is no need to take a detour. When Surdak rushed to the pasture, he discovered that the entire pasture was completely hidden in the mountain, and it looked like a giant dragon scratching it with its sharp claws. The ravine that came out was almost more than 2 kilometers in depth, but only less than 30 meters in width. In such a deep ravine, the 2 steep side walls were covered with lush wild grass, and some yellow sheep shuttled through the grass. Inside, in the middle of this ravine, there is a long and narrow pool. It cannot be seen how deep it is, but it is sparkling and full of vitality at the moment. In the middle area of the ravine, a deadwood fence divided the ravine into 2 sections. A robin with blue tail feathers landed on the wooden fence and was preening its feathers gracefully. On the rocky slope above this ravine, two groups of people stood clearly separated. Among the crowd on the larger side, a knight and two knight attendants were riding horses, looking up towards the direction where Serdek was coming. Serdek ran to the Bago grassland in one breath, and saw the old village chief leading a dozen young people in the village to stand on the edge of the stone slope beside the Bago. Everyone saw Serdek coming over on horseback. The villagers of Wall Village gathered around one after another. They seemed to have found a backbone, and they no longer looked like they were shrinking when faced with a large number of good villagers. Serdek said low to the old village chief. The knight in the crowd opposite took the reins of his horse and drove it out. He spit out disdain at Serdek, pointed at Serdek, and said loudly, "Are you Serdek? I am the knight of Katopto. I challenge you today. The loser we will give up this North Slope pasture." The middle-aged knight, wearing full armor, held his helmet in his hand, and held a sword on his waist with his other hand. He spoke with great confidence. Serdek almost laughed out of anger at this impolite knight. He didn't expect that this Kataputo knight would have such a firecracker temper that he would explode at the slightest moment. Seeing Chajuopo's expression of needing a beating, Serdek immediately said loudly to him, "This place originally belonged to our village of Wall. If you stand on our pasture and challenge me for a fight, I will lose. If I win, I will give up this ranch. But what if I win? Do I just get back what belongs to me? And you will lose nothing. As you said, can I go to your manor and challenge you? Challenge and the loser gives up your estate?" The villagers in Wall Village were not timid when they heard Serdek's voice, and they all laughed. But they didn't dare to go too far. After all, there was a knight opposite. Knight Kataputo was furious, pulled out his knight's sword, pointed at Suldak and said loudly, "The North Slope grassland has always been half occupied by Wall Village and Gouda Village. My bet is on Gouda Village. That half of the pasture. So you can represent Gouda Village?" Serdek chuckled and turned to the Shataputo knight seriously. "Of course," Knight Katopto said proudly. The village chief of Gouda Village, standing aside, was about to burst into tears. He originally wanted to ask a knight to come forward and clarify the boundary line between the North Slope pasture and Wall Village, so that his village would not lose its momentum. There is no intention to monopolize the North Slope grassland at all. Not to mention that there is a knight in Wall Village now. Even if Chajuopo wins the duel, what will happen if Gouda Village really occupies the entire grassland? After the Katopto knight leaves, Wall Village will find any reason to cause trouble to Gouda Village. Can Gouda Village still come up with a big gift at any time and always invite outside knights to settle the trouble? After all, Gouda Village cannot afford to offend any of these nobles. The village chief of Gouda Village firmly grasped the reins of the Kataputo horse with both hands, and with a sincere request in his eyes, he begged the Kataputo knight, "No, Mr. Kataputo knight, you cannot represent Gouda Village. Makes this decision. We just want to reconcile with Wall Village. We are willing to share this grassland with Wall Village. We just want to redraw the boundaries of the grassland under your witness." At this time, Knight Kataputo had already put on his steel helmet and had to put down his visor. Seeing the cautious and cowardly look of the village chief of Gouda Village, he whipped him hard on the head, angrily said, "I have already sent out my letter of challenge. What is the use of saying these depressing words now? Isn't it a better choice for your village to have the pasture here exclusively? A bunch of ignorant fools." The head of Gouda Village was hit with a horsewhip on the face, leaving a bloody mark immediately, and he was whipped back again and again. Knight Kataputo put down the visor on his head, rode away from Serdek, drew out the shining silver knight's sword, and pointed at Serdek from a distance. The villagers of Wall Village looked at Serdek with worried faces. They found that Serdek was only wearing a suit of leather armor, and did not even have the most basic leather helmet. The village chief of Wall Village rushed forward, and he pulled the reins of the horse and persuaded Suldek. "Little duck, if we can't beat him, we must admit defeat decisively. Half of the Bago pasture is nothing. Don't get hurt, as long as he is fine." Serdek smiled slightly, pulled out the Roman sword from his waist, smiled at the old village chief and said, "Don't worry. I have seen life and death countless times on the battlefield. Nothing will happen this time. You have to have some confidence in me." Then he kicked the stirrup, and Gubwald Lai's horse immediately sprang forward and stood in line with Kataputo. Serdek raised his Roman sword to salute the Kataputo knight. The two knights rode forward at the same time. Serdek's face was tense, and his eyes were fixed on the tip of Knight Kataputo's sword. There were countless nodes in his body like stars, and 20 nodes were slowly being clicked. Bright. There is a trace of sacred aura hidden in these nodes, which converges into a bunch of golden light in Serdek's body. and reaches the tip of the sword through Serdak's arm, and the sword tip exudes a faint golden light. At the same time, the shadow of the two-faced and four-armed demon god appeared behind Serdak. Serdak released his power, and his body's strength suddenly doubled. Serdak only felt that the Chajwaputo knight, who was rushing from the opposite side, saw him releasing his power, and his eyes suddenly shrank in his visor. Then, a man holding a sword with both hands appeared behind the Chajwaputo knight. The shadow of the kneeling swordsman appeared, and the speed of the war horse under his crotch suddenly surged. After the war horse ran past, it even brought up an afterimage. The two sides burst out with high morale while charging on horseback, which dumbfounded the villagers in the two villages who were watching the battle. The contempt in Kataputo's eyes had long since disappeared. He raised the knight's sword high above his head, and at the moment when the two horses crossed each other, he slashed at Serdak with thunderous force. Serdak, the moment he saw Knight Kataputo's long sword slash down, 5 phantoms appeared on the blade. If Serdak had attended the Knight Academy, he would have known that this was the knight's combat skill in the academy, White Heat. Unfortunately, he had never attended the Knight Academy, and had never learned the knight's combat skills, and did not know the 5 swords. The blade's method of breaking was just relying on the body's instinct to hold up the shield to block it. The Kataputo knight only felt that the 5 swords struck a blue shield almost at the same time. The shield made a crashing sound like exploding beans. Serdak sat motionless on the horse and struck out a sword with his backhand. The Kataputo knight raised his hand. He picked up the knight's light shield in his hand and rushed forward, and hid the knight's sword behind the shield, just waiting for Serdak to slash the shield with his sword. He thrust out the long sword hidden behind the shield and killed him. He was caught off guard. The shadow of the swordsman behind the Kataputo knight increased his speed a lot, making his movements nearly twice as fast as usual. At this attack speed, the Kataputo knight felt that Serdak would be unable to stop him. His sudden sword attack. Unexpectedly, the Roman sword in Serdak's hand fell on the shield of Knight Kataputo. A huge force was transmitted through the shield. Knight Kataputo was horrified to feel that the Roman sword actually struck him. Opening the knight's light shield, he relied on his quick reaction to stab the knight's long sword hidden behind the shield, which barely blocked Serdak's sword. However, the knight's long sword made a crisp sound, but it actually broke at the same time. The empty door in front of Knight Kataputo's chest was wide open, and he was horrified. He was worried that if Serdak really stabbed him with a sword, the full armor on his body might not be able to block the sword. But he didn't expect that just when the Roman sword was about to touch his chest, his eyes were blurred. The thick tip of the Roman sword suddenly disappeared, and a bronze hilt suddenly appeared in front of him, and a dong hit Chaduo on the chest of the Putua knight. This heavy blow knocked the Kataputo knight off his horse. The knight's light shield and knight's sword split in half were scattered on the ground. Knight Kataputo fell awkwardly on the gravel-filled ground, his chest so heavy that he almost vomited blood, and his war horse stopped beside him. He kept kicking the gravel on the ground with his horse's hooves, and kept holding the horse's mouth to the Kataputo knight. The villagers on both sides just saw the two knights fighting each other, and after swords were exchanged, the Serdak knight knocked the Kataputo knight off his horse. The whole process didn't even take more than 3 minutes. Then Knight Serdak rode back to the villagers of Wall Village without looking back, and the 2 knight attendants among the villagers of Gouda Village rushed forward and helped Knight Kataputo up from the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found that Knight Kataputo's face was ashen, but he didn't seem to be seriously injured. After Serdak's victory, no one in Gouda Village dared to come over to negotiate with the old village chief of Wall Village. By the time the young people from Wall Village were walking toward the village with Serdak in their arms, the villagers from Gouda Village had already begun to take the initiative to dismantle the boundary wall of Bago pasture and move all the yellow sheep belonging to Gouda Village into the village. In a hurry. It was almost noon when everyone returned to Wall Village. The old village chief refused to let Serdak rush to Helensa city no matter what, saying that he would wait until tomorrow morning to leave. If he left at this time, he would not be able to reach Helensa city until tomorrow, and he would have to spend the night in the mountains. There have been no monsters in this area for many years, but spending the night in the mountains is definitely not a comfortable experience. Then the village chief ordered the villagers to catch the fattest yellow sheep and gather the whole village to drink sheep soup in the evening. Since roasting lamb doesn't produce much meat at all, each person in the village can only eat 1 or 2 mouthfuls. It is far inferior to boiling a large pot of lamb soup. Every villager can scoop a large spoonful of hot milky white soup. Add a piece of mutton bone and soft boiled haggis to the soup bowl, with green onions. Drink it in one breath. Your forehead will secrete a layer of sweat. If you can still eat a piece of roasted wheat cake, for the villagers of Wall Village, is the best taste. As for luxury delicacies such as barbecue, for the villagers of Wall Village, that is something that noble gentlemen can afford. Every year, only after the harvest festival, the coming of age ceremony, the first snow in winter, and the first rain in summer, Wall Village will gather all the villagers to hold such a collective celebration ceremony. Today is also because Wall Village finally took back Bago. Because of the ownership of the pasture, the old village chief would hold such a dinner for the whole village to attend. The full villagers naturally danced the harvest dance together around the bonfire. Serdek was surrounded by a group of young people in the village. The young people full of enthusiasm asked Serdek for combat skills. In fact, Serdek doesn't know any fighting skills. Those things he knows are all honed on the battlefield, including skills on how to protect oneself and how to kill people. Such skills are difficult to learn without personal experience on the battlefield. Gotta get it. A group of old people sat on the outside, watching the noisy young people around the bonfire, and were infected by the joy on the field. The old village chief said to Sheila sincerely, "Sheila, I would like to thank you very much this time for allowing little Dak to stand up for the people of the village." Old Sheila sat on the bluestone, and Natasha also sat next to her. They didn't know what to say to the village chief's thanks, and they couldn't even accept it. Rita was not far away with little Peter and a group of people, little children playing. "If possible, we should try to avoid this kind of battle in the future," the old village chief said with emotion. Old Sheila looked through the crowd and saw Suldak surrounded by young people in the village. His lips moved slightly, and he couldn't say anything. He just thought in his heart that this was not something he could control. Seeing that Sheila was silent, the old village chief thought that she had no knowledge. He was worried that her heart would swell because of her son becoming a knight. Seeing that Serdek kept taking risks without trying to dissuade her. If something happened, there is no use regretting it. He didn't care whether old Sheila was willing to listen or not. So he gave old Sheila a blow in the head, hoping to wake her up. He said to old Sheila, "Have you ever thought about it? If your son Serdek died in a duel, what will that be like?" Old Sheila couldn't help but think at this moment, "I don't know who sent someone to invite him to put himself in danger in the morning." These powerful people turned their backs on each other like dogs. Before old Sheila could finish her slander, she heard the old village chief say again, "If little Duck dies, the noble masters of Helensa city will deprive him of his knighthood. According to the imperial decree, Natasha must remarry within 3 years. And Rita is about to get married. And you have to work hard to survive. And you don't even dare to get sick or die. Because you have to raise Peter to be a man. That's the worst kind of life." The old village chief sighed, then softened his tone and said, "And now, Serdek has become a knight. This is the glory of your family, and the glory of the whole village." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Suldak in the crowd, not noticing that old Sheila beside him had a look of horror on his face. Old Sheila turned her head in panic and looked at Natasha beside her. Natasha also looked pale and asked old Sheila in a low voice, "They will take me away so that I will never see little Peter again. Right, Sheila?" "I have no idea." When old Sheila said this, she felt like she had no strength at all. At this moment, she thought of the poor children in the village who were abandoned by their mothers after their fathers died. And she couldn't help but tremble all over. Chapter 219 Dinner in the Village. The whole village gathered together. Years of dimensional wars had resulted in at least twice as many women as men in the village. The women gathered together and chatted so loudly that it almost broke the sky. A group of young people were dancing around the bonfire. Seeing that Serdek had a quiet and gentle personality, some young girls ran over and boldly invited Serdek to dance together. The young girl pulled Razzledak up from the crowd, and amid the cheers, she joined the group dancing in circles around the campfire. Everyone stepped to the same beat, and the simple dance steps made it easy for people to blend in. Holding the warm and soft little hand next to him, that clear smile without any impurities constantly infects Serdek. Perhaps this is the real life of the optimistic and strong Helensa people. The stars in the night sky twinkled, and it was rare to see such activities at night in mountain villages. No one wanted to go home early. The village of Wall is located at the southern foot of the Paglos Mountains, close to the edge of the barren land. The annual rainfall here is very rare, because the mountains and fields are covered with limestone. And even the entire mountain is a huge limestone. It is only due to the weathering effect over the years. Countless rocks cracked and peeled off, and ravines of various sizes were formed under the erosion of rain. Not only is rainfall scarce here, but the biggest problem is that it cannot store rainwater. The rainwater that falls gathers into streams and finally gathers in low-lying areas. But this is not their end. They will quickly seep into the cracks of the rocks. And the naked there is no soil left on the ridges. No vegetation can grow. And everything looks bare. The gray mountains stretch almost endlessly in sight. It is these factors that make this area very barren. Looking up at the main line of the Pagalos Mountains, there should be endless gray mountains silent in the night. But the high mountain directly to the north is different from other mountains. The peak lights up with a dark light at night. The red light looks like a trace of sunset left by the sun before it completely sets. According to the young people in the village, it is a mountain they call a pustule. It is an active volcano that erupts magma all year round. Someone once climbed to the top of that mountain. It is said that there is a vast expanse of magma there. The lava spurted out from numerous cracks in the pool and produced a large amount of thick smoke. Since it is at least dozens of kilometers away from Wall Village, people can only realize its existence at night when they see the red light on the horizon. The villagers gradually became familiar with Serdek, and many people took the initiative to talk to Serdek. Serdek had a headache about where to stay at night. If they set up a tent in the village, how would the villagers treat old Sheila's family? It would be better to go straight to the night road, even if it was slower. As long as they climbed over a mountain ridge and arrived at if you set up a tent, no one will notice. Since he had told old Sheila that he would leave voluntarily today, and it was a bit embarrassing to return at this time, Serdek decided to wait until the bonfire party was over, and then leave quietly alone. In the eyes of the villagers in Wall Village, the sheep's head is the most essential part of a sheep. Usually only the village chief is entitled to enjoy the sheep's head. But now this sheep's head is placed in front of Serdek. Serdek Duck just glanced at the pair of eyes and yellow teeth on the sheep's head, which looked like a devil's head, and he suddenly felt that he couldn't eat any meat. The sheep's head on the plate was heated in the soup pot again, and then placed in front of him. Serdek could only smile and nod to the woman with an outstanding figure to express his gratitude. Being able to make rough linen clothes look like silk, Serdek couldn't help but look at her twice. Hood leaned into Serdek's ear and whispered, "Do you think Selena is beautiful? She is not only the most beautiful widow in our village, but also the most beautiful widow in this area. But you'd better stay away from her. Some people say she is an ominous witch who can see the past, present and future, and she will bring disaster and disease to the people around her." "Wizard?" Serdek asked. In the Green Empire, the Magic Union controls almost all magic academics in the Empire. Spell controllers such as wizards, warlocks, prophets, astrologers, shamans, and druids have almost no room for survival in the Empire. Previously, the only people who could compete with magicians were the priests and battle priests in the temple. However, as the temple followed the oracle and chose to remain silent after the Plain War broke out, the magicians became the dominant force in the Green Empire. His eyes fell on the woman's back. Her shiny black hair was tied into a braid. She was sitting alone next to the boiling soup pot. As expected, no one dared to approach her. There was only a thin little girl huddled under her skirt. The little girl was lifting a corner of her long skirt and peeking out secretly. Hood also sighed, with regret on his face, and whispered to Serdek, "Others say that she is a cursed woman. No matter where she goes, there will be disaster." Judging from Hood's cowering look, he didn't even want others to know that he was talking about that woman. Serdek glanced at the woman again. He didn't feel the breath of magic from her just now, and he was somewhat doubtful about the authenticity of the news. As the night went on, people in the village gradually began to disperse, and Serdek felt that it was time to find an opportunity to leave Wall Village. He turned around and looked around, but didn't find his ancient horse. Normally, the horse would not leave his sight. The horse and he were companions who walked back from the battlefield together. Many things did not even require communication. Sometimes, all it took was a simple look or a movement from Serdek. The horse will understand Serdek's instructions. Instead of seeing his own horse, he saw the woman who was rumored to be ominous by the villagers. The woman named Selena was cleaning up the soup pot by the campfire. When she saw her taking out the mutton bones that were boiled white in the pot and putting them into a linen bag, no one wanted to get close to her at this time, until Selena took the hand of a little girl and left. The women in the village divided up the last bits of goat groceries and soup in the soup pot. The big iron pot was carried back to the village's public warehouse by several men. Serdek was looking for his horse, but saw old Sheila holding little Peter's little hand and walking slowly towards him. Serdek stopped, and little Peter broke away from old Sheila's hand and ran towards Serdek. Coming over, Soldak was worried that he was running too fast. So he rushed up to him and picked him up. Little Peter grabbed Soldak's hair with both hands and kept laughing. Soldak could clearly feel the happiness that came from the bottom of Little Peter's heart. He raised his head and glanced at old Sheila. The old woman in front of him seemed to be several years older than when he first saw her yesterday. Soldak could feel her sadness, but he couldn't show it in front of outsiders. Soldak said a little to old Sheila. He nodded and walked up to give Little Peter back to old Sheila. He had even thought of words to comfort Little Peter. Unexpectedly, it was old Sheila who spoke first. She glanced at Soldak lightly. Go home. Chapter 220 The Troubles of Life. Soldak was slightly startled. Old Sheila stared at Soldak with a scrutinizing gaze, and said indifferently, Have a good sleep, and go to the river bend tomorrow to cut some red thatch and come back. The red thatch on the roof will be repaved. The house will be covered with red thatch. It has been leaking for a few days. A few days ago, the river rose and people drowned. I didn't let Rita go there anymore. The water level should recede now. If you want to continue living at home, you have to learn to work. It's impossible to always have someone to spare at home. After saying that, he wanted to take Little Peter from Soldak's arms. But Little Peter stayed in Soldak's arms and refused to leave no matter what. Do you agree that I stay? Soldak was still a little confused about who changed old Sheila's mind. It seemed that old Sheila was ready to try to accept herself. For some reason, Soldak was surprised at this time. Feeling touched, old Sheila turned around and walked back. He quickly picked up Little Peter and chased after him a few steps from behind. He didn't even notice that his steps became much brisker. No one wants to drive you away. I'm just worried that you won't be able to survive the hard life in the countryside. Old Sheila's voice still had a hint of coldness, but it was softened compared to yesterday. Soldak followed old Sheila, looked at her staggering back, and said confidently, Sheila, I will let you live a better life. Old Sheila paused in her steps. She did not turn her head and only said, I want to hear about Dak. If you have time in the future, can you tell me more about your promise to Dak to take care of Little Peter? Soldak gently held Little Peter's tender little hand. And seeing Little Peter was like going back in time and seeing Soldak's childhood. Yes, that's true. Soldak even hoped that Little Peter would grow up quickly. Old Sheila stopped, turned around and looked at Soldak, with a pleading look in her eyes, and said to Soldak, Then can you teach him some sword skills? Sooner or later, he will have to go to the battlefield when he becomes an adult. It will definitely come in handy in the future. Soldak thought for a while and agreed readily. Of course there is no problem with this. But I only know some basic swordsmanship. So I can only give some of the most basic skills to Peter. I'm afraid you have to go to the John Academy for more advanced swordsmanship. To study, I can ask someone to write a letter of recommendation. And when Little Peter is older, I will send him to the John College to receive systematic study in the college. Are you willing to send Little Peter to the John Academy? Old Sheila's eyes lit up, and she asked impatiently. She even lost the reserve she had always maintained, and the desire could be seen in her eyes. Soldak did not expect that what could touch the depths of old Sheila's heart was actually promising to send Little Peter to the War College. So he immediately said, Of course, I have to send Peter to the War College. If he performs well enough in the college, I can also let him study in the Advanced War College. Students who graduate from the Advanced War College will at least start as non-commissioned officers when they enter the army. There is no need to enter the new barracks, cannon fodder camp. Old Sheila's stone house was not far from the place where she drank mutton soup. Before entering the yard, she saw the ancient horse gnawing on the grass in the yard, and Rita's figure disappeared in a flash. Soldak followed old Sheila into the yard, and saw Rita walking out of a small room next to the stone house with a jade handle. It seemed that she was cleaning the stone house just now. Soldak originally thought that the hut was prepared for him, but he didn't expect that old Sheila went to the hut with air leakage from all sides, and even a big hole in the roof to take a look. Then glared at Rita, who was hesitant to speak. And then she led Soldak into the stone house. Led Soldak into her room again. And then said lightly to Soldak, Just sleep here for the time being. The room is too small, so I can only wrong you. After saying that, he walked out of the stone house silently with his body hunched over, and walked alone into the drafty house next to the stone house. It seemed that the house should be a simple firewood house. Soldak only stayed here for one night, and had already roughly figured out the situation here. The room in the middle of the stone house was a small living room and kitchen, with two sides on the left and right. Each has a small bedroom. Normally, old Sheila and Rita should sleep in one room. and Natasha and Peter sleep in the same room. If it is true that Serdak returns, then Serdak will sleep with Natasha. 1 or 2 rooms are of course just enough. But it didn't work now. Soldak needed to live in a separate room. But there were only 2 rooms in the house. So old Sheila decided to give up her room. She moved to the one next to the bathroom on the side of the stone house that almost had no roof. Live in the woodshed. How could Soldak let old Sheila live in the woodshed? He hurriedly got ahead of old Sheila and got into the woodshed with a faint musty smell. He saw that there was just a bed built with wooden boards inside. There was even only a layer of worn linen sheets on it. And Soldak could more clearly feel how miserable this family lived. "Let me live here. When I was on the battlefield, I couldn't sleep without seeing the stars every night," Serdak said to old Sheila. After finishing speaking, Serdak felt that this rhetoric was too forced. So he started from pulling out a sleeping bag made of red-eyed hyena skin from the magic waste bag. He said to old Sheila, "When we were in the military camp, we usually slept in this." Seeing that Soldak insisted on doing this, old Sheila did not argue about this matter. Anyway, the bedroom conditions in the stone house were not much more comfortable than those in the wood house. So she had no choice but to say to Soldak, "There is a bathroom next to it. If you can't sleep, you can take a shower." Take a shower and then sleep. Not only had Soldak not had a good rest in the past 2 days, he had not even done the most basic washing. He had ridden a horse all day the day before, had a duel with someone this morning, and participated in a village tour in the afternoon. At the dinner party, Soldak felt that his whole body was covered with sour oil. If he didn't take a shower, it would be difficult for him to sleep. Seeing that old Sheila agreed to let him use the bathroom, he prepared to take a good shower. Bath. When little Peter heard that Serdak would not leave, he excitedly wanted to take a bath and sleep with Serdak. If there is anything more valuable in the Soldak family, it might be the iron pot in the kitchen and the wooden bucket in the bathroom. Soldak scooped the water from the water tank on the wall into the big wooden in the bucket. He stripped the little Peter, who was like a mud monkey, naked, threw him and himself into the bucket, and took a long bath. While taking a bath, he took out the remaining piece of buttered bread and a small half of bacon sausage from his magic waste bag, placed them on a wooden board, and cut them into fine slices with a dagger for little Peter to eat. Little Peter only ate 2 slices, then licked his tongue and refused to take another bite no matter what. Seeing that his mouth was drooling with greed, he even closed his eyes and refused to eat more. Soldak asked him if the buttered bread and kielbasa were not to his liking. "I just want to save some for my grandmother, mother and aunt. They probably haven't eaten these delicious things." Little Peter blinked his big clear eyes and said in a childish voice. Soldak felt that at this moment, a sour feeling rushed into his heart from the soles of his feet, and he couldn't help but hug little Peter tightly, as if the softest part of his heart had been touched. Soldak smiled and said to little Peter, "I will definitely bring more to little Peter next time. Well, I like this soft bread. It's so sweet." Little Peter felt that this was a very important thing. He must make it clear to Soldak that he could buy more butter bread.